there'll be like what happened recently where they had to pull it off the launch pad because of some kind of hiccup or some malfunction or something, and that one little malfunction will push them back weeks or months. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I could definitely see it possibly getting pushed back again because of something might seem simple, but they have to go back and basically back to the drawing board for some simple reason, you know, especially a project this large. They want to make sure they get everything right the first time. You don't want nobody to die.
Do you reckon this time, B-ball, when they make the effort to go up there, all right, that they might do something, because last time, they took a set of golf clubs and played some mini golf, and then another
Yeah,
time they put a couple of compact mirrors on the moon, sort of thing. Do you think
yeah,
if they do get back there, because look, I'll grant you, when you look at the moon, like it looks close enough that you can get there, like what I look at.
yeah,
Right? I'll give you that, and why wouldn't you want to try and get there, right?
yeah.
So I'll give you that. I definitely don't think, with the evidence that I've seen, right, that we have
Hmm.
been there. Okay,
Right,
so
right.
but it definitely looks like it's close enough that maybe we could get there one day. But if they were to be able to get there, and if they were to be able to land on there and do all this sort of stuff, a lot of if buts and maybes. Um, don't you think it would be a pretty cool idea where they would set up some sort of camera device like next to these retro reflectors, that we're apparently bouncing lasers off and stuff that is pointing straight back towards us, and not necessarily for us to look at, like you and me. I'm just talking about science in general. Like
Yeah,
they had this camera fixed on Earth 24 hours a day that they can log
I
into.
think, yeah, I think that would be awesome. I hope they do something like that.
Yeah,
I really
and
hope they do.
yeah, and someone like yourself, would that be on, if you're in the think tank, would that be something you'd be throwing in there, saying, we've got to do this, guys, we've got to put something there that's logged onto us 24 hours a day? Because often the answer we get, well, why are you going to do that for silly flat earthers? Well, they're not going to do that because we already know we've been there and done this and done the other thing. But for science in general, right, it'd be a really cool thing to have something permanently fixed on us that gives us another vantage point where we can
Right.
also view the Earth at whatever particular time that we want to view it.
Yeah, I think that will be an awesome idea because, if you what I didn't know before is that when you're standing on the moon, the Earth is always basically in the same position.
Hmm.
It rocks back rocks back and forth a little bit, but it's always like pretty much like 90 degrees above you,
Yep,
some 90 or something like that. But
yep,
yeah, I think that would definitely be a good thing to have like a camera or some 4K camera or something that they
yep.
could fix right there on the moon, pointed
Hmm.
towards the Earth. Yeah, that'd be great. I think that'd be awesome.
Yeah, boom. Happy days. You could sell an app for
Yeah.
99 cents, log into the moon whenever you want,
Right.
type of thing. It'd be a huge
Right.
money
Right. Yeah.
spinner. Yeah.
Yeah. Will they do
Do you
that
know?
though? Probably not. Probably not. But I mean, that'd be a great idea. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Do you hold any even very tiny percentage in your mind to think that, like, not necessarily that the whole thing's a load of bollocks, but that there's a lot of stuff that they've misled you about? Is that a possibility in your mind?
I don't know about misled. I don't see that's the thing. I know a lot of you guys like to say that they lied to us about this, about that, but I don't know if I don't know. Like I know Kosho was talking about something that they had kept secret about, it was about the Challenger. I guess how I think like something about the O-rings, and they were trying to keep it under wraps about what was going on with the O-rings and the Challenger disaster. But other than that, I mean, I guess you can't really call something a lie. If I say, hey, I'm gonna do this, and I don't do it because I don't have the funding to do it. Is that necessarily a lie, or is that just saying, hey, I couldn't do it. I didn't have the funding to do it. I wouldn't necessarily call that a lie. You know what I mean? In my opinion.
That's not really what I mean. What I mean is like the idea that we landed on the moon at all. Obviously, you're convinced, or at least,
So
well, I don't
there
know.
Yeah, I
was
don't
a
think
time
I don't think that's where the
there
lie
there was
is.
a
The lie is where if they know that they can't do it and say they're going to anyway and sell that bill of goods knowing they can't deliver those goods, that's where the lie comes in, right? They already know they can't do it and they say that they're going to do it anyway.
Yeah, so I guess that's what
well,
I'm asking is there any like even like a small percentage in your brain where things may not be as you think they are?
well, like I said, there was a time when I actually did believe that the moon landings were fake. You know, but again, I looked at all the evidence. I looked at all the evidence, and I was like, oh, I mean, could they have faked it? Yeah, they probably could have, but I mean, you know, the retroflectors, and then, you know, we didn't go just one time. We went 6 times, and there's images from all 6 times. There's like thousands and thousands of images. You know what I mean? I, I don't know. I mean, possibly, yeah, they could have faked it, I guess. But
Yeah, I mean,
I think that it's more feasible that they actually went there because you know, there was a lot of money was put towards it. You know what I mean?
okay, we'll see.
And
Yeah,
also, we're not the only ones that have been there. You know, now no other country has put people on the moon, but other countries have been there as they put probes on the moon. There's a the LRO, the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, that has taken pictures of the moon, even taken pictures of the landing sites. So I mean, it's kind of a far thing to say that was all fake. You know what I mean? That's in my opinion.
no, but I mean that wasn't what. Okay, so my initial question was: is there even a small chance that in your mind you think you could have been misled? Right. So I suppose lying would be part of that, but in a more general sense, that they're not presenting everything 100% accurate.
Like I said, I would say probably maybe 1% I could have been misled. 1%.
Right.
There's
Okay. Fair enough.
always a chance, right? There's always a chance,
Sure.
but I
Okay.
don't think so.
Well, I mean that's fair enough. You know, for me, I think the moon landings are a little bit silly. And I don't really want to go into a massive thing
Right,
about that.
right.
But one thing I'm always careful of is if you are getting all of your information from a single source of information, then there is no way for you to verify or validate anything they're saying. And I think that's a big issue.
Well, that's the thing. It's not one single source. Okay, you have NASA,
We're talking
right?
about
But
the
then you
moon
have
landings.
other countries. Yeah, well, you have
Where
NASA, right?
could you possibly get information about the moon landings from?
There's other outlets. I mean, you talking about specifically about the American moon landings?
Yeah, about those moon landings.
Well,
Yeah,
obviously just NASA, right? But
that's my point.
again,
So then you always have to be
there are
careful when there's only a single
yeah.
source for any point of information.
But like I'm saying, like I was saying, there's other countries that have been to the moon too. You know, we're not the only ones that have been there. I think China's been there. The Russians have been there several times. You know what I mean? So you gotta come to some kind of I don't know what word I'm looking for.
All right, fine. Let's do this.
This
We're
country's been
told
there.
Do
This
you
country's been there.
trust
Not
the
only
Chinese government?
not,
Do you trust the Chinese government?
do I trust them? Oh, I
Yeah.
mean, I don't know.
Come on.
I mean, but if they're seeing the same thing that NASA saw, I mean,
Yeah. Okay. Let's be
you know
honest.
what I
No
mean?
one trusts the Chinese government.
And then yeah, then that's the thing. We don't trust each other, right? But yet they're seeing the same thing we're seeing
Not each other. You're
on
not
the
a government
moon.
entity. I'm asking you specifically if you trust the Chinese government. You as a person.
Do I trust them? No, I don't.
Okay. Do you trust the American government?
To a certain extent, I guess.
Well, okay, fine. I mean, I don't know why. Do you trust the Russian government?
No,
Okay, so you're telling me
but
that I
again,
should believe that the moon landings happened on the basis of 3 institutions you don't trust?
we're both looking at the same thing. I mean, regardless if we trust each other, if we all take pictures of something and we all take pictures of the same thing, there's no trust involved. We're all three different
But
entities, right? We're
but
all taking
we
pictures of the
haven't.
same thing.
That's the thing.
But we haven't.
Three different
Yeah,
governments have
but that's an
decided
opinion.
that they took,
That's
or
your
have
opinion.
told us.
That's it.
No, what
That's
I'm
your
saying is
opinion,
you and
though.
I haven't gone there to take those pictures, have we? 3 governments told us they went there. You and I haven't gone even remotely close to there to take pictures. So it still comes down to you believing those governments.
Okay, can you hear me? Am I break? I'm probably gonna start breaking up.
I can hear you fine, yeah. Go.
If I think I said this analogy before, right? If two of us go to a football game, right? We don't know each other. We've never met each other. We go to the same exact game. We take a picture at the same exact time with the same exact play, and then we get together and we compare those pictures, and we like, oh shit, we're both at the same game on the same day. And we took a picture at the same time. Would that not verify that we both were at that game?
Yeah, but that's got nothing to do with what I asked.
Okay.
It
So
does. It does, though. It
can,
does.
It doesn't.
can
We
I
both couldn't have
address your
faked.
analogy
We
a little
both
bit?
couldn't have faked. We both couldn't have faked the same play that we took a picture of.
Okay, let me adjust the analogy a little bit though. Let's say here, hold on.
Hold on, I only got a few more minutes, man. So I probably got like
Okay,
one more minute.
I'll go out of the room so you guys can hear me. He's upset right now. Let's say that we change the analogy a little bit, and you know 2 people, okay? They're not your friends, and you know they've lied to you in the past. They both go to a football game, and when they get back, they both show you a picture, and it's unicorns that are playing football. Do you believe them because they both have pictures confirming that they were at the game and unicorns played the football game and not people?
Well, then again, I'd be like, okay, I would ask them a myriad of questions about the game, and I would see if there's any other pictures out there of the same game.
Okay, let's say there was 1 million people online who all posted pictures of unicorns playing the football game. Would that make you
And
believe it?
absolutely, shit, because then a
Would
million
it?
people
Oh,
know the same
shit.
thing.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
actually a
Well,
million people.
my
I mean,
my answer is different. That wouldn't make me believe it. I would just think that 1 million people have doctored photos of a football game because I know unicorns don't exist and no one's ever proven that they
kind
do.
of far-fetched. I mean, that's
Yeah,
kind of far-fetched.
I
I mean,
agree.
How would they prove that they do if 1 million people taking photographs of something happening and presumably also testifying that it did happen, and you're saying, well, nobody's proven that they do exist? What would constitute proof if 1 million?
all right, gentlemen,
people
I gotta get out of here.
Literally ever in my entire life would prove it. That's all I would need is just show me one unicorn in real life actually existing, and then I'm fine with the pictures.
Yeah, but it could be a whole game full of people with unicorn costumes, I guess.
Yeah,
I
it
don't
could
know.
be. That's the thing. Or it could be that one person took the picture and just gave it to a whole lot of people who took it and ran with it. You see, that's the thing, is that there's no way to verify that actually was 1 million people taking a picture of a thing actually happening. There's no way for you to confirm that. So all you would need to do really is just show me one actual unicorn actually existing in the real world, and I'm fine with your picture. But they can't show us that. There's
That's
no way
ridiculous.
for us to go to the moon and verify that's a place we can go.
Well, that's ridiculous. I've never seen a shark, but I mean, come on, like, you serious? Like, I've seen pictures of them, but I haven't seen a shark in real life.
Yeah, sure, but a shark doesn't affect anything about you or your life or your cosmology. Does it?
Adding a new criteria in. We're talking about standards.
No, it's not adding a new criteria. The criteria was always there.
So why does whether it affects your in what way do unicorns affect your life?
I didn't say unicorns affect my life.
Okay, but then why is sharks not affecting your life a category for disregarding it if unicorns not affecting
it's not.
Your life?
He switched the analogy. If he switches the analogy to a shark, we're no longer talking about a unicorn. We're talking about a shark. So now we're comparing a shark to the space story and the moon story. So those would affect my cosmology or my life in that way. That's what the comparison is. If he switches the analogy there, we're no longer concerned about unicorns.
Okay. It just seems that the standards are changing from one to the next, and the point seems
no, the standard was always there. We were using 2 pretend things that we hadn't confirmed yet with the first analogy. Now we've moved on to a different thing that we both agree does exist. So the analogy has now changed. You should be able to keep up with the analogy changing and understand that then that changes the parameters of the conversation. That's not complicated.
Yeah, it's not complicated. I'm just pointing out that the standards aren't staying.
It's consistent.
Aren't standards.
The standard is exactly the same. If you change the analogy, it's going to change some of the parameters around it, which would be whether or not it actually affects my life.
So
that's not changing the standards, that's changing the parameters.
Well, it seems like
because the original question was to Earth is life from me. Has he actually disappeared? Oh, he's disappeared. Yeah, because I was basically I was asking him like we were talking about like the problem with information coming from a single source and you having to just believe that source. And then he said, well, it doesn't come from that source. It comes from the Chinese government and the Russian government and the American government. I said, well, do you trust any of those sources? And he said, no. And I was like, okay, well, so you've got information coming from 3 different sources that you don't trust, but you believe it anyway? I personally find that illogical.
Yeah, I think it was a good sequence of questions and made the point very well, which is why would you exactly as you said it, why would you trust one of these but not others? I don't I think it's a valid point. I mean, if you were to ask me that question, I would say some of the reason I would apply different levels of credibility is like on the things that, like, you can absolutely find examples of the American government lying, but many of them are not huge and very different kind of scenarios. Whereas, like, on those issues for China and Russia, they are much larger, clearer ones. Weapons of mass destruction is a pretty good one.
That's a pretty huge one.
Yeah.
That's a huge one, don't you think? It's a huge
absolutely.
lie. It's not just a little lie. It's a huge
No,
lie.
I don't mean it's a little lie. It was a huge lie to tell. But what I mean is it's like it's a different kind of thing. You know, you can have Rumsfeld and Bush and like a small group of people tell that lie. That's different from like every university saying when we fire lasers up there, we get a bounce back from retroreflectors.
Well, I think they do. Yeah. But because they point a laser at the moon and something bounces off, it doesn't mean
But
the
the-
retroreflectors
A
are
bit
up
more
there.
sophisticated than that, but
I think the order of the questions was important as well, because first of all, I said it's a single source, and he then used the Chinese and the Russian governments to corroborate. Right? And so it's just like, why would you do that? Well, my mate Dave, who's a drug dealing compulsive liar, and my mate Bob, who's I don't know, some other shit thing that you don't want, a con artist. Well, they both say it's true. Okay, that's cool. That doesn't mean anything to me.
Yeah, like I get the point behind it, which is if these are hostile countries that would benefit from destabilizing or sort of debunking the moon landing, then wouldn't they? Which I think I agree with, but I still think your point's valid, which is well, particularly like from a flat earther mindset, all these governments are in cahoots. They're not. It's like the sort of competition between them is farcical. So why would you trust them that they say the same thing?
Even if they're legitimately competing, you could still see space as a business, as an industry that they would want to protect for themselves. So in that sense, you could still see them as competing interests that would all uphold a single lie like this.
Yeah, could be.
Big Shells, did you miss our conversation about beaver anus?
I saw something in chat about some. What was it? Some stuff is some. What is it?
Castorium.
How weird.
Well, I feel sorry for you.
Why?
Because you missed the greatest conversation in this whole live stream.
That was a doozy. I'm gonna say that. It was a doozy.
Why? What was the gist?
It's just basically that they harvest beaver anus for vanilla extract in food, or at least used to.
Yep, they milk a beaver's anus and extract the juices for vanilla extract.
That's a disturbing and unpleasant thought.
You think? What's even more disturbing, Shells, is the first person that did it to find this out.
Yes. Yeah, it's a bit weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think about that a lot. I think
Just-
about like the first person to, crack open a, oyster. Like how hungry must you have been to pick up this thing that looks like a rock and just start banging on it? You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly, Jerry. Exactly.
Yeah, or like I often also think about how many different things have humans consumed to find out what is edible or what is like psychoactive. You know, like
Everything.
they've taken all these different drugs and stuff, and we've got a good idea of which ones do what now. And also, I think like which ones would we know about if like what other ones are out there that you're like, oh yeah, it turns out if you lick a horse's hoof, it's really nourishing or gets you really high or something. But we just haven't done that yet.
Tell me next time you go to the farm riding.
Yeah, I've had to do some pretty interesting things with horses.
How did we figure out how to make coffee? Because like there's
Now,
a
hold
ton
on,
of shit
Bacon.
you
We're
have
not,
to
we're
do
not
before
blowing
you get
past
to
that.
coffee.
I think I know
We're not
this one.
blowing past what Eggshells just said. He just said that he's done some pretty interesting things with horses. That needs context.
I cleaned one's dick once. That's the weirdest.
Well, the most expensive coffee here in Australia is coffee beans that have been harvested from some animal's poo.
Kopi Luwak coffee. Yeah, it's
Ah,
from
yeah,
civet monkeys.
yeah. That is just
So
bizarre.
literally, if I was to go to Starbucks tomorrow and go like, I would like a beaver anus and monkey poo drink, they could actually do that for me.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, it's like $100 a cup or something.
Yeah, it's super expensive.
Yeah, not cheap.
You.
Does anyone here have a theodolite?
No.
Well, you can't speak for the others. But I think you're right.
I confirm for you, I've checked all of their pockets. No theodolites found.
Yeah, not anymore.
Mm.
You can hire one if you want one, Bacon.
Or I can wait till Rohith shows up.
Well,
Yeah, I'm updating my software here. So now you can find your position using azimuths as well, not just elevation angles.
well, I know where I am.
Which would be triangulation if you use two azimuths.
Well, I don't need triangulation to know where I am.
I mean, people keep claiming there is no triangulation in celestial navigation, but now actually you can do triangulation. You
Bacon
just need the
has
azimuths.
rescued the poor flat Earth argument.
Yep.
It's very generous of you.
Although you don't have azimuths with a sextant, but I mean, there's still hope.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Check.
Check.
You're right, man.
Sorry, I was just watching Jay Doherty's video on how to make a proper cup of coffee.
With monkey poo.
Did it involve anything to do with poop?
What
It did?
what I want is a proper cup of coffee. Made in a proper cup of coffee pot. If anyone understands that reference, I'll give you $100.
Sounds so posh.
I do K-cups
Actually,
first.
I'll give anyone in here $1,000 if they understand that reference.
I heard typing. Someone really wants that $100.
No,
like,
it's
I'm typing.
too
I'm
late.
just-
If you recognize it, it's like in a movie line. You know, you recognize it, you go, oh yeah. Like, you know, I'll be
I mean,
back. Or you go, oh, I know what that is immediately.
Well, in my head, I'm thinking Hugh Grant says it, but I can't remember what movie.
Oh, okay. Does he? Oh, yeah.
I'm going to say open all hours.
Yeah, that's a really good guess. Really great sitcom that was.
Wasn't it, eh?
Well, you know, anyone in here know the name Ronnie Barker?
Yeah, the two Ronnies.
Two Ronnies, right? But Ronnie Barker was the big one there, the little one, Ronnie Corbett.
Yeah.
Ronnie Barker wrote 7 pilot scripts for 7 different comedy shows, and he called them not 7 of 9. He called them like 1 of 7 or something like that. I can't remember what he called them, but it was something a name like that. And he pitched them to, you know, TV execs and BBC, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And they picked 2 of them, and those got made into sitcoms. One of them was Porridge, and one of them was Open All Hours.
No way.
Yeah,
Really?
that's both of Ronnie Barker's.
Yeah.
I know, you know, I'm not 100% sure about Porridge, but I know Open All Hours was one of the 7 scripts that Ronnie Barker wrote, and they picked up.
Yeah. And you know another one I used to love?
No one else in here knows what we're talking about, Bandy.
No. What was that one where
I know what Porridge is.
Is what? What, Crypto?
They were in the department store.
Are you being served?
Are you being served?
I remember that one. There were all these like really silly, bawdy jokes.
The innuendo.
Yes.
I distinctly remember my mother, my dad a little bit, but my mother just absolutely wetting herself laughing.
Yeah.
And I had no idea why she was laughing.
Yes. Yeah, it was
I remember
it was
thinking
that era of TV where it was like, oh, we could make these jokes because they're sort of inaccessible to kids. Kids won't understand what they mean.
right. Mrs. Slocum had a cat.
Yeah.
And
was she the one that would always talk about my pussy?
Exactly.
Yes, exactly.
Her cat got caught in the rain, right?
Oh, my pussy's all wet.
And that's what that's actually lines in the sitcom. This is the 70s. They actually had lines like that all the way through. And it was they got away with it because what they did is they said to anyone that complained, they said, well, she's talking about a cat. What are you talking about?
Exactly.
And then, well, I suppose that's right. Yes, she's talking about a cat. That's how they got away with it.
And then you had shows like Benny Hill, which was like bordered on soft porn.
It was
soft porn.
I used to love that when I was. I used to love that when I was a kid. I'm like, yo, well, look at all these titties.
Exactly.
Well, they didn't show anything, did they? No.
No.
It was
but
all.
you had these big buxom women where pretty much everything was kind of like popping out except for their nipples type of thing. Like it was so in your face.
The term,
back in the 80s, that was some good shit. I gotta tell you.
That was so back in those days. The term was called slap and tickle. And that if you look up slap and tickle, I'm going to do it actually. But slap and tickle was this sort of, it's not really offensive, but it is treatment of women. You pat their behind or something like that, or tickle them or something, whatever. That was considered okay back then. A lot of that was considered okay. Now they just have, here you go. Slap and tickle is informal British physical amorous play.
Yep.
So that's what you used to call it.
Yeah, no, Benny Hill was a must watch, and then they had.
What can I tell you about Benny Hill though? Can I tell you? If you got, there's a documentary on Benny Hill. He was single. He never married, never dated, and everyone assumes he's got to have some dark secret, right? He lived alone. He lived near the studio, so he was walking distance from the studio where they shot the Benny Hill show, and he would go to the shops and he would buy all the children's candy, Smarties, and all of the candy that the sweets that little children you'd get for kids. Like you can think of all the different candy, right? That's the type of thing, and then crisps or and biscuits and stuff like that, and then soda, and he ate children's food. That's what, but there was never anything even slightly like, oh, he was caught doing this or caught doing that, or he was actually a perv or something like that. Nothing like that ever came up, and of course Benny Hill's been gone for more than 20 years now, and nothing like that has ever come out. He was just a child. He was just a grown man child. Quite interesting. Watch the documentary on him.
Was he actually responsible himself for writing any of that stuff? Do you know, Hugh, or that came from
whether he was one of the writers on the show? I can't imagine he wasn't.
Yeah.
If you think about it, I think he probably for the songs, I would say probably the songs were written by comedy songwriters.
Yeah.
But I think probably I'm going to look that up.
I'm sure I saw an interview with him and Michael Parkinson. They had me in stitches. I'm sure it was Michael Parkinson. Could be wrong there, but That fellow, Michael Parkinson, gee, that was a good
Yeah.
show too.
Yeah, sorry if this is boring anyone. I'm really sorry. No, okay, yeah, it says here, Archive Hub from Benny Hill Show. British comedian Benny Hill not only starred in the program, but wrote many of the scripts. There you go.
There you go. Boom.
The program relied heavily on slapstick and innuendo.
Yep. Yeah, no, I'm
1992, holy smokes. Wow.
Oh, that far long ago.
Yeah, he was born in 1924. Gracious, you don't think of them that old, but they were. I'm really sorry. Anyone else listening in is bored because you don't know who these people are. I apologize.
When did the Benny Hill show come out? Not till 92.
Benny Hill died in 92. Benny Hill show
Oh,
was in the
all right.
70s.
Yeah, 70s.
I remember seeing it in the 80s. Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
I don't know, if people want to talk about satellites or something, they're more than welcome to jump in. But until that happens,
until then, we'll talk about Benny Hill.
Yeah, we'll just continuing on.
Benny Hill was also in several films, including Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, and The Italian Job. What else was he in? That's just off memory. I'd have to look up, what he was in. He was in all sorts of stuff. I think it was The Italian Job. Yeah.
Yeah. Britain had this knack of bringing out some brilliant stuff, especially their comedy.
Yeah, they really did. And then the other thing the Beeb was really good at in the 70s and 80s was the theme tunes for the TV shows. No matter what they were, whether it was Mastermind. Do you remember Mastermind?
Oh yes.
That tune, if you look it up, look up Mastermind theme. It has a title, and it's like dark. It's like ominous darkness or something. That's the name of the tune. And it's got this rhythm. The rhythm of Mastermind is the drum strikes, but then the music comes in. It's off kilter with the drum. Do you remember that?
Yeah. No. It was very, very catchy. And I remember, and there was things like, obviously the great ones like Dad's Army.
Yes.
On the buses.
On the buses, goodness me.
Steptoe and Son. Oh God, going down memory lane here.
Okay, gets this. The theme for Mastermind.
Yeah.
Hold on. It's called Approaching Menace.
No, really? Oh, there you go.
Look at that. Anyone? Sorry, music. Sorry about
that. But yeah, and some of the recent, you had The Office. All right, so you had the English version with Ricky Gervais,
right.
and then they sold the rights.
There was a good version.
Yeah.
The British one killed. They wrecked it when it went to Canada. Absolutely destroyed it.
Did they? Yeah. There's actually quite a few. There's quite a few American TV shows that Americans think, oh, that is pure blood American, right? For example, Sanford and Son. If anyone's heard of Sanford and Son, you think you can't get any more American. Sanford and Son is based on a late 60s, 70s show called Steptoe and Son, about a junkyard owner and his son.
Yeah. That's
Remember Steptoe and Son?
Oh yeah. I mentioned that just before, Steptoe and Son. Yeah,
there you go.
Yeah,
that's it.
Old fellow and his son, and he looked like he couldn't rub two brass razzoos together.
Yeah. I've forgotten his name, but he was in the Beatles film. I think it was Hard Day's Night or Help. He was actually he played Paul's grandfather. There's a scene on a train. If you type that in, a train scene with the Beatles, and it's Paul's grandfather, and he's just sitting there silently, and you know how he looks like. He looks, you know, like really old, but he actually wasn't that old, believe it or not. He really, really, really old. Looks like he's 70s, 80s. He's actually late 40s. Yeah, seriously, he looked really old. Anyway, and Paul's like, John's like, who's the old man? No, it's my grandfather. That's not your guys. I've met your grandfather. That's not your grandfather. Well, I've got two. Everybody's entitled to two. Yeah, I love that line. Here's my other grandfather. Everybody's entitled to two. But you're very clean. Watch that clip. I watched that clip dozens of times. I don't know why. Hello, grandfather. Are you nursing a broken heart, grandfather? He's nursing a broken heart.
The Poms have a way with comedy. They do have a way.
Well, the big one that you got, when I say this, you're going to go, the goodies.
Oh, goody, goody, yum,
yum.
yeah. That was
the giant cat. I always just, when I was little, I watched that when I was little. I was always afraid of that giant cat.
Oh, really?
The cat, you know, it's like Godzilla, the cat taking over the city.
Yeah.
Little kitten.
Yeah. That was that was kind of must watch TV after school, that sort of stuff.
Yeah, it doesn't translate anymore though. It just doesn't. You know, it doesn't hold up.
No.
Doesn't hold up.
At the time, it was just so corny, but it was so
yes,
funny at the same time.
It was corny even at the time. It was meant to be corny.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
So yeah, we had a bunch of them. We had a bunch. We really, my sons. What I love doing is I love exposing them to the old TV shows, the stuff I watched. My sons watched things that were on American children's television, things like Arthur and other shows like that. But we couldn't name that many. But I could name like 50 from my childhood, 50 or 60 or 70, just dozens and dozens of shows. And we got them from all over. We got Skippy, the bush kangaroo. That's a show I watched when I was a child. We got that from Australia. We got another one from Australia. I forgot the name of it. And then we got a show called Monkey from Japan.
Oh, I remember Monkey.
You remember Monkey?
Yes. Yeah, and Pixie and
Andy.
Fish. Oh yes.
I just watched the theme for that yesterday. I really enjoyed it. It's so corny. And what else did we get? We got American shows like the Banana Splits and other things like that. Hanna-Barbera stuff, basically. So the Care Bear Bunch, not the Care Bear Bunch, the Hair Bear Bunch, and Scooby-Doo, and the Pink Panther, and we got stuff from France. We got stuff from Belgium. We got stuff from there was a Dutch show called Van der Valk. It was a detective show called Van der Valk from Holland. We got also from all over the world, and we got this old one called from I think it was France, called The Flashing Blade.
Yeah.
No, okay.
I think at one stage, and I could be wrong, but I think Skippy was the most played series around the world at one stage.
It probably was. I absolutely loved Skippy. I thought it was just magical. For some reason, I thought this little kangaroo had a personality, and you know, of course, it was just a kangaroo. Anyway, a lot of people just hanging up on here. I can hear the sound of people leaving.
Let's
Skippy.
I'm like I said, you want to talk
gravity
again? You want to talk gravity again? I'm welcome to go there. Like I've got no problems in going there. People want to jump in. Because because you think, sit in chair, thus gravity is proved.
Gravity explains things that we see in reality. And here's the deal. Black, it's not necessarily that gravity is what it is. Not necessarily. The thing is that no one has yet come up with a really viable alternative that you can use to explain everything from pencil falling on the ground to moons orbiting planets. So until then, I'm just going to call it gravity. Honestly, Bandy, I don't even care. It's just what we call it, and it's.
No, you don't.
I really.
Really.
It honestly, it's like if someone comes up and next week someone overturns Einstein, overturns Newton, and then just says, "Oh, I found out there's this particle we haven't seen all these years, and it causes things to fall, and da 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 da, and you can detect it using this and da da da." Yeah, if someone comes up with that, fantastic. I don't think anybody. It'll take a few years for people to get used to saying whatever the new term is. Let's say it's the dark force, or what I don't know, call it something.
People would still use Newtonian mechanics.
But see,
yeah, but someone's going to come along. Maybe someone comes along and supplants that, right? That's science. That's what science does.
I mean, it's like no model of motion is going to replace Newtonian mechanics for good. Like the most accurate it can get, it won't be worth doing a different way, because it's like the simplest way you can describe motion is with Newtonian mechanics. And anything that is better than it is going to be more complicated and unnecessary for most situations. So you're always going to have Newtonian mechanics.
You're probably right. I'm just saying that if someone comes along and says, "Oh, I've found this thing that we previously did not know about," then and it explains.
That would be awesome.
It would be awesome.
But see, we didn't know, right? We didn't know. Well, our Newtonian gravity or parts of our Einstein gravity didn't really explain the movement of things. Right? Because when we pointed our telescopes at different spots in the sky, we noticed that this light is now moving anti-clockwise instead of clockwise, right? And we go, okay, then, so, well, if it's doing this today, if we apply this formula to it, it should be there tomorrow. So then they move their telescope there tomorrow, right? And it wasn't where they predicted it to be. Okay, it was in a completely different position. Okay, and they've kind of scratched their head, haven't they? And they've gone, this doesn't quite seem right. Oh, it's not matching up to our mathematical equations. So so now we have to come up with another mathematical equation, right, to predict the movement of this light that we see. Okay.
Yeah.
So they do that. Now, instead of that just being a mathematical equation, right, they then have to insert something that is called dark energy. Right? Instead of just saying, you know what?
We don't know.
We've got absolutely no idea one way or the other, but we now have a mathematical equation that can predict the movement of this light. Okay, because it is something that you can't test for, right? You can't observe it, you can't test for it. All you've got is the motion of a particular light going in, having a particular motion, right? That we have to have an equation for. So when we want to view it in 12 months' time, right, We can punch in this equation, point our telescope to it, and that's where it's going to be. Okay, but then they have to come up with some convoluted idea of dark energy. Okay, then to try and fill in the gaps, right? Which is just, they may as well have said it's caused by the wind from unicorn wings. Right, because it makes just as much sense because they've got nothing. Well, they had nothing. All they've got are now numbers, right, and symbols, plus and minus signs, division signs, and they press equals and bang. Right, that's all they've got for these things. Like absolutely nothing.
What they have is a gap in their understanding. I don't think they have nothing, because you have nothing. You have no understanding of anything that's going on, and you're just blind guessing. They have gaps in their knowledge, but it is not the same thing as having nothing at all. So I mean, if you took me to a nuclear power station and then asked me to explain, I'd have nothing.
Well, they have absolutely no more today than they did 2,000 years ago. No more.
What?
No, it's not. That is not true at all.
No.
As far as understanding the universe, understanding the stars, yeah, no, we know a lot more. I mean, there's thousands upon thousands of people studying this daily. Some professional, some amateur, in all countries. India, for example, I know that India has a very strong astronomy community, and probably that means they probably have a very good, strong astronomy professional community as well. That's just one country. Let's not even talk about China. Don't even talk about Germany. Don't talk about Britain.
Australia, Russia,
yeah, all
New
these
Zealand,
people
all these
separately,
countries. Yep,
separately studying.
Millions of people,
Right.
studying these things. Yep, 100%. I'm all over that, Hugh. All over it.
You can't really say that they have nothing. They have gaps in their understanding. We have gaps in our understanding about what's at the bottom of the ocean. There's gaps in the understanding about how the human brain works. There's gaps in just, there's loads of gaps. We're infants when it comes to some of the sciences. We have no idea how the human brain works. We just don't. The problem with figuring out how the human brain works is to really work out how it works, you'd have to take it apart, and you can't do that with a living human. You can take the car apart, you can't take a brain apart.
we have observations from millions of people around the world every single day. I'm all over that, Hugh.
Yeah.
I'm not disagreeing that we are observing these lights with little telescopes, big telescopes, and really, 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 really big telescopes. I'm not denying that at all, right? Not at all. But we have no more information, really, than what people did 2,000 years ago at all. Now, we may be able to see more of them, right? We may be able to plot more of the movements of these stars.
Well, I'll tell you what we can do. We can study our local star, and then we can apply what we've studied with up close with our from our local star. We can apply those things. For example, the type of light and the wavelengths and the etc. To stars we see in the distance that are further away. However far you want to think they are, or say they are, or make a guess as to how far they are. That's what we can do. And of course we can't, because we can't travel there. But the field of astronomy is actually quite fascinating. If I had more time, if I was a more patient person, I'm not. I would study astronomy. I bought a telescope for my son, and He was he set it up one night, very, very clear night, and hour later he comes running in. Come and look at this, Dad. Come and look at this. Run down to the bottom of the drive where he has the telescope, and he says, "Look." And I looked in, and there was Saturn with the rings. It's the first time I'd ever seen Saturn with my own two eyes, and it was, it was just amazing, and it was a cheapo telescope too.
Yeah.
So
I've only had the pleasure myself of looking through a telescope twice, actually, and they do look pretty cool.
Really big ones. I'd love to get a really big one. I haven't seen a.
That's what she said.
Haven't done that at all, but
it would be nice to be able to do that.
But when we're talking about what they are and how far away they are and what they're made up of and all that sort of stuff, it's all pseudoscience, really. It really is. It's pseudoscience.
You can't really call a thing that you don't. I can't do that. I can't call something that I don't know a lot about pseudoscience because I don't know a lot about it.
Wow.
Why would you call that pseudoscience?
Well, because we can't actually test it, and I don't mean that in an offensive way. I really don't, right? Because I think it's really cool. I think it'd be a really cool job to have, to look at, to get paid just to, look at lights in really, really big telescopes. I reckon that would be a pretty cool job.
But you're
Personally.
basically
I don't think
saying
that's a very good description of any job like an astrophysics has, for example. I don't think that's how their daily job goes, their daily routine goes when they're working.
Well,
They're,
okay. I'm not saying that's exactly what their daily job is and what they do day to day, right? But if part of your job is looking at stars, right, that's what you're doing, Bacon, right? You're looking at stars and you're analyzing that information. So there's got to be a lot of analysis of that information, right? So you're pretty quick to jump on the defensive bandwagon and take offence at kind of what I
I
say.
wasn't taking that as offensive.
But take it
Should
for
we-
what it is. Take it for what it is. If you're going to say you're an astrophysicist, right? Well, your job is to look at the sky and study the sky, right? That sounds to me pretty cool. Okay, any day of the week, right? But all we're doing is looking at these things, right? To me, it's not a tangible science like playing with chemicals or something along these lines where we can
you're right on that,
test
Brandy.
things and manipulate them and stuff like that. All we're doing is we're taking a picture, okay, and or we're looking at something, but regardless of whatever it is, we're taking a picture of something, and now we are analyzing that information in that picture. Okay, so and that's all we have. We don't have anything else other
You
than
do.
a
You
picture.
do. For example, you can use your understanding of what those tiny dots in the skies are to predict that gravitational waves exist, and then you can create this huge, uh, uh, I don't know how to call it, but they can even detect that. So I mean, you make no sense for you to pick up gravitational waves if all of that understanding was wrong. Like the reason that you can test things like that is because you're not just looking at the sky. You're underestimating how much things we can test, how many things we can test.
Bacon, how do you analyze those gravitational waves, if you want to call them that? How are you analyzing them? Are you not analyzing them through an observation, a picture?
No.
It's not as simple as that.
No,
Is
and
it not?
it's not
No,
pictures. No.
it's not
How
photos.
else? How else do you analyze it?
Radio
Yeah,
telescopes.
yeah.
Radio telescope. So
No,
so that
no.
radio.
Not gravitational waves. Like the gravitational waves that LIGO picks up is not with telescopes.
Okay. But
Like
for,
LIGO.
as far as gravity is from waves, I suppose you're right. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. For example, what we can do is we can look at the local, what we consider local solar system. So we can look at the objects that are closer to us that they used to call wandering stars because they didn't know there was a distinction between stars and planets. And then once you get learn more and more, you learn to figure out where those things are going to be. And then eventually, once rocketry became a thing, once starting with Germans in the 30s and 40s, and then they got steadily more and more able to send things up, we finally got to the point where we could send up things beyond our beyond low Earth orbit. And the first, I think it's the first, was the Russians who sent a probe to the moon. It just crash landed on the moon. It's the first time anything ever touched another world, another body. And then it just grew from there. And then we had rovers. Before you know it, we'd had orbiters around various planets. We had Pathfinder was the first Mars rover, little thing. And then up until recently, the Chinese had a rover on the moon. The Indian ISRO attempted to land a probe on the moon and it crashed. Those things you can do locally. I mean, okay, you can talk about the distant stars, and that's pseudoscience, but locally, there's more practical applications. And here's the thing: if you believe all that, then none of what I just said, means anything.
Yeah, well, the moon, we didn't go to the moon, but anyway, when we're detecting gravitational waves, Bacon, right? We use things like what? Lasers, mirrors, other sorts of instruments to scan out there in space, gather information, right? Which paints a picture of what it is detecting. Yeah? Where did Bacon go? I think because he left before the hard questions came.
Oh.
Yeah. Because he knows I come with the hard questions. Because this is what these things do. They gather this information and they paint a picture of a region, right? Now, whether that's a disturbance in the region or whatever, but it paints a basic picture that they can analyse. Right? So to say that they're not analysing pictures in some way, shape, or form, yeah, you're probably right, Jerry.
All right. So so here you go. The first was September 59, Luna 2, launched by the Russians, and it first spacecraft to reach lunar surface basically crash landed on the lunar surface. That was 1959. So when was NASA started?
NASA? Oh God, I don't know, 58?
Yeah,
58?
it was only a
Something like
year. So the Russians were ahead of us. They're the first ones to get something to the moon. So what you're then saying is that the Russians didn't do it. And then if you look at the moon missions, it's Russia, 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 then NASA, NASA, NASA. And then the list is long. It's mostly NASA. And then we have Japan. And then we have China. And then we have India. And then we have Israel. So you're going to say that China and Israel and Japan and Russia, none of them got to the moon. They were all, and ESA, so European Space Agency. They're all, fake. None of that happens at all.
It's actually funny you should bring this up, because a question was posed a while ago, something along the lines, I think, and Crypto could correct me, because it was between him and B-Ball, but basically the question was posed to people like, do you trust your government? And he kind of went, yeah, for the most part, I kind of do. That's why that's
Right.
kind of why I think we went to the moon, right? But then the question was asked, well, people, do you trust the Chinese government? No, not at all. Do you trust the Russian government? No, not at all. Do you trust any of the other governments? No, not at all. So he doesn't trust any of these other governments, right? But he trusts the American government,
Okay.
right, to kind of basically tell him the truth. But he doesn't trust any of these other organisations, which I actually thought was quite interesting. But when it comes to them going to the moon, yep, I kind of do trust them that they've been to the moon, but I don't trust their governments at all.
Well,
which was kind of an interesting take on it. I thought where crypto was going.
There's different. It's easy to get into black and white thinking, and in this debate, there's a lot of black and white thinking. So what I mean by that is, no, we shouldn't trust blindly. We shouldn't blindly trust. There's that term I used this term before. It's trust but verify. So we shouldn't blindly necessarily trust the media. We shouldn't blindly trust governments. But there are certain things I feel, and a lot of people would feel, that first of all there'd be no reason to invent a lie about whatever it is, and then it's actually, what's the point of lying about that? And the other thing is, actually, yes, you do. If you want to say you don't trust your government, you absolutely do. You trust your government to make sure the food in your grocery store isn't poisoned, and you trust the government in many, many ways. So if you've ever bought water in a bottle from a store or anywhere, on ice cream, on the beach, you've trusted your government. Because I tell you what, here's the thing. If you were poisoned, right, you're poisoned, and then you found that ice cream vendor also poisoned about 10 other people, and they all died, and you barely scraped through alive, who would you turn to for protection from someone doing something like that? You'd turn to your government.
Well, see, this is why I don't drink my government supplied water with all the chemicals that they put in it. I collect
We have
my own
we have a house filter.
right?
You
No, not a
you
house.
get what I'm saying. You get what I'm saying.
I collect it. I don't trust at all what they're putting in it. But when it comes to people working in the government, right? I trust 90% of them. Hugh, they're just people like say you and me, for argument's sake. You go down to your local town hall or whatever, and you deal with that person that's on the other side of the counter. They're just normal people, just going about their normal day-to-day job, right? But the higher echelons of the government, and what they're trying to do and how they're trying to, don't trust them one little bit. Don't trust them as far as I could throw them, right? And they all should be hung, drawn, and quartered, as far as I'm concerned. Right, every single last one of them. Because they do lie and deceive and mislead them, and do not have our best interests at heart. And it's proven time and time and time and time again. Millions of examples, millions of them.
You can't have any family members in any government positions in this case, right?
Oh yes, I do. Yeah, I do actually.
You do. So you should hung, draw, and quarter those your family members.
No.
Why not?
No. I said the very high echelons of the government. I said to you that 90 to 95% of these people that work in the government are just people like you and me. They're good people. Right? They're good people. They're just going about their day-to-day jobs. Right? But the puppet masters in the government and the people behind the scenes, I don't trust them as far as I can throw them. And yes, those ones should be hung, drawn, and quartered, in my opinion. Maybe that might be a little bit harsh, right? but that's what I think about them. But the normal day-to-day people, I've got no problems with them whatsoever. They're just going to working and getting their paycheck like anyone else, just doing their job with a rubber stamp, bang bang, bang bang. So got no problems with those people. But but the people that say that they stand up behind their little pedestals, spruiking all their rubbish, very finely groomed and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, no, not at all. Not at all. Don't believe anything. They speak out both sides of their mouths and out their backside half the time. Or most of the time. Actually, all the time.
Some of them, I like some of the British politicians more than anyone. There are a few people I like. I like Boris. I like the chap called Jacob Rees-Mogg. He's a higher up politician chappie from
These
London.
people are just useful idiots. Whether you're talking about Boris or Trump or any of these
Okay,
people.
so you
These
think
people
there are
are
others
just
higher
useful.
than them? That's the thing.
100%. I think the American government is controlled by the industrial military complex, for example. I think they're the ones that pull the strings behind the scenes. I think they are very much in control, especially when you see things. Hugh. Like when Trump first got elected, right? And one of the big platforms that he stood on was getting rid of Obamacare and trying to bring in a better healthcare system. Okay, then, and he tried to do this unsuccessfully. But at the time when I did follow American politics, a little bit more closely than what I do now, he tried to introduce a bill to basically abolish Obamacare, bring in some other different form. And I think he was asking, or the bill was asking for 50 or 60 billion dollars, right? Wasn't a great deal of money to change the whole healthcare system for America, which from outside looking in, it looks pretty atrocious, right? I don't live there, I don't know, but my sister lives in California, and she says it's just absolutely atrocious. Okay, then.
Yeah, it is. It's appalling.
Now, this is one of the things that he ran with, trying to change the healthcare system, and this bill got knocked on the head, right? Got voted out, right? Only marginally, but it only has to slightly get not approved, and it got kicked to one side. Now, like I said, the money was for 50 or 60 billion dollars. It was around that. So let's say it was $100 billion, right? But it was under 100 billion. And I thought, damn, like they really don't care about their people. And what I found actually really interesting is that a week later or a fortnight later, a bill was passed with a majority of vote, both the Democrats and the Republicans voting together all as one, passed a military budget increase of $1.1 trillion.
It's pretty pathetic, isn't it?
You think? And I was floored when I saw that. So these are the people that run our countries, Hugh. All right, these are the people that run our countries. All right, the Borises and the Trumps and what these people are just useful idiots, in my opinion. Just useful idiots.
So, what do you propose to do about that?
What do I propose to
I
do
mean,
about it?
I've had this conversation with numerous people, and I understand. But there's never, ever any kind of solution offered.
You know what I find? Yeah, well, there was.
What's the point in even focusing on that? What's the point of voting? What's the point of doing anything?
Well, something very interesting, because this conversation was kind of had the other night, and Rakia Life was in the chat talking about this, and he said, basically, the people have got to take it in their own hands and change things for themselves, and well, how do you do that? Well, his community all got together, and it's not a small community. It's about 10,000 people where he lives, so it's not a small community. they voted together and to take themselves of the system almost. They're not federally funded or anything like this, and they fund everything themselves through their own rates and their own taxes and whatnot. They hire their own police and blah blah blah, this, that, and the other thing. And apparently it is going great guns. And it's actually a model. I can't remember the state that he lives in. It was about a week ago. It's slipping my memory now. But exactly what they did is pretty much what we're talking about. The people take back the power themselves and have more control
Okay, how?
of where they want to go.
When? Who? Where? That's
This is what I'm saying. I'd have to if I can even find the post. Let me even see if I can find a post, because he did post the town. I'll look for it now. See if I can find the town, and that actually might give us.
I mean, I really do get it, honestly. Stuff happens, and
Gee, haven't we gone down a different track?
yeah.
From stars to government.
Well, yeah,
but I'm happy anyway. Go. Sorry, Hugh.
yeah.
I'm just brain farting here.
It's a not the fatalistic is not the right word, but it's on a local level, you can do something. On a national level, or if since they are as big and powerful as they are, what is, you know, I'm not saying you shouldn't think like that. I'm just saying, what is even the point of saying these bad people are doing this bad thing, and you know, saying we should do something. But
what do you do?
But what do you actually do?
Well, exactly right. Now, you know, short of writing letters, because I've written letters in the past, and these days it's emails, not letters, because I've pretty much myself even given up on even bothering to go blah 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 to my local members and things like that. So you could probably put me in the defeatist camp, some way, shape, or form, because it just does not seem to be enough people that really care about things, to be honest with you. But you know, maybe, you know, also too, I'm contributing to the problem myself by maybe continuing not to do things. But you know, I think a lot of problems in the government is the lobbying system itself. You know, the funding that they get from whether it is corporations, companies, or unions, or religious organisations. I don't think any political party should be allowed to get any money from any of these organisations whatsoever, right? Because now you've just polluted the system, right? And now you've got these lobbyists that come from these different organisations, right? That get a say. They get a seat in front of the prime minister or the finance minister or whatever minister that they need to maybe influence, you know, legislation that's going to be coming through. You know, they get the golden chair. They get to talk into to the ear, because you know, their industry, their corporation, or their union, right, is a big donators, right, and this has an influence on our government system, right? It gets corrupted. These are the ways that the government gets corrupted, and I don't think there should be any of that whatsoever. You know, if you want to be a minister and one, sorry, Hugo, or was that
No,
writing?
it was
Oh,
me.
that's right.
I thought you were finished.
Sorry, writing. Yeah, jump in, eggshells.
Yeah, I agree with you. Like the lobbying system is a really difficult one. I think that though it's just a Like I've got a friend who she's a civil servant, and so she
Mm.
really gets how a lot of this works, and she's got lots of criticisms for how it works. So I'm not suggesting by any stretch of the imagination I think it's perfect, but I think one of the challenges is lobbying is in some ways necessary. Like think about like, well, you were a plumber, right? If you're going to develop new standards for how people should plumb their houses so that they, are safe and they don't die of dysentery because their, pipe backs up or something, you need experts. So lobbying is, when done well, I think a really important and useful part of democracy, where you go, well, let's not just let these, bureaucrats tell us how we should do this. Let's try and let's ask the actual experts. Let's ask the people who know how to do it. And that, yeah, it sort of opens the door for then influence peddling. But I think you can't get away with it
Exactly.
altogether. You can't do away with it, sorry, altogether.
Yeah, but these things are in our building codes, right? They shouldn't, and these building codes should be updated, reviewed, checked, to
Absolutely.
see if they reach the latest and greatest specs and technology and all these sorts of things. But that should be a pre-built thing. Right, it shouldn't need lobbying from the plumbing board or the carpentry board or whatever board or union it is to make sure that these happen. They should just happen automatically, writing. It shouldn't take lobbying to get these
How does
things
it happen
done.
automatically? Like what the question would be, what decision should be made if we don't, like, how do they
Through
know what is a safe way to deal with wastewater unless you have uh, uh, lobbyists or sort of industry professionals going, well, sure, it's safe to do, you could bleach it and treat it right there in the home before you put it in sewage, but that's too expensive. So, they need to give that advice.
it'd be through a review system.
Actually lobbied government about motorcycle crime in the UK.
Yeah,
I think you need people who care to step in.
yeah,
Say,
but it'd be through the basic review process, writing, right?
yeah,
That's how that's how it would be done, right, through the basic review process itself. So if you already have, right, the organisation there, right, or the system in place that does these reviews, it then doesn't take lobbying, right, with people with vested interests to be able to change this. Well, there should be no vested interests in it, no financial benefit whatsoever. It should just be for the benefit of the people. Okay, then.
sure.
Not for any financial gain, and you'd agree with that, right? So
Yeah,
if we
absolutely
already,
agree with that.
so if we already have a process in place that reviews these things to make sure that these things are cutting edge, right? Australia, wants to be, the smart country, right? So we make sure that we're on the, the cutting edge of things through our review process, but it shouldn't take um, uh, Reese Plumbing, for argument, or Hardy, right? Hardy, not Reese Plumbing because they're a supplier, but Hardy that makes a particular product, right? Then going and lobbying the review process to say you must now do this because they've got a vested interest in doing that, right? If their stuff is the latest and greatest and the best, it'll get there naturally on its own.
When there's silence, I always think there's someone I can't hear talking.
I killed the chat.
I was
Did
just
I just
thinking.
kill the chat?
No,
No, sorry, mate. I'm here. I'll be back in a moment.
Yeah,
No,
I
you're right,
was
Ronnie.
listening. I was listening. So I think one of the things that I've noticed is when you look at the huge number of problems, there are too many. So people don't even know where to begin.
There's that.
That's one problem.
Mm-hmm.
And then so tackling one problem, and then what happens is that the people that do drawing attention to problems, what happens is I notice they tend to draw attention to too many problems instead of just one problem. They'll draw attention to 79 problems. Well, this is wrong, and that's wrong, and this is wrong, and that's wrong, and this is wrong, and that's wrong, and it's pick one, and find something you can do on a local. That's the thing I don't know about on a national level. Local levels you can do it, but on national level, how would you even go about that? How would that start?
System's so ingrained. See, I don't even believe in political parties. I think every single politician should be an independent. You shouldn't be aligned with a party per se. You should be able to vote, have like a conscious vote on every particular item. You shouldn't be made to vote as a block just because you're aligned with that political party. And yes, within that political party, you do get rogues occasionally that will cross the floor here and there, but on a whole, a political party will vote as a block. But then, if you think about that too, if you just have all independents, right, they naturally will form their own block to vote as one anyway. So, probably doesn't really solve the problem there either. But the problem I think federally is so massive for any one individual to solve, and you do kind of get the same problem on a local level when you're dealing with local, or we call them here, shires or councils and whatnot. You have similar problems on a smaller scale too. How do the people take back more control? I really don't know, Hugh.
I think we should give more money to the space programs.
Oh, definitely. my,
That'll-
yeah, like my son,
It goes without
has
saying.
my son has the best saying. I think one of the best sayings I've ever heard. He goes, "Dad, you've got to be in the system, out of the system, but in the system all at the same time." Right? And this comes from my youngest son. Very, very clever fella, I think. But yeah, to change what I think, many of us, if not all of us, thinks is broken in some way, shape, or form. How do you even start a campaign to get that going, Hugh? Do you start up a local Facebook group or a TikTok group or whatever? Like how is that going to go? It's really probably going to get knocked on the head, pretty damn quickly, or censored, or whatever, if you even considered a threat.
Well,
And
I'll tell you what happens. I've noticed people go overboard. So you'll get solving the politics, corruption, whatever else, and people will just go way too crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And what's happening right now is Elon Musk has purchased Twitter, and everyone on the left is oh no, freedom of speech. Because before, what they were able to do is they were able to censor people who didn't agree with them. All right. And now that they aren't in a position to be able to do that, now they're complaining that free speech is going away. So you have that. That is. If imagine that those people vote. Okay.
Well, look, I don't even trust. I don't trust Elon Musk as far as I could throw him either, and what his intentions are, and if there is going to be freedom of speech or
That's what I mean by going overboard.
right.
I mean, you
So,
can't, as a human being, you can't not trust anyone. You can't. You can't just say I trust nobody at all ever. There's no one I trust except myself.
Well, when it comes to these big people, Hugh, no, I don't trust them. Right. I trust the little people, right? I trust my family and I trust my neighbour. I trust the guy down in the local hardware store. I trust these people, right? I trust many people in my life, right? But these big people that I think have nefarious motives, no, I don't. And to not trust them, I think that's probably a fairly logical path to go down. Now, what am I going to do with that? Well, I'm not going to do anything with that distrust of them, right? But when he says he's going to come out and do this or do that or do the other thing, no, I don't. I'm not going to believe it until I actually see it. The proof is in the pudding. So
you're telling me you don't trust billionaires sending remote control cars to Mars?
Exactly.
Come on, man.
Exactly, Wilfred. Exactly. Come on.
Trust the plan. Trust the plan.
That's right. Trust the plan.
Because there's definitely a plan, right?
Yeah.
So there's a plan. So there's definitely a point in fighting the plan, right?
So,
I mean, you're saying these people in power, right? But that's what I mean by the. I don't mean to dismiss what you're saying at all. I'm just saying, if there is a big plan and these people are too big to beat, why even pay attention to any of it and you tell anyone or do anything? Why not just get on with your life and just do your best in your local where you live? Because if they're too big to beat, there is no sense even trying to get anyone on your side to do anything about it. That's just right.
Well,
I mean,
I definitely do speak to people about this, Hugh.
right.
So
But
I
by
do.
definition, they're unbeatable. By definition, by your own definition, these people
Yeah.
are unassailable, right? You
Well,
can't stop them.
at this particular moment in time, there's always a glimmer of hope.
It would be like if we knew there was an asteroid coming to Earth, a massive asteroid that was going to smash us to bits.
Mm-hmm.
It would be like rioting and looting. Completely pointless. You know what I'm saying?
Well, if an asteroid is going to hit the Earth, possibly, right? It'd be pretty pointless wasting your time doing that. You're best off going in the backyard and sitting under the pear tree with your family and enjoying your last moments.
That's it.
Right?
That's exactly right.
Yeah, for sure. But
that's what this is. This is a no-win thing. You cannot win.
Well, no, not necessarily, because it's also too, Hugh, like a pebble in a pond. All right, like you can only do your bit, and you can only talk to people that you may have some influence on. Okay, then, and you can try and have reasonable conversations with these people and see if they're on the same page, and if they're not on the same page as you, see if you can have reasonable conversation and get them on the same page, because then all of a sudden they're going to throw a pebble in the pond as well. But you can't do it as an individual. You've got to do it as a collective. Right? That's what you've got to do. Right? So, but you can only, start very, very small with your own circle. Right? There's no point voting on trying to change the bigger circle, because you as an individual can't do it. And if you think that the world isn't actually run by a handful of people, Hugh, you're absolutely insane. I think.
Well, no, then I'm insane.
Yeah, you're absolutely insane, because a handful of people run everything, right? They run everything and they own everything. A handful of people, and it's quite easily, what? Let me see. Let me see if I can actually get it. And here's something that you may want to look at or may not. Let me just see if I can share this to you. I might have to share it to myself first and then get the email link. But these things are quite easily verifiable. They're not. But the world is just run by a handful of people, and they have their finger in absolutely every part of your life, every single part of your life. What can you can't? We can't do anything about it, right? I'm gonna have to email this to myself first. Hold on. Keep on talking, mate, and I'll find this.
Yeah.
Send.
I'll talk amongst myself.
No, I'm just.
There's no one
trying
here to talk. No one's engaging.
No, not at the moment. It's just you and me, mate.
Yeah.
Keeping the
Room
show
of people.
going.
Where is everyone?
We're keeping the show going.
Yeah, don't want radio silence.
Other people can jump in if they're sick of hearing my.
Yeah, droning voice. Yeah. And my whatever my droning is, whatever people. It's funny, you go online and immediately you'll just see someone saying, "Oh, that guy's an idiot," or "That guy's a this," or that. I'm just a dude. I'm just a dude on the interwebs.
Yeah, we're just anonymous voices.
Yeah, I mean,
have I seen your face?
No, I don't. Well, maybe
No?
you did. Maybe you did. I did a FaceTime call with Sean G. I've done a FaceTime call with who was it? I forgot his name. A couple of others on here, but only very few. I mean, I would do a FaceTime call with you. You know, there's a very select few people that I would say, and not because I don't trust them, not anything like that. It's just that there's a connection, right? You know, we don't agree on things, but at least if we have we can say, open all hours, and we can go, oh yeah, we have that connection, right? Yeah. That's valuable as a human. I love Aussies and I love perspectives on things. I have a friend who's Australian, and she married a Romanian. Man alive, she is just a trip. She is just a trip. Yeah. And every time I meet an Aussie, I met an Aussie with my name. And it was fantastic. I can tell the whole time. I'll tell you the whole experience sometime. I actually met an Aussie with my name, and they're like, and we're still friends on the net,
I've just sent you something, Hugh. You can watch it, as Gin would say, watch it at your leisure. Get a cup of tea and a scone.
Cup of tea. A cup of tea. A cup of cold tea.
Yeah, and a scone. Goes for about an hour thereabouts, but but it kind of lays things out. So have a look at that and give me a book report when you've.
Right. What is that?
A book report.
No. I mean, what did you leave it in the side chat or something?
No. I sent it to you directly.
Oh, I DM'd. Okay.
Yeah, DM'd. Yeah. You see it?
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, it's like this isn't stuff I don't know. This isn't stuff that's readily available knowledge.
No, I know.
But I do get the point.
Okay, then cool.
That's
so you don't need.
that. I
You
mean,
don't
I
need
suppose.
to watch it then.
Well, it would just make me depressed. I'll be honest. Because it's okay. Because it's a level of hopelessness, right? So now what? Okay, all right, these few people run the world, all right. Now what are you going to do now?
Well,
Nothing. What are you going to do?
but this go. Okay, so if you already know this, Hugh, right? Because you
Yeah.
said you just know this, and
Oh
but
yeah.
now I don't want to watch this because it's
Oh,
gonna make me depressed. All right. So then now you agree, right? Because you know it, you actually agree that the world is run by a handful of people because you already know it.
okay. The point is what do you do after you have what do you do with that information? It's like telling someone there is an asteroid on the way.
Yeah, I know, but
First of all, it's depressing.
you put but you first put up objections when I said the world is run by a handful of people, right?
Well, no.
Right, and then right, I send you something, and then I send you something, and you go, but I already know this. All right, so initially you are fighting what I said, going, but no, that's not really quite right. And now I've sent it to you, and you're it's like a politician speaking out both sides of your mouth a little bit. Like now you know it, and now you agree with it.
No,
Whereas
it's not that. It isn't that. It's more a case of it's not. How can I explain? It's not that I dismiss what you're saying at all.
I'm not saying that we can change that aspect of it, Hugh. Right? I'm not suggesting that at all. Right? I'm not saying you and we're going to sit down the round table and we're going to come up with a plan to defeat these people. I'm not suggesting that at all. Right? But you know, thinking that we've actually got choices in things, and that these people don't actually run and manipulate exactly where we're being led, I think that's quite naive, actually, to think that um, um, these people have our best interests at heart, and that the governments themselves aren't manipulated and controlled by these people. I think it's very naive to think that. I do.
Okay.
Right? Because I
How
think that you're living.
how do these people? First of all, name one of them, and second of all, explain how they control me, and how do they decide what I do?
Well, what you do personally.
Yeah, or in any way.
Well,
name a way that I'm controlled, and name the people that are doing this.
Well, they control many aspects of the government and the legislation that comes through, especially when it comes to business and these sorts of things, and everything you buy and purchase,
Everything.
Where you live, where you're allowed to live, these sorts of things.
Wait. So
land that's opened up for development. Like these people have control of all these bits and pieces.
they have control over where people can live. In other words, they can, if you own land or you own companies that own land, you can decide you cannot build here and you cannot build there. I suppose you could say that's true. Okay. But if you're saying that I have no choice in where I live, is that, or I should ask, are you saying that I have no control over where I live?
No, you can
no
quite
choice.
you can quite easily live in the house where you're living at the moment and go, you know what? I don't like this state. I don't like this house. I want to move to Washington for argument's sake.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
No, I'm not suggesting that at all. Like you have the ability to make these decisions. Okay.
Right. So in what I'm interested in. I'm interested in this control that I've been told, and I've been told this not just once. I've been told this many times. And
You've probably been told it 1,000,000 times in these forums, actually.
I have an annoying habit of being very dismissive. because what happens is people that say these sort of things are very insistent that, of course, that it's true that everyone is controlled. But then you get into the nitty-gritty, the detail of what control you are saying that I'm under, and I don't seem to be able to get much. I mean, was I controlled about who I married, or what I name my children, or where I live, or what I study, or what my job is?
No, I'm not suggesting that sort of control, and I'm not suggesting that they're in control of who you married or
So
one
okay.
particular house that you're living in. I'm not talking about that, Hugh. Come
Okay,
on.
so okay, then in what way am I controlled?
Right. In many other ways, with the just with the products that you can buy and where you can buy them from. Okay, there's one. There's one example there.
Okay.
All
right.
Where these multinational companies come in and destroy communities, destroy mum and pop businesses, right, overnight. Okay, then, because they can bring in a one-stop shop, right, and cheaper prices and all of this sort of stuff initially to get the people in the store, and they drive away and destroy all the little mum and pop businesses. And there is millions of examples like that around the world. One that I actually just spoke about, maybe you were here, but previously today, with one particular example of what one of our multinationals did here with a hardware store, right? The big multinational supermarkets where they go into town, right? And all of a sudden, right, they instead of going to the baker now, where that loaf of bread costs $2, right? They come in, right, and for a period of time, right, they start offering all their bread for 99 cents. Right, so now no one is going to the baker at all. They have no customer, and they can't compete with these multinational companies. Right? Got not a chance in hell in competing with them. And then all of a sudden, their clientele reduces, where they have to pull the pin and they have to put the closed permanently sign on their door. And then all of a sudden now, and it happens with bakers and greengrocers and you name it, delicatessens and all these sorts of stores, they close them all down. And then all of a sudden, right, when they're all closed down, well, guess what? Your loaf of bread all of a sudden now costs $2 at the store.
Okay. And are these?
There's an example. You wanted an example? I just gave you an example.
Okay, fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that these, what you just described, is a deliberate action on the part of governments or individuals?
I think it's a deliberate action of these families that control the world. These people that control the world.
So the
Not the
families that
government,
control.
not the government per se, but these individuals or these families, and whichever one you want to talk about, because there's many there listed in that documentary that I've given you.
Okay.
Right? These are the people that pull the strings. And these are the people that are in the ear of the governments, allowing permits and stuff to go through for whatever particular field you're talking about. They get the approval, right, and then they put their plans in place. And they're very, very successful at it. Very, very successful.
It's a big club, and you ain't in it.
That's right. That's right. And I've just
So
given you
George Carlin.
I've given you a prime example of how this happens here. Right?
So yeah, okay. So now, so the end of this is. So now.
We can't stop it.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's it. I mean, you can do small things. So
Yeah.
you can buy local. You can do a bunch of different things. You can live off
things.
You can live off the land. You can collect your own rainwater, so you're not getting poisoned. You can grow your own fruit and vegetable. You can do all these things. You can spend time with your family. Blah blah blah. All these sorts of things.
Yeah.
Yes, right. You can do these things. You know. Do you think I go to bed at night, Hugh, tossing and turning, going, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, is the world?" No, I'm not doing this at all. You know, I like talking about it. But I'm not going to let it age me quicker. I'm not going to let it have a negative effect on my personal life, my family, my friends. I will talk about these things and make them what I think I'm aware of, and what maybe they should be aware of. And we talk about these topics, all the time. And they pass it on to their friends and family and stuff as well. But that's about all you can do. I'm not going to be out in the streets, protesting and banging garbage bin lids or anything like this, because that's not the answer either. Having a revolution, so to speak, that's not the answer. I don't think.
Maybe,
Yeah.
maybe not.
Well, I don't think any sort of dramatic, radical change has always involved some sort of violence in history, hasn't it? But I don't like the thought of that personally. Myself, I'm more of a pacifist, I must say, um, than an anarchist. Anyone else got something they want to talk about? Or are they just happy to listen to Hugh and I ramble on about whatever? What do you got planned for the weekend, Hugh? Anything exciting?
I'm doing a video tomorrow, and it's just an interview, recording an interview.
Okay.
And I got another one in the evening, and then weekend.
I've got the grandkids coming over again, so I'm looking
Cool.
forward to that. So I've been coming over a bit lately, so yeah, I'm muchly looking forward to them coming over, and they have a magnificent way of regrounding me, Hugh, bringing me back to reality.
Yeah, here you
of
go.
what the important things are. Really, they've got a wonderful way of doing that.
Yeah, that's the important thing, right?
Yeah,
As long as
it's
you
got.
have that, I pity anyone who doesn't. As long as you have that, you can keep perspective.
It's the most important thing in life. I've got 7 kids.
Well, I think that's how you can have a perspective, if you will, on things, and be into the conspiracies and be into all of the these people controlling this, and still stay grounded. I think there's a lot of people that it sort of eats them up, and I don't blame them. Gosh.
Look, if you look, what I said to you, you said you've seen and you know all about, right? And you look at it and you go, oh my God, OMG, capital letters underlined, flashing lights. It's like, is it really that bad? And I can see how with certain people it would be all consuming. Like it would eat away at you to think that the world is, kind of that bad, with a lot of things. But yeah, that's why you got to make your world too, your personal world. So you just don't get
Yeah, you don't get. Yeah, you
caught up
keep perspective. It's important to keep
definitely,
to keep
definitely,
real perspective.
yeah. And I must say, bringing up the kids and whatnot. I think I was a pretty good dad. Spent a lot of time with them and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's cool.
Hell of a lot of time. Very very hands on. But I look back on it now, being older, and I don't. Even though I enjoyed it thoroughly, don't get me wrong, right? But I don't really. I didn't appreciate what they could teach me. Okay, I didn't really appreciate it, but now being a granddad, fairly young granddad, but nonetheless I'm a granddad, to three, and another one's coming along the way. Spending time with
Cool.
them has given me a different outlook on being on that level with the kids, and like really appreciating living in that moment, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Because kids are they're, they're very blinkered, like they live in that particular moment. They don't care about generally what's happened or what's coming. They are just interested in the now, and having, you give them the right attention. And it's a fantastic time, and they really do live in the now, and the wonderment of how they see things. It's really quite special, really. Like, just the little things. We go down to the beach quite often. Be walking along the beach, and they'll find something that's floated up, or a particular rock that will look like a particular shape or whatever, and they're just absolutely amazed at it. And you start to look at these things through kids' eyes. Hold on, I've got to go. I'll be back in a sec. 2 seconds.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, Bandy is right. Is like, I have a young son. He's gonna be 3, and it's just, you see how he looks at the world, and it's like heartbreaking, like how innocent children are. You know what I'm saying? Like he's
Yeah,
so
I'm a dad. Yeah.
right. He's so excited as like Bandy said, just the shape of a rock or a stick or a fucking leaf. And I just like, I don't want my son to feel bad. Like, I don't want him to lose that kind of innocence and wonder and kind of hope for the future. It's fucking tough, man. It sucks. So that's why, I appreciate, every second that I have with him.
Yeah, I know. I don't doubt. I remember those days, and my kids are now. My youngest is 18, so I've got 3 really good boys, and the youngest, he was absolutely adorable when he was little. Oh my goodness, he was absolutely priceless. It's just the most adorable little child. It's just, you can't even put into words some of the things he would come up with. We do little puppet shows. We did a time lapse with when I first got a camera that could do time lapse. We did Lego time lapses because he got all of his brother's Legos. So not only did he get Legos for Christmas and his birthday, but he also, inherited his older brother's Legos. So he's just got, he could swim in them, and he made all sorts of things absolutely amazing. He made all sorts of cars and spaceships and all sorts of different weird and wonderful things. And a lot of them I took pictures of. He'd arrange all the guys, all the Lego men in rows according to if it was Star Wars or if it was, Indiana Jones Legos or what was the other Legos, Jurassic Park, whatever else. So inventive, creative, and we had a lot of fun. We get these characters walking around in stop motion. So much fun. I remember those days. It was awesome.
Yeah, I'm waiting for my kid to get old enough to play with Legos because I was a huge Lego fan when I was a kid too. So
yeah,
I know exactly what you're talking about.
If I could give advice, the biggest advice I would give is don't give him an iPad. And the second piece of advice would be get him toys that he can build stuff with. Legos is a good one. The other one that my sons all loved, which the Brio train set. I don't know if you've ever heard of that. But Brio is awesome. That's another one because they can build their own tracks. It never gets old.
Yeah, definitely. I'll look into that. And
Brio,
I know what you. Yeah, and I understand what you're talking about. Like when I see him staring at like a screen, like a phone or like a TV, like just something about it doesn't feel right for him to just sit there and stare. It's just something off about it. Yeah.
I see parents have their kid an iPad. Now mine were too young. The iPad didn't come out when mine were all young, so I didn't have that problem. But I see parents that just hand the iPad to the kid, and that's I don't know if there's anything, kids can survive in any environment. So I don't know if it really harms them. What did we have that could harm us when I was a kid? I don't think there was anything. But then I remember the Walkman came out, and they said, "Oh, children don't listen to music too loud with the headphones; they're going to go deaf." Well, that hasn't happened. When I was a kid, I'm really trying to rack my brain to think of anything that we had. But they said, "Oh, it's going to damage the kids." I can't think of anything. I think punk came along, but I was almost a teenager when that sort of hit. So I can't think of anything. I had an ideal childhood. There wasn't any iPads. There wasn't any, there's no one, we didn't have Amber Alerts or anything like that. No one was afraid we were going to get abducted on the way home from school. Now I look back on it, it was kind of idyllic. I can't believe there's this many people in the chat that are logged in but not talking. What's up with that? You're leaving me to monologue here.
And now it's coming a time where I got to think about, like, do I want to homeschool him or do I want to send him to school? It's like I want him to be able to like have friends and kind of relate to other kids, but at the same time, I don't want him to just be another dope who doesn't really know anything. You know what I mean, man? Because
I would not.
yeah, go
I
ahead.
would not send my children. If I had children now, I would not, absolutely not, send them to school, to any public school. Absolutely not. So, my youngest is almost graduated, and he hasn't enjoyed it. He's doing okay, but he hasn't enjoyed it. And it's not too bad in the school we're at, but the schools are just getting worse and worse. It's just crap now. So no, I wouldn't. I personally wouldn't. But you know, every school's different. Every area is different. So I mean, if you're I'm in Georgia, in north of Atlanta, and it's okay. It's not so bad here. There's some schools that are pretty awful, but ours is, it's okay. Tell you what, my son is like, Dad, the kids at school are morons. He has a very, very, very low opinion. Very low. And, I remember going to school, I didn't think that of my schoolmates, but he's just like, yeah, you don't understand. It's really depressing. I was thinking, those are your peers, my son. So I definitely wouldn't put them, if I had him again, I wouldn't put him in school now. Definitely not. So I have friends at homeschool, friends of mine, and it's the chap I work with, actually. I have all of his wife's photography gear because she retired. They had two children, and now I've inherited all her photo. I'm looking at it right now, a stack of gear, lenses and all sorts. And I get to use it now. I get to play with all the toys because she's got children now, and she's decided she's going to homeschool. And so they got a little classroom. It's adorable. And they've made that choice. So they don't have a flashy car. They don't have a flashy house. They made that choice. Definitely consider it. If you can, I would definitely.
The homeschooling.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we homeschooled our two sons, and then my youngest, we have an age gap between my first two boys and my last, and so we have an age gap. So the youngest wasn't really doing well in homeschooling, and so we decided to put him in regular school, and he did great. He met some friends, and he did really great. So
It's definitely becoming more and more popular, the homeschooling. There's big homeschooling groups and whatnot. It's my wife is a lot of her friends and whatnot, their daughters and whatnot are deciding to go down the homeschooling route.
Right.
So I think definitely if you've got the the support network in place, it's I think it could be a good thing. I think I viewed homeschooling, I think, once upon a time as your kids kind of been stuck at home, and they're very, very isolated from society in general. So how does that contribute to their social skills? How they interact with other people and whatnot. But
that was when we first were considering. We had a friend, our minister at our church, and his family homeschooled, and we thought, oh, that's interesting. And so when we had our two boys back to back, we were like, so my wifey is like, I think we should homeschool. So we put them. We didn't bite the bullet right away. We put them in regular school, and within about a year, we realized it's not doing it. Our firstborn was getting A's in all of his classes, so we thought, he's not being challenged. And then our second, he was struggling, and they did. They don't produce generally. I don't know if this is always true, but they don't generally produce exceptional children. They don't really have anything for any of the extremes. If you're really, really brilliant or really, really stupid, they don't have anything for you. All the kids are basically cookie cutter in a certain range. They're good, but other than that, forget it. So we had both on the different spectrum, and so we thought, we pulled them out and never looked back. And the thing about the children being isolated is true to a degree. However, both our boys could deal with adults very, very easily because they were used to talking to adults all day long. And normally, children regular school, they get a lot of crap from their peers, right? Good and bad. And a lot of the peer pressure is terrible in schools. They don't. It's not like when I was in school. When I was in school in the 60s and 70s. So
I've got to say, most of I'd say 99% of my school experiences were good. I've got no complaints.
Yeah, that's great.
Whatsoever.
That's really good.
Obviously, there were you had your arch enemies at school, whoever was in the playground, so to speak. But you had very, very little to do with them anyway. But relationships with teachers and the rest of the students. I've got nothing but good memories of it. Thank goodness. I'd hate to. I would have hated to have had a bad experience, really, and drag that through, because it should be enjoyable.
Yeah, it really should. And if it isn't, yeah, that's. I would never put any child through that. I don't think it builds character. I think it crushes spirit.
I think one good thing with our state schools, Hugh, is I was fortunate. Well, you can either call it fortunate or unfortunate, but I went to Catholic school, so they're kind of like a private school. So we had uniforms and all that sort of stuff. But
Oh yeah, me too. Yeah.
yeah. But the state schools didn't have the uniforms. They you could just wear casual clothes, so wear whatever you wanted to wear. But these days, our state schools have introduced a uniform policy, which I actually think is a good thing because it takes one element of the peer group pressure away, like who's got the brand names and all this sort of stuff, which is one element, the haves and the have-nots, type of thing. They're definitely, but now we have another aspect of peer group pressure, being the social media,
That's
which is huge, which is absolutely huge,
and almost universally bad.
Yes, my one of my daughter's friends actually is no longer here because of peer group pressure on social media. And you know, I I don't quite get it, Hugh. Like I don't quite get it. Like one, you know, part of me is just saying like just turn off the device. Like it's not that hard to turn. Like why do you have these people as friends on your Facebook page or on your Snapchat page or whatever? Why are you even associating with these people? You know, block them, remove them.
Yeah.
You know, do whatever. But they don't, and they and they get caught in this spiral of destruction. Which it is having. I think it's having devastating effects on a lot of our young. Um, you know, I definitely think the lack of parental supervision when it comes to these devices too is playing a huge part. The breakdown of the family unit, all these sorts of things, playing a huge part. Both mum and dad having to be at work and whatnot. So, once again, kids are just left to their own devices. There's so many aspects that come into it. Like, I am dead against feminism, and what it's done for women, to encourage them to get into the workplace. I'm dead set against it. I think it's an evil thing that's happened to society to say that a mother's worth isn't in the home; it's in the workplace, and that's what feminism has done, in my opinion. And I think it's corrupted the family unit itself. Um, instead of that job being put up on a pedestal as the most important job, which it wasn't. And slowly but surely is being eroded away. So now you don't have mum and dad, bringing up your kid. You've got the state bringing up your kid because the kids are in, before school care, after school care, during school. Like you got the state bringing up your child, and you're lucky to spend 15 minutes with them, because everyone's working and stuff. It's just a crazy. It's a crazy system that we're looking at. There's so many aspects really that you can pick fault. You can pick fault at, and point your finger at. But like I said, you can only do your little bit. Some of the things that I drilled into my kids. I see my daughter taking a similar sort of path as far as, um, she's a home mum, but the amount of I used to call it the idiot box, like TV time, or they call it screen time. Like it was highly monitored in our home. You only had limited times a day where you could be on the TV or on the computer. The rest of the time you could read a book, you could be outside, playing with your friends, this sort of stuff. But um, the everything, especially when they were younger, the screen time was supervised. It was done in like the lounge room or the family room sort of thing. That's where the computer was. So we could see what they were doing, and these sorts of things. I see my daughter implementing as well, which I think is a fantastic thing.
Yeah.
To
Yeah.
take responsibility for what you bring into the world instead of palming off the responsibility to someone else. Really.
Yeah, I get you. Yeah. I think we bored everyone to sleep.
I don't know. No one is
No,
willing
something.
to step up to the plate here. Like You know, we could
It's
ramble on
just
for
yeah.
hours and hours and hours, but if no one wants to step up to the plate and
I'm
join in,
I'm gonna jump. I'm gonna watch a clip from Goodwill Hunting.
oh, good.
One of the best movies.
Yeah.
And I didn't realize the teacher is the teacher that refers him. So Will is a brilliant genius, right? And the teacher finds out it's him and then refers him to a psychiatrist who is played by Robin Williams.
Mm-hmm.
And the teacher is played by the same chappie who was in the Marvel movies as the Professor guy.
Right. Okay.
You know, the guy who's walking, going around with no pants on.
Yep.
Yeah, same guy. It's just younger. This is funny. Oh,
There,
look
there
who it
you
is.
go.
So I'm going to watch
There you
this clip.
go.
You have a
Enjoy it.
great night. Good to
All right.
talk with you.
Yeah. Thanks for the chat, Hugh. Been cool. All right,
Yeah,
mate.
very cool. Take care.
Oh, that Hugh guy, so unreasonable.
Yeah, he's a dick.
Yeah, he should be banned.
Speaking of banned, I was timed out from some other server because I said that I believed in gravity. I believe the phenomenon, right? Things falling down, I call that gravity. And I was timed out. Like they expected some I don't know what it is with some people, man. They expect me to
Globers
not
server?
yeah,
Or Flat Earthers?
a Globers server.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Wow. Look, you can't deny that things fall down, can you, Jerry? Like it's a bit hard to
Exactly.
deny that. Like you're on a losing wicket if you're going to deny that things fall down.
Right.
But yeah, we should just change the word down, right, to gravity. Right, that would solve it all.
I think that's what they did.
But yeah, Hugh was in here earlier and said, I said, what's your proof of gravity? He goes, you're sitting in a chair.
Yeah.
I pissed myself laughing. It was so funny. That's about It's as good as any of the other ones have got, really. It's got probably just as much validity as them all. But have you heard people talk about something to do with electrons and protons? You know how they're and there was a fellow called Quasar a couple of years ago and said that we don't actually touch anything because of these.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, so I can squeeze
heard
my
that before.
fingers. Yeah, I can squeeze my fingers as tight as I can together, right? And they can feel like they're touching. I can feel all the pressure that they're touching, but they're actually not touching. And I went, "You're got to be joking me!" Like, so yeah.
Yeah, well that goes against the concept of space. I mean, if there's something everywhere, so nothing ever touches, then there's no emptiness.
Mm,
Something's always touching something else.
mhm. Yeah, yeah. What are you playing with writing?
Game?
Oh, okay. You're that
Is it?
space one.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, Kerbal, that's the one. Oh, that's the one where you had to manipulate your little asteroid or whatever you were doing.
Yeah, that took me a week. Now
Did
I'm
you
trying to.
land it or get it to where you needed to?
Yeah, eventually. Had to like basically turn it into a spaceship. Add all
Yeah, I
these
saw. Yeah, I saw all the rockets sticking out of one side of it. So you're going to be servicing your bikes yourself before you go riding, or you're gonna?
Yeah, I've got to give them a good once over, but I just like a proper noob stripped a sprocket bolt.
Mm.
Just is that what you call it actually? Like I didn't strip the thread off it, I stripped the head out of it.
Oh, you just rounded the head off it or something.
Yeah, like I had it's like a hex nut and
Yeah.
I just stupidly like heaved at it too hard because they're on so tight. And
Yeah.
I was using like not just an ordinary Allen key, but like an Allen key in a kind of wrench, clicky adapter thing. And
Yeah.
fucked up. So
Okay.
now ich haben no
It's called a ratchet, Harry. Come on.
ratchet. Isn't the ratchet the one that just goes and like will go
Yeah.
one way but not the other? Actually, it is. It was a ratchet. Yeah. But yeah, like sort of a bunch of little attachments that I think let it just get a little bit off kilter, and then I've screwed the head.
So do you take any spare parts with you at all, like any emergency parts, or you just wing
Yeah.
it when you break down? Like what sort of emergency kits, apart from maybe a couple of tubes or whatever? What sort of things do you?
Yeah, a couple of tubes, spare spark plugs. Although I've never really needed to change a spark plug, so I'm not quite sure why I'm doing that. But yeah, spark plugs, clutch cable, and what else? Yeah, a few other little like small pieces. Oh, I've also, I don't know if it was stupid, but I saw a quite cheap caliper rebuild kit, so it's got like little sort of rubbers and washers and stuff. But because it was so cheap and so light, I was like, oh, that could be good in case some bit on the caliper dies, brake calipers. That's about it. Part of the other choice of which bikes to get was the Suzuki DR650 has been like very popular bike for a very long time. So I thought, well, I don't really need to bring too many spares because I'm hoping around the world people will be like, oh yeah, I've seen plenty of these.
They're everywhere. Bits and bobs everywhere. Yeah. So will you do everything on credit card, Harry, or when you get to different countries, you'll get local cash and have some local cash on hand as well?
Yeah, I think lots of it on card, but I am a little concerned. Like I just remember from being in India, I would have to keep cash near me because I wouldn't want to run the risk of cops would they always used to like try and hit you up for cash,
Right.
and a
Okay.
quote unquote
Yeah.
fine, but it's clearly just a
Yeah. Yeah.
guy cop just trying to fleece you for some cash.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll do bits of both because between dodgy cops and bandits.
Mm-hmm.
Why won't you let me fill you? My mate who works on the mines in a coal mine has somebody who was there mining and then changed gender, so became a woman but stayed working in the mines. And I was like asking for an update about it, and he said they've now transitioned back. Oh, juicy. So
Okay,
I was immediately like, can you contact them? Can I please have a talk to them? I'd love to talk to them for my...
So, yeah, I've got to ask the question, writing. Was it a full transition one way and then a full transition the other way?
Yeah, I didn't actually ask about that. I don't know if they went as far as orchidectomy, the nuts off.
Yeah.
But I believe it was like they were on hormones enough that they had breasts that they've since had to get removed.
Yeah.
Talk about not being able to make up your mind.
Exactly.
Well, yeah, it's a tricky topic, but I like...
Get it? Mine?
Oh,
Works in
I
the
see.
mine.
No, I didn't get that. I just thought I couldn't hear you say the D. That was a good one. They couldn't make up their mind.
That would have been an interesting environment to transition into.
Yeah,
too.
there was another guy. He said there was another guy there who was working in the mines, who was like, came up and was like, "You better keep that thing away from me," and was like really not down with it. And he found out it was because this guy did time for murder because he thought somebody was a pervert, and he went out because they went and flashed him and his mates, and he went out and walloped him, and he died. So he did time for murder, and he was like apparently totally unrepentant, like, oh, I'd do it again, you know, and held the same view about this trans person, that they were just a pervert. Like, you better keep them away from me.
Is it one of the coal mines in Queensland, Harry?
No, it's New South Wales.
Yeah, I was in Gladstone for a while, which is one of Australia's busiest shipping ports because of all the coal mining and stuff there, and it's incredible. You know where I stayed had a gorgeous view of the ocean up on the hill and all that sort of stuff. Absolutely gorgeous view, but you'd go out and you'd lean on the balcony, and I didn't realise, the very first time I did it, I leaned on there, and I've got all this black stuff all over my hand. What the hell is that? And I had these black stripes and whatnot too on my pants, from the railings and what. Hell, anyway, gave it railing a good clean. I just actually initially thought it was just dust and stuff. Anyway, a couple of days later, I was out there again, and same sort of thing happened, and I didn't jerry it at first, had no idea, and I was down the pub one day, one afternoon after work, telling them, this story, and they said, "Oh yeah, it's just all the coal dust." And I go, "Coal dust? Well, what the hell?" "Oh yeah, when they put it in the ships and where they dump it at the depot there." And at this stage, I hadn't seen the actual depot itself. But anyway, eventually, when I did, I was driving wherever I was driving, and past this depot, this coal depot, and there were it looked like mountains of coal that got delivered, from the coal trains, and they just dump them there, and then from this big mountain, it's then taken by conveyor belt all the way down to the port, and then fed into the ship's hulls via conveyor belt. And yeah, you could literally see like this kind of black haze around the conveyor belt, like all the dust and whatnot from the coal being moved around, and that's just getting up in the air and stuff, and yeah, a bit of a health hazard, and would have been about oh, maybe 3 or 4 months later. A girl that I knew there, her dad was a grader operator at one of the mines, and the grader that he used to drive, all the graders that he drove there, and he'd been driving there for about, I don't know, 10 or 15 years thereabouts, like not his whole life, but anyway, the machinery that he always operated was all state of the art and very regularly updated. So he was always driving the newest and the best stuff, and he always had the doors closed and whatnot. And yeah, anyway, he got diagnosed with black lung, which is a symptom of the coal dust and stuff. and whatnot, and was given only 12 months to live because of the black lung from all the coal dust and stuff. It's just like, damn. I never did any research of around that area, what the rates of it were or whatnot. But after hearing that, it's kind of your eyes kind of widen up a bit. I was only there for a couple of months anyway after the fact, but like I said, just leaning on the balcony, getting all that dust all over you, and you clean it, and a couple of days later, it's just as bad. It's like this stuff is in the air all the time. Crazy, absolutely crazy. And a I think they got a sulfur mine too, which depending on the on the day and which way the wind was blowing. 'Cause, yeah, this one particular day, it's like, what is that putrid stench? I said,
Yeah,
oh,
because it smells like poo, huh?
yeah. It's just, oh, that's just from the sulfur mine. It's like, how far away is the sulfur mine? It's it's 40 kilometers this way, and I can smell it from here. Like that is just putrid, absolutely putrid. But yeah, it's amazing like how small the town is actually. That it's actually one of Australia's busiest shipping ports because of all the coal mining and the stuff there.
You know, technically, it's not mass attracting mass, right? It looks like that, but it's not. That's not what's going on.
You mean the bendy space-time business?
Yeah, like the mass warps the space around something so much that it gets pushed into that bigger mass.
Oh,
And people
well,
say all the time mass attracts mass, but that's not really what's happening.
Mm.
that's my favourite word, Jeremy. Push.
Yeah.
Pressure.
Exactly.
I don't know why they fight it so hard, really. It's astonishing. It
And
really
after,
is.
like, after I said, yeah, I mean, I believe like that's what we think we're seeing is mass attracting mass. They said, well, welcome to the globe. I said, what? What are you talking? All right. And then I was timed out for a day. I don't.
Damn.
Whose server was it on?
Bandy, am I allowed to say like
Yeah, you can say, mate. Yeah.
it was that kicking chicken?
Oh yeah.
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 They got an itchy trigger finger over there.
Oh, yeah. Some of them are a little bit precious, aren't they? To
Yeah.
be quite honest with you, like it's crazy. You know, I think apart from a couple of the topics, that we're trying to avoid, Jerry, being spoken about. I think we're very lenient here, and on the whole, fairly reasonable with our with our modding and what we do. There's always going to be objections.
It was a little nuts. What was it like for you? It would be last night with Zanuck and Rumpus and Rakia.
Oh,
Oh, it was a nightmare.
the last couple of nights have been just off the chain, Jerry, and it's like how many warnings can you really give people, and you're muting people on both sides, mate. Um, and all you can do is just do your best. But
I'm surprised you were up that late. And it sucks sometimes because, you know, Zanuck and, you know, Flat Earth Data, you know, Rumpus, like these guys know their shit, right? And like you want to hear. I think if your focus is to somehow beat someone at a conversation, like that's going to come out. Like your goal is going to be perceived as an attack, and then the other person is going to go back at you in, you know, similar fashion.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, if you just have a different opinion, or just there's no real point in kind of, I don't know, man. Just talk
Just have,
normal. Yeah,
just have a conversation. Yeah, just have a conversation, Jerry.
yeah.
Just have a conversation. Right? Nate is one character I really like talking to, and Gummy Bear too. I don't mind talking to. Like you can have some really nice conversations with these people. You can ask them questions, they can ask you questions, and you can try to come, take something down a logical kind of path from woe to go, without the intent of I'm right and you're wrong type of thing. I remember Nate and I just had a conversation just a few days ago that went for about an hour thereabouts, Jerry. And we were talking about angles. Angles is one of the big topics of the year, and that you need to establish two straight lines to be able to get an angle. And the big argument is, well, no, you can get an angle from from two curved lines or one straight line and a curved line, all this sort of stuff. But and from our side is, it's like, well, no, you need these two straight lines. And we went down this path where Nate in the end, right, actually agreed that yeah, you do need to establish these two straight lines. Now, whether or not the calculus itself isn't a straight line, but it forms a direction, right? That direction is still a straight line path that you can now calculate that angle that angle from. It's not necessarily a straight line, but it's a direction, which in essence is a straight line. And we came to a very happy medium where I was right and he was wrong once again. So it was all good in the hood.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, it's good though, just to have these conversations just on a normal level, Jerry. You're not screaming each other down and hand waving, dismissing everything. You're just trying and nut each other's reasoning out. So if nothing else, you can work out where they're coming from and why they think exactly what they think. So I don't know. I'm not here to change anyone's opinion myself. I know you're not, but you're going to hold your opinion, and if your opinion does change, well, that's going to be your choice, your decision, and your reasoning for however you come to that conclusion. But if your intent is to come here and change someone's mind, I think you're going to be battling a little bit, because that kind of comes out in how you conduct yourself too. And people will just double down. They'll double down and they won't listen to what you've got to say.
Well, I know that Harry is a communications coach.
Mm-hmm.
Are you there?
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think is like the overall issue when it comes to these kinds of conversations, and what would be the kind of solution?
The problem, I think, is dissonance. And depends. Like, I mean, I think that some of it is, for better or worse, for whatever reason, it is like people come here for the fight, like as you just said, Bandy, if you're trying to manage people having a like really unmanageable fight and you send them down to a different room, other people follow. Like, there is something addictive about that. But then there is also, like, if you experience dissonance, you experience that quite similarly to neurologically, they think, quite similar to an existential threat. Like you're physically under threat, so you sort of argue and fight back. I don't. It depends. I guess the question would be, what's the goal? What do we want to achieve?
Like here on this platform, or here as individuals?
Yeah, anywhere. It's sort of like in order to. I try to go away from talking about what's good and bad, because I think it's better to talk about what's effective. But if you want to talk about what's effective, you have to start with what's your intent.
Well,
So this thing's going to get me there. This thing's not.
I see, like this. Everybody has the same answer though. It's like, I'm here to spread the truth, flat Earth truth. So.
Oh my God. Oh, that's Gin 101. Bless his soul.
Yeah, so it's, I don't know. It's a tricky one.
Well, I don't think you're gonna change people's intention.
Yeah.
Right. But can the environment that they're in change the way that they do interact with people?
And and sort of, can you influence people? Because I could hear it from Jeremy the other day, who's usually very reasonable, but he was like, it was about gravity or something. Is a measurement of average or something like that, where he was like getting really, really angry. And I think some of the challenge with that is he's not really getting angry at the person he's talking to. He's getting angry at them on behalf of all of the other people he's talked to.
Yes.
So, which is difficult to do, right? Like, you can hear people. What's his name? Roland My Boulder was a good example, where he's like very fresh to the discussion, and you can hear people when they're freshly in. I think I was probably in this category as well, where it's virtually no effort for them to have a calm, rational conversation where they're just curious to learn what the other person thinks. Because when you first get to flat Earth, you're like, if ever I talk to anybody about flat Earth, they're like, what these, but what about photos from space? And I'm like, well, they think space is fake. And you're like, what? And there's like this childlike wonder, like, oh wow, that's really cool, that's really interesting and bizarre. So when it's all new to you, I don't think it causes much dissonance. But when you've heard the argument a few times, you're kind of easily frustrated by it, perhaps. And it's like it's I think important to be able to remember I'm having this. This is my first conversation with this particular person.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's what I found when I first got into it. Is I would have these kind of conversations, and there would be like I would sense like antagonism from the Globers, and I was like, dude, you don't even know me. Like, why are you so mad, man? Like, what's the problem?
Yeah, because they've heard the argument many times, and it no longer interests them. It just straight up frustrates them.
Right,
And
exactly.
and also I noticed this thing of like, because I think that a much better way of getting somebody, if you want somebody to change their mind or realize they were wrong, I think questions are a much better way to do it, but you need to explore it and understand it as they are. But what I often hear in this is like trying to fence the other person into a position regardless of whether they hold it. Like the other day with, who was it, Platypus or somebody, they're like, you believe in the Big Bang, and it just came out of like we weren't even talking about it. I was like, well, no, I don't really. Like I think it's sort of it doesn't to me make a whole lot of sense. But it's like it's because you need that person to hold that position so that you can argue against it.
I find it funny, and with whatever topic is being discussed, and I think it's more interesting actually. You know, the reasoning behind why someone thinks what they're thinking, and why they're thinking, and that logical process of like kind of how they got there, and can you in any way, shape or form, back up, instead of just saying, or one of my big things has been, you can't move anything without the application of pressure. And I've been banging on about that for years. There was an old server called Crash about 4 years ago. Terry from Gem Server writing, the
Yes,
other
I think
Aussie.
so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yes. So this whole thing about pull and push and pressure, I was talking about this about 4 years ago, at least, and um, and I think I think I can reasonably kind of back up why I think how I think about it. Okay, other people can disagree, but I think I can take like someone like Nate down a path, why I think it, and um, he might not necessarily agree, but he can definitely see the reasoning, behind things, and whatnot. Um, you know, his thing will always be, the pulling force is always going to be gravity and all that sort of stuff. But anyway, that is what it is. But when a person kind of knows what the answer is going to be, like last night I heard Zanuck saying, this has been explained to you, a hundred different times. So don't have to explain it again. And yet, Zanuck, you are here again, arguing this point, right? You know what I mean, writing? Like it's just like, okay, then it might have been, you may have told them, 100 million times, but maybe there's actually someone in the room that actually hasn't heard it, right? And so why are you here? Are you just here for shits and giggles? Are you just here for the argy bargy and for the over talking and the monologuing and all that sort of stuff? Like, why is your reason? If you actually do, if you do actually think you've genuinely got something to pass on, well, then pass it on.
Yeah, it's because I think it's like it even reminds me of training, because I've been doing most of the training I've been doing has just been delivering the same program again and again for ages now. And if that's like, I view it as a useful way to practice going, well, how can I say the same thing? Because I notice similar things happen elsewhere in my life. Like I'll explain how to do an exercise, but because I've explained what I want people to do in this exercise literally thousands of times, probably tens of thousands of times, when somebody doesn't get it, I'm like, you're kidding, right? Do you know what I mean? You're not gonna understand this. But it's just because like I've done it so many times. I get it. I know what's happening.
Yeah.
So it's how do you, I think that's what makes this place a useful practice. But exactly as you say, you need to sort of take each conversation freshly and go, well, even if they're saying something that I disagree with, how can I use this as an opportunity to explain it better or differently, or in a way that, you know, a reasonable person would struggle to disagree with.
Mm-hmm. What do you reckon one of the biggest problems is, Jerry? Seeing you brought up the topic.
Oh man, I don't know. I just think that I think people just aren't at peace with whatever they believe in. It's like there's something bugs them about other people having a different opinion, or I don't. And I kind of sense that from you. It's like I don't really give a shit if you think that the Earth is a globe or flat. Like who gives a fuck? But some people just want to prove it for some reason, or they want to make fun of people who think the other thing. As there's some kind of inner conflict going on. I think that's the bottom line. I think.
Yes, it's funny, isn't it? This sort of, how do you I think he's been stopped the whole time. Why are you bothered by what somebody else thinks? But I am. Like, if I know that somebody else believes something different, I'm like, I need to change it.
Yeah, not necessarily change it, but just kind of learn about it, and then you could kind of go from there and like maybe kind of subtly work your way into their head and change their mind that way, maybe. But I think the only way to really change someone's mind is to be at peace with what you believe.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, most definitely.
Yes, I think but I mean, but on both sides, I think this flat Earth discussion it entices or lures a lot of very adversarial people, or lures people who aren't adversarial to become adversarial. Like, you know, because I know a couple of people who believe in that the Earth's flat, but they don't engage in discussion about it. Or like, there's one guy I contacted a while back because I think
not a belief. It's not a belief.
Yeah, like that. That's great.
Oh man.
Where like I contacted him. I was like, "Hey, I heard you live near Sydney and you're into like permaculture and stuff, but you're into the flat Earth. Do you want to have a talk about it sometime?" And he was just like, "No, not interested in talking about it. I've discovered that the Earth's a stationary plane, but I'm no longer interested in the debate." And I think, yeah, that's sort of what you're talking about, Jerry, where you're like, you're just kind of at peace with it and yourself, so you don't have
Yeah.
any need to.
And I used to, sorry to cut you off, but I used to listen to a lot of atheist versus Christian debates, and there would be people in these Google Hangouts who didn't say much, but I knew what position they were, and for some reason, like, they held more sway over my opinion than someone else who was all like loud about it and just yelling. Oh, it's like, I think it's that confidence that really sells it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, if something's working for you, then you're not yelling about it. Like, it's working. You get it?
Yeah.
The ballers hate that the worst though, Jerry. They don't like that you're happy with your new paradigm.
Oh yeah, I
Because
know.
that means that there's more and more people just going to be comfortable with it rather than trying to argue with it as if they doubt it's the truth.
Yeah, look, there is definitely, Dave, proponents on both sides, right, that feel the need to be adversarial and preach for
Well, yeah.
whatever, and they don't seem at peace. You know, these people that are the loudest and most robust, to me, sometimes it almost gives the impression, well, you're not quite as, you're trying to prove it to yourself.
Yeah.
You're doubling down you're doubling down on it, like you're not at peace with where you are.
That's one explanation for it, but I think at the same time, a lot of it on both sides is that if the paradigm does shift, then they know how uncomfortable they'll feel with the new paradigm and everyone thinking something completely different than, if the majority ever thinks, the new way, or if the majority keeps thinking the old way, then it has a lot to do with your day-to-day interactions and feeling about the, just the universal consciousness. That's what changes, and you feel it all in a slight way. What the majority feels about things. And that's the thing. And just not to get into the conversation about what's been happening the last few years, but I can see just to have your own family completely at the opposite ends of the spectrum due to this one thing, and now completely physically separated from each other, and these things, if you can't communicate about the very basic nature of reality or nature of what's going on in the world, then it just gets you panic. It's good. That's why for these kind of hangouts is our salvation. We couldn't talk to anybody about this shit.
Like I said, I'm in a blessed place because I can talk about it here, and I can talk about it in my personal life. My kids. I've got a daughter that thinks that she lives in a matrix, Dave. This is nothing, just a big computer simulation matrix, type of thing.
Yeah, but you would never be like, don't talk to me ever again.
No, not at all. No, not at all. And
or just we can't talk about that. But don't mention Matrix again.
Yeah,
Right.
we often talk about things, quite often, and I find it invigorating to be able to do it freely in my personal life, whether it's with my family or my friends.
Yeah, my whole family's been separated just from politics. My whole life. I remember my grandpa being on a different page than my mom and her sister brother, and just the dinner conversations couldn't go there,
Yeah.
or if they went there, they would actually. I mean, this topic's worse than politics because it's people will not engage in the conversation. They won't even act like this conversation is even a valid one to have. That's how triggered it makes. At least with politics, you could take a side and be okay at the end of it. But this one's like, no, you're changing my paradigm. You're going to change my paradigm. I feel like I'm tripping. I'm not going to talk to you. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I do think there is a reasonable differentiation with that, which is with any belief that you abide in other people, and it is just a harm principle. And I think that's one people like. I mean, it's actually also one of the things Jonathan Haidt talks about in his book, where he said the more liberal people are, the more likely they are to have a harm principle, whereas the more conservative people are, they are more likely to have an absolute. So, which is linked actually with a disgust response, which is really interesting, like how much you feel like grossed out by getting a bit of puke on you, or a really gross story or something like that. Like you heard it the other day when he wasn't quite trolling, but Gummy Bear was talking about all these really gross scenarios, and
yes, I remember.
Losing their shit. And you can have a conversation in a liberal audience and they will laugh and giggle about it and express how disgusted they are, but they won't be as disgusted, is one thing that his research suggested. And they won't make rules against it. So if you say, like the other one, I mean, the one about brothers having sex grosses me out quite a bit. But the other one that is in his book is about a guy doing stuff with a chicken, a dead chicken. And I think that can be that's another sort of when people get, because I don't think there's conservative or liberal. I think we are conservative on different topics. And
it was very surprising that night riding how quickly polarized the room became. It was almost instantaneous, and it was.
Same thing with the pee drinking conversation. That people, and not that there was that many people on the pee drinking side, but definitely has that effect.
Look, you want to. That's not that's not my cup of tea, and God, it was spoken about for 3 hours or whatever it was.
Not your cup of tea. It's not your cup of tea.
He talks about pee. And
exactly right.
That guy anymore. He's clearly got
issues. But see, and that's when I think when he came in riding, you made a comment, and he hadn't gone down that path just then, and you go, oh, this is that
pee drinking guy, because he's always going to talk about pee drinking. And what did he do?
Oh yeah, exactly. And anyway, I ended up calling you.
Fair enough. Which is fair enough.
I ended up calling you out for it and telling you to shut up, and or whatever. I can't remember exactly what I said. It was something very similar to those lines, because the topic hadn't come up yet. I didn't want it to come up because it doesn't interest me.
I stuck on it for ages, and it's like it's fine to mention it or to talk about science or something like that. Just endlessly talking about it. Yeah, which is, and that's why I think we're conservative on different issues, because that topic kind of does. Well, no, I've drunk piss. Have I shown you my piss drinking video?
That might be gross, but you did it on camera.
But
why did you make a piss drinking video?
Why not? Obviously,
because I'm interested in the apocalypse, and
if you could survive.
Yeah, it's about how you could distill any water, and as my brother says in the video, he goes, I just wanted to pick the most offensive thing.
Yeah.
Okay. So how did it taste? Was it distilled pee? So it was distilled pee. Like the astronauts drink.
Distilled back into a shot glass of water, and then we all drank some of the water.
Did it taste like just water, or completely?
Yeah.
Did you have a little bit of the rest?
Very, very clean. I mean, it's definitionally, apart from the problem with splashes, so we probably had some pee in there because it's really difficult to piss in a tray without getting splashes that end up on the tarp that you're putting over it. which you don't want. You want the only thing to come up from the top is the
Right.
condensate or whatever you call it.
But yeah, that I actually do find that what's is it Seren? I think it's Seren. The guy's
Yeah,
name is going.
that was
I
crazy.
actually,
That his story,
yeah,
300
but
pounds in bed, 14 hours a day. That was crazy.
yeah, he is an interesting cat to talk to.
Very interesting. Yeah, I was
Like,
interested to hear why he thinks what he thinks, not just
yeah,
criticize him for thinking what he thinks.
exactly, and that's why because I've heard him talk about P, God knows how many times, kind of coming
Maybe
up.
4 or 5 times for me.
Yeah, and it's just like I don't want to talk about this. Could we change the topic type of thing? And I think I ended up leaving the room or whatever because it just kind of wouldn't stop it. I wasn't really interested in the conversation. To be honest with you, I was happy for other people to talk about it, but I didn't really want to listen to it, too much myself.
Think of how funny it'd be if it was just like about the taste of it. Like he just liked drinking pee. It wasn't for any benefits or anything. Like then
Yeah,
it would be really
exactly.
uninteresting.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
it's annoying
yeah,
because it's like
yeah,
you could be immortal.
yeah,
You can have
yeah.
it'll be good for you. Like wait a minute, now that aggravates me. I don't want to know that. Because if it is, then I might consider it. I don't want that.
But the guys,
It makes you
whatever.
immortal. Come on, new perspective. Sorry, this is exactly you were asking, Bandy. What makes my dissonance perk up? And it was I just suddenly perked up at that, and so I can walk you through it. And it was again the harm principle, I think, where I was like, once I clock the idea that new perspective might drink piss because it might make him immortal, I'm like, no, and that's when my suddenly I must debunk this pops up.
Right. It could be the opposite. That's the other thing that's annoying. It's not just something that you do that could be harmless and then still, possibly make you live forever, but it's something that actually could be detrimental to your health and people are saying it. So who knows? That's the thing.
Yeah, it's so hard to tell.
Yeah.
But he's like I said, he's an interesting cat, and just about anything he talks about, he's got a link, he's got a paper, he's got something to kind of back up what he says. He's an interesting cat as far as that is concerned.
Saved his life, right? He was at the end of his ropes basically, and he turned his life around. So, I think he was telling the truth. I don't think he was lying. I really don't. I don't think he's trolling.
I don't think immortality is a real thing, and if it was, I think we would know about it by now.
Oh no, I don't think it's. I don't think he's right about it. I think he believes it, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
or at least to some degree.
Yeah.
Totally backwards. I was like, oh god.
No. But when he talks about say how to treat water or how to make rainwater and stuff like this, and you asked for a link, and he sent me a couple of different links and stuff, and it's just like bang, this is what you do, or someone else asks for a link, he'll pop something in the chat. Like the guy, it seems to be crazy some of the stuff that he says. The immortality stuff, but a lot of the other stuff he's definitely got some substance to back up what he's saying too. So
and that's even more frustrating because if he's right about that, then he might be right about the pee drink. It's like, wait a minute, you're supposed to have all bad information so I can write you off.
Yeah, I remember because.
It's like with anything, with the flat Earth or any of these other conspiracies, we try to tell people that, if we hadn't tried to get them to understand about some of the bigger ones earlier, they might have listened to us when this last thing came around, almost like they planned it. So that by the time, it was important for people to believe us, or at least take us seriously enough to look into it. That means they'd have to consider that, all the other things that we were saying might be true. So they just refused to even look into it at all due to that risk. Crazy the way it's set up. It's brilliant, but I think that's totally what's going on.
My heuristic I would apply to it is, in order for that to be true, it just seems extraordinarily difficult that something as simple as drinking piss that people have been forced to do, like out of starvation and stuff. You've heard stories about it, right? Something that's so easy to do, with all of human history, we haven't spotted yet that piss drinking is really, really, really good for you. Like,
Right.
no,
And
now.
you'd think it'd be intuitive, like it would smell better, or it would have more of like a,
Exactly.
you know, the
Name
quality
something else.
that makes you think that might be a good idea.
Yeah.
Right.
Name something else that you should consume regularly that tastes horrible and has a smell that makes your eyes water.
Right. Exactly.
Every
Right.
other thing like that is like perfume and shit where you go, I immediately know without putting that in my mouth that I won't like it.
Right.
That's why,
Right.
like vomit, poop. Could you imagine putting poop in your mouth? No, you immediately can't.
Right.
It's terrible for you because it is waste product and it's meant to smell that way. Whereas flies are like, give me some of that poop, and it probably tastes good to flies.
All right. So, writing, if you knew you could live forever, but you had to eat all your own poop forever, would you do it?
Yeah, I wouldn't want to live forever. Can you imagine? That's actually purgatory.
That would be a terrible, terrible
forced,
existence.
That's quite funny, actually. I really like that idea. You are forced to do a really silly thing.
Right, but you can live forever.
Yeah, you can live forever, but you're stuck in this abject misery of getting up every morning, and it's like every day it tastes just like you're eating your own poop. And you,
Right.
and
Would I-
the reward is you can do that forever. It's like, is that a reward?
Right.
Would I age, or would I kind of look the same?
You would age. I know you wouldn't age. That's the whole thing. You could just stay your age, the age you are now. Would you do
I
it?
don't know, Harry. That sounds like living forever, and I wouldn't age. I mean, that's like.
Well, I guess if you, but the thing is, I guess if you stop,
day.
you would die, right? Because the whole deal is you'd have to keep doing it.
So you're going to become this weird immortal. You're going to smell like poop, right? Let's be clear.
You're forced.
You're going to be the poop smelling god. It's a stinky, stinky.
No, you could do it without smelling all the time.
Now,
Nah.
we brought this up. I actually brought this up because we were talking about pee drinking, and it led to this question, and then it was kind of like just a fun question to talk about for a second. But you know, the question then was, could you eat other food too, or would it only be all your own poop? And then would that work? And then how eventually, what would you just be poop and poop?
I wouldn't do that. No chance in hell.
You're not an Ouroboros. Like, it is waste product. And here's another one. Name another animal, particularly, preferably a mammal, that drinks its own poop or pee. Is there any other animal? Some mark territory with it. That's what I've seen with pee. I know they sniff, like, boys are really curious about girls' pee for, like, dogs and cats and things.
Isn't there?
None of them drink it, though, do they?
No, but isn't there is it an ape or a monkey that eat fecal matter?
Dogs will eat other animals. You'll regularly see dogs eat like a rabbit or a fox's.
Yeah.
So that's maybe you should eat. Well, there's actually interesting science about fecal transplants suggesting it does all sorts of things, including help weight loss and behavior change. You develop an appetite for different kinds of behavior, apparently.
Right. Okay. That's it. Oh, damn. So you get the old stuff sucked out and new stuff put back in.
Yeah, essentially.
Okay. Interesting. Whatever floats your boat. Whatever floats your boat. But that whole I remember there was a shop in Victoria that opened up maybe about 10 years ago, and its sole thing was bowel clean out. So you go in there for an animal, and they stick a tube up there and pump whatever they do into you and suck everything out. I don't know if it was fecal transplants, but it was all about cleansing and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, that's very popular. But we can get off the poop topic. But yeah, that's something people do and they feel like $1 million afterwards, supposedly. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm happy to talk about anything. We want to talk about.
I'm a little bit. This topic's a little shitty.
Yeah, it's a little bit getting a little bit messy.
A shitty topic to listen to, I imagine.
Yes. Well, let's follow on
For too long, at
and
least.
not. Let's follow on and not follow through to another topic, shall we?
I think that writing mentioned Jeremy was triggered about something, and I think it was about the galaxies moving away from each other faster than the speed of light, even though special relativity.
I heard him talking to somebody else about that, but I didn't.
Oh, okay.
We weren't about that.
It was something about gravity.
Yeah, something I don't remember.
Here's some. I'm going to put some screenshots in the live stream voice text here. We could talk about.
Well, if we're talking about gravity and the expansion of space, then gravity is a pushing force, isn't it? Not a pulling force.
Well, that I was just gonna, one of the things I was going to bring up is that they claim that gravity pulls, right? And there is no pull, as we know.
As there is only push. Exactly.
I don't know what that means.
What
you don't?
Means? What do you mean you don't know what means? Writing.
I don't know what there is no push, only pull. I don't. What's which is which?
Well, there is to move things. To move them, you got to push them. You can't pull them. Basically, there is no pulling force. There is only a pushing force.
Okay.
Basically, in a nutshell.
Do you get it? Do you get why?
The chief proponents. Sure, tell me.
Well, Michio Kaku said in a documentary about relativity that's the problem that Newton had. So Einstein, because there was nothing pulling it. So then Einstein came along and said that it relativity, and the reason why he's sitting in the chair now is because Earth has warped the space around him, and space is pushing him down. There's no such thing as gravitational pull. Things move because they're pushed, not pulled.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. I don't
Because it has to have a force acting upon it, and it's even like say you're even with like a rope that you're pulling, what you're technically doing is pushing it towards you, just in the opposite direction. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You get what? Yeah.
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 And in the screenshots, I'll just read it off. In the screenshots I put, it says gravity is a force, which means that it pulls on things. But the Earth isn't the only thing which has gravity. Now, these are just from different explanations. These aren't official, but these are the things that Google comes up with. Then there's the next one, which is you actually exert a gravitational. Wait, the question is, what is gravity? What gravity is the Earth being pulled by? Right. So they're describing it as pulled many times over at all these different sites. You actually exert a gravitational force on the Earth, but because your mass is many times smaller than the Earth's mass, your pull is much less than the Earth's. So they over and over again describe it as pulling. And the next one, let's see. At what altitude does gravity stop? This is funny, right? So at 11 kilometers, it says you can successfully break orbit and escape the gravitational pull of the Earth. Doesn't seem like very high, does it? 11 kilometers?
No, not at all.
It says at 10 kilometers, the Earth will eventually slow down your ascent until you begin falling towards the ground. I mean, just the whole thing, as far as not being intuitive, eggshells, can't you see why gravity's, pulling, you're going to fall to Earth no matter what, but at some point you just start floating, and how crazy that really is just intuitively. that it would work that way.
Yeah, it just sounds wrong. Like the
Right.
gravity is a squared function, I think, and that just means it drops off dramatically, but it's technically never zero. So that just sounds. Who's? I mean, I don't know who you're talking about, so it just sounds like a quote from somebody who's wrong. Or
Well, no, I'm talking about just the general idea that you get far enough away from the Earth and you're floating instead of you know,
it's just not, yeah, it's
instead
not
of
the
falling,
case.
right? Well, you're falling. You're just falling at you have to have acceleration or what is it? Like the ISS, it's falling towards Earth. It's not floating,
Free fall.
right? And and it's just at just the right distance with just the right momentum or whatever to make sure that it's perpetually falling. That's another thing that seems like a magical answer on the globe's part. The magical, perpetual falling that everything's doing. The moon's falling towards us just perpetually forever. I understand why they say it works like it does, but it's just another one of those give me a break type things. Doesn't make it makes sense. As far as the calculations go and the way that it's explained, if that were the case, but just on a surface level, it sounds like too magical to be real.
Okay. Yeah. I feel you on that. And I don't even think I disagree. I think it sounds improbable. Like that's the game I'm playing now. It won't let me share my screen. It sort of stays. Is it stuck for anybody else just on a plane in the sky? Oh no, it isn't. I'm trying to make a space station. Yeah, you gave a really good description of it. You know orbital velocities. The speed you're going is the circle you will draw. So the faster I can show you. Actually, let me just take this back to the vehicle assembly building and I can show you some of mine in orbit. But what you need to put into that orbit is speed. If you can expend speed, i.e. accelerate, you'll be in a higher orbit. You'll orbit that body at a higher level. And so you can use that to sort of do things. But you're exactly right. It's like you're falling towards it. It's a acceleration. It's not. It's very confusing.
And you can do that at different levels or is it like a Goldilocks zone? Of only like there has to be a Goldilocks zone, right? You could be perpetually falling and still not ever reach the place you're falling to. But if you get too close, you'll definitely fall. And if you get too far away, then you're not going to orbit any longer, right?
If you become, not so much if you get so far away as much as you go into a different object's sphere of influence, typically. So
right.
You could be lost to one body and then but you would still fall into the well that is all of these stars, the planets are all going the same way around the central sun. So even if you got flung off from the Earth, which is here, which is Kerbin, you might not get caught by these because if you've got enough orbital velocity to get out this way, you're probably going to keep going further. But the faster things go, the faster they're going there, but the longer they take. So these guys I've got in near here are like, ISS level, kind of a bit lower than the ISS. But there's a plane that I sent up to rescue some Kerbals that were stuck in space. They'll be going really quite slowly. Whereas out here, this one's going far quicker. That's the only way it can have such a big radius. So essentially this R value is going to be directly proportional to that speed. But there's no point at which this stops. You can just keep zooming out. It's just once you left my sphere of influence that the gravity of Earth was negligible, you're still in this giant thing that's holding all the other things proportional directly to mass. Whether it is mass attracting mass, who knows? But it's a really good, simple shorthand to get the gist of it. And I think you described it really well. I'm geeking out.
Yeah, I definitely love this stuff. Like I said, I was a big Stephen Hawking fan, and the idea of theoretical physics and stuff was something that I thought I knew as a fact, but now I realize it was just mostly mental masturbation.
Okay. Like, yeah, we both think that of one another's assertions, don't we? So I'm building a space station.
That's pretty much what it is, though. You know, flat earthers often compare like the heliocentric model to like a girlfriend that, you know, the ballers just don't want to admit cheating on them. You know, that scenario you always hear. Like if your girlfriend was cheating on you, wouldn't you want to know? But I think for ballers, it's more like they really just want the idea of a girlfriend, like that they can imagine and treat like a whore. That'll
Whoa,
do
what the
whatever they
fuck?
want. You know what I'm saying? They want
What
the
are you
whore
saying?
model in their mind that they can mentally masturbate to. They don't want the one they commit to because the model can change at any time, right? So, but they want to keep that same whore in their head as that, you know, lifelong whore that they can make into anything they want.
But
They
I
don't
mean,
want you to take it away.
is that scientific, Dave? To just stick with something
Completely.
even when you're presented with new evidence? Don't you change
No,
your
you're
model
right.
in
No,
accordance
I
with
think
the
it's
new
true.
evidence or new observations you make?
Exactly. That's why that's why it has to be just a model in your head. It can't be a wife you commit to. You know, and I think I'm saying flat earthers are wrong to make the analogy of it
But
being a
doesn't your
girlfriend
wife
when really it's
change
just
the longer you stay with her? Like if you're in a long-term relationship with your wife, you and your wife at year 1 are not going to be the same people you are at year 30. You're going to change and grow with each other. And as your
right.
wife changes, you adjust to her new habits. Maybe she stops having periods, starts going through menopause, this, that, and the third. She's changing. So you need to adjust to the changes she's going through.
Definitely.
Well, you could treat it like that. But you see it like something that's real. I'm saying it's not real, and that's why you have to keep it in your mind as this thing you can change to suit the the reality that you're trying to place on it. You know, like there's little patches and stuff that the model has to come up with, and it's kind of like treating her like a whore in that way. Like you change it at will to make it fit, like with dark matter or whatever it is that needs to be put there, so that it continues to work.
I don't know. The whore thing's really weird to me. I don't follow it at all, mate.
Well, you know, like I'm saying the flat earthers compare it to a girlfriend where, you know, like wouldn't you want to know if your girlfriend's cheating on you? But I'd say the ballers look at it more like a whore that they think of while they're mentally masturbating. That's a better analogy is all I'm saying.
It's so weird. It's so weird. Yeah, I mean,
There's
certain
no
ones
long
in this
commitment. There's
forum,
no
I would
long-term
agree,
commitment needed that way.
we get excited, because I think it is. I mean, I think it's worth getting excited about. It's quite a cool. I get to learn cool things. I wouldn't be playing Kerbal right now if it wasn't. But I mean, I don't think that's. Yeah, I certainly think that's probably true of the people who come into these conversations.
Don't get me wrong. Some guys end up marrying the whores that they're dating, you know, and they end up like divorced a few times over. But I'd say just like the heliocentric model, they're constantly trying to justify their relationship to their friends. You know, like it's okay. You know, she's cool. She's she's not the one I want to bring home to mom, but I got this. I'm keeping her. Sorry, guys. I was just trying to continue that analogy a little bit. She's been passed around too many years, you know, too many creeps having their way with her. Heliocentrism.
Yeah.
I mean, none of us are saying these things right now.
I'm sorry.
Night.
What am I doing wrong, Benson? I think I'm giving you a very good explanation.
Okay, then. When I ask for the mechanism, right? When I ask for the mechanism, right, of this pulling force, and you say the pull is directly proportional to the product of their mass and inversely proportional to the square of the distance between their centers. You can measure this using a gravimeter.
And I posted an image of it.
Now, where in that explanation did you show me the mechanism?
Like what caused, like the cause of this happening?
Right. Exactly. Like now, because I can explain to you the mechanism of how a bicycle works, right? You gotta obviously, jump on it. You know, you get your dad to hold you. Right? You put your feet on the pedal and you push down on the pedals, and that'll move the chain, which is attached to the cogs, and that'll move the front cog, which is attached to the back cog, which is attached to the wheel, and then that will push you in a forward momentum. Right now, that's the mechanism, right? All you've given me basically is a mathematical formula. Something is proportional to the inverse square root that is proportional to the infinity times distance between two centers. It's kind of like a mathematical formula.
Okay, so you want the
Right?
underlying mechanism?
Well, naturally, right?
Okay,
I
let me.
want the meat and the bones, Nate.
So if you have an object of matter, it's releasing a gravitational field. The moment you bring any other object of matter within that gravitational field, what's going to happen is that object of matter is going to bend the space-time around it. So you have object A bending the space-time around it. It's massive. You have object B, which has entered this gravitational field. So object B was traveling along a straight line through space and time. As it enters this gravitational field, because of the energy mass content of object A, which is very massive, it's able to bend the curvature of space-time. So the path along which object B is traveling becomes bent. So it's still traveling on a straight line, but it's traveling on a straight line through a curved or bent surface. So it's traveling along a geodesic. So it'll travel along this geodesic, but it depends on how far away it is from object A. If it's far enough from object A, it can travel along a geodesic and be in continual free fall. But if it's too close to object A, the way we are too close to the Earth, our geodesic, the trajectory of it will take us straight into Earth. And we see this manifest as things falling to the ground.
Okay, then.
I can show you with a landing actually that what you do is you point retrograde, which is you point opposite to the way you're going, and you blast your rockets because you're trying to wash off a lot of speed. And what Lise is talking about, you will see that rather than being a circle around the planet you're on, it becomes a tiny little parabolic hump and then eventually goes straight down. And that means you've bled off all of your lateral speed. So now your only vector to fall is straight towards the body. It's quite cool to look at too. Like once you get it, you're like, oh yeah, that is kind of how that would work. You get a feel for it rather than an explanation. It's quite fun.
So how does something reach out and grab something and pull it towards it?
Being big, according to this, that's just by being big. That's what things do. You know, it's sort of, it's like yeah, why is up and down? I guess is the question we're talking about, isn't it?
Well, there is no up and down. It's just towards the center of the earth, right? No matter where you are.
Well, there's got to be a mechanism where it there's that ball over there, and I have a spear gun that's attached to a rope, right? And I fire that spear gun into that thing, and I wind it in. And even though all this is obviously a pushing force, but it is exactly. That somehow.
Isn't that how they get away with it? They say that it's bending of space-time, which pushes things towards each other, but actually the way they describe it is always as pull.
Exactly.
You guys got to admit there's a direct contradiction there.
Exactly.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So do you think gravity pulls?
Well, because what did you say at the very beginning, Jerry? Say what you said again, Jerry, if you're still available.
Yeah, when something falls towards Earth, it's because the Earth has curved the space around that thing, and then space pushes that thing into the Earth, or that space that Earth has created.
Which is totally not mass attracting mass.
Yeah, it's
not
definitely
the same
not
thing. I don't know how they
mass-attracting
can be,
mass.
but they say it's compatible with it. So
It
is
is.
that where the push becomes a pull? Is that what the compatibility is?
No. The
So do you think there's
compatibility
a
is
pull?
I think that it's just described, loosely as a pull, but more precisely by, scientists as a push.
Yeah,
Like,
Well,
I think
precise.
the
No,
way
you
you
can't
described
say
it's
it.
kind of bang
But
on,
they're
Joe.
saying it's gravity when they describe mass attracting mass, which is what they have to do with the pulling, the attraction towards each other. That's totally a different thing than the space-time bending and having things push towards each other. It's the opposite, actually.
well, the problem that they had was, given relativity, there's no way to objectively tell which mass is attracting what. So they just had to say that the mass that was greater caused a, kind of gravitational well, and then space pushed it into the other one. You get
Again,
what I'm
treating
saying?
it like a whore,
Yeah,
just changing
exactly.
it at will to make it work.
What are you guys talking about?
We're talking about what you guys believe in, right? The bending and warping of space time, pushing everything towards everything else.
Y'all are making it sound so
But then
weird.
describing it as if it's pulling.
Yeah.
Well,
It's kind of like having your cake and eating it too, right?
so
Having
this
your
is the
whore and
thing
eating her too.
with Newtonian with the Newtonian, with the universal law of Newtonian gravitation. Yes, it is described as a pulling force. But when it comes to general relativity, it's not described as a force at all. So it doesn't have a push or a pull. It's more just a weak interaction between matter, energy, and space-time, which causes the trajectory and velocity of matter and energy to change through space and time. So, matter energy tells mass how to bend. Sorry, tells space-time how to bend, and then space-time tells matter energy how to move. It's just this interaction, this song and dance there, but we don't call that a force. It doesn't have a push or a pull.
A weak interaction.
Yeah, because other forces tend to have stronger interactions than what this pseudo force has. You would only see a strong interaction if you were dealing with something very massive or with a lot of energy within it. Otherwise,
Okay, so
if it's something the size of you, the interaction is very weak because we don't see things orbit around you, even though you, Dave, are exerting a gravitational effect on the sun. But because interaction is very weak, we don't see it.
I got some things in the. I put another screenshot in the live stream. This one says, over time, the pull of gravity from our solar system's two largest gas giant planets, Jupiter and Saturn, caused the shape of the Earth's orbit to vary from nearly circular to slightly elliptical. So, first of all, gas planets, that's something I've always wondered about. How the fuck do you have a gas planet that has more? I mean, think about the contradiction it would seem with a gas planet affecting the gravity of anything, or being larger than the Earth, or having more mass than Earth.
What's the issue?
Do you know what quality is associated with gas? Like you can tell which planets will and won't have a lot of atmosphere.
So there's no surface, right?
No, there's one main variable that will determine whether a thing is going to have a lot of the thing I'm trying to say. You know what I'm trying to say? What's the main
No.
quality that you would expect with a gas giant? How could you know a gas giant is probably going to be this?
It smells like farts.
Giant. It's going to be massive.
Gas.
It's not going to be
Gas.
low. Yeah, gas goes with mass, is what I'm saying. And the reason that happens is the same thing that Lisa's describing. All of those molecules of whatever gas, air comprises of on that planet will be constantly falling towards that planet, also with some sort of vector, right? It's going left or going right. These tiny little molecules all bouncing off one another like bouncing balls. But the only thing that can keep that in is a lot of mass. Planets with low mass will not have atmosphere. There's like some exceptions. I don't mean like it suddenly starts at a certain point, but there are ones that are so big they cannot not have atmosphere, and so small that they just don't have any. It just goes away.
So so what's the surface made of? If they have surface, what's the surface made of?
My understanding is pretty shady, but I think it doesn't quite make sense to talk about when the surface is, because what you're going to know that you've got is the very densest matter in the middle, and then less and less and less dense all the way out. That I think it's kind of like it turns. There's probably this point. I guess there's 3 states of matter, isn't there? So it has to go from a gas, I would presume liquid. What is below the surface? I would presume, liquid, and then solid or molten or some sort of weird extra high pressurized stuff under the ground that we might not even know about yet.
They just have swirling surfaces above a solid core. Is what this says.
If they're to be believed, sure. That sounds.
So you could basically, like, if you could possibly get in a vehicle that was able to withstand all the gas temperatures or whatever it is, you could just drive straight to the core without going through anything solid. There's nothing solid but the core.
I'm not sure what that means.
They don't have surfaces. It says a gas giant
They don't have
is a
solid
large planet mostly composed of helium and hydrogen. These planets, like Jupiter and Saturn in our solar system, don't have hard surfaces.
Yeah, they don't
Instead,
have
have
solid
swirling
surfaces.
gases above a solid core.
Yeah, but they do have a surface. I mean, you see the surface when you look at them. It's just not solid like ours is. If you dropped a coin, it wouldn't go clink as it hits the surface floor. It would just keep on falling through it. It might reach a layer where it would start floating in that layer, because of density and whatnot. But it's still a surface. It's just not solid like ours is.
Well, again, it just seems like it's a magical description. It would seem. I'm not saying it's not. Well, I am saying it's not true, but at the same time, I'm saying if it was true, it's hard to believe because of the shape of it looking so solid. And if it was just gases swirling, you would think it would have a more gaseous look, or it wouldn't look solid at all. It wouldn't have that perfect sphere-like looking thing. Again, it's that perfect sphere that's somehow held together without a pulling force, right? So if there's no pull, because there's no pull.
If there's no pull, could I present to you a possibility when it comes to this? There is no pull business, and say I think even if there is no push or no pull, if there is no push or if there was no pull, we definitely have 2 words for it. So if we've got 2 words for it, what do we mean when we say those words?
Because it's a semantic. It's not a semantic.
Yeah.
Pull is the way you describe it, but pull is not the actual force.
Please let me finish. Come on. What I
thought
think
you
we
were.
mean, I've been sitting thinking about this, is it depends what side of the object you're on. That's what it's talking about. Because I would agree, if I'm pulling my motorbike up the hill, I am reaching down behind the bars and I'm causing a pushing force from the back side of the bars, right? But I would never say to my girlfriend, I'm going to pull the bike up the hill and then get behind it.
Right. That's not the point.
Pull is a direction. It's a descriptive direction of
yeah, I think but both are going the same direction, right? Did you push it up the hill or did you pull it up the hill? They're both, it doesn't mean we're using the same direction, and that's denoted with the word up. What we mean is what side of the object are you on? That's my submission to you.
Yeah,
for your consideration.
But it's like when you are towing a trailer, Harry. You are not pulling that trailer. You are actually pushing that trailer.
Right.
Like you get how that works.
But because it's coming towards you, you can describe it as a pull rather than going away from you,
right?
Which would be a push.
But yeah, you are going to say that you're not going to turn around and say to someone, I'm going to push that trailer when it's being towed behind a car. You're pulling that trailer. It's a direction, right?
Yeah.
That describes something. But the actual force itself is a pushing force. That's
Right.
that's the difference. We're not expecting anyone to change their vernacular, right? Saying I am pushing my trailer, and they are towing it behind the car.
Yeah, that's
That's
when
not
it
what it.
when you think of it as actually pulling, like they make the invisible force of gravity seem, it becomes magic because it's not true. It can only be a push.
Well, I mean, like I said, even if that were right, it would still make sense for there to be this word push and pull. And what I think it's
No,
describing
it's not to
is
say the word shouldn't exist. That's not the
Yeah,
point.
we're not
oh,
arguing that. We're not arguing that the word pull should not exist. That's not
Yeah,
what the debate is about. It's
right.
about the force itself being a pulling force or a pushing force, and you can only move something by pushing it with the application of pressure. That's the only way you
It's
can
just,
move something.
and this could also go into the vacuums don't suck.
Yeah, they pull.
Right.
They push. They push.
They push. Yeah.
Because yeah,
It's the same thing.
yeah. They're just creating a pressure difference where high pressure, high pressure will
To
force
low pressure.
itself into low pressure exactly in one direction. That's how vacuum cleaners work. Argument's sake.
Yeah.
I think you're getting so it's not about the actual word itself, whether or not that should be scrubbed from anything. No, not at all. Not at all.
Yeah, and the gas planet thing again with the swirling atmosphere above a solid core. I mean, and the shape looking so solid and so consistent, by the way.
well, that's how it'll be consistent, right? That's
Oh,
how you can again tell the size of a planet. Is its mass will be its smoothness will be proportional to its mass.
that's a
That's
question.
how. Yeah. Sorry.
Oh, no. Sorry, writing. I chopped you off there, mate. Go finish.
Yeah, it just you can tell the size of a planet if you look at a planet and it has noticeable texture. Like the moon has a noticeable texture compared to the Earth, right? You can see craters on the moon with your naked eye. You know what that tells you is it must be less massive than the Earth if the Earth is to be believed in photos, because you're not able to see. We've got very high mountains, but you don't see like these bumps on the Earth. And it goes up and up with Jupiter. That like if they go new moon discovered and they show you a like moon that's like all lumpy, weird, not spherical at all, you can go, that's a small moon. So yeah, it looks smoother and it can hold gas because of the mass. You like, it's quite cool how well you understand this stuff. I must say.
Have we got any unaltered photos of, say, Mars or Venus?
Yeah, I think they released lots of the original ones because they quite like. My understanding is they quite like citizen science. They really find it useful when uni kids or whoever go poring over their photos and pointing out cracks in rocks and what they might mean and stuff like that. So yeah, I think you can find many in the archives, and they'll give you metadata too, I bet.
Like where would you? Because like if you type these things on Google, right? Like I just typed in a original pictures of Saturn, unaltered pictures of Saturn. These are my Google foo ain't the best, Harry. But anyway, these are the sorts of things. Instead of just typing in pictures of Saturn, I wanted unaltered, undoctored, original, and there's not one there not one that hasn't been altered at all. Not one.
Really?
Yeah, no, not on my page, and
Hang on. When you say doctored, do you mean how did you determine whether they're doctored?
How did I determine? Well, the ones that I'm looking at the moment look very, very doctored.
Do they? I mean, yeah. All I can give you is, I imagine there are some.
Yeah.
They are. How would I say it?
I don't want ones that I just want a photo like the original photo. I don't want anything that has been color enhanced. Anything. I just want to see an original image of these things, because everything that I'm going through, you're gonna have to. I could take a screenshot, but anyway, take my word for it that everything.
I just put there's raw images. I just put a link in the live stream.
Oh, did you? Oh,
But
man,
they're called raw
man.
images. I don't know if
Yep.
you can get the metadata, but that
Yeah,
I put a filter on it for Saturn, and you can see what they have for Saturn.
Yep. Okay then. Cool. Thanks, buddy. You always come up with the goods. Let's have a look. Raw images, Saturn. Look how different they are compared to. Like, they're nothing like what's on Google. Chalk and cheese. Absolutely chalk and cheese.
Well, if you go further through those pages, if you choose the arrow at the bottom,
yeah,
they've got black and white stuff that looks similar to the graphic image that they draw. It's not convincing as a planet to me. In fact, it looks more like a disc, like a flat disc. In some of these, like go to page 4, and some of that doesn't look like very bulbous. It looks more like, yeah, I mean, it could be stretched out or whatever, but these are supposed to be raw images, supposedly.
But even as raw images, if you go 3/4 of the way or halfway down that page where you see what I'm presuming are rings, even, like, it still doesn't.
Yeah, the rings are supposed to be debris, or what is it supposed to be? Yes, it's space debris that's been collected over time or whatever. It still looks too solid to think that's the case, especially close up. But who knows? It doesn't seem to give you the idea that it's the thing that they draw necessarily here. But it does. These planets do look similar when you zoom in on them with telescopes, and then that's where the artist's depiction comes from.
Yeah.
The properties and figuring out gas, helium and all of that through spectroscopy is, in my opinion, very, I mean, the variables for that, if you look at the variables for spectroscopy, like that, is basically like, I see it as they've got these variables from these readings that they could interpret however they want it to suit the needs of the, mental masturbators. It's like they're musicians playing with variables.
Yeah.
It's interesting, some of these. Zoom in.
The raw image is nice.
Yeah.
Pretty cool, yeah. But they all in
So
black
can
and
you
white.
get the metadata?
Yeah,
Well,
I think I think they make that available as well, right? The metadata.
Okay then. So,
Yeah, but yeah, these would be raw infrared images.
are they
And I
infrared?
think,
Are they?
yeah, and I think the reason they do that is to get more detail, because they're things you would features of these things you would see in different spectrums of light, you know? So using infrared, you could see things about its wavelength, its heat signature, black body radiation, all of these other things that the wavelengths from normal visible light wouldn't be able to tell you. That's why they all come out in black and white.
So when they say something like the camera was pointing towards Saturn, and the image was taken using the CL1 and CB2 filters, whatever that means. I've got no idea what that means. And then it says this image has not been validated or calibrated. A validated and calibrated image will be archived with NASA. So what is a validated image or a calibrated image actually? What's that mean?
Validated?
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
they
kind of
talk. Yeah,
I kind of know what the word validated means, but I'm just trying to work out what they're inferring by putting that caveat in the description.
I'm not sure actually. This image is
Like
not being validated or calibrated.
well, you've either taken an image of Saturn or you haven't. You can't.
Yeah, I'm not sure what they mean there, man. So,
Yeah,
eggshells.
like I'm
Do
not.
you know what they mean?
No, no idea.
Yeah.
I just like I would just Google it. What does validated image mean? And it might be like
validated or calibrated.
we've never went to Mars, but I think they might have a different explanation. I'd be curious to know either way. So
Yeah, well, I think we all know what the word validate means, or
Yeah.
validated means, but how they're using it in this
Context, yeah.
Context.
I have no idea, Ben. So,
Yeah, I just found it interesting actually because I went to the data and that was what was kind of
yeah, be cool to find out.
yeah.
There's going to be some sort of interesting learning in it for me.
I'm not trying to read anything more or less into it. It's just what it reads at the end of the day. And they've actually got it on all the images that I click on those words. Interesting. A bit fishy, isn't it, Nate?
I don't know if I would call it fishy right now. Depends on what they mean by that, you know. If they say that what they mean is that these pictures aren't actual images and they haven't, you know, like they say something weird like that, then it will be fishy. But right now, I have no idea what they mean, so I can't come to any. I can't have a feeling about it yet, right?
You're not willing to commit one way or the other.
Yeah, I have no idea what it means. Yeah, but I do understand that it does look fishy, and they have this on
It does.
all 3,000 pictures. Yeah, that is weird.
Yeah, I have it.
Yeah.
Like I'm on page 20 at the moment, and every single one of them has not been validated.
Oh shit! It's
Next to it.
153,000 images.
Yeah, there's heaps of
Oh
them,
god
mate.
damn!
I'm gonna jump to page 3,000 and see if it continues this unvalidation. Let's just
Validated or calibrated?
Both.
It's got
It says,
both. It's got
yeah,
both.
this image is not being validated or calibrated. A validated,
Yeah.
calibrated image will be archived with the NASA Planetary Data System. Do you know what they mean when they say it hasn't been validated or calibrated? Whatever that was.
Hmm.
Who was that?
Artificially orchestrated or manipulated? Or just words that rhyme with all of that? Is that what we're doing? I
No,
just got here.
perhaps who's submitting this? Is it just like
So this is
observatories?
NASA.
No, but
No,
is it
NASA.
observatories that okay?
It's NASA.
Okay. I see what he's asking. Maybe are these pictures
Is it?
taken by NASA?
That's what I'm asking. Is it
Oh,
like observatories throughout the world that
yeah,
submit, and then they just get a
yeah,
bunch of pictures? And
Yeah.
I see what he's saying now. Yeah.
No, actually, all of this is from the Cassini spacecraft's raw image. So I think that's owned by
okay,
NASA.
Okay
But
then.
who's
So
who's
yeah.
who's using it though? Who's using it?
Well,
I'm sure
this is
NASA
all
would
from the
would like
Cassini.
offer it
Let
to
me
the
see.
public for use. Yeah.
yeah, but every single image, Nate, to have it hasn't been validated.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is all
Like
Cassini spacecraft. Oh.
like I'm on page 3000 at the moment.
Yeah, it's all of them. That is
Every
interesting.
single one of them. Oh lordy lord! It just gets more. The more you look
Like I
into
don't
it, the
know
more
where you guys see
suspicious.
that. When I click on it, I don't see that.
You got to click
Click on.
on. You got to click on the image. So and click on the image itself. It will enlarge, right?
Yeah,
And
I
all
have
the
it
writings
enlarged.
next. Yeah, and all the writings next to it. It'll have the file name, right? It'll have taken by,
Are you guys
received.
downloading it?
Sorry.
Maybe take a screenshot and show him
Hold
that.
on, let me
Okay.
see.
I'll take a screenshot. I'll take a screenshot. Hold on. Screenshot. Ah,
Oh, I see it now. This image hasn't been
you got
validated or
it?
calibrated. Yeah.
Yeah.
You gotta like open it, not make it bigger, and you gotta hit like it's not making it bigger. You gotta hit more info, or at least that was for me. And at the bottom, it.
Yeah.
Let's see what it. I don't know. Look it up.
Let's look at the frequently asked questions section.
Yeah, the
See,
frequently
this
asked
is
questions.
where is Cassini? Where can I find? Why is Cassini covered? Can I visit raw? Why can I? Where can I find raw images? Why does image look sideways? Um, hmm.
Anyway, I asked, I got, and the mystery just gets deeper and deeper.
That doesn't mean they're fake, though.
I'm not saying that they're fake. I'm not saying that the images are fake, right?
Yeah, I don't have too much knowledge on this. I'm not like an expert to say
Not at
either.
all.
Yeah, let me go over to Gems and ask
They
over
probably
there.
know, or
See if
perhaps
Gems.
writing
Okay.
eggshells or somebody would have some type of explanation. Whether
Okay.
Give me 10 minutes. I'll
Nate's
be right back.
Nate's on a mission.
see what the explanation is. I'm gonna hop in there and listen. I'm curious.
Maybe they don't have one. Maybe this is it. Do you reckon you got a Spandy?
Nah, not at all. Riding, not at all.
Oh, you might.
Like I said, it's not really about. Like I said, it was just curious when you. It's a genuine question at the
Yeah, no,
end of
no,
the day.
it's a good question. It's a fun one.
So yeah, it definitely wasn't about. I was genuinely interested in seeing, like a raw image, like how that compares to, say, some of the other raw images that people have said that they've, shown me, just to kind of like compare, because like, when I search things on Google, for argument's sake, nothing seems to be unaltered, without a filter or some sort of color enhancement or touch up, or you know what I mean. I'm not not calling them fake, but they just seem to be, just not the raw image. So I just kind of wanted to compare the two, and yeah, naturally, Dave, posting what he did, and then just clicking on one of them, because I just wanted to, instead of the little thumbnail image, I wanted to see it bigger, and read what I read, obviously, and it's just like, oh, not validated, not calibrated. Like, what's it mean? Which is, obviously got Nate interested as well, because he's over there trying to find out some answers. If anyone knows, who knows what sort of answer they'll have. But it would be, like I think it was Awaken first said, maybe, because it wasn't taken from a NASA telescope, so they can't verify it yet, which may be fair.
Yeah,
fair
that's some of my guess. I think it's just going to be some sort of like, well, politically we can't say X because of some reason.
Yeah. What have you brought back for us tonight? What's this?
Oh, so yeah, it's just basically explanations as to what they mean by
Okay.
calibration and validation. So it seems it's a pretty standard process that everybody does with what do they call it? Yeah, satellites, Earth observation satellite calibration and validation. It seems it's the standard when it comes to satellite imagery. This validation and calibration process. Not all institutions do it the same way, but they all do it.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So then, what does a calibrated and validated image look like?
Hmm. Well, I mean, I think if we go back to that original link, the one where we getting this from, it does say that the calibrated images have been put somewhere, right?
Uh,
Image,
yes.
the NASA
Yeah.
planetary data. Where do we find
Yeah,
that?
I went to that
Yeah.
already. Yeah, I can post a link for you. But
Yes,
yeah,
please.
the validated images are in there. There's so many damn images. I just got lost and just left. Hold on.
What is that?
Planetary data system. How does this work?
I don't know.
Hit Cassini or Saturn system when it
You have
says
like
search
the
based on target and remission.
say what? Say what, Graham? I go
It'll
where?
say search based on target or mission right here. Hold on, let me just give you this link.
Yeah.
Make sure you're on the right one.
Yeah. Cool, man. Cool.
There you go.
Boom.
Boom.
You guys are the bomb. ask questions and you get answers.
Yeah, I was digging into it while you guys were talking.
Yeah, sometimes
so
not
much.
very convincing answers, but nonetheless you get answers.
Okay, Cassini archive at the Planetaria. I don't know. Let's see.
Data search based on. Okay, we're going to go to.
Which ones are you looking at, Bansel?
I just clicked on the first one, and then I was like, wow, there's thousands in here. Then
First one
I
being
walked away.
Opus at the Ring Moon system node?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because that kind of seemed like what you guys were looking at in those pictures. You know, the outer atmosphere through the atmosphere of Saturn. Because you can still see the stars and shit past it.
So you've got
Oh,
the
wow.
search based on target. I'm just going to press Saturn there, I presume. Saturn system.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then what mission? What's the mission?
You don't have to. It's or. It's either or, but it's
Cassini.
Cassini.
Oh,
Yeah. It'll be search based on target or mission.
Yep. Oh, okay, then, and you clicked on the first one, was it Opus and the Ring Moon system mode? Yep. Okay. Cool.
How do we get the images to show up?
Are they not showing up for you?
I don't know how to filter the search thing. There's because there's mission and then mission general. And there's Cassini, Voyager, Galileo, Hubble. Cassini mission constraint.
Oh, it says over there at the Opus 3 at the top, where it says search and all that. Now you hit the browse.
Grim, you fading out, man. What?
Oh, can you hear me now? All right, it's at the top of your link, your bar up there. It'll say Opus 3, the search, and then it says browse results. Click on that tab, browse results. It's like 1 million,
I
million and a
see.
half almost.
Jeez, a bunch of images pop up.
So it turns out that the flat earthers were asking, why weren't they taking pictures the whole time? I guess they were.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Oh, damn. They got pictures on pictures.
Yeah.
I think it's so cool that humans have done that stuff. I know you guys like. If it were true, would it be cool? Do you reckon?
Fuck yeah. I think it's true. I mean, I think it's cool. It doesn't take it away from you.
Okay. What's that? Target. Cool.
I mean, I thought there would be more results for Uranus, but I yeah.
I think the mystery's been solved, right, Bansel?
Yeah. Like I said, I was telling Riding when you just popped out. It it was a genuine question, like, oh, what's this mean, sort of thing. But now it's led us down this path where you can kind of see some pretty cool images, I've got to say.
Mm. I'll be right
What are
back,
those
guys.
you see all the barcode type of stuff? What is all that?
Interference data, electromagnetism, shit like that, probably. You can see some of them are pretty fucking cool. Like you can see like the like in that plasma experiment from the Sapphire Project, the plasma shell after shell after shell after shell. I forgot which photo it was, but man, that fucking was awesome. Somewhere down after the red color hued ones. There's like a bright thing in the middle.
It would be a pretty cool job just to be able to sit in your lazy boy all day and just look at stars. I've got to say,
Mm.
that'd be pretty cool.
I'll check my BitChute feed real quick, see if there's anything snake juice to read about.
I noticed that's what you changed your name to over in Gems.
Yeah. Just throws it in their face. What that stuff was made out of anyway. Did you know that? About that that treatment that they were making everybody take? Started with an R, ended with an R? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I heard that. From
When I heard it, I looked it up and I was like, oh shit, it's not or anything. It's just, it is. That's what the fuck it is. Sure, that's probably good for you.
Yeah, it's got to be, doesn't it? Got to be. Yeah, you know what? Like now, Grim, like when everything's coming out now, like it's such a good feeling to go, you know what? I'm glad I didn't have any
Yeah,
of that stuff.
I
Like,
didn't do it.
really.
Yeah.
And you know, I can remember, you know, a couple of years ago, you know, when
Wondering
we
if
were,
you were right or wrong, you know, am I
well,
making the wrong choice?
well, not even that, but when we were putting up objections to it, like how we were just crucified for
Oh yeah,
even putting up
shame on
any
you for wanting to take
exactly.
precautions.
Yeah,
Stupid. Throw
yeah,
caution to the wind, man. You're supposed to
yeah,
believe this.
yeah. And
I
now,
supported everybody who thought that it was,
yeah,
take precautions.
yeah. Look,
Didn't
and
care if they
you know,
were on the flat Earth side or the round Earth side. I found a way to befriend them, you know.
yeah. And you know, there were a couple of people. You know, 'cause, you know, this all happened over in Brandon's server. You know,
Oh
quite
yeah,
quite
I don't last long over there. Whenever I get a new link, and I don't know what it is.
But yeah, I know how Howard used to come to my defence and other people's defence that had similar sort of thought processes in regards to it. You know, he supported everyone's got the right to choose for themselves. He
Exactly.
chose to, but he had no problems with people whatsoever choosing the completely opposite
You know
thinking
what
way.
shocked me though? It was those same people, the mob of my body, my choice people, who turned around and said, "Your body, my choice."
Yes, yeah, exactly, exactly, exactly. And look, there've been people in my family that kind of took a similar sort of approach in regards to it, Grim, and you know, I don't go na. You know, I told you so.
Oh yeah, but they
It's
love
you
belittling your concerns during the whole
yeah,
thing. Wow, they can't,
yeah,
you can't prove it,
yeah,
right? They love to belittle your concerns.
yeah.
You're just being a worry wart. Ah,
Mm. But now some of the information that I've been sent, um, which confirms the concerns that we had, being able to pass it on to people in my personal life and say, this is why I had concerns, and I was justified in actually having my concerns now. So next topic, please. Move on.
Oh yeah, the eyes glaze over.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't talked about it with anybody for so long. I'm starting to get a little antsy.
Oh, hold on. Oh, hold on. I'll see. I'll make it a little bit easier. Breathe again. Yeah, but it is crazy. It is crazy. You know, all the censorship and all that sort of stuff, Graham. And it's just like, you know, what sort of crazy place are we living in?
Well, you know,
So
we're just too dumb to handle information on our own. So we need a Sky Daddy and an Internet Daddy and a fucking Sugar Daddy.
But see, that's why places like this is, you know, so cool too, Grim. Like, you know, you can chat amongst you. Well, you used to be able to chat amongst yourselves fairly freely. When or if, you know, this platform or channels get uh, shut down, you know, what do you move to? You know, there's platforms like Gilded, I suppose. There's Telegram or Telegraph or whatever they call it.
Yeah, that
You know,
old shit.
where are people who are like-minded kind of things gonna hook up and just continue doing what we're doing? I suppose is the question. But you know, JR and I have spoken about Gilded and maybe just having something there in the background, just prepared.
Yeah, fucking connect
Yeah.
with people on their emails too.
Mm,
Or, you know, set up just random
mm, mm.
mirrored websites or something
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah.
Back,
Well, we exchanged emails, I think, didn't we, Grim?
yeah.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure we did a while back.
I never email anybody, but I mean, if an emergency ever happened and I'm in your neighborhood,
Yeah.
look out for
Exactly.
Instagram on your email.
Yep.
Because I might hit you up.
Hey, man. And if I've got a couple of spare carrots, mate, you're more than welcome to them. More than welcome to
All right. I've got a particular set of skills you might find handy.
them. Look, we'll all you know, it doesn't matter what happens. You're gonna survive in the end. You work out a way to survive and get by, don't you?
Hmm.
Just doing.
I mean, if you had the forethought to think about those things, or if you were lucky enough to have habits like fishing and camping and shit like that growing up, then that's just all normal.
Mm,
I mean, we
mm-hmm.
break out the camping gear and dip. It's not a problem.
That's why we grow a lot of our own stuff, Grim. You know, do a lot of fishing and all that sort of stuff. You know, it's just second nature.
Yeah. Out here in Cali, I mean, nature grows all that stuff for you. Nature's just already growing that stuff. You could just go out and you didn't have to farm it or anything.
And you know, the cool thing is too, like, you know, you go down and like how many fish can you eat really? Like how many fish can you put in your freezer?
Yeah.
So, you know,
Well, we got orange trees and tangelo trees, just shit like that just grow fruit all
yeah.
year round.
But
So don't worry.
the good thing about living in a community where you're kind of close knit, it's just like I'll go fishing and then, you know, if I catch, you know, 3 fish or 4 fish, you know, I'll go around to a mate's place and, you know, I'll take him, you know, 2.5, 3 kilogram snapper and say, there you go, mate, and
Oh,
you know,
dude, I'll be salting and fucking slow
yeah,
smoking
oh,
and jerky, making fish jerky and all
yeah, but
kinds of
see,
shit, dude.
in
Salted and last
exchange.
forever.
Yeah, but in exchange, like he goes hunting, right? And he shoots deer and butchers his own deer and stuff. So, you know, I get deer meat and things like this and
Mm-hmm.
whatnot. So, you know,
Nice.
it's the whole bartering system. So, you know, so you do this naturally now, right? Then in the
Mm-hmm.
future, you know, come apocalypse time or whatever, you know, you've already got that network in
It's already
place.
there. Yeah.
Yeah, it's already there. It's already working. You don't have to worry at all, which is good.
Yeah, it is. It really is.
Whereas all the city folk, they're
Hey, can
all
you hear me?
they're all
You
clambering
seen that
around.
old Jasmine? Like he's an old YouTuber, like Jasmine something, and he's like in living in like the Caribbean islands or like in Jamaica. That's where he is. And he's always lighting big joints, you know, but he's just living on the wild out there.
Yep.
You've seen him? He's kind of crazy a little bit. Talks about some deep fucking conspiratorial shit, but you know, he's kind of on the right path. They're all in on it and shit, you know. Anyway, he lives out there on the wild and shit. And he takes broken mirrors and puts them in like satellite dishes and makes fucking cookery
Yeah.
for the parabolic fucking ovens and shit. Doing all that fun
Yeah.
shit.
It's just been able to survive, really. Like we were talking about the other. I don't know if you were here for it, Grim, but the word intelligence came up when we were talking about IQ tests and all that sort of stuff. Like what's the measuring stick for intelligence? And we had this conversation for 20 minutes or whatever, and people were putting their 5 cents worth in. Well, test this way, test that way. They know
It's
this,
what,
they know
yeah,
that.
just the
Pattern,
situation applies,
yeah,
you know.
pattern recognition, and to me, you give a person, a machete and a flint, and that's about it, and put them in the middle of nowhere and see how intelligent they are, see if they can work things out themselves. Right, to me, that would be a mark of intelligence, probably the most vital form of
Yeah,
intelligence, really.
exactly.
Jesus.
You know,
But yeah,
I mean, I've
you look
seen
at
some
some
of
of
the
these.
smartest people, you know, just be kind of frozen with not knowing what the fuck to do in certain situations, or they just get hustled by some street smart dude who's just like,
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
yeah,
Like, doesn't normally, the smart guy's looking at him as he's talking the whole time, going, engaging him and shit, going, man, this guy's a fucking idiot. And then finally,
yeah,
when he engages him, he gets hustled by the idiot.
yeah.
Okay, who's the idiot, you know?
It was so funny. It was over in Brandon's server one day, and Grim was, and sorry, not Rumpus was just going on one of his bloody crazy rants, all right, calling everyone morons, blah blah blah, as he does anyway. Rumpus is Rumpus,
Oh,
right?
utter.
Yes, yes. And anyway, finally there was a break, and I've just jumped in. I said to Rumpus, I said, Rumpus, I've just got one simple question for you, because he's calling everyone, questioning their intelligence and whatnot. And I said, Rumpus, which which direction, right, do you un do you, which direction do you turn a light bulb to unscrew it, right? And he couldn't give an answer. Could not give an answer. And
LOL.
and,
That's
and
funny as hell.
I
No
have just
practical use of his knowledge
I
at this
am
point.
I am just pissing myself laughing, and then and then he explained a situation, because you know how he's doing this Bedford level test, right? And anyway, um, he was explaining him putting these frames on the roof rack of his car, right? And it took him about 2 hours to tie these frames on his roof racks, right?
Oh
So for like
God.
for like three for like
Somebody needs
three
to tell
weeks.
him righty tighty.
For like 3 weeks, right? I kept on trolling him, saying, "Have you learned how to tie a knot yet, Rumpus? Have you learned how to tie a knot?" Like, I said, "Why is it taking you 3 hours to tie something onto your roof racks?
Oh
Give
my
me a
God.
break!" Oh God, it was funny. It was
That's
so
one of the
funny.
benefits of growing up, you know, having to work and shit with your family
Yeah,
and stuff.
yeah,
Because I was tying ladders to fucking, you know, my cars and shit, having to tie 'em through the hood to the, you know, I'd put the little loop in the rope ahead
yeah,
of
yeah,
time so that when I wrapped it through, I could put it back through that loop and then tighten it, you know, to get rid of
yeah,
all the slack and shit. And fucking, I
yeah,
just,
yeah, yeah,
as a fucking kid, man, I mean, I can,
yeah.
this guy, he'll tell you how stupid you are
Oh,
in a
exactly.
heartbeat.
Hey JJ, is that really Rumpus? That picture you posted there, is that really him? I know it looks similar to his normal avatar he used to have, but that one had sunglasses on. Is that really him? Soundly. Okay, there you go.
Yeah,
Soundly,
seeing some of these guys, man, it's just
man. Oh, I suppose
soft
we'll.
putty, the putty face.
Oh, exactly.
I like Soundly's not a terrible guy though. I mean, it just doesn't sound as putty as he looks.
Mm.
I'm just fucking with you, Soundly.
What did they used to do? I know he used to do debunking and whatnot, but what do they why do they always refer to him? What was he
Oh,
infamous
he was
for?
just one of the first ones out there taking Pontchartrain pictures with the fucking
Oh,
P90.
Pontchartrain, yeah, Pontchartrain, yeah,
Yeah.
that's yeah. And then who's the one that did the water level? Had all the leaks in it. Who was that?
Bev.
No,
I'm
no, 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 no. That's not.
kidding.
Yeah, no. It was a Globe Earther, and he raised all that money to buy the piping for it.
Oh fuck! I
Oh,
didn't follow.
come,
You see, that's why a lot of people don't like me. I don't follow their fucking shenanigans that much.
oh, no,
Damn it!
JJ will know. Who was the fellow that did the water level thing? He raised a heap of money. Oh God, Sanley. It's not the GPS guy.
Did he Jeep? Did he? Wasn't
And
Nathan, right?
no. It's a Globe Earther. It's a Globe Earther that did it. And he
Fuck,
did
I
it
don't know
for.
these guys.
No, it wasn't Wolfie. No,
Wolf,
he's a pilot. No. Oh, this is gonna. It's on the tip of my tongue. It's gonna drive me crazy. I'm gonna wake up in the middle of the night and just shout out his name, as you do when you're trying to think of something.
Fuck that! There he went. Then he won't even write his name.
Oh, JJ knows. He knows he's gonna come up. The water level one. Come on. Here we go, JJ. He's the man. If you get it before me, I'm going to scream, JJ. Oh, damn. Now, JJ is scaring the internet, trying to find out who the name is.
Who did he rub shoulders with?
Yeah. There's Wolfie, there's Sanley, there's. Sly Sparkane. I hate you, JJ, but thank you. Yeah, Sly Sparkane. That's the one. That's the one. Yeah, exactly. But extraordinary. It was funny a couple of days ago we were talking about the whole GPS thing, and they were
Yeah.
talking how it relies on relativity and all that sort of stuff. Anyway, I knew nothing about the subject.
Yeah, you saw how they tried to say that. Oh no, all he did was mess with one signal on the thing, and it's no, he didn't. Read his
No,
fucking paper. Quit lying to
exactly,
everybody. They're just liars, bro. Man, I might be a baller, but I'm not a liar. I don't
No,
understand that part.
because I could distinctly remember you talking about it, right? And I said, look, I know nothing about it, but I said I know Grim knows a little bit about it. Well, anyway, they went into this thing of well, you just don't understand type of thing. Don't know what you're talking about. And once again, Grim has misunderstood something. Like,
Right.
the
I even
gen.
went so far as to post a live presentation of Ron
I know,
Hatch himself
I
saying it
know,
in
I
his own
know,
words. Yeah.
I know, I
And they
know.
didn't respond. They all left me alone and didn't respond anymore after that.
Yeah, and they were going, and then they were questioning his qualifications and just trying to discredit this guy that was
They
obviously
can't discredit him. He's the guy who did it for them,
Yeah,
you know? So
exactly.
this is why this is a checkmate situation for me,
Yeah,
like I don't see them having any wiggle room out of that. Because he was talking about, how you know it was the falling in the gravitational well, how no energy is actually gained on the object. You know, on the radiation, it doesn't gain energy as it's supposed to in the theories. And that's what he adjusted for, was the theory being wrong, not the other way around. And so, and he says it, and he wrote a book about it, and he did papers on it, and he proved it with the practicality of the GPS. So GPS proves relativity wrong, not right. That hurts because I haven't clearly said that out loud yet to them. You know what I mean? I know it's already creeping in on their conscious though, because they know
and to
if this is
turn
true,
something
then it is wrong.
to turn something from a 3 or 4 book accuracy to centimeter perfect, which farmers and everything use all around the world, centimeter
Hmm.
perfect. You know, that's monumental. That
Yeah,
we're not talking about a little change. We're talking about a massive change.
yeah,
Um,
orders of magnitude better.
yeah,
It's crazy.
exactly. Yeah, they try and belittle it. They try and make it insignificant and all
Some
this sort of stuff.
some crackpot. They said all kinds of dumb shit was said. Yeah,
Yeah.
and NASA ain't saying that. NASA's saying thank you for your very good contribution to the GPS, and so are all those companies who paid him those fucking hundreds of thousands of dollars over his 50-year career.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
know, millions of
exactly.
dollars over his
Yeah.
50-year career with them. He absolutely knew what he was doing. Fucking assholes. I mean, he taught people about it. I bet a lot of the stuff they've read and think they know about it, that it came from him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
just
no, you're right.
sad though, right? How just because, you know, but they really thought it was, first of all, he came out and he said, I made it up. You
Yeah.
know, gonna
Yeah.
eat those words. It started off bad, right? They made a bunch of stupid claims. This guy wasn't ready for this argument, is what it, and the other morons were just fucking feeding him.
Oh, pretty much. Pretty much. They just follow
Probably,
the lead.
probably baiting him to get into it. You know how they're like shark, they start feeding on themselves.
Oh, yeah, exactly right. The chum in the water and away they go.
Yeah,
Look at them. Yep. Yeah, no.
they detect a weaker shark, they'll chew on him too. Fuck it.
And it's the usual proponents, generally that are doing it. Which is unfortunate. If you get rid of those few, I think the conversation can be really really good actually.
I mean,
On
they don't
those.
find it interesting how quickly they were able to debunk, you know, dismiss and debunk in one instant the electric universe theory without even actually looking at it at all, giving those like, you know, falsely, like a simple static electrostatics in a real vacuum type of equations going, since this doesn't happen, then that's not that. I'm like, well, we're telling you that that's not the actual medium. Since we've been in the space age, we know it's not an actual vacuum. And we know that there's plasma in between these things. And we know that plasma is a near perfect conductor of electricity. The electrons flow freely across it. And we know that we have enough energy. You know what I mean? So now we know all this shit is not true, and you're still holding it to be true. That is called cognitive dissonance.
Oh, definitely.
You're holding two stupid things, you know, two different opposing ideas. Cognitive dissonance.
Let's see if I can find this.
You
Did you
can't
see?
believe things to be
Did
true.
you did you see there was an article I posted?
Actually, it's denial.
Yeah, I'm gonna
I'm
see
so
if I can.
stoned.
I'm gonna see if I can find it. I'm on my way. Um, the there's a satellite, right, that they are launching, Grim, right,
Yeah.
that apparently is going to be propelled by Earth's magnetic field. And
Yeah,
it's going to
this is
be,
the shit I've been talking about for years. They should
yeah,
literally, they could easily put a big sail on something one side opposing the magnetic field to the north or the south, and they could either attract or propel themselves away from a magnetic field easily by just flipping the other side of the material, having one side neoprene or whatever, the other side, you know what I mean? And using the magnetic field to push the charge, just to pull and push, like the Coulomb's law, like attract yourself towards the thing or repel yourself away from it, depending on your, you know, your charge and the charge of that magnetic field.
Yeah,
So that'd be interesting.
This one doesn't look like it's got a sale on it. I'll post the article in the chat. That one there that I've just posted. It's by a group of students actually. So apparently that's what it's gonna look like, I presume. So yeah, it's just a
Yeah, read more about it. It's just those poles right there look oddly directional, cardinally. There might be, those poles might extend in order to attract or draw more. You know what I mean? Like
yeah. It's only a tiny little thing. It's not very big at all. Yeah. But yeah. But it's one of the Cube satellites apparently that they put up there. You know, those little mini ones. I think they're a couple of feet by a couple of feet type of thing. Cube. You know, they're only very, very tiny. So they're not big at all. But
yeah, loaf of bread.
yeah, pretty much. And they're not big enough to be able to carry any fuel or put any thrusters on them or anything like that. But yeah, you know, they think they've worked out a way to actually propel these things. Yeah, if you go further down, yeah, that's about how big it is. You've got a guy with his gloves and mask on, kind of looking at it. But yeah, I thought that was fascinating actually. Myself.
Yeah, solar panels affix the CubeSat satellites generate electricity, which passes through a connecting wire as the CubeSat orbits Earth. The ionosphere completes the circuit. So the ionosphere actually completes the circuit. They literally are doing it. When a wire conducts electrical current in a magnetic field, it exerts a force on the wire, boosting CubeSat higher into orbit. So they literally are doing exactly what I said, but just using that rod. Yeah. So they're, you know, they're using the ionosphere. That's a completing the circuit, and then once they complete that circuit, a magnetic field is actually, you know, induced.
Yes.
It exerts a force on the wire, boosting the CubeSat higher into orbit. It'll only generate a small amount of force, but the team hopes it'll be enough to compensate for the atmosphere's drag and keep the small satellite orbiting. The funny thing is I have no idea why they don't already know this shit. This must be because some students figured it out. Then they have to talk about it because it's, you know what I mean? But I had the feeling that they were doing something similar to this way back with the Echo One, the big spherical fucking aluminum, you know, metallic ball that they had up there.
Oh yeah.
That spherical nature of that, it allows for electrons to bundle up on one side. So like if it was like mimicking the charge of the atmosphere, if it like charged, whatever, then it would actually, you know, attract, you know, and on a certain level, but then repel after the long range attraction. So it couldn't go spinning way out of orbit, and then it couldn't come crashing back down, you know, until it, you know, probably met some part of the magnetic field that dips or something and does something where it doesn't work properly. It probably rode the magnetic field around towards the top or something like that, and where it gets wonky. But I bet you just dragging it around the damn magnetic equator, it would work.
I was overhearing something about how this new some GPS new system or new accuracy debunks relativity. I didn't get the details of that. that what you're saying?
Yeah,
You
Grim
know,
was
it's not
Grim?
new.
saying
It's not brand new or
Or
anything. Ron Hatch,
right.
the guy who actually augmented the satellite systems by correcting for an idea of radiation building up energy as it falls to Earth. He just corrected for that idea, which is part of the relativistic theory. And so he says, since he was able to augment that by eliminating that expectation from the variables, he got us down to the centimeter for the farming equipment and the military operations and all of that, instead of like whatever it was, 3 city blocks or some shit that we had. And his name's Ron Hatch, and you can look at his, GPS.gov, bio or whatever. And he's the guy.
What's his name?
He wrote a book called Escape Einstein or some shit.
It's Ron Hash.
Yeah. Ron
That's
Hatch, like an egg
Hatch.
hatches.
Hatch. Oh, Hatch. Hatch.
Yeah.
Yeah,
TCH.
John
Ronald
Deere, but he,
Hatch.
maybe Ronald, but Ron.
Just Ron Hatch. He's also
What
got
did he write? Escaping.
Escape Einstein or some shit.
Escape Einstein. Yeah. Escape Einstein. He was
Escape from Einstein. Okay, by Ronald R. Hatch. But how do I find
It
his
says
wiki?
here, no, it's a GPS.gov, the official U.S. government information about the global positioning system, GPS. That's more reliable than Wiki. Anybody can write a wiki. Here, I'll give you the link. Advisory members.
Here's a good link to it. I found out. I don't know if it's the same one you're doing.
There you go. What the hell was the name of the book? Escape from Einstein.
Yeah.
And he published multiple papers in which he challenged current relativity theory.
This is a perfect example of the protection of the Hoare model.
What?
You know, they don't want to admit that this is actually more accurate without the relativity because it might threaten the whole model. So they keep
Whoa,
it.
no,
no,
it bugs the shit
accurate
out of me.
without the relativity. That's not what this Ron Hatch guy is saying.
Yeah, it
They
is.
talked about Einstein's.
He's talking about a particular action of radiation building energy as it falls towards Earth into the gravitational well, and the expectation of that is why they're wrong, because that isn't happening. He eliminated that little math that includes this in the theory, and he ended up with the correct answer, which is that is not happening as it is suspected to in the theory. Therefore, Einstein was wrong in his opinion and in his practical use of GPS, which does not prove Einstein right. If anything, it proves a part of his theory was wrong.
Yeah, I mean,
That's all.
definitely, bro. I mean, we all know already inherently that GR is not a completely correct, accurate theory. There's a lot of other bodies of
Right,
science
even
that
Einstein
it
said he's
doesn't
not,
tie in with. Yeah,
he's not
even
surprised
Of
that
course
he
Einstein, yeah,
not.
found
like,
out that he's wrong.
She's got
come
some
on, man.
damage. You know, she's all right. We're gonna keep fucking her though.
And I don't think this Ron guy is saying that the entire theory is wrong. He's just saying that this is a way to make it more accurate, even though in making it more accurate, we're not, completely solving GR. It's still wrong. It's still an incomplete theory, but it works pretty well. But I don't think this Ron guy is now saying that, throw general relativity away, right?
Actually, I got a
Is he
video of
saying that?
Ron saying, no, not really. What he's implying that using it for all of these things where we're supposing we should be using it may very well be the most incorrect thing we could be doing, and that it might not even apply. Might not be that these, because you can't show things building up radiation energy as they're falling in the gravitational well, and so for him to eliminate, you know what I mean? It was just kind of like, I think that is a big part of the theory, or like a fundamental part of the theory itself. In which, if you take out the the legs or something of a theory, it falls on it. You know what I mean? It kind of, when do you just go, okay, let's scrap the theory and try again? You know what I mean? Like, because we used to do that in physics when it was experimental physics we dealt with. We'd be like, okay, well, that's not it. Scrap that.
I see. So when you say decrease in energy signature, he's saying there's no such thing as redshift. So as the photon travels,
No. That's not what he's saying.
or
He's saying in radiation, the radiation is not doing that as it's moving into Earth's gravitational well, as we're supposing it should, or some shit like that.
yeah, it's not redshifting. It's not. He's saying, this is a quote from him. Like, this is a video I just saw. There's no energy increase as the signal falls. Yeah, he's basically saying gravitational redshift isn't what's happening. I'm not sure
Yeah,
what he's saying
it's not
is what's happening.
gravitational. Yeah,
Yeah.
the redshift itself would actually be from, either the movement of the thing or something else, but not to the actual gravity. It's not what's doing it. The I guess the energy state of the plasma and things like that, they also do redshift. They redshift light, and they emit redshifted light, and sometimes blue shifted light, depending on which direction we're looking at this charge, where it's coming from. And so, or some shit like that. But I mean, it's kind of interesting that we don't really incorporate that. We kind of leave that out because it's this other one we had. It was too perfect without it, and now all of a sudden we realize this one exists, and we just want to marginalize it and ignore it. And I think there's a problem with that. That's kind of like, it's like we got two ways to skin a cat, and we're just going to ignore one of them that keeps showing
This guy's
itself to be
pretty
more
interesting.
and more true. Yeah.
So
I got a video
basically,
of him talking about it though.
yeah, I'm actually watching. So basically, this guy is a support of the Lorentz ether theory.
Yeah.
So he has a modified Lorentz ether theory, or well, he calls it a modified Lorentz ether gauge theory, and he wants to
That's
replace
right.
GR with that. Yeah, interesting
Yeah.
stuff.
I mean, the guy is not stupid, and they were just people are in here today just trying to act like he was just some crackpot who he's not even into physics. He just messes with radios, and that's it. And I'm like, man, I don't know why you're acting like this, because this is your guy. You give him some credit. He's a smart motherfucker. I don't know if he's right or wrong, but I mean, you can't act like you're smarter than him right now. I can't.
Yeah, but I mean, he's doing
50-year career.
he's doing what most other physicists are doing. They're trying to come up with a more complete theory, something that will
Yeah.
replace GR, and we have so
Honorable.
many of these theories. Yeah, we have this. There's cyclical cosmology, there's supersymmetry, there's all of these other theories that are out there to replace general relativity, because we know it's not a complete theory. It's
Yeah.
not that controversial what this guy's doing. He's
But
doing what most other people are doing.
yeah, he's just doing it with known matter and not
Well, if
introducing
he's talking
in
about
unknown physics.
support for the ether, that's controversial.
Oh yeah,
Why
of
is that
course it is.
controversial?
But so is a quantum fluid and a quantum plasma, and these are all things that are generally accepted as ideas that may fit a puzzle piece when necessary. So I mean, all he's got to do is be in that group, right? I mean, these guys haven't proven,
But
neutron
hang,
stars or even a
hang,
group
hang.
of neutrons.
But Dave needs to explain why this is controversial. Why is it controversial, Dave?
Because it acknowledges the ether and the ether and the as related to the cosmic microwave background places us in a special place in the universe, which is
Where are you getting that from?
I'll read what he wrote.
All right. Could you post it as well?
I did already.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can see he's not aware of this.
In search of ether
Marie
drift,
Robitaille's work yet.
Special relativity theory claims
Hatch's-
equivalence of all inertial frames, but it is generally acknowledged that there exists a dipole temperature distribution in the cosmic background radiation, which indicates that the solar system is moving through this unique inertial frame at a speed of approximately 1% of the speed of light. This evidence for a unique frame conflicts with SRT, and so motivates a search for additional evidence. Presumably, any ether drift should be directly detectable via experiment in either an Earth-centered frame or a sun-centered frame, or both. And then it says spinning spinning Masper experiments. I don't know what that means. The global positioning system and very long baseline interferometry, and here analyzed for any evidence of ether drift, i.e. for evidence that the speed of light is not isotropic in all inertial frames. Though none of the experiments provides any direct evidence of ether drift, they do provide substantial indirect evidence, just like we have for all the other things that are claimed to be true.
Well,
Indirect
that's
evidence,
because
not
he's
direct
assuming in his where what's his name, Pierre Marie Robitaille, what he would say that the problem with what he said there was that he's assuming generally accepting the monopole data as cosmic microwave background data, and that would be where he made his mistake. And then doing that, the rest of his proposals would be invalid if that were wrong, which is what Marie Robitaille says, and and what he does say is that for somehow, right, that the Earth's oceans absorb and emit microwaves, and that that monopole data is coming from this, I guess, this energy transference in that state from the lower satellites, but the satellites further away aren't getting actual monopole data. They're using monopole data in the papers that they're writing from the original satellite in the second satellites, overlapping and superimposing them, giving us the impression that monopole data is coming from those other satellites as well, which it isn't. And he clearly points that out. And in some of his presentations, he actually shows the continents in the esotropy maps, right? So in the esotropy maps, you can see the Asia, the Northern America, partially in even I think it's Australia. You can see in the and even some of South America. It's as if we're looking at a reflection of the Earth's oceans, and it's kind of interesting to to hear his take on it, because I mean, he goes really into deep detail, and he's not just a random vacuum cleaner salesman or some guy. He's the guy who doubled the what do you call it, resolution of the MRI machine and saved thousands of lives overnight with his correction of Kirchhoff's law. He says that there's an issue with Kirchhoff's law, and this is why that you guys aren't getting the correct signal to noise ratio so that you can clear up your data. This is how you do it. And this is what, in my same field of spectroscopy and microwaves and all that, I'm applying my knowledge to that same thing to your esotropy maps, and I'm seeing some very interesting flaws in your assessments on microwave background data. And he started writing papers on on all this shit. And I mean, the guy's a hella nerd, but he's kind of fun to watch do presentations.
So, Dave, just going back to what you read, it sounds like what this guy is saying. You've heard of the axis of evil cosmology, Dave?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah, so it sounds like that's what this guy's alluding to. He's trying to say that Earth is at least along within the plane of our solar system. Earth is in a very unique space, and it seems that we might be at the center and everything revolves around us. We obviously don't have this idea because we say there is no inertial frame of reference, Earth or the sun or whatever is in that is special. The only special frame of reference would be that of the speed of light, because you would say that the speed of light doesn't have a frame of reference in the direction in which it moves. So the speed of light is isotropic in all inertial frames. It's the same in all inertial frames. It doesn't change. Everything else just changes in relation to the speed of light. So I guess what he's trying to say is this might not be the case due to the distribution of the cosmic background radiation. So Earth, there should be experimentation we're able to do that shows Earth has this special place. We only have indirect evidence right now, but he's I guess he's trying to advocate for direct experimentation to be done.
That's why I spoke only about the things that he has been able to talk about and prove practically by giving a practical example of, and that was the falling radiation. That was the issue of the fixing the time dilation issue, so that the with the cesium clock and all that point of view there. So him being able to do that with the satellites, that from there, the rest of the stuff he's talking in my opinion, from the mistake of assuming that the cosmic microwave background is actually a result of a Big Bang and that it isn't from some other process that Pierre-Marie Robitaille goes into deep detail. These guys weren't connected and didn't know each other in that way so much, but they did talk on Thunderbolt's project forums, but at separate times. So it would have been interesting for them to get together and all of that. But I'll be right back.
So
I'll drop you a link.
all right, latest, bro. So Dave, yeah, so he says it, which indicates that the solar system is moving through this unique inertial frame at a speed of approximately 1% of the speed of light. This evidence for you unique frame conflicts with special relativity, because within relativity, the idea is there's no frame of reference we have that is special unless you move it at the speed of light. But now what he's trying to say is we have evidence that our inertial frame of reference is special. I'm not sure what that evidence is. It would be nice to look at this whole article. But I'm guessing the evidence he's speaking to would be this whole axis of evil cosmology thing. Yeah. But what he's saying is not controversial, guys. It doesn't really change much about our model. It's just stuff at the cutting edge of science that no one really has answers for right now. Yeah, but it doesn't,
Well, if we're at the center,
even
that changes a lot.
come again?
If we're at the center instead of the sun, then that changes a lot about the model.
Yeah, if we're at the center of the universe, it gets rid of the Copernican principle, which says that Earth doesn't have a special place in the universe, and it means we are at the middle. And definitely, we would have to relook at our position in the universe and how, the universe came to be, but Earth would still be a ball, and most of our physics would still work. It's just how we see everything else moving in relation to Earth would change. Because if Earth is at the middle, then we could use Earth to determine everything else's true motion, not relative motion. Because then the idea would be Earth is the only thing in the universe not actually moving in relation to everything else.
You know what else would
Did
put
you ever
Earth
see the
in the
movie The
center?
Principle?
You know what else would put Earth right in the center? Right. Just hold on one second. I'm sorry about that.
Sorry.
If Earth itself was
Flat.
actually emitting, because I'll be done, and that's how much time it took. If Earth itself was actually emitting those, after absorbing them for so long and re-emitting them in a different frequency, right, as they'll lose energy and be at another frequency, and this is might be the whole entire reason why we think Earth is at the center of it, is because Earth is at the center of it as the source of it, not because it's an actual remnants of a Big Bang, but it's a part of an electrical system that is still actively at play.
This is Nate. I know Grim hasn't seen it. The Principle. You ever seen the movie The Principle?
What's that?
Huh?
No, I haven't
Is that
seen
the
that
one
movie.
with Jim Belushi?
Yeah, that's it. Talks about cosmic microwave background and all that, and then they pulled it basically. But that was kind of like when that came out, it was used as a kind of a lead into Flat Earth, at least by Eddie Bravo, and others were talking to put Earth as a center. Then it can that's a big step towards it being more like it was before they went with geocentric model, and the geocentric model just being a ball without rotating or any of the other stuff. is a conundrum and it's on its own. But I think it's because I mean, the way I saw it at the time was that masters of men's minds, go from model to model, and basically they took the flat Earth and made it geocentric into a ball, and then that was the step towards the spinning ball heliocentric weirdness, and then they are pulling it back now, and they have to go back to the geocentric model before they can go flat.
Yeah, I actually remember this movie. Yeah, there was a lot of controversy around it, though, wasn't there?
Yeah, because
because the scientists kept saying that they were misquoted and they were misled as to the purpose of this documentary. Whenever they were interviewed about it, they weren't really told what it is that's going on. So they were hoodwinked and tricked into being a part of this documentary. Wasn't
or at
that
least they
what they were
said that.
Yeah,
That's what
that's what the
said,
scientists
there
said
was
with
because
their
it was
own
a
words.
threat to heliocentrism. It was such a threat to heliocentrism that they
Think so?
didn't want to be associated with it because the powers that be didn't want that to be the case.
Okay, I don't know why they said it. You don't know why they said it either. You're really just hypothesizing now.
No, I'm saying no, that's
What
you're right.
we
I'm
know
speculating.
is, yeah,
This is
you are speculating.
embellishment.
But what we know is they did say that they were coerced, hoodwinked, and tricked, and some of their quotes were misinterpreted in this documentary. Also, this documentary speaks to geocentrism, not flat Earth.
Look, this
Right,
video
that's what
came
I'm
out
saying.
21 hours ago, right? And this is like right on what we're talking about. I think I haven't seen it yet, but it's
No, it came
from
out in 2014. But what are
this
you talking
video
about,
right
bro?
here that I've just now posted. Not your video, I'm sorry. I mean Pierre Marie Robitaille's new video, Sky Scholar. I just posted it. It talks about what we're talking about, the microwave background. But I guess he's going to show, and it looks like he's got water here. He's going to show the radiating, emitting, or something. Maybe, I don't know. I haven't
So
watched
how
it yet
does
either.
the geocentric model handle the people being upside down and right side up again? What's the theory there with the no spin and
Same
all
way
that?
the exact same way the heliocentric model does gravity, and the geocentric model
It
does
doesn't
not
work the
say
same
Earth.
without spinning,
It
right?
does. It does. Well, the geocentric model doesn't say Earth isn't spinning on its axis. Earth is still spinning on its axis. It's just Earth is not orbiting any other celestial body. Everything orbits the Earth, but Earth is still spinning on its axis, at 15 degrees an hour.
There's just like when you walk it back to the geocentric model from the infinite universe type idea, that it just seems absurd, that everything's centered around this little tiny ball.
Well, I think the geocentric model, it wasn't that fleshed out to include things outside of our solar system. It was more just an explanation for Earth, the Sun, Moon, and I think 7 planets that were known at the time. It didn't speak or make any comments or claims about things beyond our solar system. I'm not aware of a geocentric model that does that.
Well, no, it assumes all the stars are also rotating around us, not us rotating.
Yeah. It assumes Earth is stationary and everything
And
moves
the
around the
center
Earth.
of everything we observe.
Yes, exactly. But
Right.
Earth is still a ball.
So that's when it
Still a
seems
ball.
absurd. Right. Well, for
No,
now.
I mean it's not absurd to think that, 500 years ago, we all thought that. It's not a weird idea. It's just
Yeah, but we also 500
it's
years
just weird.
or even 100 years ago, people were taught that it's flat, and just like it seems. I
Yeah,
think it's
definitely.
working it back. Yeah.
Even today, there are people that are taught the Earth is still flat today, but they are in the overwhelming minority, Dave. They are few
No,
and
of
far
course. Yeah,
between.
that's
Yeah.
because of the heliocentrism is the one world religion or scientism.
Whether it's
Where
heliocentrism or geocentrism, the overwhelming majority don't think Earth is flat.
where are these
Which is
places that they
hilarious.
still teach it? No.
I don't know myself, but I'm sure they are. I'm sure there are flat earthers that homeschool their kids and teach them the Earth is flat. I don't know.
When you said that, I actually was presuming that,
Oh, like
like,
flat Earth schools.
in school or something
Well,
like
I'm
that.
sure
I'm
in the
sure
Illuminati
flat.
elite schools they still teach the truth.
Flat Earth schools. I'm sure they're flat Earth schools. They must be. Come on, guys. You guys haven't made a flat Earth school? Like, aren't they flat Earth schools?
Well, the
They
mystery
are.
schools, the people that with all the knowledge that they keep from us, they teach them the truth and they just tell them it's flat, like exactly like it is.
Yeah, but I mean, within your flat Earth communities, you guys haven't made any schools or anything? I was assuming.
You know what I find interesting? You're talking flat Earth schools, like it may be more a community or a cultural thing, but when you hear, say, Ruckio talk about it and how he meets so many people that are into it, but a lot of his work crew, and he's got them on the phone, asks them and whatnot, and they all believe in uh, the flat Earth, and I find that very interesting. Now, I don't know what country they're from. I'm going to say, I don't know. I don't want to try and put someone in a pigeonhole, but Mexican, Cuban, whatever, somewhere down there. And they have some very interesting terminology that they actually use too. Like when they're trying to level soil, they call it watering soil, and that's the terminology they use for leveling soil, and these sorts of things are, I think, very very interesting. So whether or not it's actually taught in their schools or from their family or whatever or their community, not really too sure, but it is definitely interesting.
Mm. Yeah, but yeah, why don't you guys have flat Earth schools, Ben? So
What do you mean? How can you?
You mean like funded schools?
no, like your
Yeah.
own private flat Earth schools. You guys come together, put some money together, and you teach your own kids, like, that the Earth is flat. And then if other people who are flat Earthers want to enroll their kids into those schools because they don't want their kids going to a school where they taught the Earth is a ball, they can send their kids to the flat Earth school, or they can do online courses through the flat Earth school. I don't know.
Well, Nate,
I'm
let me
sure
ask
you'll
you
see
this.
that.
Let me ask you this. If you did not teach that the Earth was a globe to a child, what do you think the child would think the Earth is? They would. What do you think?
I think initially the child would think it's flat, but as the child grows, they'll start to realize, no, what I'm living on isn't flat.
Well, I'm not talking about like images and space pictures and indoctrination. I'm talking about if you just raised a child, without any globe programming, what would they
So
think the Earth is? They
if
would
I
say this.
raise
You would agree. They would say the sun, moon, and stars are moving. The Earth is still and
mm,
stationary, and as
no, I
far as
don't
they can
agree.
tell, it's level.
I don't agree. So if I raised a child on a single patch of land and we didn't travel great distances, we didn't move anywhere, they just stayed here in this local area their whole life,
Yeah.
yes, definitely. They would say that locally this piece of land I can see looks flat and stationary.
Right.
But I don't think my child would then say that this local piece I can see is a whole entire thing I'm living on. I think my child would be smart and aware enough to realize that there's more beyond what they can see, more beyond their horizon.
But then when they go there, it's gonna seem flat and stationary just like anywhere else.
Yeah, but then when they start looking up, they're going to realize the things above me are changing, so things don't make sense now.
Well, yeah, but they wouldn't just jump to, oh, I must be spinning and upside down
Yeah,
without
they
even
wouldn't
realizing
jump
it.
to that. They wouldn't jump to that, but they would have to let go of the notion that, it is beyond a reasonable doubt that what I'm on is flat and stationary. They would have to admit that they are not sure what it is they're living on and whether or not it's flat and stationary or curved and moving. They would have to start figuring out what is it I am living on and what is it doing.
But
I
nobody
don't
would
think they
ever
would
think it's
ever.
curved and moving. No child would
They
ever
would
come
never
up with that for
Not
any reason.
initially.
No.
I give it to you. Initially, locally, I would not come to that conclusion. But it's as I start exploring, traveling, growing, learning more about the world around me that I start,
If you
needing to
start
come to
learning
other
about
conclusions.
heliocentrism,
Well, if the
No,
child,
just if I start exploring the world.
Okay, I hear you on that, but I'm trying to get where you're coming from. So let's just say, like you said, you raised a child on a small patch of land. And yeah, they would say, locally it seems level and stationary, and the sun, moon, and sky are the sky and moon and stars are moving, etc. And if that child were to travel 50 miles, they would say the same thing. They would say it's still stationary, and and the sun, moon, and stars. And if they moved another 50 miles, if they went to China, if they went to Europe, if they went to all kinds of different places, that would still be the result. There would be no reason ever for them to think that the whole thing is moving or that it's curving.
And they would figure out that the stars move, and they would figure out how the stars move in relation to the stationary Earth that they observe, and they wouldn't just jump to, oh, I must be spinning, because there's no evidence for that.
But if they traveled from, let's say, North America to South America, then they would, have anomalies that they're not able to explain with the flat and stationary Earth.
No, they would say there's a different set of stars, or these stars don't move the same way the other stars do, but they would never say, oh, it must be that I'm moving, because that would be like completely not intuitive to what
they would have to entertain all of these possibilities, Dave. They would have to open their mind to, it could be me moving, it could be this, it could be that, and then they would have to perform experiments to falsify.
But they would never even consider it could be me moving. They would have to feel. They would have to think there's some sense of movement.
They would have to consider everything, Dave. Why not? They would have to open their minds
well, if
to
they
all
learned about the
possibilities.
theory of heliocentrism, maybe they would have to consider it. But I don't think they would come up with that.
Well, that's what you think. I think naturally anybody could come up with any shape of the Earth as long as the model they've created matches with the reality they observe. They could come up with a triangle, with a circle, with a rectangle, with a hexagon, any shape, bro, as long as it matches up with the reality they observe.
Yeah, but the reality they observe is based on the stationary and flat. Like the basis of that reality
yes,
they observe is stationary and flat.
Locally,
right,
definitely.
and everywhere else
but
they go.
Non-locally, no, that's not true. Non-locally,
no, it's
that's
stationary
not the
and
case.
flat everywhere. We already agree. Everywhere you go is stationary and flat.
I do not agree.
No matter where you go.
I do not agree. Locally,
there's
I
curved
totally
parts
agree
and stationary parts, or curved parts and flat parts.
I totally agree with you that locally it looks stationary and flat, but beyond that, it doesn't.
For everybody on Earth, it looks that way, though. For anybody anywhere, it seems
cannot speak for everybody on Earth. You can maybe speak for yourself, but most people.
So you're saying it would seem like a ball when I go
agree with you, Dave.
I'm saying I go some other places, it'll seem like I'm on a ball, but it doesn't seem like. Wait, hold on. You're saying that you go other places on the Earth and it'll seem like a ball, but it doesn't seem like a ball where you are?
What I'm saying is, Dave, most people do not agree with you. That's all I'm going to say, and that's where I'm going to leave it, because now it's just getting silly.
Well, it is silly to think that it's going to be like more like a ball somewhere else. That it's not going to seem stationary or flat no matter where you go. That's kind of an assumption we all agree on, right?
We do not agree on that. Most people do not agree with you, Dave, and it's silly to think most people agree with you. Most people don't agree.
It's not silly to think that everybody experiences the world as stationary and flat. We all agree on that.
Locally, I totally agree with you, and locally, everyone would agree with you. But beyond your local horizons, no one agrees with you, Dave, and you know that.
Wait, what? Hold on, clarify.
Beyond your local horizons, most of the people on planet Earth do not agree with the statements you're making right now, and you know they don't agree with you. That's why I feel it's silly to go on with this.
No, I don't think you don't understand what I'm saying. I'm saying no matter where you go, locally, it's going to seem stationary and flat. No matter where you go, right?
For the 8th time, I agree with you and with Gio that locally things look flat and stationary. Everyone would agree with you locally.
Yeah, everywhere on Earth, everyone experiences local and stationary and flat.
Yeah,
right.
I agree with you.
That's all I was saying. But then you said people would disagree with me. So I thought you were saying people have a different experience somewhere else, but they don't.
Yeah, they would disagree with you if you made that statement and said that statement applies beyond their local horizons. Then they would totally disagree with you. But locally, we're on the same page. There's no argument there.
Yeah, but the point is, like, if my locally is connected to your locally, and then your locally is connected to somebody else's locally, where does it become a ball?
All of that together, you get a ball. Yeah.
That's the assumption I don't think anyone would grow up to assume or think would be possible.
That's what you think, Dave. That's what you think. But a lot of people grew up and they came to that conclusion. A lot of people grew up and they all came to that conclusion. So I don't know, man.
But you expounded on that. It would have to match up with your observed reality. And I'd say the basis of everyone's observed reality is stationary and flat. So how could it match up with that?
Yeah, that's your local basis, but your reality isn't localized around you. It's not centered around you, right? I exist really far away from you, and I'm a part of your reality, but I'm not local to you.
Right, but when you say observed reality, you're just talking about the star movements.
I'm talking about
as far as it being
all the things you observe in reality throughout your lifetime. As you grow, as you move, as you travel across the planet, all of these things, all of these observations you make become a part of your collected reality. You know, it's not a real word, collected reality, but I'm hoping, your experiences in life, they all form
But my
a part of your
point
reality.
is that, or our point, I think, is that throughout your whole life, the only thing that would make you think you're on a spinning ball is the observing of the stars, not your local or anywhere you go's terrain or feeling or whatever, right? It's only the stars you're talking about as observable reality that would make it
No,
seem like a
no,
ball.
there are plenty of other things, but the stars are the most obvious ones. I'm just sticking to the example of the stars because those are the most obvious ones, which I know flat earthers don't have explanations for on a flat earth. The
No, there
other
are.
thing,
There are
there
explanations. There are
might be
explanations.
explanations for on a flat earth. I'm not sure because I'm not too clued up on what the flat earth has to say on most things since you guys don't have a model. But I know that when it comes to the stars, it is something I've noticed you guys do tend to struggle giving real,
We don't
concise
agree.
explanations.
There's no agreement yet. No, there's no real agreement quite yet. But there's
Yeah,
there's definitely theories, just as good as other
yeah.
theories.
There's definitely ideas, but one flat earther will say this, the next dude will say that, the next dude will say the third. Like you guys don't even have a consensus on it. So
What
that's
else? What
why
else in your
I
life
bring up
would you
that
observe?
specific example.
What else? What else in your reality besides the stars would
You
you observe
know
that would
what
make
the
you
other
think
things
you're
are,
on a
Dave.
ball?
I'm really not trying to entertain this argument because now it's turning into a thing of I need to provide. That's where it's
No,
going.
I
I
thought
need
you
to
said there's
start.
plenty of other
I,
things. I thought you
yeah,
had
yeah,
it in
yeah.
hand.
And they are those other things, and you know what they are. I'm not going to jump through hoops and
I have no
hurdles.
idea. I don't.
Where it's
I thought it was just the
then,
stars that
then
made people
go
think they're on a ball.
then go and find out, Dave. You have Google, you have the internet. You can find out what people say about the globe. It's all there
Wait.
for you.
Okay. So I
I'm
don't.
not
I
going to
can't even
jump through
think
hoops
of
and
one that
hurdles.
would be
I'm
besides
not
the
doing
stars.
that.
Okay.
Yeah, cool.
I guess
But
you don't
I
want to
don't
make
want
that
to do
argument.
that, Dave. I don't.
I
Yeah, I'm
thought you were
literally
making that
telling you
argument
I
as if
don't.
you
I
wanted to
was
make
not making any arguments. I was just answering a question Gio asked.
it.
That's
Okay.
all.
Fine.
Yeah. I'm not trying to debate. I'm not trying to provide evidence, this, that, and the third. I'm not going to jump through hoops and hurdles. I do not like doing that.
I didn't mean to
I
do
think,
that for you.
but
I thought we
it's
were
where
just trying to figure out if there was
where
an
it's leading to.
observable
Though. It's
reality.
where it's leading to. You're going to ask me for evidence of this, that, and the third, and then refute it.
Okay.
And we're going to end up arguing about gravity. Show me the curve, NASA. It's where it's headed to. And I don't want to go down that road, Dave. Yeah.
Well, it started with the flat Earth school idea, and like it wouldn't be. I think
I was
Gio's
just
point was
surprised.
that we wouldn't have
Yeah.
to teach them that it's flat because they would
Okay.
just realize it's flat locally, and they wouldn't have to assume that it's a ball, other than the stars or something else or some theory that someone came along with and convinced them of.
Yeah, that's a fair explanation from Gio as to why there are no flat Earth schools. I won't lie. I assumed there must be flat Earth schools out there. I assumed you guys must have your local communities where you teach these things to your kids. It
Well, why do
turns
you
out
have to teach something that's just default reality?
That's
It's
the
like you
point.
don't have
most
to teach
for most people it's not.
like you don't have to teach a child that the sky is blue or that the sun gives light.
You
Right.
kind of do. You kind of have to teach them
I
that
don't think any
the
child
word
has
we
ever needed to be
use,
taught that the sun
the
creates
word.
daytime.
Is that exactly
No,
what teaching is? Teaching
yeah,
default reality?
You
yeah. I
don't
mean,
need to
I
teach
For it to
something
look
that's
around?
I had
default.
to teach my daughter that the sky is blue. The color we call the sky is blue. That thing up there, we call it the sky. I had to teach that to my daughter, Jim. You know?
Okay. Well, I don't. You had to teach your child that there's a sky above them.
Well,
Pointed out
they may
that,
have to learn the word
she
stationary.
she
They may have
pointed
to
out
word.
and she asked me, Dad, what is that? And I had to explain it to her. We call that the sky. We call that
We
the
could teach
sun.
them the
Those are the
word
moon and
flat. We could teach
stars.
them the word stationary. But that is it. After they understand what flat and stationary means, they don't have to say, oh, well, it's just a part of reality, just like the sky being blue. Yeah, you'll have to teach her the word and that there's colors. But that after that, It's the basic
No,
understanding of our reality.
you do have to teach them that, because if you don't, they won't know what it is. It's not like people are born knowing things, you know.
I don't think that's the argument.
Have you ever seen a feral child, Dave? A child that just grows up in the wild like a Mowgli or a Tarzan? You think they know what sky, flat, circle, stationary,
They may
blue,
have their own
cloud?
word for it.
Do you think they know what these things are? The way, yeah, maybe animals have their own understanding of what clouds are. We
Yeah.
don't know. But until we teach them our understanding, or the words we use to explain how we understand these things, we'll never
Right.
know what they think. You'll never know
Yeah,
what your
that's
child
not
thinks
really the point.
until you teach them the concepts you understand.
Right, I understand that. I think
Yeah.
the point was that it wouldn't necessarily be like a flat Earth school. You could maybe a flat Earth school might just be about like more other things about our reality to learn about that don't include the heliocentric indoctrination. Is the whole point. It wouldn't be about it being flat, because that would just be the base assumption. That's all.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. You know, I mean, I hold up my hand, and I'm admitting I wrongly assumed that they are flat Earth schools. It was the wrong assumption. It was a
That's okay.
stupid assumption to make, and
Man
I
of
take it back.
concessions.
Yeah, but y'all don't need to beat me over the head about it. You know, I
No,
just
we're just
assumed it's
going
something
back
you
and forth.
guys
I'm not
would
trying to
do, and I'm actually surprised you guys don't have things like that. You know,
called YouTube University.
YouTube University.
Well,
All right.
it's not dissimilar to Nathan's idea. He was saying the same thing. And it wasn't Anthony Riley also like trying to get through to the kids?
Yeah.
Well, he was trying to make it so that the school system it gives them the option of two different models that are feasible, instead of just including only heliocentrism as the base reality that isn't reality.
Well, you guys would probably agree, like Riding and Nate, you guys would even probably agree. Let's just say that 100% the Earth is not a globe. Let's just say for a moment that it isn't, and we'll be able, that there'll be definitive proof or whatever that is. But if it isn't that, we've got a big problem that we've been teaching kids something that's completely false, right?
If in an alternate reality Earth was 100% flat, then I would totally agree with you. It'd be wrong for us to teach them it's a globe. But we don't
In
live
this
in that
reality right
that
now, that's what I'm talking about.
No, it's not the one we live in, Jew. You admit it. It's a
What do we
hypothetical.
do if we find out it's actually a
I'm-
globe? Do we give everybody an extra pat on the back, or do we just
Wait.
continue on?
Hold on. Geo admitted that flat Earth is only hypothetical.
Is it the?
Oh, Geo said, imagine this hypothetical where we knew.
I didn't
100%.
say those words. Please don't just say words I didn't say. If you're going to try to say I said
All
them.
right, what did you
Then let's
say, Jew?
assume
It
for a
sounded
moment
like
that
it.
we all know.
Yeah,
100%.
let's assume for a moment. So isn't that like a hypothetical? No.
Yeah, but that's not him admitting that flat Earth is hypothetical. He's just saying for you to play along, let's just imagine.
Yeah,
that,
exactly.
and then let's
That's what I'm
see
saying. Geo
what are
gave
we, how much
Geo gave
effort.
a hypothetical. He's not
Okay,
saying
so
that flat Earth is a hypothetical idea. I just said Geo gave a hypothetical with it's known
okay,
beyond a
I was
reasonable
just
doubt
using
that the
your
Earth is flat.
interpretation. Right. But I think the point is that if it is something that kids are being taught now, and there's a good chance that it's not true, then maybe we would expect more efforts from a lot of more people to make
Well,
sure that's not.
if you want your kid to be in a career and survive, and have a career, then you might have to,
Go along to get along.
align with. Yeah, basically, or else you want your kid to be bullied, made fun of, and then not have a career and be homeless. Is that the future you
I'd
want for your
rather
kid?
have him know the truth, and I think he would be able
But
to
then,
handle himself.
but what if you have what?
exactly
What
what
if you
Dave
don't
wants
know the
for his
truth?
kids.
What if you
Yeah,
don't know the truth? Right?
That's what
Like,
Dave
Well,
Dave
if
wants
I
for his
know
kids.
something's not true, then I wouldn't want
would
them
it
to learn
be
something
wouldn't it be
that's not true.
fucked up to
That
be
affects everything
teaching
else
your
they do.
kid something that's not the truth?
Right. Yeah, you don't want to teach them heliocentrism, which has totally been debunked now. So why would you want to teach them that?
But it would go both ways, though. You wouldn't want to teach
Yeah,
them
those
flat Earth
wild,
when there's
crazy
nothing, no
things.
career that aligns with that. Nothing aligns with it.
Well, if it's all about
Like
careers,
I've
then
never seen
what is
Say
flat
about
flat
Earth?
Earth
career. I'm just
job.
saying,
Like Dave, for you guys that think it's it's been proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the globe's been debunked and whatnot. Why don't you start creating these flat Earth communities, schools, jobs?
right.
Why? Yeah, if you know beyond a reasonable doubt and you have the answers and you have the truth, why don't you express this in your everyday life? Leave globe societies and create your flat Earth societies. I don't.
I think that
I don't
our
know.
Why would I
society is
want to?
moving towards flat Earth anyway.
Why would I want to leave my society though? No, I live in a good society where I am. I don't want to leave where I am. I get along quite well in my society with who I am and what I believe in and stuff. So there's no need for me
Banso,
to leave.
but Banso, you all right? This I'm asking you now. It might not
Yeah,
sound like a question, but I'm asking.
yeah,
You
yeah,
don't
yeah.
believe that it's been proved or debunked beyond a reasonable doubt that Earth is not a globe, and you don't believe you have the whole entire truth, do you?
Well, if there's no pull,
Well,
then what is he going to say about that?
I'm asking
You know, I mean,
Banso.
it has to be a
I'm
pull.
asking Banso. Do you believe that, Banso, that you know beyond a reasonable doubt Earth is flat and you have the whole entire truth?
Well, I don't think I've got the whole entire truth about
Yeah, that was a straw man
anything.
setup. You can't say the
Okay,
Earth is entirely flat and you
right.
know all the truth, but knowing
But
it's not a globe is
Hold on,
totally different.
Dave. To be fair, I
but
think he
All right.
was asking Bandsaw.
but I know what I know, Nate. Right? I have my educational experience and I have my professional experience, and I weigh up the two, and I know which one I give more validity to, right? And that is my professional career. Okay. Um, and in amongst that are my teachers at school as well, the education that I had, um, as well as the teachers for my professional career as well. And with these things, right, I am confident that I have a very, very good grasp on how uh, water behaves and acts, right, on both a small scale and a large scale. Okay. And that's all the confirmation that I need. Now, have I traveled the world? Have I been high up in the sky to do any of this? To fly to the outer edge to map anything, to see outer ponds or anything like that? No. Do I have explanations myself for how the sky works? No, I don't have these things. But that doesn't put doubt in my mind. It's just that I don't have the answers to these things yet, as yet, exactly the same as where you come from, right? You believe you have a good understanding from your educational system, your professional career, and you understand things the way that you understand them. But you too, right, have very little understanding of the bigger picture as well. There's just as many unanswered questions for you as there is for me. All right.
I totally agree with you, Banso, and
Yeah.
therefore you and I are on the same page. That's why you and I are able to live together in a shared community because of these commonalities we have. But Dave is very different from us because Dave knows beyond a reasonable doubt that Earth is flat, and Dave has the whole
No,
truth.
I didn't say that. What are you talking about? You
No,
trying to straw man me now?
it sounded like that's what you and Awakening were having a back and forth about. He was asking you,
No,
how. No, so you don't
no,
believe beyond a
I'm not
reasonable
a
doubt
flat
that.
earther.
Well, he said he did
Oh,
earlier.
Yeah.
Okay, wait, you said I know the whole entire truth and I
yeah,
know the whole
that's
world
what
is flat,
that's
which is never anything I've said.
you didn't say that, Dave. Awaken,
No,
Dave didn't say that to you. I must have
no.
misheard
Yeah,
him.
I got here briefly, and I thought that's
I
what
said the
he
globe's been
said.
completely debunked.
Yeah, it sounded like that's what you
Globe
said,
model.
Dave.
The globe model being
But
completely debunked doesn't make me say, oh, I know the whole world is entirely flat and I know everything. That's the way you worded it. I said the globe
Okay.
model's been completely debunked. So where does that leave us?
Yeah, which is what I said.
That's
You
not
know
the same thing.
beyond a reasonable doubt that Earth is not a ball, and you have the whole
Which is
truth.
totally different than saying I know everything and the whole world is completely flat, and I'm totally positive of knowing all those things which I could never know.
Okay,
I
then I
just don't believe
retract
in the
my
globe any
statement.
longer.
what are
Then I
you gonna
retract.
teach your kids? Or if you have kids, what have you taught them?
I wouldn't teach them heliocentrism, and then the rest of it. That's kind of like the whole point of what Geo was coming up with, is that you don't have to teach them it's flat, because that's just like they realize why would they think it's anything else if they weren't taught heliocentrism It would just go along with reality, and there would be so many other things to teach him. It wouldn't even be about it being flat.
But then when you put him in the, would you put him in the school system? Like, how would you guys go about like
Well,
handling that?
That's something a lot of flat earthers have to deal with. I don't have kids, but
Yeah.
I know what I teach my kids. I know what my kids know, but I know that the most important lesson I think that I've taught all my kids is that there is one thing that makes them them, and there is one thing alone that no one else can take from them, and that is their individuality. And you embrace that, and you be an individual, and you think for yourself, and you be yourself, all right? And that will lead to all things good at the end of the day, right? And they're bright enough, old enough, and smart enough, and dumb enough to work things out for themselves too, and come to me as a sounding board to bounce ideas off and all these sorts of things. But everyone is an individual, and everyone is going to think what they're going to think for their own personal reasons.
Yeah.
well, we've talked a lot about the way that the heliocentric model affects your philosophy, and some of the things that flat earthers claim is, the nihilism or just the insignificance that goes along with that, and the materialism and a lot of these things, that are good for the people that are profiting from the masses. It seems we've made those correlations at least. So that would be one of the reasons that might be important, no matter what system they're in, to give them that grounding that they may be missing with the heliocentrism.
I think heliocentrism teaches that, especially when you consider quantum, exists and doesn't exist at the same time. There's no fixed frame of reference. Everything is relative. I mean, basically the whole universe is your oyster. I think that's what heliocentrism.
That the universe is your oyster, like
sure.
because we can travel other places. Is that what you mean?
No, the idea of relativity.
Ooh, the world is
Well, you're
yours.
saying as opposed to quantum.
Well, quantum
he's saying all of
teaches
it,
the same
all of it
thing.
together. Yeah. He's
Yeah.
saying relativity teaches you superposition the same way quantum mechanics does, and the world doesn't exist until you look at it, and that's what
There you
Jerry's
go.
trying to say. I don't know if that's what it really teaches, but that's how Jerry sees it, and that's pretty interesting.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, you could interpret it that way.
Yeah.
That view.
But we all kind of agree that if it is a deception, regardless of if it works for our society or if you're going to get a job or, whatever, those objections might make one decide is important to teach their kids. If we all knew right now, like Gio kind of, proposed, if we all knew for sure that it wasn't a ball, we would all think it's wrong to teach them it's a ball, right?
Yeah, look, I don't think that knowing whether it's a ball or not, well, obviously maybe some fields, but generally that's not a question on a job application, is it? Is the world a ball or is it flat?
Well, it's not about getting a job though, right?
Right.
Well, that's not about, that's not
like
the point,
physics and certain careers that requires you certain like application, like certain experience in like physics or stuff like that.
I said in general. I said there are
Yeah,
some
right,
that
right.
would require that.
Yeah, no, I was responding to the
thinking.
other guy. I
Yeah.
trying to add a point, right?
Yeah.
Then it will, yeah, that knowledge might conflict with the flat Earth.
Oh, definitely. But we're also too. There's there is this huge push that we see at the moment to accept people for who they are and what they believe or what they look like. You know, everyone is equal. Doesn't matter what their gender, what their sexuality, anything like this, what their race, color, or creed. You know, you can't discriminate, right? So, you know, you should be able to walk around with confidence that you can believe something and not actually be discriminated for believing what you believe.
Well, that's a good point, but it's too bad they don't really include flat Earth in that realm of protection.
Well,
you
they
could. It's more.
don't.
It's more acceptable to go home and tell your mom you want a sex change than to say you're a flat earther.
Yeah, and look, I'm not gonna disagree with that at all, Dave. I'm not going to disagree with it all. But these are the sort of principles that these people preach, that they want to teach, and that they want to instill in everyone, that, you know, we should accept everyone. You know, these are the sort of things that they do preach, whether or not they actually come through with it.
Yeah,
And
we might be moving there. Hopefully, that's true. It's going to be the
yeah,
next thing. If we can accept that I'm a girl and instead of a boy, you should be able to accept everything else about what I think, how I identify. Yeah, totally.
well, it's a big thing about not just a boy or girl thing, you know. You know, I can remember in the 70s and 80s, there was a huge push in regards to gay people. Right?
Mhm.
They were shunned like there was no tomorrow, and there was a huge big push, big advertising campaigns, and all that sort of stuff. Whereas now, you know, because, you know, if someone was gay, you know, they would get bullied or shunned or picked on, or whatever the case may be. Whereas now, if you see a gay person, or you're a lesbian or whatever, it's just like whatever, really, you know, go about your business, type of thing. But you know, there, you know, it definitely was at one stage there. You know, these people too were ostracized and bullied and picked on. But, you know, things did change, and hopefully it changes for this sort of thing too.
Well, it goes back to kind of what we were saying earlier about, like, you know, that it's triggering for people, because it's one thing if you're gay and that's your business and it doesn't involve
Oh,
anyone else. But if your paradigm is different than someone else's, it feels like, well, if there's too many of you, then my paradigm will ultimately have to shift and be affecting me directly.
Yeah, definitely.
What do they call it? The axis of evil, by the way. The cosmic microwave background thing. Why do they call it the axis of evil?
I actually don't know why they call it that.
Isn't that what Bush called the countries that weren't under central banking, basically, at one point?
Yeah. Oh, he had a number of things that came out of his idiotic mouth.
Yeah, but remember, it was the axis of evil, the terrorist
Yeah.
network, terrorist countries.
Yeah, which originally included Iran,
Iran,
North Korea.
all the ones that weren't under central banking, basically.
Yeah. And yeah, it was. Yeah, and it was first coined by the illustrious George W. Bush. Less than 5 months after the 9/11 attacks.
Well, if the cosmic microwave background thing does end up picking back up, because they've reintroduced it now as this axis of evil. It was the principle that talked about a special place for the Earth to begin with, Now it seems like there's being reintroduced. So it seems like they're slowly going back to geocentrism, and then they're going to go flat Earth again. I think.
The whole axis of evil was all around the weapons of mass destruction too, wasn't it?
Right.
Turned out to be one huge big lie at the end of the day.
Completely.
Terrorists.
Terrorists.
So many huge lies. That Tonkin, and whatnot. Some massive ones that people bought into. Very easily they bought into because a leader, the authorities would tell them
Well,
so.
9/11. 9/11.
Yeah. They just buy into it just so easily, hook, line, and sinker.
Well, that's the other thing is, like I say about some of the stuff we talk about that people might be aware of or not believe or whatever. We won't know. We don't know the percentages. They could just say most people believe it, or just assume most people believe it and just report it as if it's the truth. And so we'll never know because people don't say anything.
Yeah, and you think about it, Dave. This question comes up like so often. Like, just how many people are involved in the conspiracy? There must be billions and trillions of them keeping a secret from the masses, type of thing. And you only got to point to an example of weapons of mass destruction, right? That this illustrious plan was planned by a few, but conducted by the masses, and everyone that was involved in it believed exactly what they were doing and bought into it very, very quickly. It didn't take much at all. Didn't take much. Just a few people to come up with an illustrious story. And they jumped
It's
on
on the
board.
news. It's true.
Yeah, exactly.
Wag the dog.
Where are the millions and billions of people that kept that a secret? Why didn't they come out?
Well, nobody has a platform. You could be some crazy guy on the internet, that's telling the truth, and that's all you are. So whatever they say is coming out. I mean, the truth has already come out by a lot of people. It's just a matter of their credibility to the masses, which is determined by corporatism for most people. Lots of, by the way, food shortages coming up. Or what's the deal with all? Did you all these plants, these food plants in America being destroyed?
All around the world, mate.
All around the world, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is crazy, man. This is scary. I mean, this is planned food shortage. There was a conference that happened. My friend was telling me the other day. I hadn't talked to him for a long time, and he's really up on all these things. And that Events 201 conference that preceded the pandemic. Well, this one is called. Let's see here. This one is the same exact type of problem, reaction, solution type theater that it's called food chain reaction. Anyone heard of that yet?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's like there are all these conferences where these people are like, okay, so there's going to be food shortages, and if that happens, wink, wink, what are we going to do?
When this happens.
Yeah, exactly, right? This is fucking nuts.
Yeah, they've got contingencies for when the internet goes down or we have an EMP and all this same shit, mate. So, look at the Illuminati cards. There's plans for all of this shit. Just who knows when they're going to wind them out, wheel them out.
So yeah, like the idea of somebody saying something is so laughable when you think about it, because people don't have to say anything. They're telling you what they're going to do, right?
Oh, exactly.
Directly telling you the plans and showing you exactly what's going to happen. Of course, blaming it on some kind of natural thing, but
I don't agree with the logic that, you know, some people sort of think that they're obligated to tell people in front, you know, ahead of time, or I just think they fucking love rubbing it in the face. You stupid idiot!
Right?
Check this out.
It's to
Here's
show
what's
power.
next.
Yeah, exactly. That they're not worried about somebody saying something, because in fact they want people to say something because they know it's only going to be a certain percentage. It's going to cause the conflict with the people that don't want to believe it, and that's part of the whole plan.
Yep. No one wants to be the guy standing, or the crazy guy down the street with the billboard over his fucking shoulders. You know, the end is coming, and the end is nigh, or fucking whatever.
Exactly. Yeah. Flat Earth makes you that Jehovah's Witness you never wanted to be. Right? Because it seems like you're trying to push something on somebody when really you're just trying to say, hey, look, this doesn't make sense. It's like the opposite.
Yeah,
but
sort of. I still don't put myself on the same level. I'm sorry.
No,
If
I'm not
someone come
saying
to
the
my
same.
door preaching flat Earth, I'd be like, "Oh, this dude's all right."
Right, but you don't have to preach flat Earth. You just—it's like the opposite of a belief, though. It's like teaching people to lose a belief rather than get a new one.
Yeah. Empty the brainwashing out.
Yeah.
But it is quite interesting how they, when given half a chance, they will try and put out a message that you are a crazy conspiracy theorist. I noticed when things happened a couple of years ago, and the lockdowns happened in Melbourne and whatnot. Luckily enough, I wasn't in Melbourne. I was out. Wasn't involved in the lockdowns per se because I was in a country town. But nevertheless, the premier at the time came out, and there was a couple of examples of police bashing on doors, arresting, one particular woman in front of her kids and all that sort of stuff because she was trying to arrange some protests and things like that. And I remember him coming out making a statement about these conspiracy theorists. They're basically all the same. They're in the same breadbasket as flat earthers, tinfoil hat wearers type of thing. And he actually specifically put in the term flat earthers, right? So, it's not just these anti-Vers and anti-lockdown people and stuff like that. It's these other people as well that are just crazy crackpot conspiracy theorists.
Yep. Yeah, they love having a few other categories to just lob in.
Yeah,
like the whole anti-Semite type stuff. They just whack that on anything.
Yeah, and it is strange, because the longer you spend in these realms and stuff like that, you just pick up on the nuances of the language of our leaders at times, and how they phrase things and how they put certain things towards us. And you go, oh, that was a nice little jab there. That was a nice little jab here, type thing. I can see exactly what you're doing.
You gotta be careful, mate.
Gotta be careful. 100%. Gotta be careful, mate.
I wonder if that would have a chance of backfiring at the same time, or if it was a planned backfire. But if these things that people got put in their arm end up causing, a worldwide crisis of health issues, which has already happened. But if everyone's aware that's happened, and the association between flat Earth and that anti-V thing were strong enough by that point, then people that realized that the V things weren't good might say, well, maybe the Earth is flat.
Mm-hmm.
So other places besides America, there was like my friend was saying there was like basically spontaneous explosions of these places they claimed, and then there was 2 airplanes that drove directly into food plants.
Good aim.
Yeah, exactly. Just happened to be that 2 food plants got hit by planes. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
He was scaring the shit out of me. He's like, within the next month or 2, we're going to see, triple the price of eggs. Oh, these chickens were killed. All these chickens just fucking massacred. There's all kinds of stuff about that going on. I'm like, what the fuck? It's one thing to say we have food shortages because of the climate, but then another thing to start doing it completely manufactured. That's a scary thing. And there's all these, entrances to the underground suites that they have set up too, which he was talking about. He's got military access, some kind of access on the military internet. So he gets a lot of information that, we wouldn't be able to get necessarily right away. Some of it might also be propaganda, but he just bought a 17-foot fence to put around his property. So anyone notice that Ken Wheeler came out with a video on black holes the day after he talked with the flat earthers? That was kind of strange.
Yeah, exactly. They're not in space though.
Yeah, exactly. Right? Didn't say that.
Yeah.
Gotta save my fan base. I'll just go do a little monologue on black holes. That'll keep them on my side. He also put a couple other videos out that were like, yes, we are about to have a recession, a bad one.
Come on, come here.
Something about China a couple of weeks ago saying that basically that, if America's going to block them from having ports or, having ships ported right outside Japan, we're basically declaring war. Is that true? Is that the case? It's like the war's fake but real. That's the weird thing. We're trying to decipher what's the real part of it and what's the fake part of it. Same with the food shortage. What's the real part of it and what's the fake part of it? Same with climate change. What's the real part of it and what's the fake part of it? He thinks that it's a magnetic. There's a magnetic North Pole and there's a central North Pole or whatever, the terrestrial North Pole, and that the shifting of this magnetic pole is what's causing the different patterns, the weather patterns. And then there's also possibly a lot of truth to the dimming of the sun and the sun cycles, and that we're hitting a Maunder minimum as far as our solar cycle goes, and that what happens with that is that when the sun gets weaker or powers down, then the magnetic field that protects us from the sun is also thinned, and so it gets a lot hotter in some areas but a lot colder in other areas because of the magnetosphere changing due to the sun's cycles.
What's up, New Perspective? It's been a while since I've played.
Hey, Beer Man, what's up? How are you, bro? It's been a while since we've seen you.
What's up?
It's been a while since you've been here, it seems like.
Yeah, I listen a lot on YouTube. I just do my own thing in the background.
Oh, that's you.
Yeah, I chill in there.
There's only usually one. That's you. Interesting.
Yeah, it's me. I'm most of the time on there, just listening.
Nice.
Nice to see you. Welcome. what's your latest infatuation of information?
So I'm trying to find out more information about the Kokopelli player. So that's one of the new things I'm trying to research. So
Did I understand you?
Sorry, say that again.
What's it called again?
The Kokopelli player. He's that little guy that plays the flute in a lot of the petroglyphs. He's like hunched over with that main thing of hair, and he's got the little flute that he plays. Let me send you a pic.
Interesting.
Well, I'll send you the name. I'll send it in the live chat, or I'll send it to you directly.
Or you can put it in the live chat too if you want.
Oh, okay.
Something interesting you found out so far about it?
Just that most of the texts are pointing to that this little Kokopelli player is the seed of life. So I'm trying my understanding of it, the way through other research that I found, is our world is basically electric and it's got a lot of waves to it. So sound waves can create things, or certain waves create. I suck with vocab and explaining, but if there's a certain wave, it creates a certain thing. I don't know how to explain it. Anyway, so this little flute, I think there's a certain sound wave that comes through this flute and brings things to life, or something like that. Oh man, I suck at explaining. I need to probably explain it better. But yeah, I think I think it's got a lot to do with the plasma event and sort of creation, in a sense, to bring certain things alive. Yeah, and I think so that's the avenue I'm going down now. I'm just trying to see if it does tie up with the way I'm thinking it works. And yeah,
that's right. You're a Jay Dreamers fan. He talks a lot about the plasma event. That's right. What do you think? Are we due?
He doesn't talk about this at all. This is something. So, like I say, I don't really join in the conversations. I like to listen what you guys say, because something resonates with me, and I go research about that and try put it into my own understanding, if that makes sense. Instead of just saying, "Oh yeah, this is the way it works," they've proven it. No,
there you go.
I take that information and put it in my own way, or do my own research, and because I could be reading it differently than someone else is reading it, or understand it differently than someone else does. So yeah, I think like one thing I do appreciate of Jay Dreamers is that he's on his path and he explains it, and he says, do with this information with what you want to do with this information, instead of this is what it is. And yeah, I think he's spot on there.
Yeah, that's one of the things that seems possible, a possible reason for a lot of the stuff that's going on. It makes a lot of sense if there's some kind of event that is cyclical that they can't avoid.
Yeah.
And that's the reason that all of this is going on the way it is.
So for instance, that Live Leak, not Live Leak, what's that guy? Is it Live? No, not Live Leak. That's a fucking site. That other guy, he goes and looks at these. Oh, let me get his channel name. Hold on. He does a lot of stuff as well, but he just goes to sites and actually shows the petroglyphs, and they talk about it a bit. He generally takes someone with him that's Native American, for instance, that's got a bit more verbal legend history instead of written history. That's been passed down from his generations, and yeah, you can compare it to what's been written in literature, which is pretty cool. Leak Project is the channel's name. So I'm not a big fan of the dude, and I'm not a big fan of the way he does his content and his little paid promotion shit he puts in his videos. But I like to see, because he goes to the actual sites and does live streams of what he's doing. Instead of giving the information, he's just showing the actual site, which I find very interesting. And a little bit of information comes out of it as well, which is great.
So with the flute, was that kind of like a calling, or a way of enacting the plasma? Was that the mystique behind it? The man plays the flute and the plasma event happens, or something like that?
Yeah, so with all these petroglyphs with the squatter man and all that, they generally always have the Kokopelli player as well. And I found one in South Africa as well, which is very interesting. We got a lot of Bushman drawings and stuff like that. But the fact that I saw the Kokopelli player in a cave drawing is what sparked the interest for me, because it's all over the world and I never ever saw it in South Africa, and I saw it now and I was like, wow, this is pretty cool. So now I want to find out what it's about, and I think what I'm putting together is that when this event happens, this being is there and it's playing the flute, and then life starts again. Life gets restarted, and that's why he's named the seed of life, or this little thing is the seed of life, which I find interesting, and I want to see how they get to that conclusion.
It kind of seems like it parallels the idea of, like, first there was the word, you know,
Yeah.
the sound frequency was the first thing, and that's what everything was built upon, right?
Yeah, so similar to star in a jar. You know, they send sound waves through a bubble and it creates a star. So it's not, how do I explain it? It's not, they're not putting anything extra into it. It's just vibrations which is creating a star. So there could be something to this Kokopelli flute player that's bringing something to life. I don't know what it is, but he's bringing something to life. It's the seed of life. So yeah, I find it very interesting, and I would love to see if I can find some more information about it. So it's something new I'm going down now.
Cool. Yeah, I was talking to that same friend about some of the hieroglyphs of that was mentioned in the EWAR videos with the cuttlefish excavating machine that bores holes in the ground and makes the tunnels, and that there might have been use of that and that type of technology based on the idea that there seems like there's ancient depictions of these machines with blades or men with the hands that look like they have some kind of turn blade instrument, or the Easter Island men with the tools in their hands, or some of these other things that
Oh yeah, I have come across that. I have come across that in my research with the Kokopelli player actually as well. I have saved some stuff in a notepad on my I think it's on my desktop somewhere, where that's something I want to go back to, is how the tools that they use and stuff, and exactly what you're talking about now. You can see them drawing tools, or they have got different hands that look like tools. That could explain how things were made, or technology.
Right. Yeah. And usually giants. That's the giants.
Oh yeah, 100%, 100%.
Right? Yeah.
A lot of this stuff these are very big beings. These aren't small beings. I think we got smaller over time, or possibly got rid of the big giants somehow, or they just couldn't cope in our environment anymore. But definitely, you're correct. They were definitely bigger beings, and yeah.
One of the provocative ideas in that same series is the idea that the enormous trees were cut down so that when the flood came, they wouldn't be able to climb the trees to avoid the flood.
Yeah. Also, like Avatar, they got that in the movie where they say the trees are connected to each other, communicate with each other. I think that possibly has something to do with it as well. If it was a silica age those days with larger trees and stuff, it's a big possibility that there's information inside the trees, and
right.
I think there's something to that as well.
And they even admit, or not admit, but there's studies that show that that's the case with mushrooms, right?
Yeah. Have you seen that device that they clip onto plants and stuff, and it makes music? It's not them making the plant making the music, but it's the frequencies within the plant. Yeah.
Yeah. Fibonacci sequence, right?
Yeah, and mushrooms sound amazing, actually.
And they do the same with stars, right? Haven't they done that with the frequency of the stars now as well?
I'm not sure. I'm not too sure.
There was a video. I have one bookmark to watch on that. It'd be interesting. Yeah, if there's the music being played everywhere, that's the key. That is the key, probably. If we were all singing the same song, I think it would have a huge effect on the world. That's for sure.
Yeah, listen to like today's music. It's fucking horrible. And oh geez, even older music is horrible. But if you listen to opera and stuff like that, or pan flute music, I enjoy my pan flute music, and it feels good. Something about it feels better than today's music.
You play it at 432 hertz instead of 440.
I'm not sure about that, but yeah.
You know about that? You know what I'm talking
No,
about? You never heard of the 432?
no. You must send me some
I'll
information.
send you a video. Yeah, that's kind of been a thing for a little while. That they also switch the frequency or the tuning of everything to be at 440, and there's different theories about which is the actual, most melodic or most desirable hertz to use. And 432 has been talked about as well as others, but if you look at the cymatic patterns with 432 compared to 440, it seems evident there's more, symbiosis with that, you would imagine. So yeah, so that I think that wasn't it. Does anyone else know about this more than I do? Like, wasn't it Hitler? Not Hitler, but wasn't it some kind of regime that decided this, and then that was like the standard, and that's been thought to be like a huge effect on us because of the the tuning of things being completely off.
I think there's definitely something to that. For instance, I listen to guided meditation before going to bed. It helps me lucid dream. I enjoy my lucid dreaming. So sometimes I listen to one without the guided meditation and just listen to the sound. There's, they play those sounds at a certain frequency and it induces a lucid dream. How the fuck does it induce a lucid dream? You know what I mean? There's something to it. You can listen to something else. You're not just going to lucid dream. So there's something to that frequency that does it. So there's something to sound that is definitely bringing something alive. When I lucid dream, it tastes exactly like it when I'm if I eat something in my lucid dream, it tastes exactly like real life, sometimes even better. And feel the touch, feel, smell, everything is as if I am there. And how do you distinguish the difference between that and what we're currently in? It's difficult for me to explain. I really suck at explaining.
No, I hear you. That's totally what a lot of people have thought. For sure, yeah. What's the difference, right?
Yeah. So, and that's just a sound wave that induced that, or certain sound frequencies that made me experience this. So, and it was as real as anything. So, yeah, fuck, dude.
Have you always practiced it, or is that something you just recently looked into and figured out how to do?
So, lucid dreaming is something I've been doing for a while because I get sleep paralysis and it freaks the fuck out of me. And to prevent it, I taught myself how to lucid dream. It's scary when you have sleep paralysis, but I still get it when I can't get out of the lucid, or when I can't get into a lucid dream. I try with the sleep paralysis; it does help, but a lot of the times I can't, and I'm stuck in this damn sleep paralysis. But
that's interesting because I thought it kind of had the opposite, or at least I assumed it was the opposite almost. That or at least as far as out of body experiences go, which is different than lucid dreaming. But if you go to the point of out of body, then that's when sleep paralysis might happen more so.
Correct.
Because
yeah. Last night I actually did some astral projection. It was quite fun. It's a little bit different to lucid dreaming, but it's nice. It's good for the body. My wife and I sold our house 2 days ago. We signed the offer. There's someone that bought our house, and we just got a bit of stress on us now with the move and all that. And I was like, okay, let me do something different than lucid dream. Let me astral project. I can just relax. And oh my god, it was actually very cool.
What did you observe when you did that? Did you see the house that you were about to buy, or what was it?
Oh no. So we sold our house because I'm just a bit concerned about the way the world's going at the moment, and we're gonna go rent for a bit, see what happens, and yeah. So this was just stressing a bit about where we're going to go stay. Am I doing the right move? Blah, blah, blah. And struggling to sleep. And I didn't want to go into a lucid dream. And then the lucid dream
So
would
did
be a
you
fuck up.
astral project? Did you astral project to find out some information that will help you figure out if that's a good decision or not, or how was it related?
So the astral projection for me is just to clear my mind. So if you lucid dream or astral project, you shouldn't be thinking about stuff. You should. It's something I've been teaching myself recently. Is if something bothers you, for instance, say someone, geez, called you squint-eyed or whatever, and you are squint-eyed. Just giving an example now, and now it bothers you, but no one else has ever given you some sort of derogatory name or something like that, and you hold on to that negativity. The only thing that's making you feel negative is you holding on to that negativity and thinking about it. So the only way you can get rid of it is to let it go. So when you astral project, is you let go of all your thoughts. Instead of you when a thought comes in, instead of you thinking about that thought, let it pass. Recognize it, but let it pass. So when you astral project or lucid dream, you need to do that. Otherwise, you struggle. And just to clear my mind, I wanted to astral project. If that makes sense.
It's like a cleansing thing.
Yeah.
Gotcha. I think there's other interpretations of it. Maybe I'm thinking of remote viewing. I was confusing it with that for a minute.
Okay, yeah, this is the way I understand and explain it. I've never researched into it. I just knew about it and then was trying to find out how to do it. And all the information that I share when I do it is just my personal experience and my understanding of it. I've got no...
You don't have videos to send me. Okay.
No. This is just me.
Gotcha. Cool. Yeah, I'll send you some 432 hertz stuff. It's interesting. Anyone else have opinions on that?
I don't even know what you guys are talking about.
You never heard of the 432 versus 440 thing?
What is that?
It's like it's kind of a conspiracy theory, I guess. But yeah, that there was a time when 432 was the way that things were broadcast or recorded, and that was the standard, that you would hear something on the radio or a record device would have that as like the standard. I don't even know how that works. Could be. I don't know. There's some people that think it's ridiculous to even talk about because it doesn't really work the way they say. But there's like ways of tuning your guitar to 432 hertz rather than 440. There's a way of recording music with 432 or certain hertz, which is a frequency that'll be in tune with your natural metabolisms or whatever, your natural I don't know, intake of frequencies, I guess. And so the claim is that they changed it on purpose to fuck with us.
But how do they change a universal frequency to fuck with us? Like, I
Right, exactly. That has to be explained exactly. Well,
Yeah.
it was like the standard. They changed the standard. I guess it's not like they could change it that no one was able to use it, but it was
how?
just the standard.
They would have to go
All right.
all the way back in time to the source
Like-
of this frequency or this light, and change it. Like, you can't change it today, because we're still getting this old frequency, this old light. Do you get what I'm saying, Dave?
Well, they didn't
Like
go
this-
back in time to change it. It's just the
Yeah,
claim is
yeah.
at one point, whatever regime was in control of everything decided that would be the new standard.
But that's what I'm saying. They won't be able to change it. Well, they can change it today going forward, but we would still be receiving signals from the past, right? Really far away that are only reaching us now. Do you like the CMB? That's light that we're seeing. It's
Oh
an
no,
old
it's not
light.
that.
It's
No,
not
it's
that.
about
Oh.
music. It's about recording music more than anything.
Oh, it's about so just the signal in music.
Yeah. It's not about changing the overall frequency of the Earth or anything. Yeah.
Come to think of it, there's people that say truth in movies. When you look at it, I sort of see it. I think they're getting their stories from somewhere, and that's why it's in the movies. It's just basically a story. But if you look at the movie Mars Attacks, they play that frequency, and then the little aliens' heads pop. I think there's something to that.
Yeah, and there's the other one, the Queen's, what was it called? The Queen's Gentlemen, or whatever those series. Anyway, yeah, the whole plot of the thing was that the cell phones, everyone picks up, has a cell phone, a frequency that's sent to their cell phones, and they end up like killing each other. And that's the whole, controlling through. And then we have the graphene oxide and being able to use frequencies to control people through that. And here we are.
But if they were doing these things, why would they put it in movies? Why would they put what they're doing out in the open? That's like the worst way to keep a secret, don't you think?
So look at legends, for instance. That's legends are stories. It's known now as stories. I think it's just history. It's become legends, but that is now a story, and a movie is a story in picture form, basically. Does that make sense? So a lot of the movie stuff, like the content in a movie, are from legends, are from legends.
Like, okay.
Does that make sense? Like, think of a movie now that's
you're saying a lot of the things we see in movies are just based on like old legends being retold.
Yeah, basically.
Like Disney movies, for example, they're just modernizing old fairy tales and legends.
Yes. For instance, Moana is sort of that's basically a legend, but in an animation.
Yes.
Yeah. Hope that. Yeah. So I think that's making sense.
Yeah. No.
Well, what we were talking about earlier is that there's a perversity to the people in charge. It seems, where some people say they have to tell us like some kind of like code they have to follow, where they have to tell us the truth. So they do it in movies, and they get away with it by doing it that way. And then there's the other idea of it is that they've got so much power that they do it just as like a way of fucking with our heads, or giving the people that can read between the lines at least a clue, or or even just to make some of it's just fear porn. Like you don't know how to differentiate between the things that they're actually going to happen and things that they're just trying to make you think are going to happen. So it's just mind control, basically.
I got a different outlook on that. I don't think that they have to tell us what's going on, and I would say only really woke up to I would say reality, in the sense of when I listen to people talk about the flat earth thing. I actually can see a person that really understands that we don't live on what we live, and other people that believe that either the earth is flat or globe. I can differentiate the difference between people already, which is pretty cool. And I believe, my understanding is that there is people that are programmed, people that are awake, and then there's the elite, which are, I believe, controlling this world in the sense, on an energy sense, not on a status sense. And how do I explain this better? If you guys want to carry on, because I'm probably rambling here, but so they put out this as a big joke because they know this is true, and people are so programmed to believe the legends as legends and our history as what has been written in the books, that they find us dumb. Like, fuck, it's in the books. But we awake, we can see the elite controlling the controlled. Yeah, it's difficult for me to explain, but I hope that makes sense. The elite are controlling the controlled, and
right,
and we
and
are.
And it's almost like so you say it's not a code, but they do it. What reason do they put it in the movies then? If they're telling us the truth in the movies, if it's not the.
It's entertainment, and it turns them away from the truth to believe that it's just a story, and that's why the elite are the elite, and they got basically everything they want, and I do believe that they're trying to find a way out here as well, but the controlled are their slaves, and unfortunately we're stuck in their system but we don't have to be their slaves. And if you're awake, if that makes sense, because you can actually see them and you can see the controlled.
Right.
But I've known about this for the flat Earth since I think 2000 and it's either 12 or 2015, one of those. But I was always in the belief of flat Earth, if that makes sense. I'm going to categorize myself as I'm still following some sort of narrative, but I woke up when I found out about Titans and legends being basically true, magic, plasma, all that stuff. When I started finding out about that, that's when I would say I woke up and I could see the controlled, I can see who's the elite, and I can see who's actually awake.
Yeah, that's another kind of flip flop thing that we like the idea that the truth is in the movies and the and the stories in the news or the fables or the fallacies are in the news, and now we're saying that maybe some of these legends are the truth, some of these fairy tales are the truth, in the same way,
Yeah,
They
it doesn't
telling
add
us-
up, Movies have the truth, but the news doesn't. Like,
yeah,
yeah,
but
it's not
sometimes that
consistent.
seems to be the case.
That's perfect. Well said there. That is actually basically what I'm saying.
Yeah.
What you
Yeah,
said
some of
there,
the legends, like fairy tales that we've been told at the same time. They aren't movies, but they're fairy tales. But now we're seeing that maybe some of these, legendary figures, some legendary or myths, are actually true as well.
yeah, it's almost like the news is now the fairy tale and the legends is your actual news because that's what's happened. They've
Right.
reversed it.
Yep.
All right, I don't know, man. It seems you guys are able to make sense of it, but it doesn't make sense.
No, all good.
Yeah.
Well, it's an ultimate power. You can create
Yeah.
people's reality. By giving them a fairy tale and telling them it's true, and then telling
Yeah,
them the
but
fairy tales are just myth.
What I heard you
But
mention.
that's so risky. Sorry, go ahead, Ben.
Titan. Yeah, sorry, Nate. Did you finish, mate? I chopped you off.
Yeah, I'm done. Sorry.
Yeah. What attracted you to the Titans?
What got me on there was the Luge of France, I think it is. Those big they look like heads with clearly nose, eyes, and mouth, and then there were those giant snakes. Or something reptilian. There's a few tortoises, and then I was like, okay, cool. Wait, there's something to this, and then I started searching for it, and then I came across the actual Titan human beings, and also the way the pyramids were built, the steps next to pyramids, for instance, or some monuments there with massive steps versus the tiny steps that we need. And it clearly when it goes up to something. And yeah, then I started looking into that and it started making a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, I did a little bit of looking into the Titans, but it just didn't grasp me, I suppose. That's all.
No, that's fine.
Yeah, but the little bit I did see, is definitely interesting. It's like the the tree stumps and all that sort of stuff that they make out and whatnot. I can definitely see resemblances, like when they post pictures, and I've never really looked at things in that way. To be honest.
No,
it is definitely I wouldn't put it out of the realm of possibilities, so to speak. I suppose what would be more convincing if we have these giant titans and these giant trees and stuff like that. If a giant axe was dug up, for argument's sake, to go along with it, some giant tools or whatever.
Yeah, or like proof of their intelligence, writings or
So
Yeah, something. Yeah, like
yeah.
something. Because I also too found. Have you seen? Oh, what's it? Is it Mud Fossil University Beerman? Have you seen that channel?
yeah, I have seen it.
Yeah. And he points out some very interesting things too, right? The dragon and the giant fish and all that sort of stuff. And when he kind of points it out, you kind of you can see something there. You know what I mean? Like you can definitely see some sort of resemblance of a dragon or a giant fish. But to me, it kind of reminded me a little bit too of looking at clouds with my kids, which we used to do quite a bit, and we used to picture things we used to see things in the clouds, and they'd see a dog or a cat or whatever, and you're looking up at the clouds and you're trying to spot this dog or cat. But then they'd point out what they thought was a dog or a cat, and you could at one particular cloud set, and when they actually pointed it out and point out, there's the tail and there's the head and this and that type of thing, then I could see it. But it wasn't until they actually pointed it out that I could see it clearly. That's the way I sort of viewed mud fossil a little bit. Like I don't necessarily, disbelieve it, but it's just like, okay, then we've had this giant dragon here, apart from this fossilized mountain range. Like, where's the giant tooth, or where's anything else that goes along with it?
So yeah, the cloud thing, I do agree there. It's called pareidolia, if I'm not mistaken.
That's the word. Yeah.
And yeah, I can agree there. But some of the stuff does look quite convincing. However, that's up to you as well to decide. If that's the journey you're going down, that's the journey you're going down. You might hit a dead end, you might not, but you might learn something from it as well. The other thing about the Titans is the texts that are written. So I think it's in the Quran that they say Adam was 90 foot tall. I think it's the Quran that writes that, where and it's written in other legends of these giant beings being helped or helping smaller people. And then there was people even smaller than us. We've now called it hobbits, but it was called something else
Yes.
back in the day.
Yeah, and you see some old drawings, Beer Man, where you have normal people like you and me, like in a village, but there will be a giant or a couple of giants, and then you see all like these little hobbit people in there as well. So I've seen that sort of stuff, definitely.
Yeah. So when you start going down that history line and researching deep into that, you start putting two and two together, and that's why I can understand maybe seeing what I'm seeing when I'm seeing these giant fossilized snakes and whales. It now makes sense to me because of what's been written. Why would they write about it, and now he has evidence for it, if that makes sense?
Oh yeah, look, I definitely understand why why you think along this path. Definitely, I can see it. But yeah, it's just like I said, for me personally, it's just something that I haven't fully probably sunk my teeth into. Haven't looked enough into it.
But about the structures that we've talked about that don't seem like they'd be capable, like a man would be capable of, maybe those kind of things. Some of the big structures.
Yeah, no, exactly, Dave. Sorry, was that?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, definitely, Dave. Like, there is definitely, sort of seems to be like all these little signs everywhere. What probably fascinates me more is stuff like the marble carvings and stuff like the ancient technology, not more of the giant titans or little hobbit people or big trees. I'm more interested in the how did they carve this? Like, what sort of tools did they have, or what sort of tools did they use to make pyramids and things like this that you may not know.
So you could say that all the evidence of these bigger tools, like the big axe or the big, whatever, like if the idea was to get us to believe that everything before this time was technologically primitive, then they would have been a concerted effort to hide some of these artifacts that we might expect to find, I guess.
But also, who says this is a construction site? If you know what I mean, were you asking for tools and that? When I look around if I go to the mall, for instance, I don't see tools laying around there. These buildings are done; they don't need to have tools lying.
Not at all. I'm not saying that I should find a giant axe next to a mountain that represents a fallen tree, like there's a tree stump. I'm not saying there should be an axe right next to it, type of thing, man. I'm just saying like somewhere. I wouldn't expect to see it like right next to the mountain, but somewhere on that in that country, in the world somewhere, just in general. Because even though you don't see the tools at the building after it's completed, you can definitely find tools in other places that they've used to construct these things.
So
there are stories of them finding giant bones and then the Smithsonian taking them and locking them away. That's the
really?
stories.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. Oh fuck! What do I want to say now? Shit, I forgot.
I mean, do you guys believe giants existed, or like what's going on here?
Oh yeah, I definitely believe they existed.
I think there's a lot of evidence that says that was the case. Yeah.
And we
A lot of evidence that
small
we've never
humans,
seen. A lot
we
of
small
evidence
humans
that we
got rid
cannot
of
see.
giants.
That's the problem.
We wiped out the giants, us small puny humans.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
Like, really,
The
guys?
evidence should have been well displayed in the museums
we didn't
so that
we
we
didn't
can go
fight
and
the
view them.
giants necessarily.
Yeah,
I don't
even
know.
Jin doesn't believe this.
Well, maybe they
I believe. If I had to
maybe
bet,
they moved on. Maybe they moved on. Maybe they're
Moved on to the outer ponders, perhaps.
Possibly.
Maybe.
Maybe they were
Outer ponders.
What's that?
Outer ponders?
The outer
The hell
ponders,
is-
yes,
What are the outer
perhaps.
ponders?
About the outer ponders. Well, if we're on a flat Earth, just like you would think, just like the philosophy goes. Well, if we're on a planet, we couldn't just be the only planet in the whole universe that has life on it. Well, the same philosophy goes when you think about it. We're in a pond. Well, why would we be the only pond with some kind of life living in it? There's got to be
Perhaps
other
that's
ponds.
what the creator intended.
So they are
why.
other
Maybe.
flat Earths.
I wouldn't assume that.
What? Whoa, my mind is blown.
Really?
This is not the only.
the first time?
I've never heard of.
this, mate. Yes, we have.
I've never heard of outer ponders.
We've spoken about UFOs and stuff like that,
No, definitely. But
yeah, and I've said to you that they don't come from outer space. They come from other lands, other ponds that are here on this
possibly.
planet. Yeah.
Oh, okay. No. I thought. Sorry, I misunderstood. I thought it was like a whole entire separate flat Earth. Okay, it's just there's other lands that we don't know about that they could.
Beyond our realm.
Okay, my bad.
Possibly. I mean, I'm not really a proponent of that stuff myself, really.
Oh, wait, are you still thinking of Earth as a pond floating in
space? The only life we have is the life we observe right here now on flat Earth. That is it. And as for those giant bones, if they're such a real thing, and people bigger than us did exist, these things should be well displayed so we can actually go and have a look and let's get our eyes and hands on this stuff, and let's have a look at it properly, rather than hiding
you guys
it,
believe
which breeds suspicion.
Yeah.
Why would they be displayed, Gin.
Do you guys?
Why
Do you
not?
guys?
It's
Do you guys
part of
believe in
our history.
dinosaurs?
They're
Do you guys
displaying
believe in
bloody
dinosaurs?
fucking dinosaurs that
Yeah.
never existed. They never fucking existed, but they display those. Right.
So why would you believe in giants? Yeah, like I'm 100% with
Could be that
with
all
Jin.
animal life was bigger. There could have
I'm
been
I'm
giant
I'm, I'm with
lizards.
Jin on this. You know,
If there was
Yeah.
why
giant
believe in
lizards, those are
giants if
basically
you don't
dinosaurs,
believe
right?
in dinosaurs?
Well,
Exactly.
I'm thinking there could have been giant lizards, a lot bigger lizards or bigger everything at one point, right?
I don't know about that. Why would there? Why would there be? Why would there
Yeah,
be? Why?
why? I'm with Jin.
Yeah.
I'm with Jin on
Why?
this.
Yeah.
Why do
Why
you
Have you
would
believe
looked
there?
this?
into this at all? Have you looked into this topic at all?
I
I
have
The
have.
not.
possibility, the evidence that seems to be the case, that things were
Jin has.
bigger.
Jin has. Jin has.
I have, yeah, and I'm not satisfied at all because but the logic here is put it on display so I can actually see it, view it. Let's have some DNA testing. Let's have it going. If it, it's not happening. It's as secretive as the dinosaurs, and that's turned out to be bullshit.
Well,
No
apparently,
asteroid came from the stars and destroyed the life 65 million years ago. No asteroid event happened. That was BS from the word go.
Well, apparently, Jin, you can go down to museums and see dinosaur bones.
They're not real. They are all
Really?
made 65% of the exhibits are made by a company called King Dong Ocean Arts Limited in China. And they use a variety, they use a variety of mixed bones, crushed down, epoxy resins, and that's what you get. It's all man-made.
Okay, that's 65% of them. You still got 35%.
Right. The other stuff we don't get to see. The other stuff that's hidden away, locked away, it survived thousands of years, and yet as soon as we want to see them, no, we can't. No reporter's ever seen them.
That's 35%. That's still a pretty big number.
Yes, but it's stuff that we cannot see. It's not displayed where we can see it.
Why would you see them? They'd be precious.
Why would I?
Them.
I want to see. I want to see that bone. I want to see that bone.
You can see a replica.
I don't want to see a replica. I don't want to pay any money to see any replica of anything.
Of course,
That's
you know what it is.
That is an insult to my intellect and intelligence and the money that I'm going to pay. You must be mad. That's why I never took my children. Replica.
Oh, I
Yeah.
maybe.
I'm with Jin. I don't want to pay for a replica, man. So.
No chance. Can't
really?
insult me.
Hey, you too don't believe in dinosaurs, Nate.
No chance.
Nate is a dinosaur denier. Damn.
I want to see the real thing. Yeah.
He's a dinosaur denier. You're a troublemaker, Nate. I know what you're doing.
Dinosaurs.
Yeah. So if there are giant bones, let's have a look at them. Put them on display. Vacuum chambers if you need. Let's have a good look. Let's see what we got here.
Bloody dinosaur deniers. How dare you?
The nerve. Jin's right though. They need to show us the real dinosaurs.
You can see a photo of them, Nate.
Yeah.
You know what they did? You know what they said happened? They reckon that as they were supposedly collecting these dinosaur bones and constructing them, they put the heads of other dinosaurs on these dinosaurs, and the public didn't notice. Not even the correct bone and head for that dinosaur, but it didn't matter. Just as long as they got the exhibit moving and people coming in. Not one head did they find.
Look, in all seriousness, it'd be pretty hard to piece them together if you didn't know how they went together. It'd be pretty easy to mix up one head with another head.
No, they did it deliberately because they wanted, obviously, to attract the visitors to the museum. The other thing that was said was the experts in animal anatomy and physiology said that the way these dinosaurs are put together, nature wouldn't do so because they'd be either too heavy to walk, or if the T-Rex fell over, it would fall prey to its, it would fall prey to other animals and that, because it wouldn't be able to right itself once it was on the floor. Nature doesn't design animals in such a way.
So if
We'll
animal,
say that, but then you have to
if
tortoise, for example.
archaeologists are getting fossils, what are these fossils?
They're man-made fucking fossils, and that's what they are. Finish.
All
So you reckon there's
man-made
no
lives.
archaeologists that have found a sort of
Regarding,
fossil just in the ground?
regarding dinosaurs, that's what I'm talking about. The other thing, like fossils and that, they may be real. At least you have them on display there. Slates, they've cut the rock away, put it down. There it is.
Yeah,
And it's still
Jin,
questionable.
Jin, what about mosquitoes trapped in amber? And they tell us that this is like a million-year-old mosquito. Is that real?
That's impossible, isn't it? I mean, that
It's
would be impossible, man.
Why?
Get that Jurassic Park shit out of here.
Why is it
Would have
impossible?
been fucking
It's a
dust,
mosquito.
Mosquito. Joke.
Yeah, but it's trapped in amber, right? Why is that impossible, Jin?
Well, okay, we need to break that open to check it, though. That's all I'm
Why
saying.
would you break it open? You destroy it.
Yeah, it's being
point.
preserved in amber. The moment you expose it to the
Let's break it
atmosphere, it's
open and
gonna.
let's check it first. That's what I was doing. Yeah, of course.
It is gonna break
Absolutely.
We've
In
only
the
got
interest
one
of
of them.
nature, can that
It's
really
gonna
happen? Of course.
break it open.
They've got a lot, they've got so many of them. Sacrifice one for the troop. It has to be. Has
Do
to be
they?
done.
They've got a lot of mosquitoes in amber, do they? I don't
Well,
know.
I must have a few.
You reckon?
More than one. You can't give me just one mosquito.
I don't know, Nate. How many do they have, Nate? We know of one.
Quite
Do
a
they have
few.
more than one?
Yeah, it's just not. It's like mosquitoes, ants, all of these little
Oh, well,
things. Like
let's break
there's
them
so
open then.
many.
I'm with Gin. Let's break them all open. We've got heaps of them.
Have a look at
Yeah,
it.
we have a lot of them. I'm sure some of them they've broken open. But what I'm asking Jin is this not possible? Like, because amber, it's just like a tree resin, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know what it is. Yeah, and it hardens. You
And
polish
it
it
hardens.
up. I mean,
So
I've used similar resins to make my stuff.
and it'll stay preserved for very, very, very millions of years, right? So why isn't it possible that something a million years ago could have died and its body could have got trapped in amber and it just stays preserved that way? Why is that impossible, Jim?
I mean, how much amber are we going to need to preserve a dinosaur? Fuck it.
No, not dinosaurs. I'm not saying dinosaurs. I'm saying little mosquitoes and like insects, you know.
And fossils and stuff.
bees.
I mean, it's possible, but to be sure, as the Irish say, let's open the thing up.
Well, we have
opened up. Yeah.
We've smashed many of them because we've got heaps of them apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah, I still need to see. I still need to see. You know when you have to see it with your own eyes, touch it, and then you'd know, put it under the microscope.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, definitely. Yeah. I'd want to see
Really?
that under a microscope. Yeah, definitely.
No,
Definitely.
This is kind of one of these.
It's my interest. I'm very interested in that. It's because I'm very interested. I mean, that's everybody's wish. I would have to say, to see it under the microscope. Then you know this thing has survived, and you're 100% sure. Come on.
Well,
you examine it yourself. You see, those who are interested, and there's loads of us. Come on, when you go to the museum, you want to touch it. Big signs: don't touch, don't look. What are we doing here then? Fucking hell! Don't touch, don't look.
Have you asked to see?
When people asked, when the reporters asked, apparently when they asked to see the real bones, they said no, they're locked away in some kind of vault. No, can't touch, can't look. Don't go there.
No. I'm talking about the mosquitoes and the bees.
Oh no, I haven't had the opportunity to ask anyone to actually have a look, but that's what I would want to do. So of course I'm going to be on the fence on that.
Until you see it,
I want to see it opened up for myself and actually tease it, watch it being teased out of its casing, that amber, and then let's gingerly transfer it over to and dissect it, and let's have a look at that. Is that a real? Is that a real wing? Compare a real wing, that wing that's 1 million years old, to a freshly caught mosquito, and let's compare. Let's have a look at these things. There should be
Gin,
some.
I've got this picture of you gingerly carrying this mosquito over to the
Yes,
microscope
of
and
course.
teasing it out amongst
Yeah,
the resin.
you know what I mean. Yeah, with my little prongs,
Yeah,
magnifying glasses on. You know, that's it. Let's have a look at that. Okay, let me place the freshly caught mosquito today. Okay, let's put that next to it. Okay, now let's under the microscope slide that over. Okay, let's have a look. There's some similarities here.
That's priceless.
Yes. But that's how I am anyway.
Yeah.
You know, they tend to think that people are, don't have those who are interested have the capability. That's what I say. They want to know. You understand? It's not beyond our realm of understanding,
Yeah.
Especially if you're like an engineer. If you're an engineer, you'd be interested in something like that quite easily. Should be. Forensic science. Love that stuff, mate. Yes, give it a forensic science approach. Latex gloves, doubly lined. Okay, let's go. Mask, yes, okay. I put a mask on then. I want to cough and blow the thing off the table. Right, put a mask on. Okay. Hairnet, all right. Don't want to confuse my hair with the legs of a mosquito. So put a hairnet on. Let's go then. And what do they call it? What do they call that? Is it a dry room or is it a vacuum? You know what they call it it's called a clean room, isn't it? When they
where it's nice and sterile and all that sort
yeah,
of
that's
stuff.
it. That would be the environment. Clean room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go. Look at that, Gin. Look at that. There's an ant in the.
Yeah, in a resin, is it? In the amber, is it?
Yeah. Look at that. Now that looks pretty anty to me, Gin.
Yeah, but it could be made today. That's the thing.
How old are they saying these things are, Nate? Do you know?
Hang on. So sorry. I just got to pause what I'm doing. Just hang on, please.
Sorry, mate.
Which one?
Have you posted an image or a video?
No,
Yeah, because I just see videos.
Video. Yeah, it's just a video. I just thought you may have known what sort of age these things are, Nate.
Oh, they vary.
Yeah, but we're not talking like an ant from last week type of thing.
Oh no, it's fossilized, so it's
exactly.
yeah.
So it's old.
Very long.
Yeah,
very old.
very old. Exactly.
Let me see. How long does amber take to fossilize? How long does amber take to fossilize? It says between 2 and 10 million years. Jesus. Yeah, 2 and 10 million years, man. So these things are old. Yeah.
Big shout out to Purple Black. Is that right? Purple, white, and black club.
Yeah. You know him, do you, Jim?
Shout out to you there, mate.
I've just voice verified him. Hold on, I'll take him off. Unmute.
Yo, Benson.
You're off, Purple. You're off. You're voice verified now, man.
I know Benson. But listen, this is their claim. This is what I'm sitting beside my mom right now. Telling mom, listen, dude, hold on. I'm sitting beside my mom right now. I was telling her what you were talking about. Listen, you were saying something about the amber, about carbon dating and all that shit, right? Okay, so how they make the claim that they can prove how old something is based on the amount of oxygen in the air, yet they can't prove that the amount of oxygen in the air has been constant throughout time, right? So then that takes all of their dates off the table. That means none of it can make any sense, and that all of it's a lie.
Yeah, but I'm not necessarily going that it's a million years old. Purple.
Yes, it's not acceptable. I know it's not impossible, but the thing is they can't prove that the amount of oxygen in the air was constant over 1 million years. They can't prove
It's
that
not
shit.
about oxygen. Carbon dating has nothing to do with oxygen. Neither does radioactive
Okay,
dating,
what does that have to do with-
isotope dating. Also, why are you making your mom listen to this?
I'm not making her. She said she enjoyed it. So, okay, so if it's not related to the oxygen, what is it related to?
It's in the name, carbon
Well,
dating.
I mean,
Excuse me?
It's in the name, radiocarbon dating.
Okay, so it's the amount of carbon in the air. Is that correct?
Yeah, C14.
So how can they
No,
prove that the
well,
amount of carbon in the air has
not the
been
amount of
constant
carbon
the
in
entire
the
time?
air. It's the
What?
amount of carbon within the amount of C14 that is decayed within that organism.
Okay, but how can they prove that?
By looking at how much
Oxygen.
of it has decayed. It's chemistry, simple chemistry.
No, but they
like
can't.
alpha
Even
and
if it's
beta
simple
and
chemistry, they
beta
can't prove.
decay.
They can't prove that the amount of carbon in the air has been constant throughout time.
But that
So all
you
their
don't need.
science is
Why
flawed.
do you
All
need
their
to
science
prove
is
that?
flawed
What
because
does
the
that have to
baseline
do
doesn't exist.
with carbon dating? What does the
Yeah.
amount of carbon in the atmosphere have to do with the amount of decayed
Well, I
C14
think
That's what
within
they're
your
using
body?
to give it time, right? That's how they're
Yeah.
using the date, right?
No.
Yeah. No, hang on. He's talking about when they do the ice cores in Antarctica and they bring that out, don't they? The ice cores, yeah? And then they take them back to the lab and then they start to tell you how old and what the air was like and that. They use supposedly they use special equipment and they register this. It registers a
Very
signal,
special.
yeah? Yeah.
I'm explaining it to you guys how it's done. It depends on the
Yeah, I
amount of
know.
carbon 14 that has decayed within you.
Decayed.
Yeah, within you, not how much
Yeah.
there is in
And
the
nitrogen.
atmosphere,
Yeah,
but how much has
I think
decayed
this
Yeah, but
gentleman
within
who's
is
you.
the one
mixing up the two.
breathing? Does every living organism breathe? Yes or no?
Oh, yes, it does breathe.
Yeah, I would
If you
assume
were
so.
breathing in a different level of carbon at the time, then that would mean that the dates would be flawed.
How? Why?
Because
Explain to me
the amount
why.
of carbon in the air would be different, which means the amount of carbon in the creature would be different.
Why? Why would that be different?
Because it's just common
Yeah, I mean,
science.
how would
That's
you even
wong.
register that?
You
How
can't
would you
say,
measure
oh,
that, though?
this is
You
how it
don't know
was
That's
a
what
very
million
wrong.
you don't know
years
what you're
ago,
talking
not
about.
prove it,
I'm
and then
sorry,
say,
man.
oh, this is 20,000 years old because I said so. You can't do that.
Yeah. Let's pay attention
Not
to what
what
he's
they
saying.
do.
Yeah, let's pay attention
I
to what
am.
he's
I am
saying
hearing
because
what he's saying.
the air would have something to do with it for sure. That's what we're measuring. How much air this thing
We're
has been
not
exposed
measuring
to,
the air.
or lack of
No,
air,
that's
lack
not
of
what
air,
we're
lack of
measuring.
air.
Yeah,
That's
but
not what we're
Jin, it
measuring.
doesn't matter how much carbon's in the air. That's not going to change how
Yeah,
much carbon's in me, Jin. I'm
No,
exactly.
carbon based,
obviously,
You're
and
no,
it
no,
telling me
no.
from
stays
the
the
time
same.
you were
No, no,
born, you
no.
haven't breathed
Exactly.
one time.
Thank you. Well, how much carbon's in the air doesn't matter.
Yes, it does.
Ugh. All right,
No.
man.
I mean, it's going to register. If you're breathing in too much carbon in your body, it's going to register in your body, surely, in your blood. Of course, it will.
While you're
Right
alive,
now, but not
maybe, Jin,
millions of
while
years
you're
later.
alive. If you've been dead for 10,000 years, you're not breathing anymore, are you?
No. That's definitely a
Exactly.
fact. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why they look at how much carbon has decayed, the
Cave.
C14,
Yeah. That's
you
right.
know, yeah,
And
and that tells us,
But
that gives us,
isn't the carbon isn't that not affected by air? Carbon? No.
you're just looking in the dark for like a link here now. Like, don't
that's how old
stop
it
doing
is.
that shit.
The amount of carbon in the
I'm
air
just
was
trying to. Yeah,
different
I'm trying to. Yeah, I am trying to link it. I am, of course, I am.
registered on
I'm
the
trying to
same
see if the
baseline,
air
but
would
the
have
year
anything to do with it,
age
or
would
the
be
lack of
different.
it.
But purple, right? Okay, just say okay, because I'm getting what you're saying, right? So let's just go say what you're saying is spot on, right? And they say that this mosquito is 1 million years old, right? With what you're saying, right? Would that mean that it's maybe only, I don't know, 500,000 years old or 200,000 years old? Like
That's okay.
how inaccurate is it going to be according to what you think?
So why couldn't you take the mosquito out of the amber, dissolve it in a liquid, and measure the amount of carbon? Okay. Now, if you were to take mosquitoes and you did that to each one, and then you found ones that were the same age based on the same carbon, They should have the same carbon at all times. If at any time you find a mosquito that has a different amount of carbon that is the same age, that would mean that the amount of carbon in the air was different during that time period. That's all I'm saying. And no one does that. No one has ever proved it. And all of it can be disregarded. All of it.
Okay, I hear what you're saying. I can follow that train of thought, definitely.
Yeah.
But anyways, I gotta go. I'll talk to y'all later. I'll talk to you later.
Nice
Go.
one.
All right,
Do
ladies,
come
man.
back though for more
All right,
info.
yeah,
Lovely.
I'll be back later. I'll be back later.
Yeah.
Peace out, man.
His mum was finding it interesting. That was good. His
Yeah,
mum
that
was
was
finding it interesting.
nice.
Nice.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's interesting. I mean, it all started with the giant bones anyway, and I think when they hide everything and you can't see, can't touch, my skeptical alarm goes off. I think, well, what's going on here?
Well,
let's have.
Jim, they're only hiding 35% of it, not 100% of it.
Yeah,
They're hiding the 35% is the one I'm interested in. Don't give me the replicas. I'm not interested in. When you put it up, when you take one of those bones that's on display, you put it through the microscope, you're getting elephant bone, dog bone, crocodile bone, all kind of bone.
Yeah, bro,
mixed
they
in
had
there.
to recreate them from the fossils because you can't dig up a bone, mate. This is where the reptilian
Nah,
humanoid
that's
and
bullshit.
the
That's
dinosaur
BS.
age,
They
I
never
reckon
existed.
existed.
Nah,
Yeah,
they
well,
never existed.
you got to
Dinosaurs
ask
never
about the
existed. That's
fossils
for
they're
sure.
finding in the ground because that's what they say they find. They don't find the
it's all
bones because the
bullshit.
bones are long gone, mate.
It's a conspiracy and a deception that has been perpetuated for a number of years. What's his name? Sir Richard Owen, the superintendent of the British Museum, coined the idea himself. And it's funny that the first ever dinosaur. Now listen to this here. This is according to Eric Dubay's video that 3 tooth or some fragment tooth were found in the Missouri River, north of Missouri, okay, by Vladimir Hayden, Vladimir Hayden, okay, ex soldier, okay, so a military man, and he sends these teeth to Sir Richard Owen's entourage, and then from the tooth that you've never heard of a dinosaur in your life, remember he created the name, he coined the name dinosaur, and then they can construct a whole dinosaur from tooth of an animal you've never seen. Is that possible? And they called it the Trachodon. In Latin, it's the rough-toothed dinosaur. Can you believe that? From 3 tooth, you can construct an animal you've never seen?
I reckon it's pretty crazy how they can construct a lot of things with very little information, and they can do some amazing
Exactly.
jobs
It's impossible.
at time. And some of it's
Bloody
very,
impossible.
very, very accurate. Very accurate the way they can construct.
Oh, I don't know. Again, it might seem to be accurate, but did it actually exist? You can design all kinds of cars, aeroplanes, shoes, clothing, anything we can design using computers and whatever. Come on, man.
It's actually funny you should say that because my daughter got a picture of her grandmother when she was just a little baby, just a wee little baby, because she found it was an aging program, like what are you going to look like when you're 50, what are you going to look like when you're this age and that age. And anyway, she put her nana's photo in the program, and then actually compared it to other photos, and it was surprisingly very, very accurate, actually. Very accurate.
One in a gazillion chance.
It wasn't. So well, you know what? It's been done at least once. All right. So
Yeah, one in a gazillion. That's fine. 1 in a gazillion is possible, of course. It's not always going to be like that. Fact is, when you cannot construct a dinosaur that you've never seen in your life, you don't know what it looks like, Remember, the word dinosaur was a man-made. It's man-made, right?
All
Dinosaur.
words are
And
man-made. Come on. What?
say that again.
All words are man-made. Name me a word not made by
I
man.
see what you mean. Yeah, but it was coined by a man. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Well, what I meant by that was the idea was created from a man in the British Museum whilst he was wondering what kind of animals could have lived, you know, and then suddenly someone sends him some teeth a few months down the line, a year down the line, and now he says, "Oh, this is from the Truckerton dinosaur that he's never seen in his life." Come on, fucking hell! How dumb do we have to be? 3 teeth. We've
How
got a
is
whole
it?
animal.
I want to know how it is physically impossible for 2 Tyrannosauruses to get down and boogie, Carlos.
Exactly. That's what they said. They can't. How would they mate to have an ant to create a little baby brontosaurus? Impossible.
Crocodiles do it. Have you guys ever wondered that? How do crocodiles mate?
Yeah, maybe they haven't. I
How
don't
do
know.
snakes mate? How do lizards mate?
Yeah,
How do most reptiles mate?
they find a way. They find a way. There's a lot of animals that actually don't even have penetration, and they mate.
Yeah, yeah. Like a lot of fish will happen is yeah. Like for some fish, the mother will just lay the eggs, and the father will just jizz
Go
all over
along.
them.
That's
Yeah,
right. So you
yeah.
don't need to actually have penetration at all.
Well, that's why they come out of eggs. Some of these
some just
dinosaurs, don't they?
self-service too.
Most of these dinosaurs conveniently come out of eggs, don't they?
Self-service.
Globus has worked it out.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't take much imagination to work out how they might be able to do it, really. Come on, guys.
There you go.
That's how we know they never existed. Because in all the Jurassic Park movies I've seen, the T-Rex hasn't got some big cock hanging between his legs swinging around. What's the deal? What? You know, what? Come on, that's not working.
Hey, come on. Hey, White, these are PG movies, all right? You can't be having cocks winging around all over the place.
I'm sorry. When they've got movies with horses in them, they don't fucking put a little nub there just so they don't offend kids, right?
Well, you know what?
It's
what?
nature is there. What?
You know what, White? I personally have never noticed an animal's genitalia, but if that's the sort of thing that you're looking out for, go for it.
Dude, Clovis just posted T-Rexes in doggy style. So, of course, one goes, shit, hang on a minute. There must be something down there. And then you cast your mind back to the movie. No, there was never anything swaying around like a bulldog, no? I'm sorry. Are you telling me you've never seen the nuts of a bulldog, Bandy? You just happen to avert your eyes every time, do you, mate?
No, I'm talking about in a movie, all right? In a movie, we're
Okay.
talking about in a movie, all right? That's
Fair enough. Yeah, sometimes you just can't help but notice these things.
Yes, I remember it was Jake Gibson, you know, Flat Earth arsehole, that actually said that. He highlighted that point. That was funny.
That's pretty funny.
It must be about that time for Rumpus to wake up, wasn't it?
No, that's a bit later. That's like midnight.
Is Rumpus the shouty guy?
one of them, Nate.
There was someone shouting yesterday a lot. I was just listening.
Damn, Nate. I think you and I sent a couple of DMs. It was out of control.
Yeah. Jeez.
He's losing it. Like since Brandon's, he's gotten worse, I reckon.
Who's
Personally, I mean, he got his name for a reason, Rumpus. You know, he Rumpuses right through the whole thing.
Oh, Rumpus. I remember Rumpus, yeah.
I think he's actually tamed down a little bit since Brandon's, personally.
Yeah,
I
him and
remember
Esty-
some reasonable
was it Esty?
conversations in Brandon's. He descends in the first 5 seconds now.
right. Yes, he goes ballistic within seconds nowadays. His patience is worn out. He's thinking, blood, these flat earthers are not going away. Why?
And we actually pulled him back into line maybe 2 weeks ago when he was talking
Very rare occasion.
about his Bedford level, and he was talking about that for God an hour and a half or whatever, 2 hours, quite reasonably.
Oh, on his terms, sure. Yeah, no doubt.
Well, it wasn't
That's
necessarily
why-
on
that's
his
why.
terms, but it just
That's
seemed
why
like
it lasted.
No, it
Once
wasn't
you-
on his terms.
Once you fire up the damning material that we have, which totally destroys the heliocentric model, he just goes ballistic.
Your damning material is very questionable, Jim.
Yeah, some of it's a bit sketchy.
You got to define damning just
Not
quickly.
in my book, mate. No measuring of curve and radar's not working on it. I mean, that is damning. That is damning. Coming from the experts themselves, telling you, I can't use my equipment on a curved ball that is spinning. That's not going to work. Sorry, we don't. Earth is not a spinning ball because we don't account for it. We don't account for it whatsoever. And we're the ones that are supposed to be protecting the so-called free world 24/7. Yeah, and they don't use any of that maths. There you go. And that would just be radar, jet fighter pilots or the submariners, for example, or even aircraft pilots.
How would they know if they're using radar, if they're accounting for curve or not? Aren't they just shooting out a radar and then looking at a
Well, they're
at a
saying that
signal
they're
that
seeing
they
things that.
receive?
Well, they're saying that they're seeing in a great distances, and you wouldn't be able to see this on a curve. Even the head man on these ships in that video, he brings that apparently he brought out the book and gave them the distance at which it would be impossible to see this, and he said, "Well, we're seeing it. Look, either that or the radar's broken. Which one is it?" He's saying.
They have explanations for how they say radar works, right? So and like
what
I
they're saying.
said, if you're on a ship and your job is if you're the radar guy, right? Now you're just reading your radar, Jin. You're not
You're
picking
sending out the signal, and then you're picking something up on the horizon. That shouldn't be there.
Or beyond
If you're
the
aboard,
horizon. They're picking them up from 70 odd kilometers away, maybe even further. I don't know
yeah,
how
they're
far.
picking them up miles away. 30 miles, one guy said. 30
Okay,
miles.
then. Well, explain to me how they aren't. They couldn't possibly work.
Well, the curvature, that's what they're saying, that the Earth's curve would render that thing behind the curve. The radars don't see behind curves. They said that the signals go in straight lines. That's what they said.
Don't they go out like, I thought they propagated out like ripples in a pond.
No, it's straight lines, they said.
Well, that's
like a bullet type of thing from the radar.
Yeah,
It goes out.
it might be wavy. It might be wavy when they show us the signal, but they said straight lines only. They said straight.
Okay,
That's their own words.
Okay, yeah, I'm not disagreeing. Like I can't remember the bit that you're referring to because I have watched the video, Jin. But so they're saying that the laser works in such a way that it shoots out like laser beams, not this ripple effect that the
Well, they
radar
actually
is
show you the
commonly.
ripple effect. Yeah, they actually show you that wavy line, but they said even that's a wavy line, it's going out straight. It doesn't. It shoots out, horizontally. It doesn't go. It doesn't bend. These are the words they use. Horizontally, it doesn't bend.
Okay, then. So when they're talking about things like the longest ever transmission of a radio signal from one continent to another, say from Australia to England, for argument's sake, right?
Okay.
they say that the way that they achieve this is this signal gets bounced off the ionosphere. I don't know what, and it's whatever one it is, one of those sphery things.
Yeah,
And,
the
and
ionosphere.
you've heard, and that's how they say they can transmit and receive a radio signal this far. Can the radar not work in a similar way?
They didn't mention that, you see, in this video, because they're talking about being on the ocean. You see, that's it. Just level horizon. That's what they said. You know?
Yeah, but all
they didn't
I'm
mention.
saying
Look,
is,
you know what they also said? From their position, they can communicate with aircrafts that are 100, 200 miles away.
Yeah. But all I'm suggesting, Jin, though, that can this radar or this signal not work in a similar way? It doesn't really matter if they're in the middle of the ocean or on land. Like, can it not still bounce off the ionosphere and work in a similar way?
I don't know. They didn't mention that.
Yeah.
I don't know
I
because
don't know
you're not shooting towards the sky now. Your radar is going across the ocean, and then they're picking up communications radio signals with aircrafts, hundreds of miles away from their position. And that they said that this couldn't be happening if I was on a curve. And then the guy did the maths, and then he goes, "Well, this can't be possible. It's either that or radar's broken then."
Yeah, look, and unless I knew exactly how they worked and what they can and cannot bounce off, I couldn't say one way or the other. It can't work this way.
So we need
Now,
to
I
look at it. I
see.
mean, I've heard.
I see the reasoning, Joe, Jin, why you say it, because Earth curvature is in the way. Like, this thing shoots in a
Correct.
straight line. But if this same instrument can work in a way where it bounces off the ionosphere, potentially, it's not really rock solid evidence. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But in Australia, there's a radar system we have in Australia that can see like 2,000 miles. That's in Australia. If you look it up, the furthest distance a radar can see, and it comes up. There's one in Australia that can see it's either 2,000 miles or 2,000 kilometers. I'm not sure now. It could be miles.
But
I think it's miles.
But that obviously is probably because it's a stronger radar for number one, so it's got a stronger signal, so it's able to project this signal way further. That would be my gut instinct why it goes further than, say, a ship's radar, because it's bigger and it's stronger. It's got more power.
Yeah, it's on land as well. It's on land as well. You see.
Yeah. That's all. Like I'm not poo-pooing it, Gene. I'm just saying, like,
No,
unless
it's not poo-pooable. You can't poo-poo it. That's the thing. So you can throw poo at it, and it's just going to be rolling off like a water off a duck's back.
No, I'm just saying, unless we've eliminated these things, it's not really rock solid evidence.
You
one
try
way
and
or the other.
poo-poo it,
They're limited. They're eliminated. You know what? That's another thing. We should see these demonstrations where they're sending signals to the ionosphere. We hear it a lot, but we never see it in actual demonstration, do we?
Hold on, Jin. I just asked you a question. Can this radar?
No, not you. I'm not saying you. I'm not. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying, but you can poo-poo it, right? But I just asked you, can they actually use the radar in this particular way, and can the signal work in this particular way? And,
I don't know. That's my answer there.
That's right. So instead of using it as rock solid evidence, maybe finding out whether or not they can or can't, and then producing it as rock solid evidence.
It's rock solid. Don't worry.
Okay.
They're talking from their daily. They're talking from their daily usage. Okay, they would know. They're on the ocean 24/7, and then the other pilots are in the air 24/7 every day of the week. You know, they'd know. They'd know if they're going over any curvature. They know. I mean, you'd know as well if you're a pilot. You would know if you're a pilot yourself. You would know. You would know if you're going over any curve, because you'd have to follow the curvature of the Earth. You have, as a passenger, I know that we're not following any curvature.
Okay,
Of
well
this plane
let's
as
not
well.
change up the topic. I think Riding wanted to jump in there with.
Yes, go ahead, Riding.
I just think you're right. If pilots
Credibility. Did you check out the credibility of the individuals? Are you satisfied?
I wasn't able to find much about them. Really sparse LinkedIn profile I found. That's about it, really.
Contact Mark Sargent. He'll link you up to him properly. He's available.
I mean, what
He's
do you
always
then say
available.
if they're convincing because they're saying the Earth's flat? What about the significant number of pilots who say the opposite?
Well, they at this point we know that certain pilots know, but they don't want to say anything because they don't wish to lose their career. Okay, that's also been said.
That you can speak up. We'll see what happens to their career. I'm not able to find much on any of them. I must say that.
Well, like I said, have you contacted Mark
story that
Sargent
might-
directly? Contact Mark Sargent directly. He will definitely be able to help you there.
Right. But what I was going to say about it was it's interesting that you feel you do have enough.
Oh yeah, I have more than enough because I know the Earth is not a globe, and then with these professionals from different occupations are telling you, I mean that's more than enough for me. More than enough.
Did you Google those names I gave you, Riding, or were they different ones?
Yeah. Google, that's what I'm talking about. I googled the merchant marine guy, engineer Rob Taylor, other people, and I either couldn't really find them or like I might have found a guy. There was somebody who ran a plane parts website that looks largely defunct, and that was sort of the most on anything I could find about anybody.
Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah,
I mean, Riding, you trust your scientists and astrophysicists and Lawrence Krauss and what's his name, Neil deGrasse Tyson and all this bunch for your heliocentric globe that you yourself have never measured.
Yeah,
No
but I
evidence
mean,
for it.
their information is readily available. You can
What
scrutinize
information?
who they are, what they study, what they've
What
done
rubbish
to.
is that you're
But
talking?
also, like, I mean, that's just sort of throwing out a hill for somebody to die on. I'm not sitting in this room day after day going, Lawrence Krauss clearly states that blah blah blah. Like, I'm not asking you to believe anything based on Lawrence Krauss. So why would that be a?
The thing is, you believe what they tell you. You have your beliefs.
Do I?
You trust them, but you don't have the knowledge. You don't know your globe exists. Because
Right,
if you
but
did, you would have
you're just not
presented the
listening.
proof,
You're not.
evidence, and you
You're
wouldn't
not
have
really
professionals,
He wasn't
in
listening to you.
videos called flatting the curve, telling you, excuse me, the Earth is not a globe. Yeah, we know, we've checked.
The point I'm trying to make, Jim, is are you aware of the credentials of these people? Because you are spruiking them. Have you checked their credentials? I know you want me to message Mark Sargent.
Already, I told you that before, that I'm fully satisfied with who they are. I have no reason to suspect foul play in any way whatsoever. I have no reason to be suspicious of them. That's the one I'm going to put it. Yeah,
because it confirms. You said this the other day, because it confirms what you already believe.
They're confirming what I already know. Don't use the word belief. How many times? When you're going to say belief, bite your tongue so that you know you're saying the wrong word.
Unless you want to go
what I
and
already
to
know.
the dictionary about what words mean, knowledge requires belief.
Please do not. Yeah, I've got knowledge required on that one. So I've got knowledge on that. It's not a belief. Yeah. Flat Earth is not a belief to me.
Here we are.
It's not a theory either. Actually, the way. It's the light. It's ecstasy. It's the truth. Flat Earth.
So you haven't checked any of them. You don't need to. So you just.
I don't need to check. No, I don't need to check them at this point.
Yeah.
At this point, at this stage of the video and the information they're decimating out there, I don't need to check that. I don't need to check their credentials. I trust. I know Mark Sargent exists. I've spoken to him. I'm in close contact with him every day. It's there for me, so I know that. And if I need to contact him, I can. That's 7 years now. You know, and I'm quite impressed with his body of work that he has done, and I'm satisfied that the people who are in that video are who they say they are.
Okay.
No reason to worry.
Can I ask you something else that popped up the other day, and I didn't really get to sort of talk to you about it as much as I would have liked. You based on that video, you've changed your view about whether planes use, like passenger planes use fuel.
Well, I'm still, I'm still going to be looking into that subject matter for me. I'm not fully convinced, but since they've said it, I've pinned it down as, okay, that's interesting. Let me now review everything. So I'm still in the process of reviewing. Okay, so my mind is not completely made up yet on that. Okay. I'm still going to be reviewing it, but there you go. That's me.
Airline engineer who says, I've worked on things with rotors, I've worked on things with fans, I've worked on jets and choppers and planes, and he unequivocally says that planes use jet fuel and that's a silly thing, not everything's a scam. That guy.
Correct, not everything is a conspiracy, he says. He says.
That guy that you want me to trust, you disagree with fundamentally on whether planes use fuel.
I don't disagree with him fundamentally. Why you use the word fundamentally there? Did you hear me acting fundamentally? I said that what he said has. I'm raising an eyebrow there now. Okay, let me go and have a look and review, which is my entitlement. Okay.
Yeah, sure. You're allowed to do that.
Right, exactly. It's my entitlement to say, okay, he says something that's contradictory to what I've learned here. Okay, so let me now go and recheck everything and redo the numbers, and let's see. Because I was under the impression that when a plane is flying, it's using fuel, but then I've since learnt, or something else was brought to my attention, that planes are using the air and they're using a little bit of fuel to keep going. Now, is that the case? What did he say exactly match that? He just said it's not a conspiracy. I say, okay, let me have a look. Let's have a look.
So did you think, Chin, that those big engines and what blows out the back of those big engines on a plane was fuel?
At first I did, yeah. It's fuel,
Really?
yes, of course. Exhaust.
Damn.
Exhaust, heated, burnt gases is what I meant.
Those big turbines and whatnot that pull air in from the front and push it out the back.
Yeah, because what I thought was this. I thought that they actually suck the air in, which is then compressed through several turbines. That compression builds up heat, and then you throw a little bit of fuel in there, spark, boom, and then you get your power.
That's correct. That's absolutely correct.
Yeah.
That's how they work. But the thing we were talking about the other day was you were saying they don't use fuel, and if you look at these
I said they used a little bit of fuel, not all fuel, is what I was saying to you. Is that they're using they use more air than they do use of fuel, is what I was saying.
And so this guy that you want me to trust you on this
no need to distrust him. No need to distrust him.
No, you want me this guy that you want me to trust.
Okay.
Because of his knowledge about aeronautical issues, that's why you want me to trust him. That's some of the reason I should hold high confidence.
Well, he actually flies the equipment, right? Now he's talking about the fuel is a totally and completely and utterly separate situation. He's talking about flying this thing, and that you would be upside down if you're flying over a ball, which he doesn't experience. He doesn't experience for the Coriolis. Airport runways are not running left to right or north to south when he approaches them to land. Yeah, he doesn't factor in Coriolis. These are the things he says. Now he's talking to the flying of the thing as opposed to the fuel it's used. That's a side issue as far as I'm concerned. Just because he's talking about the actual fuel, that doesn't take away from the fact that he's flying on a level plane. He doesn't account for curvature, doesn't bring the nose down, doesn't have to chase the airport as he's coming to land. I've got to catch this one. Oh, no good. I better pull out and try again. Do you know what I mean? Please.
I don't actually get the flying upside down argument myself. I don't get it.
Well, we get it. I get it.
Variation of are all plumb lines parallel? Like my up is your down. Incredulity.
Just simple, really. If you're on a ball, okay, and you leave one area like England You're going to be heading downwards towards Australia, and if you keep that line of trajectory, follow it through, your plane is going to be, you're going to be going under the ball. It's quite obvious when you run your hand. When you run your hand on the top of a beach ball or a basketball and you follow the curvature, your hand becomes inverted. That's what it's going to be. Put yourself inside your hand. Yeah.
Jin, I get that. I
Oh,
get
right.
that. Right.
Okay, good, good.
Right. So I've got the visual picture of
Okay.
what it would be.
What don't you
and
get?
what I don't get how you could experience that.
Well, because it'd be like doing a loop the loop on a roller coaster ride. You've done that, haven't you? Have you been on a roller coaster ride where you've done the loop the loop?
Silly.
Of course.
I feel like doing the loop in like 4 days.
Yeah, no, but even it doesn't matter how
Why?
long it
Why
would.
4 days?
It doesn't matter how long it would take, right?
Right. Wouldn't take 4 days.
If they are saying, Jin, that this is happening on a globe, right? For the reasons that they say it's happening on a globe, you would not experience flying upside down.
You
wouldn't experience. No, you wouldn't.
You would.
No, you wouldn't.
You would. You
You are
would. If you're
incorrect.
flying an
You are
aircraft,
incorrect.
if you take off from Heathrow Airport and you want to go to Sydney or Perth or Christchurch, okay, you are going to follow you must adhere to that curvature of that fucking ball, okay?
This is
that
a pretty
means,
fundamental
I'm not finished yet.
thing
I
to
am not finished
understand.
yet. Let me understand this, yeah? You will follow the curvature of the ball. In other words, you should be able to do a north-south circumnavigation. That means keep on flying all the way around underneath Antarctica, follow it round, and come back round to the
Stop
tropics.
scattergunning. Stop scattergunning, Jin.
I'm not
Right? You're not
scattergunning, you cunt.
Yes, you
I'm
are.
not
You're talking about now.
scattergunning.
You are talking
Bollocks,
about
I'm not
now
scattergunning. I am
circumnavigating
not
all the way
scatter
around from
fucking
north
gunning, you
to
cunt.
the sun.
Stop lying.
You are. Hey,
You're
settle
lying,
down.
you cunt.
Right?
Shut up.
Right? You
There's
are
no
scattergunning.
model. There's no model that you'll experience upside
Bollocks,
down
I'm
flying.
not.
That's
No
right.
model.
Yeah,
Even
that's
even
correct.
even on the globe model, the way we explain it, you would not experience that.
Yeah.
Jin.
It's a
You
pretty
just don't understand it.
fundamental. It's a pretty fundamental thing
You
to
would be
understand.
upside down.
It's
No
a
doubt about it.
fundamental thing to understand, Jin.
You would be upside down on your plane.
Oh,
Of course you
Jin,
would.
God, man,
Of
you
course you
There's
would.
no model
You
in
would.
which you would experience upside down flying.
What you're
Of course you
hearing,
would.
I think,
You're always
Jin,
going to be right side up.
is they are.
Yeah, but your plane
This
and
is a
yourself
really
would be
silly
upside down. No doubt about it.
No,
No
no,
doubt
there's
about
no
it.
model where your plane's upside down.
Unfortunately, this is what the experts
Your own
say. The
people
professionals
aren't
who
agreeing
fly
with you.
24/7,
Experts
they're the
don't say
ones
that.
who tell you
Just
No one's
makes
this.
us
agreeing
That's
look
with
bad.
exactly
Shit
what I
like
say.
this. Shit like this
Yeah.
is bad. Pure rhetoric and just it's
It
ridiculous.
is.
It's not
It's
rhetoric.
just
Shut up,
crazy.
Jeremy.
It's
You're a
it's
wally,
crazy.
Jeremy, anyway. You
You're a
ain't got a
flat
fucking
earth
clue.
you're a flat earth liability.
Stop. Anyway, Jeremy, you ain't got a fucking clue.
You can talk all the shit you want, Jin, but this shit like this makes us
You're
look bad.
talking shit, Jeremy. If
Exactly
you
right.
don't understand, you can be
I
upside
understand.
down, Jeremy. You obviously
all
haven't done the
understand.
loop the loop. You obviously haven't done a loop the loop in your life. You haven't got a clue.
Oh, it's got nothing to do with
If
that
you
doing
do
a
an
loop
air,
the loop over a paddock.
It
It's
certainly
got
has.
nothing to
Their
do with
model
it.
is fucked up.
I once did
That
an
is their
aeronautic
model.
thingy that my
The
mate
experts
did
have
for my
spoken, including
birthday.
myself. Flat Earth experts,
Yo, Jin, someone's
professional
trying to
expert
talk. Come on, man.
specialists.
Yeah.
Let other people talk, Jin.
Well, I'm letting
Right?
you talk. But
No,
talk
you're
sense,
not.
don't talk shit.
Ryden's trying to talk. Please stop talking. Ryden?
I did get to do an aeronautical thing. My mate got with my mum for a birthday. And it was this like old lady, and they were like, "Oh my god, you're flying with her. She's like incredible." I was like, "Oh wow, I've known so many pilots in my life. I don't think I've ever known a lady pilot." And she was doing loop the loops, barrel rolls, like the drop turn thingy. I forget what you call it, like a stall turn. I think that's it. Goes nose up and then engine out, turns over in the air, and then goes. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool.
Lovely. Still be upside down.
Yeah, we're not unaware of the assertions, Jin.
There's no model.
And
There's
then-
no model that I'm aware of that you'll be upside down, flying upside
Yeah,
down.
you're not aware of the model properly. That's all. You're playing their
I-
game, living in that world where you're in limbo, but you're not looking at it properly. That's all. Listen to the professional pilots tell you. The professionals in the video tell you, you'd be upside down, they said. We don't take curvature into consideration.
Listen to other people that are on your side, Jin.
They say they don't chase the airport runway with a Coriolis. They don't chase airport runways to land on them. They don't take Earth's curvature into consideration at all. They don't nose their nose down to follow the curvature of the Earth. They don't see the curvature. It's a horizon. The plane is level. Their instruments wouldn't work. That's what they've said.
Why would they take
They're the
Earth's curvature
professionals.
into consideration when they fly in a pressure zone?
Well, not create any old zone. The fact is, they're flying and they don't encounter Earth's curvature. That's a lot to say.
It's consistent with their model, right? And planes fly consistently in a pressure zone.
They don't encounter it, do they?
This is physics 101 that even I know.
I know, but they don't encounter. You see, the ball doesn't fit physics 101. That's the problem. That ball does not fit physics 101 because you have to follow the curvature. It's not there. You would have to nose down. You can't fly level. You can never be level on a ball.
Curvature.
It's impossible.
That's what it would do. That's what their model says. It would follow the curvature. So the plane is
no,
going
it
to fly
doesn't. It
within
doesn't.
that pressure.
That goes against physics. That goes against physics and natural law, what you're saying. How can you be level on a ball? Come on. That's what you don't seem to understand. That means horizontal doesn't exist then. We're all living on a ball. There is no horizontal level. What are you talking about, man? I would never have you in, you would never be in my team when it comes to construction. With that kind of language, you'd be out on the side. Yeah, go and clean that up and then go.
Really? Yeah, I wouldn't even put you on the broom,
Yeah,
Jin.
really. You would not be on a construction team. If you're telling me curvature is level, you'd be fucking out of your ass. Get out of this team here. You fucking wanted. Fuck.
He wouldn't even be on the cleaning crew. That's hard, man. So.
Exactly. You'd be the oily rag, literally. Don't give him any tools. You're going to fuck us up. Don't give him one single tool. Come on, shit.
You're priceless. I love you.
You're priceless with some of the things you say, mate. I'll tell you. Telling you now. Don't be fucking with GCR1. Of course. I'm not dumb at all. Don't underestimate.
Hey, Jin, I never put out any assertions of your intelligence.
Well, I don't know. There are times that it's questionable, actually.
Well,
yes. Don't be silly
when you say that pilots are flying upside down, well, there's no down on the model, right? So that's been pointed out.
It's like you love that. You still can't let go of that model.
Andy, and it is your
well,
local.
you know what I mean. You know.
I'm detecting you're still a glowhead there. You've still got essence.
Because no
residues of heliocentrism in yourself. Residue, admittedly.
There's something I could say that, like, I don't mind continuing to.
There's nothing you could say that could convince me the Earth is a globe. Let me tell you that.
No, that's not what I'm asking. Bother. Just convince you to calm down a tiny bit. Like, just
I'm calm. I'm talking to you calmly.
Cool.
Okay. Sorry, writing. You were addressing me or Jin?
Yeah, I was talking to you. I was saying that's just the local down is.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to the way an airfoil works. There is an up that you have to have it on that side, otherwise it'll cause the opposite of lift.
I'd much rather argue something way more tangible, like water. I find that tangible myself, personally.
Rather
than trying to measure a large amount, the thought I was trying to think of the other day that I could put to you, Bandy, is what would be the best way to measure super precisely. So if we go right, we have problems when we go for like 4 kilometers or 40 kilometers across a lake and stuff like that. Is there a way you could think of where you go, because I've got like these calipers that can measure to within a micron, or like, I don't know what the smallest thing you could measure is.
I tell you what, I reckon that'd be pretty difficult writing personally. I do think it'd be pretty difficult to measure on a smaller level. Like, I like I like something that, well, like I didn't mind the actual idea that you and I sort of nutted out there for
Oh
an
yeah,
hour or
find the
so.
donut from the boat.
Yeah, with a plumb bob hanging off it, and blah blah blah, all those sort of, with a laser, having all these points of reference, and seeing if they all kind of marry up or don't marry up, and and seeing if that works within any sort of margins of error, because it doesn't matter how you measure anything, there's always going to be a margin of error. Writing.
Yeah,
But if you can do something that works well within that margin of error, over a decent distance, whether that's 1 or 2 kilometers, which is a mile and a half. I think that, something like that is maybe doable. The logistics of doing it, I'm not, we only spoke about it for about an hour or so, but I think logistically it's probably fairly feasible to do. And like I said, there's a few different um, reference points there. The plumb bob, the laser, the GPS
yeah.
mapping. You got all these things that you can compare to each other, all from exactly the same measurement. But measuring it on a small scale writing, yeah, that'd be really really difficult, I would imagine. If I'm being honest.
Morning, guys.
Hey, SE, how you going?
All right. I was listening in just now, and I think I detected some model affliction.
Some model affliction?
Model affliction, yeah. It afflicts all of us.
What does that mean?
Well,
Some
what
of us
Jin
still
was
have
telling you guys,
residues of
the conversation with Jin.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
about the planes flying upside down.
Yeah.
See, yeah. You got umbrage with either myself or Jin, do you?
Well, I got a little issue with you and Jeremy.
Spit it out, SE. Spit it out.
That's 2 days now I sense model affliction. The other day was with the level with Jeremy. You know I love you guys, right?
Yeah, of course, SE. Of course, mate.
But you know what I'm here for, right? I gotta keep people straight, right?
Yeah, 100% SE. Go on, straighten us up, my friend. Straighten us up.
Okay, I got a question. Look, I could be wrong about this, right? But I got a question.
Yeah, go for it, mate.
When we look at the moon, right? We look at the moon, right?
Yeah, the moon, yeah.
Now, if I was to tell you, point to the top side of the moon and then point to the bottom side of the moon, would you be able to do it?
Sure. Yeah.
Easy, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Okay, now we have a plane, right? And it starts on the top of the moon.
Yep.
It starts flying, right? Then it goes around the ball, and then we see it on the other side, on the underside of the moon. What orientation is the plane in?
It's going to be upside down, SE.
There you go.
Exactly. I'm not
Talking
disagreeing
about
with
what
you,
we.
SE. Yeah.
You have
talking
to
about
believe, right? The model forces you to believe that that plane is not upside down. It's all
No. Yeah, no. I don't believe that at all, SC. Right, you know this, right? Don't believe that at all. But
It doesn't sound like it when you
No,
speak.
no, Gin, hold your horses, right?
don't like
Hold your
it.
horses. All right?
Residues of heliocentric.
Put the donkey back in the stable, Gin. All right. It's not about the orientation of the plane, SC, whether it is right side up or upside down. It's whether or not the pilot would feel that he's upside down. Right?
agreed.
Okay.
So they have
So
convinced you. Yeah. No,
no, they
I'm
haven't.
with you. I'm with you,
Yeah.
Bandy. But they have convinced you that you can fly upside down, and due to gravity, you won't feel it. You're always right side up. That's model affliction on the ball.
Yeah.
Yeah. I agree. SC. I don't, I don't. But what the
Tell us
all I'm
about model
saying,
affliction.
yeah, all I was saying to Jim, as you heard what I said, I don't have to repeat it. SC.
Yeah, on their model, but you were clear. Yes, yes.
Yeah. That's all I was saying. Like on either one of our examples, we're never going to be upside down. We're not going to feel as though we're going to be upside down. Just
Oh, you
according
will.
to Jen, right? No, we're just talking about what they say, right?
Yeah, but I'm
I
saying
agree.
in
I agree.
actual fact, following natural
Thanks.
law, following
Thanks.
natural law,
But Bandy and Jeremy realize this. When you say that, you're reaffirming their model.
who?
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, it's not that we're reaffirming it. I just don't. I
Of course
just
you
don't
are.
think.
You're
No,
supporting it.
Gene. No, Gene. I
Yes.
don't.
Because I'm the one that's totally
Gene.
against their model. Hang on. I'm the one that's saying that you'd be upside down. That means if you had a drink, it would be in your face because the plane would be upside down.
That would never happen in either model. That's fucking stupid.
No,
You
it's
said
not
that.
stupid.
You said, Gin, your words would they would feel as though they were upside down, and that's
Of
what
course
I
they
took
would.
umbrage to, right?
Of course they
Not
would.
that they were upside down or not, right?
They would. They would have to have their seatbelt on. Then if your seatbelt is
Okay, then.
seatbelt's going to be applying pressure to your stomach because your weight would want to
It's
leave
not
the
a good
seat.
look, man.
You're upside down. You'd want to leave the seat.
Who doesn't
of the plane
understand the
that you
globe
can't,
model?
because you got your
SC, you sure
seatbelt
it's
there.
me and Bandsaw and not Jin?
Sorry?
SC, who doesn't understand the globe model? You think it's me and Bandsaw or
I
Jin?
understand the model fairly well. Don't
Right,
worry.
you just told us they would need a fucking
it goes
seatbelt on
against
because they'd be
nature.
falling out of their
It
plane. That's
goes
fucking
against
stupid,
nature.
dude.
It goes against nature. The model is a violation of physics and natural law.
Do you think it's possible that you ever say things that are wrong?
No, I don't say. I can always make a mistake, of course. But in this
Okay,
case with the
how would you
ball,
know if you're
I
making
am
a
saying that this model, I am saying that the model you believe in that you cannot prove is a violation of natural law and the law of physics. That's what I'm saying.
No, we're clear on what you're saying. We're just suggesting it's wrong, but I'm just
It's
wondering
not wrong.
how you
Tell
would be
me
able
where
to
I'm
tell
wrong.
I was wondering how you'd be able to tell you were wrong.
Tell me how I am wrong.
You're not gonna.
I'm not going to accept it, but let's hear it.
You've got other flat earthers here who agree with you on
Your
many
hold on, guys, please. Hold on. Jen, you're temporarily muted so that Eggshells can speak. You'll get your chance to speak, but we do have to let everyone speak. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheers, Jen. I'm just saying, how would you know if you were wrong if it weren't that people on your side were saying that's wrong?
Hold on, I've got you,
So
Gin.
far, nobody here is agreeing with you that is what either model says.
Couldn't give a shit, you globeheads not agreeing with me. What do you think this is?
No, I'm saying your flat earther friends, Bandy, Jeremy.
Couldn't give a shit. That's the last thing that I'm worried about. I know what I know. I have my experiences.
Could you be wrong?
Okay? No, I am not wrong.
Could you be?
Thank you.
Is it possible?
It's totally impossible.
Okay, it's totally impossible. Jin's wrong.
Can I ask a question when you guys are done?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you a quick question, or make a statement to you. I just personally think myself there are stronger arguments to make, like with water, for argument's sake. I think that's a far stronger argument. These sort of things, and I would much rather stick to a strong argument. Something that's local that we can demonstrate to people with a fish tank, with a glass of beer. We can tilt it this way and that way. We can see it's always horizontal. Your glasses of wine on the beach, all this sort of stuff. This sort of stuff is demonstratable. SC, and I just think they are far stronger. They are far stronger to demonstrate these things, to put into someone's head. I see where it's going, right? I see where it's going, but people aren't going to experience. People aren't going to experience that. Is all is where we're
I
going.
agree with you wholeheartedly. I was
because
telling that to the boys on 24/7, Bandy, and they got me banded. I was telling them, why are you guys going up to the stars? You had a perfectly good, and now you're going with the sextant, you know. But anyways, what I wanted to ask you and Jeremy was this. I understand that you guys think, and you're talking about the model, right? About this plane, but do you and Jeremy actually believe that the plane does actually fly around the sphere? Are you
Come
guys
on,
saying that?
SC.
Or
No, not at all.
SC, what the
No,
fuck, bro?
no, not at
just
all.
the model, right? I just want to get that straight.
Yeah, Jin brought up the
100%.
model.
Come
Their
on.
model. So we were talking about their model.
Okay, Jeremy, all right, okay, no worries. I just want to make sure you guys are not off the reservation.
No, not at all. No, we're just talking about the model itself.
That's their claim. That's not our claim. That's their claim.
Absolutely. Okay. All right. Okay. I'm good.
Exactly.
I'm good.
Too easy, buddy. Too easy. Feel free to come and chastise us anytime.
I can't help myself, but Bandy, that's the way I am, bro.
But
I know, mate. I know.
But Bamstar, what they don't want to argue is why the horizon's not where it's supposed to be. They won't bring that shit up anytime. Why is that?
No.
Yeah.
Why is the horizon not where it's supposed to be? See, that's the big fucking question. That's not on CNN. No one's asking that shit.
We all know the answer to that, though. What they're gonna say.
They'll say
You're going to say that goes against our democracy.
It's all bullshit.
That goes against our democracy.
It's all bullshit.
Yeah.
I mean, refraction is a real thing. Like, we're clearly not. I mean, whatever you want. I don't know if you want to say it's little balls of light bending or whatever, but we're clearly not seeing it in straight lines because one day, like if you have two static objects and you're looking at it, you know, one day it'll be here and the next day it'll be here. So shit's definitely moving.
Yeah, I like to say that we see in straight lines until refraction happens. We see in straight lines, and there are times when refraction happens. Yeah.
Yeah.
We
So
see in straight
sometimes
lines.
you might get lucky one day. You might get lucky
No
one day
one
and we
would
see in a straight line. You'll never. I don't know how you would ever know that is the time you're seeing in a straight line.
I would hasten to think that if I could see something 10 miles, a massive object like an oil rig that is 10 miles away, and I can see the fucking thing, I'm seeing straight. Because
Do you know when you're seeing it?
And hang on, I'll get my weapon and blow that thing out of the water.
Do you know when you're seeing in a straight line and when the light's bending, Jen?
If I can see a massive object on the horizon at 10 miles away, and I can see it, I'm going to blow it up.
Okay, so can you that didn't answer my question. I know you're full of rhetoric, but can you tell when the light's bending and when you're seeing in a straight line?
I cannot, like I said, we see in straight lines until refraction happens. So refraction is a thing, yes.
You can't answer.
Refraction is a thing. I've already adhered to
You won't. You're full of
when
rhetoric.
When it comes to
Jen.
big objects
Okay,
that are
but light
10 miles
reflecting off
away
the
that we shouldn't see, that's not
That's
refraction.
Well, this is the
That's what
Glober
I'm
tactic,
saying.
Jen, where you can't answer a question.
No, I'm answering your question the way I want to answer
it. Can you tell?
Can you tell me you're not upside down on a board?
Light reflects off
Tell me your way.
yes or no?
Thank you. I don't have to answer it your way, do I? No.
Of
You're not
course, light
answering it at all. Go ahead, Purple.
obvious.
Yeah.
What'd you say, Purple? You cut out a bit there, mate.
I said, if you do not understand that light reflecting off of a curved surface can lead to curved horizons, you are fucking delusional.
There you go.
Why are you shouting, man? Who are you shouting at?
No, I couldn't hear
The fucking globe retards.
Oh my god,
Well, let's
calm
not
down,
call
man.
Don't call names, please.
Yeah.
Do you think refraction can prevent a boat from appearing to go under the curve at 3 miles, like you guys?
Does light reflect
model?
off of your
Think
eyes? Yes
refraction
or
could-
no? Does light reflect off of your eyes? Yes or no?
Yes.
And there's your fucking answer.
That's not an answer. Calm down. Why are you mad? I asked a simple question. You can either answer it or not.
Do your eyes deviate from planarity in a smooth fashion? Yes or no?
Dude, the question is this. Open your ears. I'm standing at the beach. In your model, in the round earth model, the boat should start disappearing at 3 miles, correct? Yes or no?
I'm talking about the globe model, not the round earth model.
the globe model. In your model, in your fantasy, if I'm stood at 6 foot tall at the beach,
No, he's not.
does the boat
I
start
think
to
he's a
Let him
flat
talk.
disappear at
Let him
3
talk. I
miles?
can't hear the question.
Hold on.
Let him talk.
SE, he's a.
Yo, what
Nobody
the
can hear
fuck?
him. Let him talk.
Boy, they're triggered today, huh?
No,
Let them talk. Go
I
ahead.
think you got it. He's,
Keep going,
yeah.
guys. There's no need for us to interrupt.
Ask
He's
the
not a
question.
glober, by the way.
Go ahead,
okay,
SE.
we'll let him go. We'll let him
Repeat the
go.
question, please. Repeat the question, please.
Hey, Purple, again, for the third time, I'm at the beach, I'm 6 foot tall. I'm looking out. In your model, in your sphere model, does the boat start to disappear bottom first at 3 miles? Yes or no?
Okay. Now, are you using the mathematical equation?
Yes or no?
Okay. Is that mathematical equation 1.225 times the square root of miles or the observer height in feet, right?
I guess that would be the one, yes.
Okay. So if you're 6 foot, yes, the horizon should be around the 3 mile mark. But why is it not?
This is what I'm trying to tell you. When I go to the beach, I can see boats way further than that. 4, 5,
Exactly.
6, 7 miles.
So why is that?
Because there's no curve?
Well, that's what they claim.
Well, that's my whole point.
Well, that's what they claim.
But it
You
ain't
guys are
there.
arguing to each other when you're saying the same thing and you're like,
Yeah, I
on
mean,
the
you
same
guys are on the same side on
silly.
it. You're both flat
This
earthers.
is so silly. You guys
I
are
wouldn't
just
let
looking
him
to argue. I swear to God.
He's looking to argue. I'm just
Yeah,
asking
yeah,
a question.
him. Yeah,
I don't even know if
yeah,
I never spoke to this guy. I don't know if he's a
yeah.
flat earther.
No, yeah,
Sure.
yeah. Purple and Jin are just looking to argue with everybody right now.
It
No,
seems,
we're
well, I don't know
not.
about
No,
Jim,
we're
but this
not.
guy,
Don't twist
Jim
anything.
is making sense, actually.
Okay.
He's
Then
a
maybe it's purple.
He's a flat earther. SE Purple.
Yeah, he was
Okay,
always a flat
peace,
earther.
cool.
You got him wrong there. That's all.
Yeah.
Misunderstanding. Yeah.
Oh, I was trying to jump in there and give you the heads up, but people were telling me not
Yeah.
to.
Too much fun.
You see what the problem is? What I see now is I see that a lot of people are going into the model, right? Which is not bad. I do that too, but I make sure when I argue in the model, I always make sure and say, this is your fantasy model, right?
Yeah.
Keep in mind the actual model.
Yeah.
Right.
No, you do use that phrasing all the time,
I
Montreal.
always say it. Always. Always.
Yeah, keep in mind in
And I
the
always
actual
say that
model
your model
that the
violates natural law.
keep in mind
I
in the
always say
actual model. Keep in mind in the actual model, it actually includes atmospheric refraction. So to say that 1.22 times the square root of height or 8 inches per mile squared is representative of our model is actually incorrect.
So what is
No,
it
it's
then?
not incorrect.
What is it?
Right. You have to
What's the
account
actual
for
drop numbers? Are you disagreeing with Ruhif?
No. What you need to include is atmospheric refraction as well.
Well, that's what I'm
Not
asking.
Right. That all depends.
Doofus,
What?
every time I've been to the beach, I've never seen these boats disappear at that distance. Now, maybe it's just me, maybe it was just the conditions, but I'm just telling you what I observed.
Yeah.
Right. Depends on the time of day. Typically over a body of water. Well, yeah, it depends on the location too, because there are some locations where water is typically warmer than the air above it, which would cause it to do the opposite.
Even when the ship disappears, you still pick up a pair of optics and you can zoom in on that same thing. No matter where you are on this planet, where you're in Antarctica, where it's bloody well minus the temperatures, or you're in bloody Africa, where it's double hot, you still see that ship, regardless. Thank you.
The curve is not there at 3 miles. That it's simple,
Yes.
man. I mean, anybody could go and verify this. Anybody.
Right, but when you use 8 inches per mile squared or 1.22 times the square root of the observer height, you're not accounting for atmospheric refraction, which we know
We
to
don't need to.
exist.
Don't need to.
Right, you say that you don't need to account for a thing that we know exists.
We don't need to. We don't need to, because what we see is what we see. We see the ship disappearing. You said it's gone over the curve. I pick up my binoculars and hang on, hold on, don't go anywhere yet. I can still see it. Have a look. Where's the curve, sir? Can you see the ship? Okay, thank you. Shut up then about your go. There you go.
Right. If we
And
make an
another
optical
thing,
observation,
let me just finish off with this. Final put a stamp on it. Your model is an abomination on this earth. It violates natural law and the fucking law of physics. That's why there's a problem with your
right.
fucking model.
The point of this whole discussion, is that you don't know the actual model. That's the whole point.
I know the model very well to know that it's a violation of natural law and physics. It's a violation.
Just quickly,
What do we
guys.
want?
Just quickly, guys. I want to make a community announcement. We've had consultation, and we want to keep this chat more respectful, right? Less abuse, less rhetoric, and less monologuing. So these are the things that are going to be enforced from now on. So people that kind of, when the room's smaller, probably a little bit more got away with, but when the room starts to fill up, these things are going to be cracked down upon. And you may be muted without warning, but you'll be soon unmuted. So don't take it personally. But we're going to be cracking down. So if everyone can just be on their best behaviour.
Yeah,
and
I
have
hope you
civil
do that evenly across the board, though. When
Gene,
you say that.
don't tell me what we will or won't be doing, right? Because
love
I'm
being
telling you,
interrupted.
I am telling you what we will or won't be doing. All right, it's not your place to be telling me anything. All right, so calm your farm, right? Less of the language and more of the respectful monologue, and we'll all get on just famously. Thank you for your time and patience.
Hear, hear.
I just want to make sure that that muting happens when it's supposed to, because there are times when Jeremy's sitting right there, I'm trying to talk, and I've bided my time, and I've had to raise my voice because someone's talking over me. I get muted, and then when I am talking, someone else is interrupting. That person doesn't get muted. I have to call out moderator. Okay, so I'm pointing things. Yeah,
Gene,
don't worry.
listen to me, Gene. Right?
I'm listening.
Gene, listen to me and don't overtalk me. All right. Now, we voluntarily do this. This is not our job. If we are around our device when we can do things, we will. But there are times when we cannot. All right. So don't get your nose out of joint. Don't be making any demands. All right. You come here
I'm
willingly.
making demands.
Well, then I don't care. Keep on making them, Gin, and see what happens.
Right, exactly. If you're going to be around, be around. If you're not going to be around, let us know. I'm not going to be around, so behave yourselves. Let us know. Communicate it.
Yeah, let's just not overtalk. Let's be concise.
Yeah, yeah.
And no name
Just do your
calling.
moderating a lot better and be a lot
Let's
more
work with the
desired.
moderators, not against them. They're trying their best. Let's not make things worse.
Try
for them.
harder. That's what I say. Try harder. It's not their best as far as I'm concerned.
I'm so glad I'm not a moderator anymore, because I used to get all this shit. Now I can sit and do whatever the hell I want. Yeah.
Jesus.
So it's a tough job for these guys. Let's respect them.
Thank you.
Been getting crazy
Anyway,
the
I
past
think
couple days. We had a meeting.
I think Doofus was saying something. Sorry for cutting you off, Doofus. I just wanted to get that out of my system.
No, I got to finish what I was saying. Thanks.
Okay, cool, man.
So now, Jeremy, I got a bone to pick with you.
What's up, Betsy?
No, not a bone, but we got to get this drop and hump solved.
Yes, in the globe model, there's a drop and a hump. If we're not talking about the globe model, then there's no, obviously on flat Earth, there's no drop or hump.
Right, but let me explain to you how in their model they're also wrong, if you care to listen.
Go ahead, yeah. No, I mean, I've been hearing you guys on about this for a while.
We know that in reality it doesn't happen, right? We can establish that off the bat.
We're just working within the globe model now, yes.
Okay, now within the globe model, now the picture that they show, right, with the boats and the horizon dropping in the air.
Yep.
This is what I want you to understand. In their model, the water drops from the boat immediately, right?
From horizontal, yes.
Yeah. Now, in their model, they show two boats on either side of a ball. The hulls are facing upwards, right? The horizontal is in midair, and they're telling you that it drops from midair because clearly you can see the bow of the boat. The water is not dropping, it's up. This is what I want you to understand.
Well, in a real life picture, yeah. I mean, if you can't see where the horizontal is, you probably are looking at the hump.
Yeah,
you know?
Exactly. So that's what I want you to see. Even in their model, bro, it doesn't work. That's all I'm saying.
SE, take a look in the chat.
No, dude, in their model, listen, SE, in their model, you make a horizontal, the water all drops from every point around you. But
the horizontal is in midair, Jeremy. Don't you understand that?
What does that mean?
Let me get the picture. Hold on.
SE, balls are not hard. It's not hard to understand. Look at the chat. Jeremy, you can too if you get a chance.
I mean, I already understand this. The drops from horizontal, the hump's the chord.
Right. Well, yeah, sagittal above a chord.
Yeah, the
So
hump's
you
the
see the
sagittal.
picture here, right? The cord, right? The cord is cutting through the water, right?
Yeah, you have the
Right,
answer
Jeremy?
in your own meme, dude.
Look at the boats. Where is the tangent line?
Hold on.
Where is the drop starting from, Jeremy?
Hold on. I'm getting a live stream up. Okay, there we go. The bottom picture.
Yes.
Where's the what?
Where is the drop starting from? Is it starting from the
From the
hull of
tangent
the
line.
boat, or is it in midair somewhere?
That tangent line. The second you move that tangent line away from wherever you are, the drop starts. In their model.
No, that's what I want you to understand. Their
Look at it, it's in
model
your
says
picture.
that.
That's what's
Jeremy,
happening even in your
listen,
picture,
bro.
SB.
Their model says that the water drops from the boat in all directions around it, bro.
Yes,
but here
from
you
a
have a
from a
boat
horizontal.
upwards.
No,
Can't you see that, bro?
I see from the horizontal in their model, the water drops everywhere around you from a horizontal.
Right.
All right, and then the sagittal is when you make the hump. The sagittal, that's when you make a chord.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, that's when you make. It's right there in your
So how can
thing.
but Jeremy, how can you have a hump in
He's
front
got
of
the
you if
answer
it's
posted in
dropping,
his
bro?
meme forever.
How
Doofus,
can you
please
what?
stay out of this for a minute.
Look
Jeremy, how can
down,
you have a
fucking
drop in
idiot.
front of you if the
Because you
water is
look
going
down.
up in a
Because you look
hump,
down.
Jeremy?
Because you look
Hold
down.
Don, Don, don't what? Hold on. Go ahead, Esty.
I said, how can you have a drop in front of you if the water is humping in front of you?
Because it all depends on which line you're making. If you're making a tangent or a horizontal, or sorry, if you're making a horizontal line.
The aeroplanes, then.
If you're
Yeah,
making
but
a
the line is
horizontal
in
line,
midair, Jeremy. The line
does
is
that
in
mean?
midair. Look at the tangent line, bro.
Yeah, I see it.
Jeremy,
Okay, where's it dropping from? Where's
Jeremy,
it dropping?
Yo,
It's
Don,
dropping
you
from
sound
the.
like you're in the washroom, man.
Clearly climbing up, isn't it? It's clearly climbing up, isn't it? It's
Yeah,
climbing up onto
clearly,
that
bro.
boat.
Come on, Jeremy.
I think it's awesome that you guys that wants to burst into this don't even know the model.
We know your model. It's hideous.
Come on,
it
man.
violates natural law. It's an abomination on this earth, mate. That's what it is.
This is 2 in a row. I can
Jeremy
understand Jeremy's
understands it.
frustration. He's like, you make
Right, Jeremy's got it figured out.
Jeremy understands it.
Now, you guys think that you're gonna flip Jeremy, but it ain't gonna happen. He's gonna come to his senses.
I'm not trying to flip
I just understand their model. That's
He
You don't
understands.
understand the model. You don't understand it at all. You
Hold
don't
up, can I
understand the model.
propose that Jeremy and SC go at it for like 5 minutes just to suss it out?
Oh, my bad.
Go for it.
Yeah.
So SC, you make the horizontal line, right? That's one
Where is the
line.
horizontal line? Is that
That
the
tangent?
tangent?
It's the
Is that
tangent.
the
Yeah,
tangent?
the tangent. The tangent line, yes.
Okay,
In
now
your
where is it pointing? Where is your tangent line pointing?
Outer space. Outer space.
And where does the drop start?
It starts instantly from the tangent line as you go away from you.
Yeah, but isn't your tangent line going upwards there in the hump?
The tangent line is going up in outer space, yeah. Over time.
So there you go, bro. I mean, do I have to say anything else? How can it be both be dropping and going up in outer space, bro?
It's not. The tangent line's not dropping. It's going up. Hold on, Jen. The tangent line's not dropping. It's going up.
Well, it should be going down.
The water is dropping from the tangent.
No, it's not. The water is clearly going up there.
What?
Where?
Where do you see the water dropping from any of these boats besides the back of the boat?
Yeah.
In the back and the front, anywhere
No,
off
in
the
the
tangent line.
in the front? Where in the front, Jeremy? Come on, man.
Saying in front of the boat and behind the boat, it drops relative to the tangent line.
Yeah, but in this picture percentage, is it dropping in front of the boat?
In front of both boats and in front of like behind both boats, it's dropping relative to the tangent line of each
Behind
boat.
the boats, but not in front of the boats, correct?
No, in front as well.
But he's climbing
Where do
up
you see
onto the
water
hump.
dropping in front of the boat?
Right in front of the
Turn
boat.
your picture just
It's like a mirror image.
So you are you guys delusional? You're saying you're gonna
You
draw
have
a
it. You have red
line?
arrows.
You're taking for a ride. I can't
This
believe
is delusion, like at its grandiose, man. You're saying the water is going up, but if you draw a line, then it goes down. Are you guys listening to what you're saying?
No, relative to the boat, it's always going down.
Not in this picture, it isn't. It's going up.
It looks like it is in your picture. It's the water's always dropping from that tangent line.
You can't have it both ways, man. Don't you understand that?
It's not both ways. It's not both ways. In the one line, it's a chord line and it's going up from the chord line. And another one, it's going down from the tangent line. They're two different lines.
Yeah, you don't think of it as like an absolute up and down. It's, up and down relative to the boat.
Oh, you guys are model afflicted big time, bro. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
but
big
it's
time.
worse than I thought.
Big time.
SD, we're talking about their
This
model.
boat is climbing up onto that ball. It's climbing up onto that ball. It will
If you
get to
can't
the
see
center,
that, we
and then
got
it
a
will
big
start
problem.
to drop after that. See?
Just look
That's
at
the
look
problem.
at one of the boats and look at in front of it and behind it, and you'll see that it's a mirror image.
I see
SD,
exactly
we're
what SC is saying. I see exactly what he's saying. But if you were to change that diagram slightly, SC, right, and say spin it, because each one of those boats is say at 10 o'clock and 2 o'clock. I'm going to say.
Yeah, spin it so it's at the top of the world.
Yeah. So if you were to move one of those boats to the top of the ball and one to say 8 o'clock, can you make the same argument?
Well, yeah, you'd say that one is
Of course.
one is coming upside down.
That's for SC, Jin.
That was for SC, Jin.
Give me the times again. Give me the times that you said.
If you were to put one of those boats at 12 o'clock, so on the top of the ball, right, and the other boat, say, at 8 o'clock, so rough, so the boats are in the same position, but you're just moving it around, say, say anti-clockwise. So one of the boats is on the top of the ball. Can you make the same argument?
If one's on top,
I'm trying to figure out what I'm trying to picture in my mind what you're saying, but in any event, anywhere you put those boats, they're on a sphere, right?
Yeah, 100% SC. Yes, 100%. Yeah.
So there's no way that you can get a tangent line going up into space and saying it drops from there. That is absolute nonsense.
Yep. No, I agree.
There's no way around that. Like, I mean, if you guys can't see that, we have a huge problem here.
Yeah. And I can definitely see how you've drawn it there, how you can describe it that way.
It's not me. This is WS's picture, and Ruhif came up with it.
Okay, or Ruhif or W, or whoever it is, right? I can see how you can, go there with it. I'm just thinking, can you make the same argument with the path that you're going down if you move those boats to like 12 o'clock and 4 o'clock for argument's sake?
I would say that the boat at 8 o'clock is making its way up to 12 o'clock. It's below the 12 o'clock. It's underneath him, isn't it? In a way, it's 8 o'clock. So it's coming up to 12 o'clock. It's making its way up.
That's just showing the level. It's just showing like the tangent line. I mean, it's going into space, but that's just accentuating the tangent line.
I'm looking at the physicality of the ball. I'm looking at the physicality of the ball and the position of the boats on the ball. The one at 12 o'clock is at the top. The one at 8 o'clock is making its way up to the top.
Yes, and the tangent line is moving as they go up. And the tangent line is moving. It's not staying in that.
Yeah, I'm not really concerned about the tangent line at this point. I've disregarded that. The boat is moving its way up onto the ball. You're on a ball, regardless of tangent line. It's not really important at this point. You're on a ball. The ball is the fuck up. It's the abomination on the earth. It flies against natural laws and that. You just don't get it.
You know what it is, guys? It's everybody thinks like this. It's called model affliction. All these years, they have you thinking a certain way from childhood. They show you a globe, and everything goes through the globe filter. This is the problem here. You have to let go of the model to start thinking properly.
Exactly.
Yeah, I can
not
speak
real,
for
mate.
myself and Jeremy probably.
Remember, the globe doesn't exist anyway.
We're doing an internal critique of their model.
Yeah, we're talking about SC. We're talking
like that.
SC. We already established in the beginning. We're just talking about their model. We're in their model right now.
Yeah. I just made a general statement, and nothing to down you guys. Yeah, we're in their fantasy. Yeah, agreed, Jeremy.
You can't
Yeah,
even.
so if you make
in
their model, hold on, percent. In their model, if you make a horizontal line, there's going to be drop everywhere from the horizontal line. That's how it works.
Yeah,
right. But they got you tricked in making that horizontal line into space. That's the magic trick they did on you, and you're not seeing it, bro.
That's how their model works. In their model, hold on, guys. In their model, if you make it goes into space. That's their model.
Right. And I'm free to say, this is ridiculous. I laugh at you guys, and it's just a joke.
We all know you're a clown, though, SC. We can all hear you.
Cut out.
Not understand.
Cut out.
If I could finish, Jeremy, listen. We hear this guy pretending that he doesn't understand that you could look straight out perpendicular.
Don, you're cutting out your mics. Your mics.
No, we could
you do understand. We hear this guy pretending like you can't look down, right? Like it's a joke. And you entertaining this shit, and you've seen this idiot doing the same skateboard paradox for a year, dude.
Don.
What's the rhetoric, you idiot?
I've got it. Hold on. Don, right?
Mike's fucked up, Don.
Where your mic is all stuffed up and it sounds like you're in a tin can. We're trying to bring the energy of the room down to a more calm level conversation type of thing. Less rhetoric, less monologuing, and less abuse. So please try and adhere to these simple guidelines. Thank you for your time and patience. I'll take you off mute.
All right, stop monologuing, Ben. So you're monologuing.
Oh, Don is triggered too. Beautiful. Everyone's triggered today.
Jeremy, do not entertain obvious pretender idiots with an overconfidence that don't understand.
Moderator.
Don, come on, man.
Don,
He's up
you
on the
did not listen to anything on what I had to say. Take 5 minutes to reflect on what I just said. Thank you for your time and patience.
We love you, Don.
This is beautiful. When you see them getting triggered like this, you know you're onto something.
Exactly.
You can squirm like a little baby. Water is water, my friend. You're never going to change that. Never. Do you understand that? Water is your death nail, Don. Squirm for me.
It's your Achilles heel. It's your Achilles heel, man.
Well, it's a death knell and it's Achilles heel.
It's a giant killer. It's the ball killer. That's what I said. It's an abomination. It flies against the laws of nature and physics 101. Sorry. You've got to be.
And one of these days, you'll actually argue against the actual globe model instead of your version of it.
I just did. I just argued in your fantasy, and I proved you wrong in your model.
Yeah.
No, because in our model, every point away from the tangent, away from your point that you're at, drops from a horizontal line. That's our model.
Right, and I proved to you that you got to draw a line into space to have your drop. I just killed it right there. You don't have to like it.
That's called an argument from incongruity, see. But you're free to use a fallacy if you choose to.
You're making the fallacy. Listen to your dialetheism, what you're saying. You're saying that both the water drops from the bow, but then you draw a line into space and you show the drop from there. There's no way around that. No way around that.
It's the same confusion with the aeroplane going upside down. It's the same thing. It's number two.
Moderator, he called me triggered and he said he has me squirming. Those are attacking words. I know that you just want one side to attack, though. So I appreciate the unfairness, clowns.
I was answering to your critique of me. I didn't start it. You did, sir.
You are pretending you're not this stupid. You cannot be this stupid.
You see? This is it. You're triggered and you're calling me names. This is what's going on. I'm calm, collective, and I'm giving you precise discussion.
Said it, or you could look and draw it like Jeremy drew it. You're the only fucking idiot playing this game, bro.
Man, come on.
What's going on here?
I love it. Trigger. You guys are triggered. I tell you reality and you get triggered. It's not my fault, man. Not my fault.
I mean, we could just say that Essie is here to be the guy that makes flat earthers look silly. It seems other flat earthers already understand this concept, and you're still struggling with it, Essie.
You can say whatever you want, my friend. I'm going to keep telling you reality.
Right. You have the answer to your meme in your meme.
Essie, if I'm understanding you right, you're saying it's retarded that they have this imaginary line and they call it the water, you know, below that, they call it drop because the water is real.
Exactly, yeah.
And
since they're on the water itself, they're drawing a line.
Yeah. So what would you say would be a better way to phrase it? That they're drawing an imaginary line
Get rid of the ball
water?
completely.
Just don't draw imaginary lines and say where the water drops in reality. That's all I'm asking.
Yeah. If it were to be a real
drops
ball,
in reality, relative to what, though?
To the hull of the boat. And their model percentage, the water drops from wherever you are.
On the globe, if it were one.
You see what I'm saying? Percentage
from the
in
hull
their
of the boat,
model.
the hull of the boat is always in water, right?
Exactly. Does that water start dropping in their model?
When do you
See what I
become
mean?
upside down, inverted?
You can't have it both ways, bro.
Whether whether level is flat or curved, it just boils down to that again.
No, it doesn't. Where does the water drop in their model percentage from the hull of the boat? Which side? Where?
If level is curved, then it drops relative to the
level
hull of
is
the boat.
curved.
If level is flat, it doesn't. So it boils down.
That's not what I asked you. I asked you in their model, where does the water start to drop as in respect to the hull
every
of the boat?
direction from where you are.
In every direction, correct?
Yes.
So then you don't see the silliness of them drawing a line and saying it drops from midair? You don't get that?
No, it drops, they claim, from every direction to infinite distances, right? Because it's an imaginary line that goes on forever from where you are. So it's going to be dropping where you are and like a step and then like a light year. But it's going to be dropping more in light year, obviously, because they're claiming that Earth is a ball and, you know, that the level is curved.
Okay, so how does the curve, if it drops everywhere around the boat, how does the hump between two boats
I probably
occur?
should say light year because there would be no Earth when it's a light year, but yeah.
Yeah, I'll forget you said light year because that's kind of silly, yeah.
It's just a hyperbole. Anyways, what was your question?
The question is, if we agreed now that the water in their model, this is their mythical model now, drops all around the boat, right? How is it that there's a hump when you achieve distance between the two boats? How is it that there's a hump that obstructs your view if everything's dropping all around you?
Okay, so it drops relative to the horizontal, not necessarily relative to the boat. To the boat, it's in the water, and wherever it is, it's going to be at like the same exact height as the water, right?
Okay, then where's the hump?
Away from the boat.
Where's the hump?
The hump would be relative to another object or, you know, like a distant kind of site that you're viewing or something like that, and then it would be the chord line, like the sagitta, of looking through that earth, that water.
You're not making sense, bro. You went to chord now. We're both on the boat. We're both on water. Chord has nothing to do with this.
It does.
Unless you want to draw a line between the two boats.
That's why I said it boils down to whether the level is curved or not. If it's curved and you're looking at a specific like thing far away, then there's going to be a hump, a sagitta associated with it.
Yeah, but if there's a drop,
then there's not.
Yeah, but you're not making sense here, bro. You're doing a little bit of dialetheism. You're saying you're on a ball, right? We're establishing we're on their mythical ball. We have two boats on the water. The water drops all around both boats. So we have a drop from both boats, but somehow a hump appears in between them of water to block them?
Yes. I don't know.
Yes. Are you serious, bro?
I don't
know what you're not understanding from that. Yeah.
SC, you're making two different lines. One of the lines is dropping from the horizontal, one of the lines is a horizontal, and that's where you get the drop. The other line, you get the hump. It's a chord.
What lines, bro? You're in the freaking ocean. You're gonna start drawing lines. What are you talking about,
We're on the
man?
mythical ball, right?
But what lines are you drawing, man? You're freaking. You're experiencing water. It's freaking dropping, right? Now, what
From
line are you
horizontal.
gonna draw to make that hump?
Are we
Explain me
talking
that.
about the concept, or are we talking about in reality if this can be done feasibly?
We're talking about their model, their fantasy model. Right, yeah. So how does that, how can you make a drop come into a hump? How can you do that?
They're not the same thing. The hump is from the chord line with another object. The drop happens
chord
without
line
any
doesn't
other
have anything
object.
to do with it.
The drop, you only need one boat, right? One, like just where you are, and you have drop in every direction in their model. But for the hump, that's relative to another object or a distant, another boat.
Okay, so you have two boats. That's the twin boat paradox. You have two boats
and each
face
one
to
has their
face, right?
respective drop relative to their imaginary horizontal, right?
Okay, percentage. Let's take this from the top. We have two boats. We're on a canal. The canal is 4, or let's say the canal is 8 miles long. We're nose to nose. We're 6 foot off the water. We got dinghies, right? Now the two boats start going reverse. What happens to the water in between you?
The water in between you.
Yeah, you got a canal, 8 miles, level water. It's not moving. You got two boats, me and you. I'm facing you. You're facing me. We're shaking hands. Now we hit the reverse on the engine, right? What happens to the water in between us in the fantasy model?
It stays horizontal because I can still see you. It stays
Hold on, Jin. Let him
because I can
answer.
still see you.
In their model, the water, first off, the water will stay where it is, but relative to the tangent line of where the boat is, continuously, and it's constantly changing, it will be drop. Like relative to where you started, there'll be more and more drop.
Between the two boats?
Yes.
Okay,
Between
then
each boat,
if
I should say.
between each boat there'll be a drop. Okay, fine. That's how their model works. Okay, now they start going more and more back, right? Now they're 6 miles apart, right?
Sure.
What happens to the water?
Same exact thing. From
Okay, then
the relative position of each boat, the water's constantly dropping.
Constantly dropping. So
yeah, from the starting point, it's going to be more and more drop because they're getting farther and farther away.
okay, so if they get farther and farther away, will the boats start to disappear, irrespectively of each other?
Of course, you can only see so far.
Okay, so what's going to cause the disappearance of the boats?
In their model, they'll claim that it's the hump, this agita.
Exactly. So you don't see the problem now.
I think you're combining two different. There's no problem. You could have the drop relative to one boat, but when you're trying to put eyes on the second boat, there could still be the hump of water in between.
Hold on, you're backing up what you said before. You said both boats see a drop in water, correct?
Yeah, each one.
So now
will
you're
have their
saying
own
that both
drop
boats
of water relative to their own horizontal, which is constantly in flux.
Okay, so this double drop becomes into a hump as they move away to obstruct their view. You sure? You want to say that?
No, the hump is when they're looking at the other object. So the drop is the water relative to their own horizontal. And the hump is from looking at the other object, and the shortest distance would be that chord line, and the hump is the water that's in between.
But how? You just said it drops in between them. You just clearly stated that.
It drops for each one of them as they're moving relative to their horizontal.
Right. Okay, then how does it become a hump as they move
That doesn't mean
away?
the water itself is physically dropping or anything. The water stays where it is.
So the water remains level, it just appears to drop, is what you're saying now?
No, the water, I wouldn't say it appears to drop. It literally, if you're mathematically comparing it to this imaginary horizontal, it mathematically drops. Okay?
Mathematically drops, but not really drops. It's not really dropping, just mathematically dropping.
If you're comparing it to horizontal, then you could say it's dropping, but I don't think that's, because again, it's the imaginary line, so you can't really say it's really happening, right?
What do you mean if you're comparing it to the horizontal? Are you saying if you're on the water, your boat is not horizontal?
No, your boat in their model technically would be level, but
okay, level. So you got two boats.
Horizontal.
Okay, so you got two boats that are level. you got two boats that are level on the water, right? Now that's one statement. Now you're going to make a second statement and you're going to say the water drops all around the boats. Now you're going to make a third statement. If the boats start moving away, a hump produces in between them. That is sheer nonsense, bro.
Check the chat.
I don't get
Check
why
the chat real quick.
it's nonsense.
Well, if you don't get that, bro, I don't think there's anything else I can tell you. If you don't understand how water flows and that you're double speaking without even realizing it, this must be a form of paralogism.
You
call this share nonsense?
The two objects. The drop isn't shared between the both of them. Each one has
Now
their
you're
own
changing.
respective drop. No, I said
Nobody's
the drop
changing anything,
is for
SC.
each one. They're not the same. You know, it's not the same drop for both of them. They have different.
Look in the chat, SC, look in the
Yes.
chat. This is a very graphical explanation of exactly what's going on.
It is super simple. When you use the word drop, you mean from your current local established horizontal. When you say the word hump, you mean relevant to the chord, as in looking from one to the other. These are two different things, and you are constantly conflating them, Essie.
No, you're delusional.
No, he's not.
You think water behaves differently for two different people. This is sheer
No.
delusion right here.
It is behaving equally for both.
This is psychotic
That's why I say
behavior.
it's an abomination. That
It is
why I say
behaving
this model is an
equally for
abomination,
both.
and it debunks itself.
So,
Like
Gummy, it behaves equally for both. There's both a drop between the two boats, but somehow when they distance each other, there's a hump. You don't realize the nonsense in that statement.
Because
You're not
the
going to look in the
hump,
chat. You're going to continue to proclaim this thing is a paradox, even though you're not going to look in the chat.
it's so simple, Essie. The hump, the hump is relative to the two positions. That is what the hump is. The drop is relevant to each local horizontal. Both of them.
You can say it any way you want.
And if you don't understand
If the
that,
water is
that's
dropping,
basic
listen up.
geometry.
Within their model,
Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me.
Go ahead.
If the water is dropping between the two boats, then it's dropping. There's no physical
drop between the
possibility
two boats.
that you can have a hump. Now, I don't care if you guys don't like that. It's just too bad for you.
It's not about what we like, Essie. Look at the picture in the chat. It's very well described, such that a child could understand it.
Yeah,
This
you're
is
a child.
basic
Show me your
geometry,
water.
Essie.
Show me water dropping and humping. Go ahead, please.
Well, then look at the picture I already drew.
Yeah, I can draw
if
you
you're
a
going to
picture of a
refuse to
fucking
look at the
tooth
chat,
fairy.
if you're going
I
to
don't
refuse to
care
look at the
what
chat
you
and
draw,
constantly stop
sweetheart.
and
You
say the
can't
same thing
make
over and over
water
again, if
both
you're going to
drop and
refuse,
hump.
if you're going to refuse to look at the chat to see
I'm
the thing
looking
that
at the
you're
chat. I'm looking
describing,
at your stupid
if
picture.
you're going
What
to
does
sit
it mean?
here and refuse to look at the thing that you're
I'm looking at
describing,
your chat
and you're not
right
going to be
now,
here just
Trigger
telling us
Boy.
the same
Right
opinion of
now.
yours over and over.
I'm looking at it right now.
I see. I think, like, the issue is what the way you just said it.
Hold on,
a second ago.
percent.
You
Listen,
said,
hold on. I had to
Go ahead.
temporarily mute both you guys. You're over talking each other crazy. You're both going to get a chance to say your thing. We got to do it one at a time. Otherwise, no one can hear either one of you. So let's go one at a time, please.
I see. You said, how can you have a drop between two boats? And I think that's the issue. The drop is relative to one boat. Each boat has their relative drop, from their horizontal. They're not between the boats. The only thing that's between the boats is the chord, like the hump, the sagitta.
So
they're two different concepts, and you're making it seem like they're mutually exclusive, and I don't think
it's
you've shown that they
ridiculous,
are.
bro. Are you done?
Yeah, go ahead.
You're saying two boats on water, they have their different drops? Each boat has a different drop?
Yes.
How does that look like?
It is the same value. Just to be clear, it's the same value, but the direction is opposite.
The same value, but
Yes,
the
it would be the
direction
same
is
value.
opposite. Oh my God.
Like ignoring the oblate spheroid bullcrap. If it was a perfect circle, it would be the same value.
Oh my God. You guys keep it up, man. Just keep this up. This is unprecedented. Unbelievable.
Guys, what's wrong with the picture I drew, Essie?
See, why is it?
Hold on, let him look at the picture and explain what the problem is to
And
him.
moderator, why can he call people children and all this and yell and talk over people? You don't say nothing to him. Nothing.
Allow it, man.
Wasn't I just muted? You little triggered little baby. Hey, come on, complain about that now. Come on.
Let's not react and then overreact. Let's just, smooth through.
Don't call names, please, guys. Come on. Because then one of us does it, then one of them does it, and then next thing you know, we're just all calling names and shit. So.
All right, SE, what's wrong with the picture that I drew?
What's your claim of this picture?
That's hump and drop shown on the same picture.
Okay, so let's go with the top one, right? You got A and B, right?
Okay, they both have A and B.
The top one, the top figure.
You look forward in one, you look down in the other, SC. It's not hard to understand, but I guess you don't know what a circle is. You want to pretend you don't know what their model of gravity is, but you should be able to read the social clues when every other person in the room on both sides is
Don, you don't need to gaslight him.
Mispositioned self.
Don,
Right. There could be a million people against my position. There could be a million people against my position. If you're wrong, I'm going to tell you you're wrong. I don't care. It's just the way it is.
So what is wrong with the picture that I drew, SE?
What's your claim? I want to hear your claim. What are you claiming?
Hump and drop are both in the same picture.
Okay, so person A, right? We got person A and we got person B. What is the relation to those two people?
They're both on Earth.
Right. Now, person B, right? Does he have one side of the Earth going down and one side going up?
No, because that's the second picture.
What do you mean the second picture? Now you have
If
him
you're
on
looking
top.
at the same image, it has two pictures posted. One is from A's perspective, the other one is from B's perspective.
Okay, on the bottom picture, B, the man on B, is it dropping on either side of him?
Yeah, as I have demonstrated in the picture.
Okay, now the guy on A is in his relation to B, is the water going up or down?
The water is dropping from his position.
From the front of him towards B, the water is dropping?
Yes, because on the top
You're delusional,
picture,
sir. It clearly is going up.
Oh, go ahead and talk over me, SE. Go ahead and just talk over me real quick. That's fine. On the top one, that is that's A's perspective. The bottom one, that's B's perspective. Both A and B are on the same spherical planet. That's what's going on.
Right. And any way you say it, it doesn't matter if you move them up or move them to the side. One is looking up and one is looking down. There's nothing that you can say or do to change that. Except
There's a
the
picture.
Is not the same direction for everyone on Earth.
That's right. Look at the picture. Look
So
at it.
you hear the word
hold on,
drop, and you
SC.
seem to think that drop has to be shared between the two, and I think that's the issue. Drop
It is shared between the two and their model percentage.
Saying that this is impossible.
Model, SE.
That's your model, whether you like it or not.
You
It
keep
isn't.
saying that this
You
is
keep
impossible,
saying it's
but
our
look at the
model.
picture.
If you keep misinterpreting our model to say that it's our model, that's you lying, SE.
No, that's you lying. That's you lying.
Our model says there's drop and a hump and there's no paradox. You're lying to
You're
us.
delusional,
There is
and
a
I'm going to
paradox
show
and
you
that's
how
our model.
delusional you
So if
are
you keep
every
telling
day.
us that it's not our model, or that this is our model and that there is a paradox in our model, you keep lying to us, SE.
I'm not lying. You just killed yourself with the picture you showed me. You're saying both things. You're double speaking. This is dialetheism. You think a
It's
drop
not
and a
double
hump
speaking,
are the
it's the
same
actual
thing.
model.
Keep it up.
It's not double speaking when I use the actual model to describe the situation. When you choose to misunderstand it and use something that is not our model to say that that is our model, that's you lying, SE.
That is your model. You just drew two pictures here.
There you
One
go,
with
do it again.
A, B. Why are you interrupting me? Is it devastating?
Oh, motherfucker.
You just
He
draw two
keeps
pictures,
strawmanning.
motherfucker.
Hold
I'm
up.
glad I'm triggering you, Don. Keep it
Go
up.
ahead, SE, and then Gummy next.
So now,
This is sheer dialetheism right here. You're showing two different things. You're putting A on the top and A on the side to come with your fantasy. Clearly, this is a joke.
What do you think we're
Go
saying?
ahead, Gummy.
I want to have a crack at saying what I
No,
think
hold
you're
up. Gummy's
saying.
turn, then you got
and
next, Ryden.
Okay.
So Essie, you first of all, you just now said that we think that drop and hump is the same thing, when not only do we say multiple times they are not the same thing, and also in the picture he has drawn them out for you with colors. They are different colors and they are different locations. So how can you keep saying this straw manning, just ridiculous statements like we think drop and hump is the same thing, when look at the picture, it's been drawn at two different locations? Come on.
Two different locations. That's your dialetheism. Now, you're going to tell me that A, like the top picture, B and A, you're going to tell me that A in relation to B is not downwards and B in relation to A is not upwards. You're going to tell me that right now. Go ahead.
Checkmate.
Go ahead, Ryden.
You're delusional, guys. Simple.
So if I'm to understand your position, I think it is something that it is ridiculous for there to be both a drop and a hump. Is it something like that? How can there be both a drop and a hump?
How could double drop become into a hump? Yeah, that's right. That's your model. Exactly that.
Okay. So what you're saying is I have accurately described to you your own view in a way.
No, don't put words in my mouth. I'm describing you your fantasy model. Let's get that straight.
So what I'm trying to ask you though is I want to have the words come out of my mouth that you go, yes, that is what I'm saying, and that's what I'm trying to look for, so that I know that we're agreeing on something.
That's not going to happen. Listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth. Don't try to put words in my mouth. I'm explaining you your fantasy model.
Please, Essie, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. I want to know how I can describe your views so that you agree with what I say, right? That I go, what Essie is saying is this, and you go, yes, that's correct. That is what I'm saying. And then I want you to try and do the same thing. Okay?
I was very clear in what I said. Very, very clear. Let me repeat it. Let me repeat it. In your model, let me finish.
Essie, please. The game I just invited you to play was the opposite of please tell me your view again. I'm saying let's tell one another what we think the other person thinks and see who can
Go
get
for it.
closer.
Go for it.
I think what you're saying is a double drop becoming a hump in terms of the line from where you're standing to be dropping in all directions, and that's a drop on both sides that becomes a hump, and that's ridiculous. And we're model afflicted. And we're suffering from dialetheism because we hold multiple contradicting views. Would you say that is an accurate depiction of your view of us in this conversation?
Well, if you think that a double drop becomes a hump and blocks the view, then yes.
So I've accurately described to you your views. Is that what you're saying?
Not my views. No, your views. You accurately described your views, not mine.
I'm trying. So, okay. Did you understand what I was asking of you?
Yeah, I understand, and you're not going to get away with it. My views are very, very clear. It's your views that you just described. There's nothing you're going to say that's going to change that, eggshells. Try to understand that.
And why do you keep giving us our views incorrectly?
That's your model. Your model states that the water drops all around you in all directions. Nothing you can say changes that. Then your model states that when you go away from two boats, each facing each other, then there's a hump that blocks it. That's your model, not me saying it. I'm pointing out the ridiculousness of it.
Right. So when you say that, when you say that the double drop becomes a hump, that's you putting your own misunderstanding into our model. That's not our model.
I don't say that. That's your model. You guys said it before.
Our model doesn't say that. I see. You say that.
No,
notice
you say that, not
that
me.
except for you.
Yeah, you're misunderstanding. Negative. You say that.
No,
See, no
zero
one
of the
uses
other
those
people
words.
in this discussion say that. Only you say that, SE.
Okay, so what makes the boats disappear in that scenario? Go ahead, doofus. Tell us.
The Earth is in the way.
There you go. Did you guys hear? Did you just hear it? Did you guys just hear it? He just said it.
Drop becomes a hump. That is
You're
the
pathetic,
terminology
dude.
that
You're
you
pathetic.
use and nobody else in this discussion uses.
You just said it, doofus. You just said it.
SE. Nowhere has anyone said that a drop becomes a hump.
He just
using
did.
those words.
Just now. It was
No.
beautiful.
Okay.
Beautiful.
You keep thinking he did, but
I got
maybe
it.
you're hearing what you want to hear, not what
It's
he's
like
saying.
playing with children in a schoolyard with you guys. This is how it feels like.
Hey, let's give it to him so he understands it real quick. When you're looking perpendicular straight out and your neck is on a square, it drops away. But then when you look down at the second target location, it becomes a hump because you moved your frickin' eye line, genius.
Dialetheism at its finest. Keep it up, Don. You're going to be a model for dialetheism.
I've never, you just dig in and you don't understand what the hell our model is. It's crazy. It's funny. I love listening to it, guys. Keep going.
It is kind of, yeah, it is kind of.
It's
interesting.
yeah.
But
It's
at
just
the
crazy.
same
It's
time, this is
crazy.
beating a dead
Everybody
horse.
in the room is saying this is wrong. This is not correct. This is not how it works. Everybody's telling
SE, are you listening to this delusional?
I'm loving this, Jin. I'm loving this, man.
These guys are so wrong. It's just, it's absolutely mind-boggling what's happening right now.
Exactly that, man. You think water boats, drops and humps, it's mind-boggling.
Listen to these people.
That's all you got.
Desperately doing damage control.
No, you know you
Desperately trying to patch it up. Desperately trying to patch up their ball and damage control. You guys are exhibiting desperate behavior.
You're not even talking about the current conversation.
I hear him laugh.
Of course I am. I'm talking about how delusional you guys are. And you're desperately trying to, reassert your globe that doesn't exist. Unable to. You see?
So
water, the most beautiful thing on earth. Water.
SE, when you have a basketball,
The elixir of life. The
let's see.
elixir of life.
Yeah,
SE,
you haven't seen
think,
me yet.
Think of you having a basketball and you draw two dots, just similar to the two people, A and B. Okay. Then you put it so that A is straight up and you pour water on it. Okay, it's going down in all directions around the dot. And then you move it so that the other dot, the B dot, is up. Well, now the water is also going down in every direction. And now you go, dialetheism. It's impossible to have both be true at the same time. That's literally
Maybe
your
one
argument.
day you'll get it, Gummy. Maybe one day you'll get it.
The circumstances have changed, and therefore the outcome will also be different.
Yeah, you switched your
That's
ball
what you
around.
don't see.
Moved, you made the down up and the up down. That's why the water is rolling. It's unbelievable how you cannot see in the statement you just made how wrong you are. It's truly fascinating.
It is. This is I mean, there is lots that is fascinating about this conversation. I will agree with you on that.
Yeah, eggshells. There definitely is. Definitely is.
It really should be simple. It's just that you guys are just hanging on desperately, and it's on fire. Desperately
it's the model, Jin. It's the model. You're breaking up a bit.
Your ball is
You reverted to a Bev argument.
Sorry? Yeah. Yeah, they're
The thing is, it is simple.
Trying to keep it alive.
It is super simple. He's drawn it out for you. You're looking at the picture, and yet while looking at the picture, you're saying it's impossible.
I don't need a picture.
Like this is ridiculous. You're looking at it being possible,
I don't need
and
it.
you're saying it's impossible
I
while
agree with you,
seeing the
Gummy.
picture.
Exactly.
I know it's so freaking funny, Gummy. I can't believe it. You're right.
Well, okay. So Essie, how can you simultaneously look at the picture, see it possibly drawn out, and then claim it's impossible? How can you have these?
Gummy, you just said it yourself with the basketball. You just drowned yourself in water, bro. But you don't see it. That's the model affliction you have, brother.
Essie, that's you switching the topic again. I asked you one question. How can you look at the drawing, see that it's possible, it's been drawn out in front of your face, and
Not
then still
possible.
say it's impossible? How do
I
you do
explained
it?
it to you.
Possible.
Did you have wax in your ears? I explained to you how silly that drawing is.
Because
Very simple.
water can't be because level can't be horizontal, right? That's your only position you're gonna crawl into. Like, dude, it's ridiculous. Get out of that position. Don't even pretend like we're gonna buy that shit. Don't pretend like you don't know geometry, that you don't know you can look through a fucking piece of a circle, dude. I mean, get real. We all say take the fucking social clue.
But we're on the circle. The thing is, we're on it.
It's
We're on
hilarious.
the circle. And when you're on the circle, there is no looking through the circle to see the other side. You're on it. So the circle will be in your way. It'll be a hump obscuring your view. That is your ball. Let's be serious here.
Yep. Flat earthers can't do Bedford levels test if they don't understand that this is a thing. That's why they do Bedford's levels test, right? I mean, get real, dude.
No, we do it to prove that there's no curve. That's the problem there for you. When we can see at greater distances on the Bedford level for, what is it, 6 miles, right? When we can see for 10 kilometers, when we can see and there's no curvature there, then you're in trouble, aren't you? Where's your
right? But there should be, right? But there should be a hump, right, Jen? Because you understand the model.
There should be a hump. That's correct, but it's not there. It should be, but it's not there.
Yeah, that's
the beauty of water.
Different sides of, in this discussion, Essie, we're all on different sides about whether there is a hump or a drop. What
there should be.
There is.
Is there or isn't there?
On is that you aren't understanding what other people are saying, and you are accusing the model of something that nobody asserts it is the case.
Yeah, the reason you don't assert it is because it destroys your model. You can't assert what we say because it goes against your fantasy, you see. That's why.
Quite done yet, Jen.
Which part did I get wrong, Eggshells?
Everybody here is telling you that you're wrong. Glober and Flat Earth are alike.
I don't care. It could be a million people. It doesn't matter. Which part did I get wrong?
You're not. What you are describing is not anything anybody says. Nobody's.
But I made you guys repeat the exact things that I said, Eggshells. You guys
and we
all
use
agreed
different
with me.
words than you use.
Yeah.
Different words.
Different words that mean something different than what you keep claiming we say.
So a drop doesn't mean a drop, and a hump means something else. Please explain.
So we've already said, okay, let me explain this once again with very precise wording, okay? The drop is measured from each person's local horizontal. The hump is measured from the chord between the two positions. They are measured from different reference points. Therefore, they are different things. Okay.
They're all one.
That was very simple. What part of that did you have trouble with?
None of it. Now, let me tell you what part of that you have trouble with, right? You can measure from wherever you want, okay? Your model says that the water drops from the bow of the boat, correct?
Well, if you're measuring a horizontal, yes.
From the exactly. So there should be a drop from both boats from the bow, correct?
Correct. From each horizontal, like I worded it, yes.
Right, from each horizontal. So as the boats separate with each other, the drop gets greater between them. Yes or no?
Correct, because you're twisting the horizontals, yes.
Correct. So as the boats get further apart, that drop, how can that drop block the view of the boats?
So the horizontal drop is not what is blocking the view. It is the hump that is above the chord line. It is a different measurement, Essie.
My God.
A different measurement.
My God, man, you are totally gone. There's nothing else I can say in this. I'm just wasting my breath. If you don't see that you just said 2 drops block the fucking boats, then you're delusional, man, and I'm wasting my time.
So do you not see the difference between the drop from horizontal and the hump over the chord?
No,
do you not see the difference?
No, because water dropping cannot, I repeat, cannot form a hump.
Okay, so we have now established that your problem is you don't understand the difference between a chord and a horizontal. That is what
No,
we
the
have now
problem is
established.
you don't
Thank you, Essie.
understand. The problem is you don't understand how water flows. You can say chords whatever you want. You cannot make water dropping between two boats become a hump. There's nothing you can say or do that will change that.
And like I've said, the only reason you believe this is because you don't understand the difference between a chord and a horizontal.
I
That is the
understand the
problem.
exact difference. You don't understand how water flows. You have zero knowledge of how water flows. You think that water can both drop and hump. It cannot happen in reality. Nothing you say or do, you can draw chords, you can draw lines in the air. Nothing is going to change that.
But again, it's very simple. The reason you think so is because you don't see the difference between a horizontal and a chord. Unless, please, but just humor me, and could you describe the difference between the horizontal and the chord?
Dude, you can say whatever you want. I repeat, you will not change how water flows.
Okay,
Anything you
so
say,
you
you're going
don't
to
know.
look stupid.
That is what you're saying. You don't know.
No, you don't know. The chord is, let me give you your chord. This is your
Okay.
chord. You're standing on the beach, right? We're on Lake Rakia now, Lake Pontchartrain. I'm on one side of the beach, you're on the other side. There's 24 miles of water separating. The chord that you draw is from your foot from one side of the beach to the other, correct?
Sure, yeah, if that's point A and B, yeah.
So do I understand the chord?
Sure.
Okay, we established that. Now, in your model, there is a 90-foot hump of water between me and you on either side of that water, correct?
And just to clarify, what is that measured to?
Your chord, sir.
Thank
the one
you.
that you
Yes,
claimed I
you are
didn't
correct.
know.
You are
What?
correct so far. Yes, good job.
So
Keep going.
so listen now to your ridiculous bullshit. So you're saying from my feet on one side of the river to the other side of the lake, there's a 90-foot hump of water, correct?
Yeah, you measure from chord. Yes, you're correct.
So exactly. So from my feet, I should look up and I should see a 90-foot hump of water,
You
correct?
have to ascend it. You have to ascend that hump to get to the top. You have to
No,
ascend
I'm
it.
not
Not dropping
correct.
now.
That's
You're
why you're wrong.
ascending.
Because when you're now taking it, instead of talking about foot to foot, now you're asking about what do you see, and what
That's
you
what we're talking about.
Yeah, exactly. What do you see from my foot to your foot across the bay? You
Do you
said
see
there's.
with your
Why are
feet?
you interrupting
Hold
me?
on. Do
Why
you
are you
see with your
interrupting me?
feet?
Why are you
Do you
interrupting me?
see with your feet?
Listen to what he's asking
the
me.
wrong question.
Keep it up, bro. I see with my feet. Yeah, I got eyeballs on my toes.
I can see through my shoes.
So now we got a 90-foot hump of water by your admission, by you saying, I don't know the chord. I showed you I know the chord. Not only do I know the chord, I can make you double speak using the chord, which you're doing now. What happened to the 90-foot hump of water, Gummy, between our two?
If the only way you would get a 90, in order to get that hump of water to your eye line, would be if you put your eyes right where your feet are and somehow know the exact direction of the chord line looking
90
through
Are you
her.
guys listening to this? Oh, this is
90
going to be a
feet
good
of hump.
Is that how you view
90
things?
feet of hump. 90
Essie,
feet
is
we're
that
talking.
how you view things, by putting your eyes on the ground and looking straight into the ground where the chord line
What
is?
about
Is that how
Are
you
you guys
look at
listening
things,
to this?
Essie?
Are
Is
you
that how
listening to
you
the
look at
rebuttal?
things?
Are you guys listening to the rebuttal? Gummy is asking me if I have eyes on my feet.
Ridiculous. 90 feet of water. 90 feet. You have to climb that to get to the other side, to your side. You have to ascend it. I have to climb
This
up
is your.
over that hump.
This is me destroying you in your ball sphere fantasy. Are you listening, Jeremy?
Man.
Are you listening, Jeremy? This is the bullshit that these guys have to say.
Yeah,
I think
I
he's out on
see.
his drugs, isn't he?
The thing is, I mean, in the globe model, you got a horizontal. If you make a horizontal line, there's drop everywhere from it. If you make a chord, that's where you get your sagitta, aka hump. This is not a contradiction or a paradox in their model. That's just how their model works.
After hearing what I just said, are you freaking serious, Jeremy? Are you freaking serious?
Not getting it, SE. You're the one that's not getting it.
Unbelievable, man. Unbelievable.
Right now, you know why I get. Now you know why I go mad when they start doing this.
So
yeah.
How would somebody, if you were wrong about this, how would you know, SE?
I'm not wrong because I know how water flows. This is simple, man. You can't go against this. It's physics.
The question is, how would you know if you were wrong? Not that you
Because
are
I
wrong.
would see how water operates. I would observe and I would say, fuck, they have a point. Yeah, if I look here, yeah, water is going down, but then it's bunching up over there and it's making a hump. I've never seen that. Only in your model, in your fantasies, in your descriptions, can water both drop and hump. It's against reality.
I've never been on a ship and had to climb up a hump. I've traveled from Africa back to England. That would require me to travel westward and climb up onto that ship never did that. The ship never, a 2-week journey, by the way, didn't do that. And the same when I left England to go to Nigeria. Same thing again. It didn't go down to Nigeria. Didn't do that.
You're going against physics, guys. You're arguing against physics.
You're both talking about different things. You realize that, right? Like you're talking like you're.
I'm talking about being on your ball and actually registering and noticing the hump and curvature. It's just not there. Talking about the same thing, sir. Your ball does not exist.
It's called model affliction. We all grew up with it. We all saw a globe in our classes from kindergarten. We think that water could cling around a ball while spinning at tremendous speeds. We've been Stockholmed. It's very simple.
And we do have the professionals in the flattening the curve telling them that it's not. You know, they use the equipment they use cannot be operated on a ball, which has got the Coriolis effect, or if it's spinning, curvature. These things would just totally make their equipment inoperable. So there you have it. I love this. Thank you, Mark Sargent. You gave me a nice present with your team. Nice video to flatten their heads with. Flatten the curve. Flatten their heads. That's what I'm doing now. With my rhetoric, flatten their heads. There is no curvature.
You guys don't take this the wrong way, but you sound ridiculous defending this model, man.
You know?
You got to step back and have a look.
They look stupid.
So you think it's possible that other people have this wrong, and yet you will not entertain the possibility that you've got this wrong, right?
Absolutely
if it's
not. We
possible
come
that
from your
somebody
model.
could be wrong about this topic, and if
It's
you are
you guys.
incapable, I can describe to you what you believe, and you say yes. You are not able to do that with us. You've been sitting here for hours telling us.
You keep saying the word believe. You keep saying the word believe. Got it wrong again. Not a belief on our side. We don't believe the Earth is a globe. That's for sure.
There you go.
And as for the flat Earth, it's not a theory. It's the truth. It's a fact. It's the light. It's ecstasy. It's the way. Flat Earth truth.
Anyways, I said enough. I'm going to step back and thank you for the conversation, guys.
Thank you very much, SE. You know, you definitely flattened their heads with their model there.
Remember that nobody agrees with you that can describe it accurately.
Then I know I'm right. If you guys don't agree with me, I know I'm on the right track. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, SE, catch you later, mate.
Hey, your own side. Man, so you need to stand up for this. You know you don't agree with anything he's saying. You know he's being whatever, airheaded. And you should stand up for it, man. He should hear both sides tell him how simple the geometry is.
Well, Don, look, I haven't been here for about the last 20 minutes or 25 minutes, so I've got pretty much no idea what's been going on since I haven't been around.
You're not familiar? You're not familiar with the game you played for over a year?
Oh, are we talking about the hump and the drop?
Yeah, the hump and the drop and the
Mixing the
Sagenta and the
skateboard
tangent
paradox
and
with
the
Bev's
warp.
level and horizontal. I mean, it's ridiculous.
I definitely understand it. Right? It makes perfect sense. The argument. That's what your model says. Right? Point blank. You can't disagree with it, really, Don.
You sound like you just woke up, Mansour. You've had a little nap there, have you? Caught you out. Yeah.
Just
You
got
caught
out of the
nappy.
shower. No, just got out of the shower, buddy.
All right.
Where are we? Oh.
Is it possible you could be wrong, riding?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm glad you said that because you are. Is it possible that I could be wrong? No, I'm not wrong.
So, what about if that made you more likely to be wrong?
No, that's not possible. That's not possible. No.
You're unmuted.
What about what about if I could show it to you mathematically?
Mathematics can be shown, can be used to show many things. Still wouldn't make me wrong.
Okay. I'm not saying you are wrong. I just mean being certain you're right, I think actually makes it more likely you're wrong. For the simple thing of this.
No, I'm sorry. That doesn't work.
If I can say, yeah, it's possible the Earth is flat, but I think it's a ball. I am not wrong either way round, unless it is something other than both flat or a ball. But I'm not
It's a
wrong.
toroid,
Saying
mate.
I think it is because I'm just saying I think it is, which is a statement of truth. But it could be flat. So that could also be true. So now I'm covering both grounds. So if you're right,
Yeah, I don't need to cover. I don't need to cover my ground at all. I know it's not a globe because my experience is over 60 years and what I see and the professionals of recent days just making it even, just confirming my understanding and my knowledge of this Earth being flat. No, I can't be wrong. Impossible. In fact, I'd stake my life on it.
What about if my position of saying maybe you're right, but possibly you're wrong is stronger than yours? Because even if you're right, I'm still right. But there is
that would be you wishful thinking, I'm afraid, Dad. I
like
don't
that
see
logic.
that as wishful
Good
thinking
logic,
on your part, really.
Anytime I'm disagreeing with somebody, I must be taking a worse than 50-50 bet on any topic because what I'm taking.
If I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
I'm going to go, we hold different views on this. I'm saying you're wrong. 50-50 chance, right? Between like whether you should put hot food in the microwave to whether it's okay to hit your kids to like whether it's okay to have a couple of beers and drive a car, you know, all of these different issues where like I'm right and everybody else is wrong. Just the probability of us being right on all of those myriad different topics is so ridiculously low. We don't even really know.
It's got nothing to do with my globe here and your globe and my understanding of your globe and my flat Earth. I know my Earth is flat. There is no globe. I'm not wrong about that. There's no possibility of me being wrong because it's impossible with the knowledge I have that the globe goes against natural law and physics. It's just impossible. We don't live on a globe.
Wrong about the planes, weren't you? If you're
sorry,
if the
I'm not wrong about the plane. I am not wrong about the plane. That is still under what's the word? The jury is out, still under review. That's the word. Yeah.
Exactly the guys you were talking about that you're spruiking.
Still under review.
Unequivocally disagreed with that. They took time out of their interview to say that, and the filmmakers made a decision to include that because it was seen as important. And
that's fine.
People you want me to trust disagree with you on this fundamental topic.
That's okay. It's not fundamental. It's not fundamental.
Got it wrong. Do you think
it's not fundamental? What is fundamental is that the Earth isn't a globe. That's the fundamental part of that video for me. The Earth not being a globe and their equipment, when subjected to curvature and spin, cannot work. That's what's fundamental.
This guy who is a pilot is wrong
Correct.
and I'm right about this topic.
I'm saying that the pilots, the submariners, the aircraft instructors, and the sailors on the what are they called now? I keep forgetting that one. aircraft carriers, okay, on their ships and aircraft carriers are telling you their equipment wouldn't work. They're the experts. They would know. They're on that surface 24.
They would know, except you think they might be wrong about fuel.
They would be the one pilot that mentioned the fact about that. That's only the fuel and whether the actual aeroplane runs with. I'm saying it needs both to run, and I'm saying that they don't use as much fuel as being claimed, and that would require a little bit more investigation regarding that point. Even though I have seen a lot of
Would
material.
need more investigation because he's possibly wrong, is what you're saying, right?
No, not at all. No, I
So he's
could be wrong in
definitely
that
correct.
sense. I could be wrong in that sense.
Okay, but if you're saying I'm holding out, you know, and more investigation is needed, what that sounds like you're saying is maybe this guy is wrong.
No, this guy could be right.
Maybe that's not what I'm saying, Jin. I'm asking if you're either the door's shut, it's over, planes use
The door
fuel,
is
or
half ajar.
more investigation is needed. The only reason you're saying that is because you're saying maybe he's wrong. Is that correct?
No. I'm saying that he could be right.
You're clear on the question I'm asking. We're all clear on the question I'm asking you, which is not is he right, but are you contending the possibility that this man is wrong?
Well, if he could be right, then he could be wrong as well, couldn't he? He could be.
Okay. So
In
that's
this point.
good. So we hold the same position on him. I think he could be wrong also. So
on the fuel thing. On the fuel thing, not on the Earth being a ball and globe. No, he's definitely not wrong there. But if you talk about the aircraft, if we're talking about the aircraft running on air and fuel, that's something that I'm going to have to look
Obviously, you're
into.
not going to address the point. You're going to make up two other points: the fuel and the shape of the Earth. While we're talking about the difference between the chord and the horizontal, I mean, it's just funny how you're just, writing. Isn't it interesting how they just I mean, it can't be honesty going on right there. Like,
It's honesty all the way. It's precise honesty all the way with integrity on top of that, just to be sure.
I've got no problems. Sorry, Don.
No, I was sorry, but writing the skirting, the spot where the dumb-mindedness, right when you have to be responsible for the point and address the point, there always is something that, you know what I mean, changes the subject or whatever. Like it should be the pattern.
There's a degree that we have to go through there, and that is how truthfully do you want your truth to be?
I've got no problems, Jin, with this radar operator, with this
Thank you.
pilot. No, hold on, I haven't finished. You might not thank me. All right, I've got
I'm
no
thanking you
problems
so far.
Okay, then I've got no problems with these guys saying that they live on a plane, right? And that's the decision that they've come to, right? But now, right, as we established before, Jin, right, what this person is saying about how this radar equipment works and is it possible? Can it bounce off the ionosphere and bounce over a curve? You yourself said, yes, it is possible. Okay, then. So this needs more
Radio signals, because we heard that. Radar, I don't know.
radar.
Radar, I don't know. Radio signals, yeah. Radar, I don't know. I said that. I don't know about radar.
That's what I'm saying. We don't know. We know radio signals can bounce off the ionosphere. Right? We know.
So we're told. So we're told. I still need that to be demonstrated.
They have to. Well, this is what they tell us about radio signals. How they can make transatlantic record distance radio signals. They bounce up and down all over the ionosphere, right? This I don't know if it's fact or not, but this is what they say. How it
I'm
works.
glad you said that. Right, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
no, I don't know myself, but this is how they say it works. So whether or not it works that way on a planet Earth or a globe Earth, this is how they say these radio signals work, right?
Yeah.
Now, I also do say too, can the radar signals possibly work in a similar way? And you said yes, they could. You don't know, which is a yes, they could possibly work in a similar way.
It's
Okay,
possible. I don't know.
okay.
Yeah.
So until we do some more investigation to either establish whether or not they can or whether or not they can't, all we kind of really have at this stage is a radar operator and a pilot saying that they believe that they're on a flat Earth.
They know.
That's kind
They know. They say the Earth is not a globe because their equipment wouldn't work.
Okay,
They know
they
it.
know.
They know.
They
And
know, right?
submariners as well.
Whatever. This is one of their beliefs that they have that they know.
It's
Okay,
not a belief. It's knowledge. It's not a belief when
well,
they
it's not
actually
a
know
belief
it.
for you, so you can't talk on their behalf.
I
Right?
can talk
Because
on their behalf. It's not a
there you
belief
go.
for them. It's a bloody knowledge, isn't it?
Well,
Once
I don't know.
they've established
I don't know.
that their equipment is working and it couldn't work on a globe, then it becomes knowledge that the Earth is no longer. They know it's not a globe.
I don't know if any one of these people
They
have
put a
been
video
doing
out,
their
pal. They
over
put a video
the
out for you,
Earth
pal.
to actually establish this for themselves. All right?
They're so sure that they put out a video for everyone to learn from, pal.
Okay.
All right.
You just double down, and double
I'm
down.
quadrupling down, mate.
Yeah,
I am quadrupling
you're
down.
actually
Don't double down,
quadrupling
mate.
down over
Quadrupling,
actually
mate.
quite something. When you actually out of your own mouth, right, you admit that you don't know how these things work at all.
I know how they work, but I don't know if they work bouncing off an iosphere.
There you
I
go.
don't know
There
that.
you go. So
I don't know
maybe
that exactly. I'm being
I
honest,
know,
but I'm taking
Jin,
it as a flat plane.
right?
They work perfectly well, but
Jin,
not on a globe.
I know that you're the man of citations and YouTube clips and all this sort of stuff. You drop the
That's
things
the
left,
man.
right, and center. Okay, so maybe it'd be a good idea to do some investigation to establish whether or not they can or they can't do a similar sort of thing.
Yeah, I'm going to have to do what Robert Persona did. I'm going to have to ring up one of these radar operators and get this out. That's what I'm going to plan to do. Yeah.
That'd be a good
Got
start.
to.
That would be a good start.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do because I want to know. Yes. And when I do that, you better put some headphones on because I will be screaming the truth out of this.
Oh, don't you worry. I'm prepared for it, June.
I will be. It will be a behold, and then you know what's next. Behold my proclamation! I bring you news. You know.
Sorry for jumping in, writing. If you want to jump back in.
No, good.
Writing was just trying to tease out the fact that I could be wrong when I know I'm not wrong. At the end of the day.
No, not saying you're wrong.
Yes, you said I could be wrong, but I'm telling you, no, I cannot.
I was just trying to propose to you that it may actually make you more likely to be right by being less certain. That certainty I would argue that certainty is the enemy of accuracy.
Uncertainty. Oh, accuracy. Okay, yeah. I'm certain.
We are more accurate, I think, when we are less certain. Because if I just throw I think into a sentence, I now am not wrong. Because I'm just telling you what I think, and provided I think that, I'm now telling the truth.
Well, I'm telling you what I know.
Right? Yeah, whereas if I claim I know it, then I can be wrong.
Well, I know it. I'm swimming in the, I know it's not a globe pool at the moment, and I'm enjoying it. I'm kicking back. It's not a globe, but I'm lying flat on the horizon of the sea, kicking back because I know.
There's no globe.
Yeah, he's smashed.
It's no globe, mate. It's not real.
I'm spitting out water into your face. Drink the seawater. It's not a globe, mate. Carry on swimming. I'm kicking the water into your face.
We just need more facts, Gene, rather than people saying, I know.
Yeah.
The facts are there. No curvature, no axial rotation. You can't have a planet ball in the vacuum of space. 17 to the minus 10 torr, or minus 10 to the 17 torr, sorry. Without containment. They're the three basics that you got to get sorted out. I haven't sorted that out yet. And then we got the professionals speaking.
I'm not arguing those, but I'm just questioning some of the other points that you bring up. That's all.
We can't go to the moon because the environment is not conducive to having spacecrafts supposedly operating with thrusters. Don't know what they're pushing off of there on the way to on a 3-day journey to the moon. That's
hey,
not happening.
Jin, talking about the moon, right? It looks because it looks pretty close to us, right? Now they tell us the moon is where it is and it's in what it is. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think possibly one day, even though we haven't been, right? Do you think maybe possibly it would be possible to get there?
No, nature's laws will never allow that. That's why.
Why is that? Why is that?
We don't have the technology to fly all that way.
Well, how far is all that way? Because it
Well,
looks
because
pretty close.
you need to be able to operate in a vacuum and float.
Well,
And I just
how do you know that?
I just don't think it's possible.
How do you know the moon is in a vacuum, for starters?
Well, this is what they tell us. You see, that's why.
Okay, I'm not telling you that. I'm not telling you that at all, right? So don't go on their model, right? Don't go on their model.
What if you think? I see what you mean now, right? Oh, can it be? I don't know. I just don't know. I mean, we don't have the technology now to operate it now. So I mean, how would we? You know, we'd have to. You see, for me, we would have to know for certain in order to go there. You have to know what this Earth is, its curvature, if it's there, or the distance, and then the actual distance. And you'd have to know what there is up there. We don't know, do we? We just don't know.
Do you actually reckon you'd need to know the curvature of the Earth to get to the moon? Do you think that would be necessary?
Well, yeah, because the reason why I say that is because you'd have to work out the distance properly so that you get the right fuelage to get you there and back.
But I'm just going straight up.
You're going to go straight up, and then you're going to have to change your direction slightly to get to that moon. Or you're going to aim. You're going to aim it just from any point and just aim and go. Keep that trajectory. Yeah. Yeah.
So
okay.
you,
okay. But again.
So to you, the moon's a solid object. Yeah.
Could be. I don't know. Could be.
Well, it looks that way, doesn't it? Definitely
it looks that way. Admittedly, it does look that way, but I don't know. Do I?
But
so you're going to prepare. So if I'm going to go, I'm going to prepare my rocket. So it's going to. If I'm going to get there, it's going to be able to. Must be able to land. But what about actually getting there, leaving this medium? Does this medium continue all the way? Because if it doesn't,
the problem with
it's going to operate differently. You see?
The problem with going straight up is the more if you go straight up, you need a lot of fuel, and the more fuel the more fuel you got, the more fuel you need. Is Kosho knows the name of it. It's some problem with going straight up and the amount of fuel.
Yeah, it's called the Don Pettit and Robert Persona called it the tyranny of the rocket equation, because you're going to go straight up. Most of that rocket, 95% of a rocket is fuel, and that 5% is the payload.
It actually depends, Jin, if they need fuel for propulsion, because they're because there are actual kids at the moment, right, that are sending up a satellite. Now, okay, then don't get triggered by the word satellite, please. But it is going to be. Its propulsion is going to be from the electromagnetism of the Earth, and that's how it's going to propel itself. That's quite interesting, isn't it? So
what altitudes are we talking about?
Oh, look, I did have a link actually. Let me see.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
So can I interrupt?
Yeah, go for it, Alpo. Yeah, go for it, buddy.
All right. So, let's say, if we take a biblical cosmology, right, and you go by the scriptures, you can make your nest amongst the stars.
Well, I don't know.
There's a scripture in Obadiah 1:4. It says, "If you make your nest amongst the stars," it says the scripture says that from there I will bring you down, declares the Lord.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that would be from the Bible. but I don't know what that medium is out there, and you have to prepare the vehicle for that as well.
It tells you that the stars are straight up because it's gonna bring you straight down.
Yeah, that's right. So in order to go to the moon now, I'd have to work out the distance, of course. Earth's curvature has to be played into if it is indeed a curve. If not, whatever. What about the mediums? This Earth medium, if it's a vacuum, got to prepare for all this. What if it's not a vacuum? Who knows?
Exactly. I've just posted that link for you, Jin, about the propulsion
Thank
of
you.
electromagnetism in the chat if you want to have a look at it.
Yeah. So then, if it's electromagnetism, can we use that to go all the way to the moon?
Exactly. That's kind of the point that I'm thinking. Like it's just another form of propulsion.
Yeah.
And that means that we can reach or get close to the stars. They're not that far.
Don't know, Elbow. Because the moon's obviously in front of the stars, but how far in front of them?
So badly.
Who knows? Who knows?
Again, it's a CGI image we have, though, don't we? Did you
Oh,
notice?
of course, yeah. No, of course,
And
yeah.
so-
Don't worry. Yeah, don't worry about the image or anything like that. I'm not trying to suggest anything there with the image, Jin. It was just the actual technology itself. I found found interesting.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And regardless,
Yeah, and again, they're saying staying in orbit. Staying in orbit as well. The word orbit, when we haven't proven the globe, yet we're orbiting. Okay.
Well, if we do have stuff up there, Jin, that's up for a long time, that is circling above our heads, right? Some sort of whether or not they're satelloons, whether or not they're blimps, whether or not they're drones, and they're making these huge circles. I don't think there's anything wrong with calling that an orbit myself.
Rotating, orbiting, flying above our heads. Okay. Circulating, I would call it myself. Robin and orbiting.
Look, I know because it is a bit of a trigger word.
Trigger word. It's a trigger word for globe.
Yeah, no, I get that, mate. I get it.
Yeah.
But like I said,
Circulating,
me myself, I've really got no problems with that terminology, just with the way I look at things.
Yeah.
I'm not prepared to die on that hill, so to speak.
Absolutely not. No. But I'm prepared to fight hammer and tong, though.
Oh, you are? God, you'll
I'm a
fight
bastard
tooth
like
and
that.
nail. Yeah. I know
Quadruple dubbing. Was it doubling down? Quadruple doubling down. And then so I'm immobile now. Right, let's go.
Oh man, I tell you what, Jin. Like, if there was ever to be a war to break out, like you would be one person I'd want in the trenches beside me.
Yeah, we're having a laugh.
100%.
Yeah,
He's a bloody legend.
good. Yes, good. Bludgeon them with the hammers. You know what it's like. Yeah, I remember they said here in Japan that the individual that sticks out will be hammered down. I said, yeah, you're going to need a lot of effing hammers. All right. I'm the one that breaks your hammer. Because here in Japan, they like to follow each other. They don't like to stick out or be individual, And I think that's a recipe for disaster at times. Yeah.
Actually, I was watching this this documentary. Oh, what are the Japanese the gang, the famous gang.
Oh, Yakuza, the Yakuzas.
Yes, and they're like covered from head to toe in tattoos and all that sort of stuff.
That's correct.
Uh,
Yeah.
And you know the way they actually do the tattoos themselves, using all these pigments, and actually some of the pigments are quite toxic. Actually, which I found that interesting. Like the red one, you know, it can have some crazy effects on you. But I didn't. Yeah, I didn't actually know that in Japan it was showing your tattoos was like kind of a big no-no. You know, they cover them all up.
It is. We had a friend. I had a friend when we used to motorcycle around, okay, going to these onsens, and some of these onsens, there are outdoor ones, yeah, you're in the rocks and the natural hot spa, okay. Now we went in, and because my friend had a tattoo on his arm, the woman just said, no, and I couldn't quite understand Japanese at that time. So I was saying to her, what's going on?
I
What's
think it's
happening?
because they're associated with gangs and that.
Well, that's it. That's exactly what happened. That's exactly what happened. So the woman said, no, he can't come in because, he's got a tattoo. And I said, you know what I did? I actually got the guy I was with. I said to him, look, let's explain to her that we're not part of a gang. I said to her, look, I've come all the way from England to come to this famous onsen that my friend told me. Now, I'm going back tomorrow. I lied, And she said, okay, She said, okay, you can. And we managed to get in there. No hassle in the end. But I was like practically begging her, because I wanted to get into this onsen. It was nice. Long ride. Just want to soak. So we managed. But that's it. It's a no-no, Yeah. And we said, he's not a Yakuza. He's not. We're not Yakuza. I've come from England, man.
And it's even more taboo for a woman to have tattoos too.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I mean. That mentality where they all do the same. They don't want to rock the boat and things like that. Everyone wore masks when they were told to. Very obedient, very trusting, and I think that's not good. One of my students, she's been coming to me like 15 years now, and she says, purely because she examines the English papers that the students take. And then and she prepares them for the examination. So things are always changing over the years. So that's why she finds me very useful in helping her. Great, I'm glad. Now she says, because I'm not wearing a mask, some of the Japanese people might be scared of me. I said, no, that would be their fault. That would be their fault. If they take a position where they're scared, well, that's silly. That's wrong. What would they have to be scared of me for? Isn't it? Isn't that strange though? Yeah. Because I'm not wearing a mask, And then in all that time, in the 2 years, I've only had 2 people come up to me and say that, And the way they approached me wasn't rude. It was like they thought I didn't understand. You understand, right?
Yeah.
Right. They thought I didn't understand. So then what I did is I got my iPhone out and showed them 2 short videos. One was 2 minutes. The other one was 1 minute, literally 3-minute videos, 2 of them. And where the vapor is coming out of the guy puts the mask on and then tokes on a vapor and then blows it out of the mask, right? And he tries several different designs, even a semi-military one with the filter, and that was the best one of the bunch. And when they saw that, I said, you see, that's why I don't wear the mask. It doesn't protect you from anybody. It's no good. Okay? Yeah. So the next time you see me, don't think what I don't know. Think, what is it I know that you don't know? That's what you have to think, yeah? I've been in your country 20 years at the time, yeah? And, I haven't had a problem in your country. Not once have I been sick. In fact, I haven't been sick in like 40 years. So I'm never going to wear the mask. There is nothing in the air coming to get me, I said. Nothing. And then I said, thank you very much for your advice. And I bowed and walked on. I kept it polite, but I just had to remind them that sometimes when you see foreigners, don't assume they don't know. Yeah, that's wrong. But I still have to thank him because he meant well. You see what I mean? So I had to be respectful. He was older than me, so I had to be respectful. And I kept that respectfulness all the way. because it was kind of him and the other man as well. So one of them, the other guy, he was saying that I was wrong not to wear the mask, and the reason why I was able to say that because he was the manager of the football team. I used to be part of his football team, you see.
Okay.
And I hadn't seen him in ages, and I said, "Oh, Mr. Honda, how you doing? Gin, son? Yeah. Mask, damn it." He said, "No mask, not good." First thing he said.
Oh, really?
Not hello, how you do, how the family. You know what I mean? Not how you, how's the family. No mask, damn it, he said. He works for the city hall as well. So he tried to give me the autocratic bit. That's when I stamped him down. I said, "Look, you need to study about vaccines." I showed him the mask, then study the vaccine. I've been learning since 2006. So you're wrong, sir. And I'm never going to wear that mask, I said to him. Yeah, he was a bit autocratic with his approach, so I stomped him down. Yeah, I think that. But then, that's Japan. They all follow suit.
Mm-hmm.
Which is commendable if it was really real. I mean, but then again, that mask wouldn't protect you. It would really will. We'd all be dead.
Do you think that trait is more common with the Asian countries, Jin?
Yes, I would have to say more common in the Japanese. I think when you meet the Vietnamese and the Cambodians and Taiwanese, they're more Indonesians. They're more free with their spirit,
Mm-hmm.
But again, there's one thing they've got in common. Yeah, they want to make the money. It's the buck.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
that's what's in common. Yeah, and they have
They
their
are,
culture
yeah,
and their ways.
they are very devoted to their work and being loyal to their employers and stuff. The little that I know about it, that seems to.
That's correct. Yeah, that's what they're like. They're literally like robots.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, and but then again, look, if we can go back to let's go back to the 60s and then 70s, where car manufacturing in Japan has joined the marketplace, right? So when they introduced their engines were super reliable. The only problem was the bodywork was not good. It used to rust. At least you knew your engine was going to start up, though. Winter, snow, whatever, it's starting without a doubt. Yep. And then by the time we get to the 90s, Japanese cars are having the most models are being sold around the world with Japanese cars. Even though you had your prestigious Porsche, BMW, Mercedes, Volkswagen, and the American stuff, but the Japanese run the world for a while because of that robotic integrity. There you go.
Actually, here's a question, Jin, because I think I know what your view on nuclear weapons are.
Right.
Perhaps them not being exactly what they tell us. But have you met anyone? Because you've been over there, 20 years, 20 odd years?
Yeah, 22 years now.
Yeah. So have you met anyone that actually lived through that time and experienced that time?
Yeah, because I've traveled to Hiroshima twice. Yep. And both times I spoke to survivors. Yeah.
Yeah. And so basically, was it like just one big bomb, or were there like heaps of really big bombs?
It was one big bomb, and it took out so many people at the epicenter. Ground zero. But one building survived, which was made by Europeans. It was like the cafe where everyone used to meet up. That was made, I think, by Holland. It was a European designed building that survived it. Just the dome, the glass of the dome shattered, all the windows shattered, but the facade was still there, intact.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think they're going to turn that. I think they may have now turned that into a museum that we can actually walk through, because I think they kept it out of the public domain and in effect fenced it off so we could only look at it. But now I think you can actually they've done it up and you can walk through and have a look around, and it's got some things about what happened and that in there. So come on, museum. Yeah, but I spoke to the survivors and they said it was really bad, Yeah, but I don't know about the radiation thing, because I thought, what happened to all that radiation? That was what I was thinking.
Yeah,
what happened to all that radiation? And they covered the land. You wouldn't tell that. You could not tell that a bomb had gone off anywhere there. It's very modern.
Very modern indeed.
Yeah, pristine.
Pristine, no sign. I took the liberty of having a walk around as well whilst I was there because, you know, we were staying there for 3 days. So I walked around the area, you know, just to have a look around to see if there was any signs. No, it's all nice.
Yeah.
What I saw of it. And I went on a pretty long walk. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
I wanted to see it.
So you actually question the nuclear capability of these things, not necessarily.
Well, yeah, and the reason why is because I watched that video called the Fluoride Deception by, I think it's something Drayson, his name is, okay? He was the BBC journalist working at the Rockefeller Center, okay? And in Leeds, they were going to fluoride the water in Leeds back in 2004. Big dispute. No, we don't want fluoride protests. So the mayor of Leeds contacted this Bryson, okay, in America, and he asked it in such a way that, what's the American angle on fluoride? What's the Yanks angle? What do they know? And then he said, I don't know anything about fluoride from a hole in the wall, but I'll look into it and get back to you. He ends up producing a book called The Fluoride Deception, and it's all linked with the Manhattan Project. They're working on the atom and the atom bomb, and it turns out that that atom bomb was actually a fluoride bomb. That's when I went, really? So was it? Maybe that's why I didn't see any kind of like no radiation or Geiger counters everywhere and whatever. You understand what I mean? You know. Yeah. So it turns out that the atom bomb was actually a fluoride bomb. Okay. And the reason why it was of great concern because it was when they combined it with all the other chemicals, it was very unstable to make that bomb. And it was the one of the most concern was the fluoride. And it turns out that's why the Americans have their water fluoridated is because they use fluoride in weapons of mass destruction. It's the number one chemical they need to give it the bang.
Is there fluoride in the UK?
It's not. It's not fluoridated in the UK. No, it's not.
We got it here in Australia, man. It's bullshit. I'm on tank water, which is good, but yeah, we got it as well down here, mate.
Yeah, no. When I grew up in the UK, no fluoride in the UK. Chlorine.
5.8 million people in the UK receive fluoridated water.
Sorry, how many?
5.8 million.
5.8 million. That would be a recent situation, because when I was in London, there was no fluoride in the water. Not when I was in London. So that's a recent occurrence, and I would have to look into that. I'll find that to be unbelievable because in the documentary it states that Britain and Europe don't fluoride their water. Neither does Japan. Japan actually sells fluoride together with China to the US. They sell their fluoride to the US.
So you think maybe the NHS has got it wrong on this one, and they're
I'm going to look into it. I mean, I don't know. Who knows? I mean, they obviously I'm going to have to take it as they're right until I check it to prove them wrong.
One thing that I find interesting about the fluoride in the water is that it's purported to help with your teeth
Dental
and
decay.
well, it's purported to help with that. Where if you actually look at the symptoms of ingesting too much fluoride, it's teeth discoloration, tooth decay.
Yep.
So it doesn't really make sense that in small quantities it helps your teeth, but in large quantities.
Actually, in the documentary, it states that it doesn't help your teeth at all. You should not ingest fluoride whatsoever. It's an accumulative toxic waste that accumulates in your body, and it leads to fluorosis of the teeth and curvature of the spine of your bones. It deposits itself in its bones. Yeah, they said no human being should be ingesting fluoride whatsoever. There is no benefit at all. It was a deception from the phosphate industry in the US. They didn't know how to dispose of this chemical, toxic waste from the aluminium industry as well, okay? They didn't know how to get rid of it. So they decided to put it in toothpaste. Okay? They actually were dumping it in the river, and as the river flowed downstream, cows became toxic and poison. In fact, have you ever seen a cow when it's got
Jacob's disease, when it's involuntary contracting and walking rather nervously and not in control. Yeah, that's what happened to the cows when they were drinking the water that was contaminated with fluoride coming from the factories. Okay, so no, it's not. There is no health benefit for any human being with fluoride. Zero. It was a lie. And in that video, which is only 30 minutes long, by the way, it's so good because it compacts so much information in 30 minutes. It stated that exactly what you said. It was supposed to protect the teeth, but yet in Britain and in Europe, where they don't have fluoride, their teeth are even better than those in the US. That's what they said. I laughed. I thought, yeah, brilliant. So the truth came out. Yeah, the truth came out in the end. So when I heard about this fluoride bomb, I thought, wow, so maybe it wasn't an atom bomb then.
How does a fluoride bomb work?
Bang.
Exactly. Bang, flash, burn, destruction.
I just have never heard of it. I've never. Has it been used in other conflicts?
I think it's been used for quite a long time, but it wasn't. Look. Let's look at the Manhattan Project. Okay, they created that atom bomb, and it was fluoride, and they haven't stopped. This is why the Americans' water is fluoridated, because they're using this fluoride in their weapons of mass destruction today. That's what the video highlighted too.
When it explodes, it explodes and it hits your teeth and it whitens them up real quick. It's actually good for you.
It gives you a flash, yeah.
Yeah, it's like that when you use the UV light on your teeth with the whitener.
That's right. You need to smile, and then you get the flash.
Sounds quite lovely. Sign me up.
Chlorine and fluorine are used less often in explosives because of its difficulty in chemistry and the great expense. So it looks like they may have once used it, but are kind of moving away from it.
Well, I mean, they are buying, but they're buying fluoride from China and Japan.
Yeah, but not necessarily to put in bombs these days. But it looks like that they once possibly did.
I can't see any benefits of fluoride, which is a toxic waste. Japan doesn't want it, China doesn't want it, but America's using it up. I don't know.
Well, if you got it and someone's willing to buy it, Jin, well, of course you're going to sell it to them.
Yeah. I want to know what Americans are using it for. This is the country that sends out its military in equipment that doesn't protect them from depleted uranium, but yet claims it did. And then they jab them up with all kinds of chemicals and that. So who knows, eh? Can't trust what the Americans tell you.
You know what gets me is aspartame. Aspartame's crazy. I mean, that's E. coli shit, isn't it?
Yeah.
And why would you? Who's the first person that thought that up? They're like, all right, we got this E. coli shit here. What should we do with it?
Well, there's a place called the Mellon. There's a place called the Mellon Institute, and they actually gave the okay on aspartame, fluoride, and asbestos. So they got a great fucking track record, those guys.
Yeah, the Mellon Institute. One bad institute, that is, yeah. That's correct.
I just don't understand how fluoride bomb works, though. Like, what? Like, an atom bomb gets energy from splitting atoms. Other bombs usually have propellant, oxidizers. Like, does fluoride just create a self-oxidizing? Does he need to mix it with something?
I think it's mixed with other things, from what I gather. But it really it increases the magnitude of the bang.
How?
Okay. Well, I don't know. You'll have to take that up with the Mellon Institute.
So you think it's the case, but you don't actually know why or how that's the case. What makes you therefore confident that it's the case if you don't have much information to give me on how it's
Well, I mean, the information I got, because I know you keep trying to test my knowledge in that, is that when they mix it with other chemicals, it makes the bomb more volatile.
What more do I need to know than to know that it's more dangerous? And it was claimed to be an atom bomb. Hang on, it was claimed to be an atom bomb. Turns out it wasn't an atom bomb. It was a fluoride bomb. I mean, what more do I need to say? If you want more investigation, please click on your computer, Google, and you'll get that information. If you want more knowledge.
Fluoride or fluorine? Because they have fluorine or fogging.
Fluoride is what it's
fogging gas, right? Yeah.
Fluoride.
Well, I read fluorine and chlorine.
Chlorine, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So that's an irritant. That's like eyes. Like that's it's probably they stopped doing it because it goes against the Geneva Convention, right? Because chemicals you can't fight with chemical agents.
There you go.
Yeah, because we're so concerned about killing people in.
I know, right? Yeah, if we're gonna kill you, we'll make sure we kill you the right way.
Yeah, yeah. In this case, they said that the fluoride was of most concern. They said, okay, so you know, and it gave the. It says when you combined. Hang on, what was it? You combined. The Atomic Agency and fluoride. What do you get? And it showed you the atom bomb. Boom. So 2 chemicals they mixed up. Made it very volatile. I can't remember the other chemical offhand. But it's easily Googleable if I need to know it.
It just doesn't make any sense to me, I guess, is the issue you're going.
Well, I mean, let me post you the video, then you can watch it. Like you watch the Flatten the Curve, yeah? Like you watch the other videos that I watch.
No, it's
that you don't watch.
Just because the only thing that I would need to know to give this any credence, you don't know. So therefore, like if you didn't get out of the video, what makes you think I will?
Is fluorine and fluoride?
No, I've told you that it gives it the impact.
It's not.
It makes the
tiny differences at the end of the word will make a huge difference. I'm guessing.
Okay. I don't know.
Chloride versus chlorate are different things like that. Like that will mean oxygen molecules. I think typically is an 8.
Yeah, like I said, they've got fluorine and chlorine. Well, they used to have them in bombs, but actually,
the name of the video is called the
fluoride itself. I can't find fluoride itself when I did a Google on it.
I've got so much on it. I've got so much information on fluoride. I'm surprised you can't find it. Let me tsunami this soon.
I don't.
Let me tsunami you guys with some information.
It just sounds like.
Sorry, writing.
Yeah, I just don't think it's a real thing. That's why I'm not watching the video. It's every time we have this conversation with it turns out it's something different every time.
You don't
no longer try.
Well, I typed in how do fluoride bombs work? What is a fluoride bomb? Fluoride bomb, and 99% of the hits, apart from that one that I read out, which didn't contain the word fluoride, it was fluorine. Everything is about fluoride bombs for your teeth.
It's not. Yeah, well, I mean, it's called the fluoride deception. That's the name of the video. So,
yeah, but that's completely different to a bomb itself. Like the fluoride deception, how they're putting it in water and what it may do to you and all that sort of stuff is one thing. And people have been talking about that for years and years and years, Jin. But the actual fluoride bomb itself, yeah, I've never heard that before. I'm not saying it's not a thing. I just can't find anything on Google.
Using the fluoride. Fluoride they termed it the fluoride. The 4th time or 5th time that I posted into this server. It's only 30 minutes. I posted it 2. One's 30 minutes long, and then there's a further in-depth look, which is about an hour and so long, and that's pretty good.
Not watching it, sorry, Jim.
Warning you of the actual the toxicity. Sorry.
It's just
that's okay. You don't have
the old watch these
to watch it.
videos game. It's just
there for those who are interested. Well, it's all there. The information is there if you want to know.
Anything I can and I can find is the toxicity of fluoride. What happens if too much gets on your skin? La-di-da-di-da-di-da.
Yeah.
People who've worked on these bombs. There would
Have
be
you know?
science about them. They would be used in wars. They would be, you know,
Well, we're living
some sort of
in a world where
indication.
they're hiding information. It's hard to get hold of now. Have you noticed that the algorithms are kicking in and they're hiding things from us now? That's the unfortunate.
Well,
I don't know why they'd hide.
Is that when we want real information, they're keeping it away from us.
The
Yeah, but
information
there's
fluoride
sorry.
bombs.
Well, I mean, they're hiding all kinds of things. They're
Sounds
burying
like
it in the truth.
Sounds like somebody's made it up, and you've just believed it.
It doesn't.
No,
just
it's not. No one's made it up at all. It's right here.
Yeah. Yeah. Just because there is a theory about it, I don't know why the information.
Well,
I don't know why the information on a fluoride bomb would be suppressed, right? Because and so
they're
heavily, like I
suppressing all
can't.
sorts of things now
Oh
because
no,
look, they're using it. Let me
hold
tell you
on.
why. Because they're still using it in weapons today. Still being used in the weapons they make today, for example. And if that
Fluorine.
came out,
Fluorine. It's different.
fluorine, which is connected. Fluorine and fluoride, same thing. Come on.
Oh, I don't know.
Fluoride comes from fluorine.
I don't know. I don't know if they are the same thing.
Well, I mean, look.
I'm going to find it out.
Fluoride
versus fluoride.
deception. Some bomb. I'm going to get the. I'm just looking in my collection now. Hang on. Bear with me.
Here we go.
2-minute video. This one.
There is confusion about the difference between fluoride and fluorine. Fluoride is related to fluorine, but the two chemicals are not the same. All right. Fluorine is a chemical element, while fluoride is either the ion of that element or else a compound containing it. So they're two completely different things by the looks of things. Completely different.
But it's used. I mean, they're completely different, but one comes from the other, and they're using it in the bomb. This is what this documentary, which is only 30 minutes long, alluded to. Very dangerous. No health benefits at all. One part per million is.
Well,
they said that 1 part.
Yes, but it may
What I
be
was going
more
to say.
correct. It may be more. Hold on, Jude. It may be more correct to say it is a fluorine bomb, not a fluoride bomb, because there is stuff on a fluorine chlorine bomb, but nothing on a fluoride bomb.
The fluoride deception. Here it is.
Did you hear what I said, Jude? No.
Yeah.
It says that
video.
Cool.
He's
It
getting
says
the
that
details, mate.
fluoride is created. It's created with salt from the fluoride. It combined. It's the fluoride or something.
Okay, so
And
fluoride is
listen to
okay,
me,
Elbow.
Mr. Bright.
Cool, man. From the salts, from the element fluorine combined with minerals. So it makes more sense that it is a fluoride.
Credentials. It's a great documentary to watch. Really good. Just wish I could post the thing. Come on.
Nice point. Nice point, Lightwater. Want to be heard? Do not react direct on details that do not make a great truth warrior statue. Or statue. Hold on. Yeah, statue. Yes.
Suing for damages to their and their animals and their it's about 30 minutes. And the fluoride it's called the fluoride deception as well, but this is from a different guy, an American, a really nice learned. It's a lecture, and he's giving you the ins and outs, the dangers of the actual toxicity and everything else, and shows you the teeth and how they've been destroyed, and etc. etc. Really good one.
Yeah, no, I've seen heaps of that, Jin. But thanks for dropping the link. I was more interested in the actual bomb personally, rather than the fluoride in the water.
Well, in this one, if you watch the one I just sent you, this one talks about the connection to the bomb via the Mellon Institute and that, and the Manhattan Project, and Dr. Hodges and whatever, who claimed that 1 part per billion offered no harm to any human being, which was a lie, because one, they reckon that if you use the size, when you get your toothpaste, you're only supposed to use the size of, a green pea, a green pea that you eat, green peas, that size only on your toothbrush, a pea size only. But when it's advertised on the fucking TV, they take it on, don't they? Right. So who do you believe there, right? That's the thing. And it goes on about how dangerous it is, in that video that I posted. It's pretty good.
All right, heard like water.
Take it on that toothbrush, don't they?
My man.
Yeah. Yeah. I always post you the stuff that I watched. I'm not just gonna. I've spent the time and that. So if I think it's worth it, I'm gonna bookmark it, and then I'm gonna offer it up. And if I do, it'll be time well spent. I'm not gonna waste your time. Guarantee you. Time is precious, And I want you to learn as much as I the knowledge.
But you do drop a lot of videos that are, an hour, 2 hour, 3 hours long, and you.
But that's how you learn, don't they?
No. Hold on.
In depth.
All right. No, but hold on. My point just being, Jin, like if someone asks for something, like if you're having a conversation with someone and you say, here's my evidence, okay, then, and you drop a video and it's a 2-hour video and you go, it's somewhere in there, instead of going, you know what, if you forward wind it to 1 hour and 40 minutes, that's where he says it, or if you timestamp it.
You get this feedback a lot, Jin. It might be.
Well, that's why you got to watch it at your leisure.
Yes, exactly.
Exactly.
Right, Jerry. With a
exactly.
Cup of tea
that's why I say.
Tea and a scone. With a cup of tea and a scone.
That's what.
I know. If
Exactly,
I
and that's how you learn. Like I learned. I learned
tell you
in
what,
that.
Jerry. if I watched everything Jin dropped, I'd have no leisure time left.
But you'd be very knowledgeable though for the time spent. You see.
Yeah, but sometimes I just want like a quick
You'd be very
outline
knowledgeable.
and whatnot, you know.
Yeah.
Now, if you were to post a video on the grain characteristics of a piece of red gum that went for 5 hours, I'd watch every single minute of it, and probably a few times over. Right?
Yeah. Out of interest, how long do you last on my videos? Like, do you? Because I don't imagine you watch them all the way through.
Well, it depends. Writing, sometimes I, scroll through them to what I think is like an interesting bit. You know what I mean.
Yeah.
Like that one you dropped the other night with the drone. I think I watched all of that. I thought it was like really cool because I was really interested in how this drone was operating. You know what I mean? But if watching one of you going like up this hill and up another hill or whatever, I stop. I might forward wind it and see if there's a bit that looks more interesting to me. Where you guys may be off your motorbike and doing a bit of chatting and stuff. But kind of just watching people, ride. That because I'm not really into motorbikes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean.
Yeah. No, definitely.
Yeah, but yeah, no. So I just, it's like anything. You'll forward wind it or fast forward it, double time it until you get to a part where you think is interesting to you. But yeah, I've had a look at quite a few of your videos actually.
Very good. Thanks. Just I'm always curious about that. Like, because I was thinking the same thing. I was like, man, you're not really into motorbikes much, so.
No, but yeah, but like I said, yeah, if you're pulled over and you're having a chat on the side of the road, or um, someone, not naming anyone, may have fallen off their motorbike, and I'll stop and watch them trying to recover that sort of thing.
Yeah.
But I am interested in seeing what you produce on your trip riding. With the different conversations and stuff you have with the different people you meet. I'll definitely be interested in that
I
sort of.
think that's the interesting part of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the interaction with other people and the area, the scenery. It's all good. I mean, on a motorbike, and it's all good, man.
And and like I said, Rodney, I want to see you just eat some really bizarre stuff too.
Yeah. I'll definitely be doing lots of that.
Yeah. And give me a shout out along the way too, right?
Yeah,
when you're swallowing that thing.
Yeah. I'll dedicate it to you.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, that is the thing. You've really got to have a cast iron stomach when you travel. Definitely.
Yeah. I mean, my guts are fucked since I lived in India. I just would never ride again.
You know what I was fascinated with? Do you remember Aaron Moorfield riding? Did you ever come across Moorfield? He was over. Oh, you weren't over in Brandon's, were you?
Aaron, Aussie guy.
Aaron. Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
not the Aussie guy. He's a Yank. He's a
Right.
Yank.
Okay. No, maybe not.
Not that. Yeah. Well, anyway, him, like Carlos or whatever his name is, Bamboo, whatever his name is in here, they have Chinese wives, and Aaron actually lived, I think it was 7 or 8 years in China, being a teacher over there, and I think it was the first time he went around to his now wife or girlfriend. It was girlfriend at the time. Went round to her place because she lived with her parents. They had on the menu was chicken, okay, and he didn't know this at the actual at the time, but part of their custom over there is that the guest of honor actually is gifted the chicken head and the brain to suck out the brain of the chicken head. It's considered
Oh
quite
my
an honor.
god!
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
He knew absolutely nothing about this, mind you.
In Africa, we do
No,
that in Africa, man.
Oh, in Africa. Well, this was in China, where this happened, and he didn't know what to do, and he sort of had to, hold his nose and kind of go with the flow a little bit. But he said, yeah, it was not a pleasant experience at all. I found it quite amusing actually, because he didn't want to insult her parents, at all. Obviously,
Oh.
he followed through.
Gastronomically.
But yeah, you might get to experience, say, sucking out a chicken brain if you're lucky, Ronnie.
Yeah.
Sucking out a chicken brain. Ooh, very nice.
Love eating weird stuff, so I'll definitely be up for any like weird local cuisines.
Mm-hmm.
Learning local languages, that's another one I like.
Yeah. Are you pretty quick with that sort of stuff, learning languages?
Yeah, pretty quick on the uptake with that. It's a skill or a tool, and you can totally practice it. I think. You just learn how to say "how do I say" in the language. How do I say this? And then it's a really easy one because it helps you hoover up new words.
Right.
Kind of confusing. It's also kind of funny the first time you have that conversation. You go, "How do I say?" And they go, "Yeah." And you go, "How do I say?" And they go, "Yeah." You're like, "How do I say? How do I say?"
How do I say?
I want to know what a word means. How do I say? How do I say? And they're just like, "What the fuck?" But once you get past that first one, that's quite difficult. Yeah, that's some of the system in my view.
What if they don't know English?
Well, yeah, you can't. You got to learn off people who know the language, and that's also a bit of a battle because they want to speak English.
I'm saying, like, when you say, how do you say car? Like, what if they don't know the word car in English? Like, what if they have no idea what that is?
That's yeah, that also happens, but that's why you're learning how do I say, because that gets around making them translate. You just point at something, you just sort of tap your glass, you go, how do I say?
Oh, there you go.
And they go, water, glass, and then you go, okay, which one's which? Like so it's a way, it's a way to help people who don't share your language be able to.
So what about those online translators and stuff? English to.
Yeah, I'd use them a bit actually when I was in China. Yeah, I would sometimes get it to play it, but I was really keen to try and learn how to be like I want to learn how to say some Chinese words.
Yeah.
But yeah, they can be super useful, and the Chinese were hot on top of that too. They would just go, oh, and they would ask one another, how do I say that word? What's that word? And then they just get out their thing and they go, and then it'd be like, dinosaur. Oh, the dinosaur. Yeah, dinosaur. Yeah.
But do you, finding a lot of places too that English is fairly common as well.
Yeah,
Like,
everywhere you go. Like that's some of the cool. What's cool about like when I noticed when I traveled last time on motorcycle, you find that that's not the case anymore on motorcycle because on buses and trains and everything else, you go to places that buses and trains go to. So so many places there, people go, oh, it's really useful to be able to speak English. So there's like a wide amount of spoken English, and it's all quite predictable, I guess, or like sort of. But yeah, it's quite. I find it quite cool when it's you on a motorbike. You'll just stop in a town, and they'll be like, "The hell is a white person doing here?" Like we just, yeah, I don't know. We don't see those ones. What are they doing? What are they buying? And they'll just like stare at you the whole time.
Very much my experience when I travelled as well, in that they don't get to see black people and yet alone riding a motorbike. So I always had a little crowd around me all the time when I parked up or when I'm about to leave. Yeah. I strike up a little conversation with them. I was lucky like that. They look at me, they look at the bike and they point to you. Yeah, that's me. Yeah, me, the bike. Yeah, for real.
Yeah, like nobody comes up and chats to you because you're driving a car. People will just walk up to you. Go, hey, how you going? It's funny.
Yeah.
Nice.
Did you find it difficult, Jin, to learn Japanese yourself?
I started learning Japanese in London just for like 7 months with my wife when I got the books. And then arriving in Japan, I found it difficult at the beginning because there's just so many things you got to remember. The writing, kanji, hiragana, katakana, 3 types of lettering, system that you got to learn. And then the way you count for things. There's different language for different shapes of things. Paper, boxes, tomato, everything has a different kind of counting system. And you've got to learn that as well. It used to drive me mad, you know? So that's what drives you mad at first. But once you get used to it, it's fine.
Everything has a different counting system. That's interesting.
Yeah, like if you're going to count pencils, you would say 1 pencil would be enpitsu ippon. Okay? 2 pencils, enpitsu nihon. Enpitsu, 3 pencils, enpitsu sanbon. So you've got ippon, nihon, sanbon. Look at that. That's just for 3. They're yohon, gohon, roppon, six is roppon. You see what I mean? So you see how it changes as you go. You know, not just 1 pencil, 2 pencil, 3 pencil, 6 pencils. Do you know what I mean? No, each one has a different pronunciation. It's nuts like that. And then if you're talking about round objects like oranges, for example, and apples, you say, ringo ikko onegaishimasu, hitotsu. So you could say 1, hitotsu, or ikko, because it's like a round thing, ikko, 1. Okay? Then if you want to say 2, you say, mika no futatsu, niko. So futatsu means 2, or niko, 2. So you've got 2 systems within that. Mitsu is 3, like Mitsubishi. Mitsubishi means 3 diamond. Okay? So you know the Mitsubishi brand? That's a 3 diamond band. Mitsubishi. Bishi diamond. Four. Isuzu, 5. Mika, 6. And then so yeah, it's just crazy like that.
Then paper, things that are flat like paper. One sheet of paper, ichimai, nimai, sammai. Four is the same. Jumai, hyakumai. Okay, mai. You would use the word mai. Now I've forgotten how to say. Shit, I've forgotten how to say car now. Kruma, jidosha o. Ichidai, dai, that's it, dai. One car is hitotsu, kruma, car one. In reverse, so you say kruma o ichidai, nidai, sandai. So that's for cars, TVs, things like that, big things like that, trucks, motorbikes. You know, but they have different counting system for different things, and that does drive you mad. You've got to remember it all. Shoes, kutsu, soku. So soku for shoes. One, two, shirts made. So you know, you got to.
Yeah, that's fucked, man. That's really confusing.
It is, yeah. It is. But once you learn it, you get used to it. But you can imagine I was pulling and I don't have much hair on my head anyway, but I was pulling that stuff out. Because I was thinking, why can't it just be simple? What is all this? Fucking hell. And she said, what about in English? One pencil, two pencil, one car, two car. Oh, it's crazy. But I learned it all, eh? And then when they say grams, you know, like when they're using the French measuring system, they say gramu. Ichi gramu, ni gramu desu ka? Ni gramu. Then if it's kilograms, ichi kilo desu ka? Ichi kilo desu. Ni kilo. So don't say kilograms, they say kilo. You say ichi kilo, you get a big kilo, 10 tons of fucking meat. You know, when I go in and ask for mincemeat and that, so, you know, tell them how many grams I want. And then centimeters, we say 1 centimeter, they say ichi senchi. Ichi senchi. They don't say centi, they say senchi. I said, that's wrong. I always say to them that. I don't chigayo, centimeter, ne? Centi, not senchi. Centi, ne? Can you say centimeter? But no, they say ichi senchi, mi senchi. But, you know, I understand them now. I go in, right, and I want to get some engine oil. So I just speak English because, you know, engine oil, please. Engine oil. Now listen up, right? I'm saying engine oil. And they say, eh, what do you mean? I'm saying engine oil. Then when I say engine oil, oh, over here. Oh, fucking hell. You know, I said engine oil, and they didn't get it. But I said engine oil, then they get it. I said, I said to them, excuse me, the pronunciation is oil. It's not oil. Oil. Yeah, oil. Engine oil. Okay, no wonder the Japanese are the worst at English in Asia. Right? They are. They're the worst at picking it up because they use a. Say that again.
So I also got the impression, you'd be able to tell me this, Jin. I feel like Japanese people are so obsessed with being correct and doing the right thing. That's also what makes their English terrible, because they're like, they don't even try. They're really sort of embarrassed to try to speak.
Yes, absolutely. And that's what I've said to them. I said, I make loads of mistakes in Japanese, but I don't care because I want to learn. So the more mistakes I make, hopefully I'm going to be corrected. You may have a laugh, yes, but I'm going to get a correction as well, aren't I? So don't be afraid to make mistakes. I'm always saying that to my students. You have to make mistakes to learn.
Yeah.
Otherwise, how are you going to learn?
Job, really, don't we?
Say that again.
We do a similar job, really, don't we?
Yeah, yeah, we do, yeah. Because that's what I'm forever saying, that one. But yeah, because it's like they don't want to be wrong, like you said, like the embarrassment, you know, the comeback. But I said, in this case, how are you going to learn the language if you don't make a mistake? And how are you going to improve your pronunciation if you don't speak it? So come on now. You know, I said, I can't speak Japanese perfect like a Japanese person. I'm not Japanese. So my pronunciation is going to sound English type of Japanese. But at least you know what I'm trying to say. You know? A Cockney Japanese accent. Funny. But yeah, I do try. I don't care. I don't care if I make mistakes. You know, we don't. You know, foreigners, we're not that self-conscious that we're not going to communicate with you. Come on, we're gonna try. And then I always ask them, "Watashi no you koto wakaru?" Do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah, nantonaku, yeah, just about. Okay, good. At least I'm making myself understood then.
Yeah.
And the reason I ask that a lot is that if I'm talking about bikes and what I want to get done, or talking about flat earth, or the dangers of the jab sort of thing. Now, I might be using very simple Japanese, junior high school level, let's say, because I don't want to get lost in my own trying to explain it. And then I have to ask them, do you understand what I'm saying? And they say, yeah. Oh, good. Thank God. Because I'm trying to get them to learn something from me. Yeah. Yeah, I knew I was getting good at Japanese when I was able to argue my point, or if something's expensive, for example. I remember 4 years ago now it was. I was buying tangerines. Now these tangerines were grown in Japan. Grown in New Zealand. It's a Japanese brand. So the Japanese companies in New Zealand, if they're growing it in New Zealand, they're bringing it back. Suddenly the fucking thing's expensive. And I didn't say anything for a while. I just I bought them. I thought, a bit pricey, but all right, never mind. So I bought them anyway. And maybe a couple of months down the line, I'm queuing up here. I'm at the register, and I said to the woman, don't you think they're a bit pricey? I just said that, you know. Don't you think it's a bit pricey? And she said, what do you mean? I said, well, I mean, they're Japanese, but they're made in New Zealand. Now, usually when foreign products come in from other countries, usually the price is up because of the tax and the import tax and the dispatching of it from another country to here. But these are Japanese ones. So why are they costing more? And you know what? The next day it went down about 40 yen down. The next day. Well, yeah, put the price down on it. So I was right. You know. But if you don't say anything, you know, nothing happens. But if you do say something, they tend to act on it, which is like nice. You know? Yeah. I queried the price of the New Zealand grown Japanese tangerines. And I thought, hey, what's happened here? You know, if they're New Zealand, then that price would be okay, but they're not, they're Japanese. Why are you charging us that kind of price? And it went down the next day and I thought, hey, nice. I bought two bags when that happened. There you go. Yeah.
And how do people treat you as a black man in Asia? Because they weren't always treated so nice in India.
Yeah, I tell you what, if they didn't treat me nice in India, they'd be feeling their hot ears and stuff, man. I'll tell you that. Treating me fucking not nice. Chick. They try it here, I'll let them know, mate. But no, you know, like I said, in the 22 years I've been here, it's minimal. 1% situations that I've had where,
the Japanese have been a bit rude, you know, 2%, not much to report.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, they're usually well-mannered and respectable, you see. You know, they want your money. That's the thing, you see. So customers number one, and they live by that, literally. You do get good service. You know, but there are one or two have been a bit cheeky, you know, like, I've got my wheel in my hand, okay? Right, he doesn't know what I want, and he's already being negative, you know. So I don't think we can fix that. I go, hang on, do you know what I want? Shut up. Do you know what I want? Fucking hell. Because you just come into this shop. I've been here shopping in this shop for ages. So button it up and go and get me this bar. You know, yeah, it's in the back. Go there. I know where it is. Go get it. So then I have to order them around, you know. Get to the fucking back and go and get it for me. Hurry up. Hayaku. Hayaku now. Oh, bloody. Thank you. Now stand here and watch. Stand there and watch how it's done. Ugh, you see that? Thank you. No yen, no money. Thanks. That's all I needed. I'm out. Didn't spend a yen. Thanks for the service. Smiling away. So sometimes you got to do that, you know. Show 'em who's boss. Just now and again. That's all. Same in the restaurant. You're going in with your family. They put you near the smokers. They say, "Excuse me, no, I don't want to sit there. I'm going to sit here, okay? Thank you. Sit down, boys and girls. Let's enjoy ourselves. Put us by the smokers. Silly asses. They don't know who they're dealing with. Didn't see CBO coming. Don't mess about. You don't get paid. Fuck with me. I don't pay you. Call the police. I still won't pay you. I'm a road man. Sometimes with these people. Sometimes you've got to be now and again. I remember I was in a pool club, which my wife wanted to play pool. So she took me to a place not too far from us. Okay, and I've been there with my father-in-law, who's since passed away, but went there with my father-in-law, my brother. We went there. But she went there with the kids this time. And I tell you what, it was just full of cigarette smoke. That was the only thing that was killing me. The place was just tobaccoed up to the... It was like the place was on fire. So what did I do? I asked if the extractor fans were on. So these fans on. I don't see them. I don't see the smoke being sucked away and being, by the fan. He says, no, that's the maximum power. It's on. But I said, really? Oh, I go, okay. So I opened, and it's pitch black in there. But I opened it, so the windows will be blackened, right? But I had to open the window. So I opened the window, two of them. Whoa, pushed them out on a bar. And now you can see the street level. You're looking at people's feet. And then the smoke was leaving. Oh, thank God for that. Great. And then I pinned back the other door, wedged it open to clean up the place. And then I had to go outside and get some fresh air. It was that bad. It stunk. Your clothes stank of tobacco when you finished. I said to my wife, I'm not going to bring the kids here again. This is just not good, man. Terrible. And then I said to the guy on reception, he's dressed in a black, like a funeral suit. I said, oh, you're prepared for your death then? Dressed appropriately, because you work here all day long like this? Wow. What are his lungs like? You're in here like this all day long? Man. Sometimes I do that. I just take control. There you go, Same thing when I'm out at the ski resorts. Now, we're all getting ready to leave, right? And everyone's warming up their engines. Now you can't breathe. You're choking on exhaust fumes. So I'm running up and down, shouting, turn your engines off. This is a pristine area. This is nature. Your engine can warm up because we're all going to be queuing up. So turn your engine off, please. Yeah, don't pollute nature here. This is nature, yeah? Pristine. Right. You've just finished skiing. Put your ski wear away. Put your gear on. And by the time you get ready to leave, you're going to be in a queue. Your engine's going to warm up then. I'm not doing it. I said, I'm not doing it. My engine's off. Right. So turn your engine off. Kudasai, engine keste kudasai. Haiki gas kara. So I'm shouting out. I'm saying the pollution is not good here. Please turn your engine off. Right. monkey see, monkey do mentality. That's what I do, you know. Another time at the same ski resort, it was the time when the Japanese had won gold medal at the Winter Olympics, which I think could have been in China. Okay. And Japan won gold medals in the snowboarding and that. Okay. Now I got to the ski resort early and it was crowded already. Okay. Now the danger was there wasn't enough staff to handle the crowd. They'd been running a skeleton crew for a while. Okay. For a while. And suddenly they'd won this gold and now they're inundated with all the youngsters. Everybody came to do snowboarding, right? And it got to the point where the queues were running across the alpine course. So people were going to be coming down breakneck speed and see a line of people. So I'm thinking, I don't want to join this queue. Fucking, this is dangerous, man. So I went to the staff and said, excuse me, this queue is, the people are queuing across the alpine course. He goes, yeah, I know, we've told the patrol they're coming around. Well, where's you don't see the patrol, where are they? So I decided to take control and said, okay, everybody, look, sorry, I know I'm not a member of staff. I don't work here, but can we not queue around here where it's safer? Follow the curve of this corner here, please, everybody. That's it, everybody here. Move over to the left. That's it, to the left, that's it. Very dangerous, you know? And then the staff came out and thanked me. I said, why couldn't you do that yourself? Fucking hell. Why couldn't you come out and just do that? But everybody's queuing up in a dangerous position. You know, monkey see, monkey do sort of thing. And they don't really think. So I had to take control. I said to my children, you see, sometimes you have to do things like this. Otherwise, you're going to be in danger as well. Where's the logic in that? You see? So sometimes you have to speak out. This is the thing about everybody doing the same thing, not wanting to be embarrassed or getting anybody's way. But sometimes you have to wake everybody up and say, look, this is dangerous. Yeah.
See, this is why I can't be mad at you, Jen, because, you know, you say crazy shit, but this stuff is like, you're a straight up dude. So, yeah, I can respect that. Cool.
Thank you very much indeed. Yeah. You know.
Really cool. Good on you.
Yeah.
What's that?
This is it. You know, I'm just trying to be practical, you know.
I have to talk a little shit, though.
Yeah.
You're wrong about the earth, though. No.
No, I can never be wrong about that.
Hey, Jen.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm doing an experiment at my mom's house. You remember me, right?
Yes. How's it
Okay,
going?
hold on. Now, hold on. I just started my YouTube channel. Okay?
Okay.
I want to show you something.
All right. Let me have a
you ever
look.
been to America?
Can you speak up again, please?
Have you ever been to America? Hello?
Throw the link in the thing and we'll subscribe to it, you know? That's what we're here for.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to put it in the live stream one text.
All right.
This is a minute and 14 seconds. I want y'all to watch that video, and I want to know what y'all think about that.
All right. Put it in there, man.
It's already put in there. Just click on the YouTube link. I want you to watch the video. It's a minute and 14 seconds. And I want to know what you think about that.
Okay, I'm going to watch it now.
All right. And tell the audience what's happening in the video. Or I kind of do that. So just listen and play it out loud.
Oh, no, I can't play that loud. I can't do that on this thing.
Okay, so what's happening in the video?
Yeah.
Tell the audience what is happening.
Yeah, if I can. Still loading. Okay, let me enlarge. Okay, now it's trying to play. Come on. Yeah, it's not working for me, this link.
It's the chemicals in the water. It's calcium and the chemicals that they treat the water with at the plant. It's that's when it evaporates, it collects on the side of the pot, and then that's what I think it is. I mean, I don't know if that is exactly it, but I think it is.
I'm looking at a pot, but the video's not going for me at the moment. My video.
What's in the pot with the spoon? Sorry, what's he putting
Water.
in with the spoon?
It's water.
Let me just try something.
That's
It's just
American
water. You know, when you put water in
It's
the side of the
American
pot, you like buildup of white calcium or chemical, whatever's in the water, because the evaporation kind of filters it out in a way, I guess.
So I want to know what that white shit is, and I want to know why people think it's safe to drink it, cook their food in it, and shower in it. That's my 3 questions.
Yeah, it's definitely chemicals. I mean, well, I don't know, definitely, but calcium's in there, and yeah, bad stuff. I mean, it's either that or we wash our hair with shit, with untreated water.
Well, why can't you wash your hair with distilled water?
Because it cost, well, you know how much money it would cost? Like, I don't know.
It costs $1 a gallon. It costs $1 a gallon.
I know, but to shower with, I mean, you'd have to like have.
So how much are you paying for the poison?
Whatever you pay your water bill, whatever your water bill is.
What's your water bill?
Well, I live in I've gone off the grid. I live in a camper, not off the grid, but I just.
So what kind of water do you drink?
So I have a tub and I treat my own water.
That's cool.
How did you make it?
But yeah, I have a 60-gallon water tank, and
How did you make it? How did you make the water?
Oh no, I have a filtration system that I hook up to the hose, and it's like a double filtration. I can look at that. Let me see.
Do you just sell it?
I'm just wondering what kind of filtration system he has, because he don't even know.
Yeah, let me see. No, I don't know the name of it. It's a KDF carbon. It's a carbon.
So what's the parts per million total dissolved solids in your water?
All right, let me see here. It's a good question too. I'm glad you brought it up because I probably should know this.
Yeah.
Okay, always use a water pressure regulator. Never exposed to 60 psi. Install between flexible hose. I'm sorry if I'm bothering you guys. Mute it. Sorry.
No, that's cool.
Okay, okay. Filter life replacement. Filter life depends on water quality. There you go. Replace when an undesirable taste or odor appears in the water flow. Decrease significantly.
Oh, yeah, that doesn't sound very good.
No, it doesn't. Okay, for outdoor use only. Approved for recreational vehicles.
Okay, so all right. Do you want me to repeat the question?
Potable water systems.
You need to repeat the question.
Yeah, no. The parts per million. I know. I'm looking.
You need a meter. You need a TDS meter. Do you have one?
No.
Okay, so a TDS meter stands for total dissolved solids. So whatever's dissolved in the water totally, right, will be measured by this meter. So you take a glass of whatever you drink, whatever you shower in, you put a meter in it, and you see how many parts per million it is. If it's over 5, you need to ask yourself what the fuck's in it.
Okay, here's some numbers. Maybe tell me if this is anything. NSF, ANSI 42. This is aesthetic effects. NSF, ANSI 53. Health effect.
You need a meter. Are you reading this off of a meter?
No. I'm just reading off the thing.
Okay, so get the meter.
I don't have
know
it for
what that
you.
is. That's an NSF filter.
I know, but I'm
had
saying
them-
meter.
I will. What were you saying about the NSF filter?
Yeah, it's just an NSF filter. I mean, those are okay for your water faucet or something.
Yeah, I don't drink it. I don't drink water from the faucet at all. I don't use it. Don't drink it at all. I get my water from the supermarket free. It's alkaline water, pH balance 7.1, and I test it every time because I've got my tester here for that, and it's clean. I get that free. I go there every other day to collect like 15 liters. Now I use that to drink, and my wife uses the other 10 liters for cooking and that, and I use 5 for myself downstairs here in the classroom, and I drink when I'm working and that. And then she sometimes buys bottled water. And I said, don't buy it because there's no need. And then the tap water we use for cleaning And of course, when I have a shower, that's it. Really, I don't really drink tap water.
His
Haven't done it.
NSF filters sounds pretty handy. I mean, I've drank water. You can drink water before and after, and you can taste a difference, right?
Yes, yes, definitely.
No, I was asking Tony.
Yes, yes, it's definitely. After I cleaned out the system, you could definitely taste the difference.
Yeah, that's all right.
I'm going to send a picture through.
Yeah.
I do like distilling and then putting back in what I want. That's just the best.
Yeah. So if I'm gonna boil vegetables or steam vegetables, I use that alkaline water. Let that steam up. Yeah. If we're gonna make a cup of tea, whatever. Again, it's the alkaline water. We don't really drink the tap water in the house because of the chlorine. You see, that's the only reason why.
Smart man.
So what do you guys think about that? It's been about a month and a half probably. I got sick of Florida and we just left. We couldn't take it anymore. So
Fluoride's too much, mate.
sold
It's too
the
much in the
condo,
pineal gland.
sold the condo and bought a truck and this.
I used to buy Nestle water here in Costco. Okay, I'm going back about 14 years now. That's when I stopped 14 years ago. But prior to that, I was buying Nestle water, and if there wasn't any Nestle, I'd buy the Kirkland reverse osmosis. Now, the reason I stopped buying the water was because I watched 2 documentaries. One was Flow for the Love of Water, and the other one was World Water Wars. And in America, there was a battle going on between the people who lived in, I think, near the Great Lakes, Ohio, Lake Ontario, is it? An Erie? Right near there was a battle going on with Nestle, taking the water from the lakes and then shipping it out around the world. Nestle. And they were accusing Nestle of stealing that water because it belonged to everybody else. Everybody else has to pay to use it, but Nestle didn't have to pay to use that water. They could take it, bottle it, sell it abroad and keep the profits. So there was a big battle, and I thought, if that's what's going on, I can't buy Nestle anymore. So I stopped. And then I started to use the Kirkland reverse osmosis. And then the supermarket near where I am had this machine on, and it'd been there for years. People queuing up for the water. And I thought, let me ask, excuse me, what is this machine that people are using? I saw a lot of old people. So it didn't see any young people using this thing. So it kind of like put me off. So I asked. And she said, it's alkaline water, it's free. And I said, really? You only need to buy the container. I thought, let me try this. I bought the container, took it home, drank the water, seemed okay. I wonder if the pH balance is good. So I got on the internet, ordered these litmus test papers and that. Got that, tested it, it was perfect. I haven't looked back. So that's it. I don't buy water at all. I don't buy anything in a plastic bottle. Not interested. Don't buy any soft drinks.
You definitely don't want plastic, mate. That's 100%
Yeah, exactly.
sure.
Exactly. So I don't buy that at all, except for when you go abroad. If you travel and you go to the hotels, it's there. They put it on your, on the counter in your hotel room. You get like 3-4 bottles, a couple in the fridge. Well, I use those. It's free, clean. I drink that. It's bottled, so I use it then. But I don't buy. I haven't need to buy water, but my wife buys it occasionally. I do not. I'm a skinflint, bit of an Ebenezer. Ebenezer Scrooge, very tight-fisted where the money's concerned. I said to my wife, you don't get rich by wasting money, okay? And I got that line from a British comedian by the name of Ronnie Barker. From the 2 Ronnies. He used to say, you don't get rich by wasting money. I used to crack up when I heard that.
Yeah, but it's pretty fun doing this. What I like most about this, sorry, is improving the place, improving this travel trailer is really fun.
Yeah.
You know, if there's a problem too, like the problem's always like a good learning experience, and I usually don't make the same mistake twice. Sometimes I do.
Yeah. Well, I'm happy for you that you've got a trailer because you can move yourself across wherever you are. You can travel around. Brilliant.
Yeah, I started in Florida, and now we're in North Carolina.
Yeah. How much did the trailer cost you originally?
This trailer was $32,000.
Okay. All right. How old is it, if you don't mind me asking?
2017.
Oh, bloody hell! It's new, isn't it?
Yeah, we got lucky. It's huge. I mean, the pullout, the hideouts makes it a lot bigger. It's a lot better.
Yeah.
What is where are you located in North Carolina?
Charleston.
KOA. Far away.
Yeah, you're lucky. You're a lucky man. You're a lucky man, man. You're lucky.
Yeah.
This day and age, with all this tyranny going on, you know, at least you can change your locale. You know.
Yeah.
I don't like the tyranny around here. I'm going to move on.
Right.
You know what I mean? No, but you can do that. You know.
Yeah. Well, that's what we want to do is get away. Now, the next thing we're going to do is go off the grid, except for we still have Wi-Fi. I guess I'm really not off the grid, but we're going to start boondocking where you go. People, okay, I didn't know this, but there's a community of travel trailer people, you know, whatever you call us. I haven't come up with a good name yet. That have land, and then they open it up for other people to come on. It's free. Yeah, so we're going to start looking into that, and it's free right now. KOAs are it's like $30 a night, so it's kind of it's still cheap. It's still cheaper than having it at a condo or a house.
Of course,
You're
it
only
is.
4 hours and 25 minutes away. You want to stay connected?
Yeah, I know. I wanted to start making stuff, and then go into I wanted to find a hemp festival and just follow the hemp festival around and sell stuff at the hemp festival.
Yeah.
I think
That's what you want, mate. Definitely.
That's so good.
Yeah, because when I was younger, I went to the Eugene Hemp Festival, and then I'd travel around there, and then this is back when you're young and you could travel and follow bands or follow movements or whatever, and that was really fun. And now I think I could do it better and actually profit from it. There, I was a consumer, and now I can be the other side.
What kind of animal are you feeding there?
There's a dog. It's a Yorkie.
So, okay, you're 4 hours and 26 minutes away. Come on, stop.
Well, I think we're going to go up north, but I want to go to Austin, Texas, so we're going to be going west here soon.
I'm glad you said that. Listen up. Yesterday, my friend who's in New Zealand sent me this. It's an advance event happening in Texas. It's called the Exit and Build Land Summit. It's going to be held in May 13th through to 15th this year. Okay, and you can learn about homesteading and traveling around and farming and everything. Okay, right down your alley, I would say. It's called the Exit and Build Land Summit.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I'll look it up. Yeah, I'll crash it. Give me the address now.
Yeah, it's Bastrop, Texas Convention Center. Did you get that?
Yep.
The Bastrop, that's Bastrop, Bastrop, Texas Convention Center.
All right,
near
cool.
Austin, Austin, it says. And it features dozens of experts in homesteading, community building, farming, real estate, of course, real estate law, off-grid technology, community, what's this?
Yeah, that's what we're,
governance.
Yeah, that's what I want to do next. Next, I want to get solar panels.
Yeah,
I'm thinking I want to get a couple solar panels.
Yeah, it's a
See what I
little
can
video
do.
company.
Now, where are you typically staying at? Campgrounds and stuff?
Right now, just KOAs, but the next one we're going to do boondocking. We're gonna go free this time. And okay, so these people that own these properties, each one has different themes. So you go there and One might be a farm, so everything's fresh food and stuff you can buy. What they do, they let RV people come in, and then they just sell whatever they have, whatever their specialty is at that place. And donations too.
You see, when I first saw the RV life, it was back in the 70s. I would have been about 10 years older now, and I used to think, wow, I'd love to do that. Can you imagine? That was back in the 70s. You understand, right? I knew a good thing when I saw it, yeah? I thought I'd love to do that. That would be, I wish my house was on wheels. That's what I used to think, because, you're traveling, man. You're seeing everything. Yeah, living good. Of course, there's the other side of it. You've got to clean your toilets and stuff like that, but that's a very small price to pay for the freedom that you have. It's all part of freedom,
But this bathroom's friggin' huge. For a trailer here, I'll send you a picture of this. This thing's crazy.
Yeah, let's have a look. Yeah, I've been looking at the RVs anyway. I've been looking at them, and I think they're bloody marvelous.
Okay, let me make sure I don't have any paraphernalia or anything showing in this picture. I think we're good.
Get rid of all the porn off the table, quick.
No, I think we're good.
Oh, that's really nice.
I know. I'm 6'6", so the hard part was finding a trailer I can stand up in. And this shower has a highlight right above it, so my head sticks up through the top.
Any leaks?
No, not at all right now. So far, I have some silicone ready for those.
Not 2017, but 2017. It's only 5 years old, isn't it?
Yeah,
isn't it? Yeah.
And we got warranty. We got 3-year warranty on it.
3-year warranty. Oh, that's not 3 year. That's brilliant. Looks ready. Looks sturdy, man. Solid. It kind of resembles though what we have in England. These office sheds that you have at industrial estates, where the security man sits in. It looks like one of those from the outside, just from the outside. The main box in the middle. But with the extension that you've got, and it looks really nice.
See what I wanted.
This is a pull-out. That's it.
Yeah,
I'm looking at the pull-out. You got this. Yeah, it's great. What a beautiful thing you got there, man.
See what I wanted to do. Oh shit! Wait a second. Dog's getting in this.
Heritage Glen. A little bit of a Scottish flavour to it, eh?
I know, right?
Hyperlight. Hyperlight.
See, that's the
That
thing.
means it's easy to use.
Okay,
Hyperlight gives me the feeling that this thing is easy to set up.
Yes, it's easy. It's okay. So it's 30 feet long, and it's only weighs 6,500 pounds. That's why it's hyperlight. Yeah, but the problem is going down the road, because I got a F-150 I just bought, and it's kind of squirrely. I tell you what, when there's wind, I got to stop. It's too much.
Okay, right.
Yeah, the last trip was really smooth. It was smooth, and I think I had it down. I could actually drive at 65 miles an hour, which was like the first time I was driving it at 50, and that was pissing everyone off. And I was all over the road too. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah. You can't do that. Yeah, you've got to stick to the speed limits and its capabilities. Otherwise, you're going to end up rolling your car over down the hill and your house. Everything's washing machine style.
What kind of mileage you get under tow?
Oh my god, dude. Wait a second, let me see. It sucks.
Like 6 or 8?
Okay, well that's...
Yeah, it's pretty bad. A full tank of gas took us like 200, what was it, 150 miles or 200 miles? I don't know. It was a lot. And now it's like $80 to fill up a tank.
Okay, $80 and you get 200 miles. Okay. All right. Nice kitchenette you've got in there, by the way.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, definitely. That's right down my street. I can definitely rustle up some nice meals there. Yeah, looks good. Yeah. See, yep. I could easily use that kitchen quite well. What about the cleaning of your clothes? How do you do that?
We've got laundromats right now, but we're gonna get
Okay.
we're gonna get one of those. They have RV washer dryers you can get.
Yeah.
$60 is pretty cheap.
But I mean, going to the laundromat's not that bad anyway. That's cool. See, it's got all the air vents and that there. Air vent, kind of like air vent system. Interesting. Keep the air fresh within the.
Okay, so it has AC obviously, and it has heating system, and it's all pretty modern. You know, it was all 2017.
Yeah.
But outdoor kitchen. We got an outdoor kitchen too. We got an outdoor kitchen also.
Yeah.
And a refrigerator outside too. So we have 2 refrigerators. They're pretty cool.
Yeah, JJ. Yes, I used to watch. Big shout out to JJ. Yeah, I used to watch Open All Hours with Arkwright and that. It was brilliant. Ronnie Corbett and David Jason, the man from Only Fools and Horses, partner. David Jason's very young in that. Ronnie Barker, he was getting on when he was doing this, but he was still good. He was like me, he's like me, very tight-fisted with the money.
Do you have any idea what your power usage is during during a normal day? What your power consumption is for air conditioning?
No, wait, hook it up to the actual power at KOA. So, but we're gonna try. We got a big generator, like a nice one. I have to look at the specs right now, but I haven't tried it yet. So as soon as I do that, then I'll give you guys an update on how that's going to be. Because right now everything's like a first time thing. So like everything we do, like, you got to remember and tweak and make better for the next time. So.
Yeah. I think you've had a result. You know, you've chosen a very good lifestyle, sir, and you look like you're enjoying it and that. And like you said, when you're fixing things, it's a learning curve. That's great. You know, very envious. Yeah. You know, I'm not very envious of many people, but yeah, I'd love to be doing this myself. Okay.
Now,
So,
is this a vacation or a lifestyle? Like, what are you doing for an income?
No, this is life. No, I'm done. Like I'm done with It's been a crazy couple years.
At this point, you've made a really, really good decision. Okay, you've made a positive decision at this point. I think you're going to be the lord of the land you survey. Your freedom is in your hands. Okay, enjoy it.
Yeah.
What are you doing for a living?
I drive Uber right now.
That's enough to support this? Cool.
Oh, we still have some money saved up, so we can.
I wouldn't think you'd want to be whittling that down. Sorry.
Yeah, no. So that's what. Yeah, Uber, and then I'm gonna start. I'm gonna start fixing up the trailer, and then I want to start making things for trailers. You know, since if we're gonna be around other trailers and trailer parks, maybe in there, I want to make something that other people in that park might like or something. You know, so I got to figure out what that is because I have all the tools. I bought as soon as I got the money, we got all the tools that we needed for everything. So I got like a Dremel, I got all the routing stuff. So because I wanted to make stuff, and so I wanted to make sure I had all that before I spent the money on something stupid, you know. Because I will.
You might want to make some stools, some little tables that they can have outside that fold up in there, and they can use it as a picnic little area. You know, something like that. That might be nice.
I've been watching. Have you seen those tiny house makers? It's some HGTV show, but these guys go around and fix up tiny houses. Yeah, and
I've seen a similar program. I've seen that one, but I've seen similar programs. Yeah, because I do like the log cabin lifestyle with the old fashioned cooker. You know, the cast iron cooker, the wood burning cookers. Man, they're so good. You know, yeah. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely. Yep.
Yeah, I'm into that.
Deal with the mail.
Yeah, where.
That's the one thing. Okay, so we have a place in Florida that sent it to a friend, and then they will send it to us when we're at someplace. We'll stay there for long enough, and they'll send it to us, whatever's accumulated. But we're still looking. We're still looking for a good alternative. You know, it's kind of a weird thing. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, being completely
showed some of
mobile
my
makes that
Japanese
kind of
students.
interesting.
What was that?
Yeah, go ahead.
I said being completely mobile makes that kind of interesting.
Yeah, it definitely is.
Yeah, yeah. Talking of the wood stoves, right? I introduced the wood stove old-fashioned cookers to my Japanese students. I said, look, what do you think of this? It's nice, isn't it? Look, freedom here. Look, you see, they don't use the because they seem to have the idea that a stove was something that you'd heat the house with and that. And I said, yeah, that's right. But it's also a cooker. It's not just a heater to heat the house. And they didn't quite understood what I meant. So I showed them the pictures, via YouTube videos of people chopping wood and then taking it in and showing how they heat the house, but it's also cooking food, the old-fashioned way. And when they saw that, this woman decided to get one. One of my students decided to get a cooking stove in her house. She's got it there now.
Well, wait a minute. You're saying that in Japan they don't cook?
Oh, they have gas. They do have gas cookers, of course.
Oh, okay. So you're saying just a wood stove? Yeah, okay.
Yeah. What she wanted to do, she rebuilt the house. Okay, she rebuilt the house, and she was now thinking, how can I heat this house in winter? Because she wanted to try and save money on the heating bills. I said, why don't you try this? Get this cooker stove, but you also cook with it, and it heats the whole house up. And she saw it, and she bought it. Not only did she buy it, her son, who had his house rebuilt, she bought one, and he bought one as well. So they have and then she's got a friend who owns a timber yard, so she can go off there and get all the offcuts that they don't sell, and she gets them for free, And her husband drops off a couple of bottles of wine, because her husband owns a liquor store. Okay, so and that's how they do business. And she's got this stove now. They're both, her and her son have got these stoves in their house. And I'm thinking, yeah, you're living the life. Only recently she had to have all the chimneys cleaned out, yeah, because all the soot, yeah. So she had an expert come around and clean the what would be like the exhaust pipe, the chimney, get that cleaned out, and she's back in business. Yeah. There's a lot to be said about the old-fashioned cooking and the cookers, man. They were brilliant, I thought. Especially as gas prices are extortionate here. Yeah, wood, brilliant. So the guy in the RV, he's got it made, I think. Definitely. Of course, when you start having children now, it's a different thing, but it can still work. It's still part of the adventure life. How many people can sleep comfortably in it? If you can hear me. Probably can't now. The RV. I was wondering, how many berths is it? How many people can sleep in your RV?
That depends on how close you are with the people.
Just mate, they could fit on the bed, mate, or the floor.
Five.
Yeah, you could fit 4 in that master bed if you're really close. What orgy going on?
Yeah.
I'll come back in like a half an hour. I got to finish this. Just do it before and after.
Yeah.
Take it before and after
No
real
worries,
quick.
man. Cheers, man. $80, 150, 160 miles, eh? Yeah.
I've been
Yeah, my
making
boat
sure those
sweeps 8 people if they're couples.
right. Yeah. I'd be making sure that my tire pressures are so correct to get to extract the most mileage out of those tires and out of the engine and the fuel.
Yeah, but that's only going to give you like 1%. You still paying a buttload of money for
yeah, I know what you mean. And I'm going to get some streamlining as well, you know, to get the airflow, less drag, anything that can help.
How that would work, you know, if you spend $1,000 on getting it streamlined, somebody's going.
Is the money that'll pay for itself later? I think RVs are cool, man. Really do. I want one of those. So I can travel around a bit. Yeah. As long as it's got a nice little kitchenette, I'm well away.
Where you off do you reckon if you got an RV? Which continent are
Sorry?
you in, mate?
Sorry, what do you mean?
So you have an RV, which continent will you be in and which continent will you be exploring?
Well, I mean, if I could travel the world, I mean, I wouldn't mind like doing the Americas, of course, South America, North America. That would be nice. Australia, New Zealand, love to do that. Japan, I've done most of it. I wouldn't mind doing it in Japan as well. Africa, of course.
Mr. Worldwide, then.
Yeah, yeah. Because at the end of the day, you've got your shelter with you all the time, you know, and it's just the cleaning of the
definitely.
toilet. That's got to be something that you have to overcome. I mean, I clean my toilet here every other day. It's immaculate, but you know, disposing of the waste is what I mean. Because that would be a
You
problem.
wouldn't worry about that, would you? Not a big worry.
Well, I mean, it's got to be done properly. I mean, you don't want to fuck people off. I don't want to do that, do I now? You know? So I've got to work that out. Making sure that the waste is got rid of properly.
Which continent are you in at the moment?
Yeah, but at the same, well, I mean, if that's possible, then great. If that's possible,
Where are you
yeah.
at the moment, mate? Whereabouts are you now?
I'm in Japan at the moment.
You're in Japan. That's crazy, bro. What the fuck's
Yeah.
going on in Japan?
Well, me, I'm an English teacher here.
I can tell
I've
you
been here for
English.
22
You're doing
years.
what? Teacher?
Well, yeah, English teacher. I run an English school. And then I get invited to teach English at elementary, junior high, and high school.
That's pretty sick. That's awesome,
Yeah,
man.
it's nice. I enjoy it. But I must say, at my school, I lost 80% due to the COVID. You know, because they were scared.
Yeah.
You know, and in the news when it was saying that Afro-Caribbean and Africans are more susceptible to this, I thought that's a load of bollocks, man. You
No
know?
one said this. Did people
They-
actually
they-
say this?
They said that actually in the news. Yeah, they blasted it out. Yeah, even in the BBC as well. Yeah, they blasted it out, saying that Africans and
Japanese
Afro-Caribbeans
believes
are
it, yeah.
more, and Philippines and all this are more susceptible to catching this coronavirus than anybody else. And I thought that's wrong.
That's
That's
wrong.
wrong. Yeah, but that obviously frightens the Japanese people. You know, in that sense. You know. So
what's
the roughly
what's
the
going on in
20%.
Japan?
Sorry.
What's going on in Japan, mate?
Well, here in Japan, it's most 77%, I think, roughly, they've had two doses, and the booster is now being done. You know, people are now starting to get their boosters, those at the appropriate ages. None of my family have done that, by the way. None of that. We don't need any of that.
No.
So that's that. People are wearing masks. We never had a lockdown. Okay, so we never had this lockdown. The Prime Minister, Abe, said that they didn't have the law in place to lock down everybody. So what they're doing is asking for the corporation,
if you could just wear the mask and bear with us, we'll get through this kind of thing. That was his approach. Okay, so you could still go fishing, you could still go out and do your bowling and all that as long as you got your mask on and things like that. But I never wore a mask once because it wasn't compulsory, it wasn't enforced. That's what I mean. So it was very, very lots of freedom. Basically, I didn't have to wear a mask. I go shopping, no one bothers me. 98% of them have got masks on. I'm the one that doesn't have a mask on. There you go. Even today.
Yeah. And what's there to do in Japan these days?
What is? You can do anything. I mean, I enjoy snowboarding. I enjoy camping. I enjoy canoeing, hiking, cycling, motorcycling, because I've got a motorbike. Okay. My son is currently attending Honda Technical College because he wants to be a mechanic. So he's in his second year now, just started.
Japan's the place you want to be a mechanic, definitely.
Well, yeah, exactly. He's learning it there now. He's learning the skills. And that was purely from my input from the bikes and the push bikes and repairing things in the house. And so he's got that bug. So he's going to be one of those, a man like that, obviously, hopefully. He's 19 now, 20 this year. Yeah, so he's enjoying that. There's lots to do in Japan. Karate, judo. He's a black belt in judo. I'm a second brown belt in karate. My other son's green belt in judo, but he stopped. The youngest one's into baseball. So there's lots of things to do here in Japan if you want to do it. It's up to you, really. You know, you can pursue your hobbies and whatever.
You can speak Japanese?
Yep. I would have to in order to survive.
Yeah. That's pretty good. You speak us some?
Oh, sorry?
You can speak some Japanese for us?
Oh, okay. Let's see. What can I say? 今日はお話は楽しいですね。いろんなことをお話をするかすごいですね。このサーバーは24時間の地球の平らのサーバーよりこのサーバーはとてもいいです。So what I've said is that it's great talking to people like you on this server. This server, compared to the flat up 24/7 server, has got great potential, and we have some really nice, interesting conversations on different topics. That's what I said.
Definitely.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
But you speak very good Japanese.
Well,
so
I've been here 22 years, you see. I've been here 22
That's crazy.
years.
You still got the English accent. You're from the British Isles, London, no?
London, that's it. It's a London thing. No, you can't lose that. How can I lose that? That's mad. I'm not going to lose myself. No. I'm not going to be in that like that song. I think I'm turning Japanese. I really think so.
No, mate, you still sound English. So what do you think about the Irish, mate?
Oh, I love the Irish. My girlfriend that I had in London, she was half Irish, half Scottish. But I got lots of Irish friends. And I remember this one thing, this Irish guy said to me, when I was in the Army Cadets, I started at the age of like 13, okay? So I'm 14 now. I've been there a year. There are times when I can get the bus almost to headquarters and you walk. But there are times when the bus only stops at like Trafalgar Square, and then I've got to walk about 20 minutes, 25 minutes, 30-minute walk. But you don't walk when you're in uniform, you march. You don't walk when you're in uniform. So I was marching to HQ on my own. My brother wasn't with me this day. And then this Irish guy said, yes, young man. The Scottish will love you, the Irish will love you, but the English will hate you, he said. Right? And I never forgot those words because he was right. The amount of fights I had was mainly with the English.
Yeah, fuck the English, mate.
Yeah. So, yeah, I love the Irish. You know what the Irish said of me? The Irish people who knew me, and we were in the pubs and that, they said, Gin is a realist. It's black and white. There's no grey area. It is or it ain't.
Definitely.
That's what they used to call me, a realist. Yeah. and I didn't take it as an insult, because I was always discussing with them and debating the pros and cons of the Catholics and Protestants, and why they used to argue. Why are they arguing to the point where you're blowing each other up, scaring children, you know, throwing bottles at kids and going to school? I said, that's wrong, man. I said, by rights, you should let God decide. You live your lives, live together. If you're wrong, God will tell you. If you're wrong, God will tell you when you meet him. That's it. But you can't be fighting amongst yourselves here and now. You've got to live together regardless. And I finally understood the reason why the British cornered off Belfast, and it's occupation, and that's wrong. I totally disagree with that. And the British, the English, endangered the lives of the Londoners and everyone else, because the IRA was bombing Harrods, BBC, Ealing Broadway. They did Brighton. Come on, man. Terrible.
So the IRA was all around, surrounded around religion.
That's right. That's right. It's religion and political. It was basically, they didn't want Britain occupying Belfast. It was occupation, and I could understand that. I could understand that. It was wrong. And the IRA felt that the Irish people in Belfast, Londonderry and the like, were kind of like traitors in a way, you know? So could understand that the reason for the fighting, but I felt that the British were wrong to do what they did, to occupy Ireland in that fashion is wrong. You know, causing problems.
Yeah. From my point of view, I'd say fucking I don't see why Ireland doesn't even join the British Isles. Like, I'm in Australia, right, and we're British colony.
Yeah.
But I'm mostly Irish and Scottish genetic descent, and
There you go.
Ireland had a famine a few hundred years ago, and it was brutal.
I remember that. Yeah, I remember learning about
Fortunately
it.
enough, the Irish, they were able to, settle in places, British colonies like Australia. So at the end of the day, they saved many of their people. Even America, right? That was a British colony. Plenty,
right.
millions of Irish settled there.
That's
Thanks
right.
to the British. So,
Well, yeah, that's fine. I mean, don't get me wrong. Yeah, I don't
but
agree
I
with
haven't
taking
looked
the land
into it.
off the.
I haven't looked into the real history. I don't know what. Maybe the British started the potato famine to begin with. Maybe they let off the actual disease in the potatoes. So that's my point. Again, I don't know the real history.
That is suspicious because nature doesn't do that kind of. You see, for me, alarm bells were ringing when I heard that the potato famine in Ireland. I said, but that sounds scary because nature doesn't do that. Why would nature create a disease that's going to harm potatoes? It doesn't do that. It never happened in Africa. Okay, with the potatoes anyway, and the yams. So why would that be happening in Ireland? I said to myself. That was always in the back of my mind that some kind of foul play happened there. I felt, but the thing I was going to say was that I don't agree with Britain and the Empire. So the reason why Ireland, the Irish people are in America, is because the British went over there first, and took over the land. They totally killed off the Red Indians. So it's coming from a bad legacy. Do you understand? Coming from a bad legacy. That's all I'm saying. Yeah. Not that, but doesn't mean I don't like Irish people, because I love the Irish, love the Scottish, love the English as well, because I've got a lot of English friends anyway. But, I just remember those words that Irish bloke said. Would have been about 13, 14 at the time. Funny what you remember, isn't it?
Definitely.
Yeah. Yeah, never forget that. I was in the London Scottish 235 cadet Westminster.
Have you ever heard of that?
Yeah, go on.
Have you ever heard of Lutheran satire? Lutheran satire. That it's a little off topic. Sorry, I was just listening.
I have. Yes.
I put a link in the live text chat.
Thank you very much for that. Yeah, I did 3 years in the London Scottish 235 Westminster Cadet Company, and I can say that I proudly wore the kilt.
What a legend.
The the Thomas Shanty and the Glengarry. The Glengarry, a water ball. Proudly, with pride. And I say that
This
because
guy's
when
more
it
British than I could ever be.
came to representing I was the one they called up to win the competition. Okay. Drill, marching, best turnout. Gin was your man. Okay. Wore it with pride. Well, was born there,
You're
man.
in the military,
I
Gin.
was born there, so you know, African, and then I've got England is multicultural. I have friends from all over the world. I filled in it within. Okay, did I most Irish, Scottish, all of them, Africans, Jamaicans? I ticked them all, and the guy said, "No one's ever done that. No one's ever done that." And when he said that, I kind of like surprised myself. I thought, yeah, I mean, bloody hell, yeah. But I know. I said, but I know people in all these communities. I actually frequent these communities in my life all the time. He said, well, yeah.
Do you believe